Greetings and salutations for a rare early show. We tried this once before and did very well with it. Tonight, unfortunately, I may have some other things that I need to attend to, but I still want to come here and water our garden here. For surely, if I continue to water that garden will grow. So we've been covering free energy. Is free energy possible? And some of the strange cast of characters involved in the strange subculture of free energy. And yeah, none stranger, I suppose, than one Dr. Stephen Greer, most famous or notable for the so called Disclosure Project, where this former emergency room doctor suddenly felt a calling to disclose to the world the truth about aliens, bro. But besides that, he's also a free energy clown. Dr. Stephen Greer started something called the Orion Project many years ago. Today, we're going to be sharing some things about that Orion Project. But the essential bit of information you need to know about it is that Dr. Stephen Greer started a nonprofit organization and began to solicit donations. And his organization would open source and share with the world all these free energy secrets that are being suppressed and withheld by dark forces and the oil industry and the shadow government and the US Patent Office, suppressing all of this free energy technology from all of us, but he's going to save us. But so far it's been years and he hasn't saved us, which I find interesting. Sometimes it is very helpful, friends, to ask questions when you already know the answers. So here's what I'll say. What I will say is sometimes it's good to ask questions, even though you may already know the answer to those questions. So today I thought it would be appropriate, if following that excellent advice from someone I know, I start asking questions to Dr. Stephen Greer. The first question that I have is, how much money have you raised with this organization? I mean, in total. And can we get a breakdown how much you raised each year? And since this is a nonprofit organization, can we get the 990 forms for the last, say, 3 years? See how much money you collected and what was done with that money? The next question I would have is, can we see your prototypes, your working technology demonstrators that you promised people that you were going to create when you started this organization? I guess the next question is, where's the lab that you were going to build with those, those donations that you were soliciting to save us all from the horrors of fossil fuel and help us through a dark future by giving us free energy devices, right? You were going to start a lab with money that you collected with this organization. I have many questions for Dr. Stephen Greer about the Orion Project. There have been many unanswered questions, questions not addressed, and I see some people, actually, I pretty much see all people who ever get the opportunity to interview Dr. Stephen Greer, give him a softball interview, and no one ever asks him, what happened with this Orion Project? What happened to all the money that you collected? And again, I'm not making any claims here. I'm simply asking questions. These are valid questions. These are valid points of concern. And especially if this was a 501c3, these are questions that need to be addressed by Dr. Stephen Greer regarding this organization, its finances, its fundraising, and what it has produced after years of this apparent fundraising. So these are the questions that I have, and I'm going to leave them as questions for Dr. Stephen Greer to answer. I could answer some of them, but my research might not be so good, Dr. Stephen Greer, and you can very easily answer these questions and clear up any concerns, right, that people have about what happened to all the money that you were collecting or wanting to collect from people for this organization. I think that the public has a right to know, especially if this is a public charity, a 501c3. You have a responsibility, Dr. Stephen Greer, to clear up any misconceptions that may be out there, because I've heard a lot of people behind the scenes saying things and asking questions and being, let's just say, being less than trusting of what you did with the money. But these whispers behind your back aren't going to clear the air here. So I thought it best if I just simply, directly, publicly ask you these questions. Can we get a breakdown of how much money you have collected each year since you started this organization and where all the money went? Can we see the prototypes that you were going to create, the working technology demonstrators of this free energy that you claimed that you would create? Can we see the laboratory, pictures of the laboratory? Can I interview some people that work at that laboratory? That would be beneficial, right? So, friends, first we're going to cite fair use and share some things from the Orion Project website. I was surprised that it was still up. I thought it had gone down years ago, but apparently I was mistaken. So this is directly, and I'm going to cite fair use. This is a transformative work. This is directly from Dr. Stephen Greer's Orion Project website, which is going to be reading some things off of that, but I'm still citing fair use, even though this is a public website and apparently this is a public charity. Our vision and purpose. The Orion Project is an organization created to transform the current energy, environmental, and social crisis into a world of sustainability and enlightened abundance. Boy, sounds good. This is some great free energy bullshit. They all have good bullshit, and it all centers around, let's stop this oil monopoly. Let's stop destroying our planet, right? A world of sustainability and enlightened abundance. This is gold, friends, if you're trying to do a free energy business venture. Let's just call it that. Technological progress in the areas of advanced physics and electromagnetic systems, if appropriately supported, will enable humanity to live on Earth with a minimal footprint with genuine long-term sustainability. For over 100 years, these advanced concepts in energy generation have either been ignored or actively suppressed due to the power of fossil fuel-based economic and industrial interests. It's always those goddamn fossil fuel companies that are stopping us from living in a free energy utopia, Stephen Greer. Imagine a world where every home and village has its own clean source of electrical energy, free of the cost of fossil fuels, nuclear power, or centralized electric grid. This guy must be a John Lennon fan who wrote this, because the mantra is imagine. What great copy. It's, imagine, imagine, imagine. Imagine every means of transportation running off of clean power plants using no source of fuel and creating no pollution. Imagine the developing world blossoming with these new technologies. And rainforests protected from slash and burn subsistence farming and logging. Yeah, imagine. Imagine all inner city transportation above the ground and the millions of acres paved over with highways, free for productive agriculture and recreation. Well, we're not going to need cars or roads anymore? Okay, Dr. Stephen Greer. Imagine all manufacturing being clean, fuel sourced, using no cost or low cost energy. Imagine the possibility of 100% recycling because the energy cost of transporting recycled materials, processing them, and scrubbing pollution out of the air and water approaches zero. Wow, this is sounding good so far, Dr. Stephen Greer. Imagine this is no mere pipe dream, but a world that is well within our grasp to create and do so in our lifetimes. Imagine and see that it is a reality. The Orion Project is dedicated to supporting the world's most accomplished engineers, physicists, and inventors who have developed innovative solutions to energy generation, cleaning up the fossil fuel power sources currently in use. You can help. The Orion Project urgently needs your help to see that these emerging scientists are disclosed and implemented globally as soon as possible. Nothing short of a global, peaceful Manhattan Project can reverse the growing crisis of energy resource depletion, environmental collapse, global warming, and geopolitical conflict created by our current dependence on oil, gas, and nuclear technology. The technologies outlined on our website, in addition to solar and wind, provide our best hope of obtaining true sustainability, peace, and enlightened abundance for all of humanity. Well, gee, this just sounds like so good. Oh, geez, what a great vision, Stephen Greer. Wow. We can stop the oil companies, right? We can all live in abundance and peace. We can have free energy, free transportation. And all we have to do is give you and your organization money, and you're going to get it done, right? You're going to get it done. Oh, I don't even know if we want to. Do we want to read anymore? Why now? Oh, here we go. This is another part of the pitch. History is replete with inventors who have discovered and produced amazing clean energy devices. Men like Nikola Tesla. What do I keep saying? You got to bring in Nikola Tesla. You got to mention Nikola Tesla. T. Townsend Brown, Stan Meyer, and others have shown us it is possible to have all the power we can need without burning noxious oil, coal, and gas, or risking nuclear damage. For 100 years, however, there have been no significant changes in the way we generate power. Oh, geez. And there's a link to their so-called research, but curiously, I don't find any scholarly articles written by scientists that he hired with money that he got from these donations to generate free energy. And I don't find any notice of or videos from their laboratory that he said that he was going to create when he started this organization. And I don't find, research progress reports from these leading scientists and engineers around the world creating free energy devices. No, I see shit that he wrote mostly, or stuff that he's linking to that's just from the internet. Is this research? Is this what you're collecting the money for writing some shit and posting articles that anybody can freely find on the internet? Yeah. Here we have energy solutions. And here's where it gets thick, friends. During the past 2 decades, Dr. Stephen Greer and his team have extensively researched the most promising inventors and technologies available on the planet today. They have traveled the globe investigating scores of inventors and have witnessed an exhaustive range of technologies from the impossible to the near miraculous. From this painstaking work, they have narrowed their scope to a handful of the most brilliant inventors and the most promising technologies. Heretofore, these inventors have been valiantly struggling forward to bring earth-saving technologies out to the world. Usually, these committed and intrepid pioneers are operating with low budgets, very limited equipment in their personal shops, little or no access to other brilliant people to spur their thinking, frequent strong skepticism, outright ridicule, and in some cases, harassment. This is a continuing theme for all these free energy clowns that free energy inventors are getting bought off, are getting threatened, are getting harassed. Okay. The mission of our Energy Solutions Plan is to bring the very best inventors in the world of sustainable, non-polluting free energy together under one roof to achieve very specific objective. Our ultimate objective is to produce an energy generating system, a free energy generator for the home or business, which will be available to the general global public. Ultimately, this will free us from dependence on costly, limited, and polluting fossil fuels and forever transform the current non-sustainable energy paradigm. Following are the technical description and performance criteria for this mission. Yeah, it gets thicker and thicker. And here he is, linking the water-powered cars, which, is proven that it takes more energy to separate the oxygen and the hydrogen from the water than is produced from that hydrogen you produce. So not exactly free energy. Quantum vacuum, zero point, electromagnetic generators. This is all stuff that you can find on any free energy website. Okay, so he's going to lease an adequate, well-equipped research facility. These are some of the things that he's going to do with the money. Bring a core group of some of the most brilliant inventors together under one roof. Support them with full-time skilled technicians, staff, and scientific engineering consultants when needed. Provide professional project management to coordinate and support activities. Align everyone towards the attainment of this single objective. Provide 18 to 24 months of intensive activity to produce the desired result. Much has already been achieved by these inventors operating independently under the most adverse conditions. Bringing them together with full support, clear direction, and aligned effort will certainly produce an energy breakthrough that humanity so sorely needs. Wow, what a great pitch, right? It's a great pitch. We're going to save the world from fossil fuels. We're going to give you free energy. And all you got to do is donate money to us. So we saw that list of things that he was promising he was going to do. I'd like a progress report, Dr. Stephen Greer. How long have you been collecting money? How many years have you been collecting money for this organization? Can you show us the lab? Can you show us the scientists working on this stuff? Because I'll donate. This sounds good. I'll donate a couple of bucks to you, Stephen Greer, because you're going to save the world with your free energy projects. All right, so this is gonna be a short show today, but I am gonna cite fair use, and we're gonna share a video of Dr. Stephen Greer talking about what he's gonna do with the money that they're collecting. This is great. This is gold. Let's cite fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public about Dr. Stephen Greer's energy breakthrough campaign. Oh, Jesus Christ. He's going to give us free energy. Wasn't he also going to prove alien life with that baby Amaconda, that mummified alien, right? Oh, but that wasn't an alien. It was just a disfigured human. But he collected, was it $1 million, Stephen Greer, for the documentary about that humanoid alien, right? And you were going to prove with DNA and science that it was really an alien, but then you didn't. Did you give the $1 million back? Yeah, such high quality of all these people that are going to save Earth. They are also altruistic. They're all going to save Earth, and they're going to bring about alien disclosure, right? So that we could join the Galactic Council and get together with our space brothers, ascend to our rightful place in the universe, and they're going to bring us free energy and save the world. But they always need your money. They always need your money. They always need donations. They always need money. Seems a little suspect to me. Okay. This is about his breakthrough campaign. And again, fair use. What are the goals of the breakthrough campaign?
The breakthrough campaign is an idea that within a 60 to 90 day period, with enough people participating, we should be able to raise around $3 million to open this research campus, to bring people together to create the one or more of these robust demonstrators that are putting out over unity electromagnetic electricity and energy.
These are bold claims, friends, because he's not just claiming that if you donate to his organization, he's going to produce one free energy device. He's claiming that they will produce multiple technology demonstrators, working prototypes. Quite a tall order. He's not just going to defy the laws of physics once, he's going to defy the laws of physics multiple times.
The donations that are tax deductible are going to a nonprofit. The nonprofit would develop these technologies and would have assigned to it any sort of rights. But as a nonprofit, it's not allowed to sell products. It would then license that technology out to any groups that we felt were going to be able to get it out further. And we think that ultimately then any source of...
I just want to stop this because I want to be sure that I remember to comment on this. He, at the beginning of this video, said that, he was going to be doing this all within 60 to 90 days, I believe. It's been years, Stephen Greer. It's been years that you've had this website. You've been talking about this. I'm assuming that you're collecting donations for years and years and years. In this video, you said in 60 to 90 days, you're going to get this lab together. Where's the lab? Where's the research? Where's the scholarly articles written by the scientists creating these devices that will defy the laws of physics? We'd all like to see that.
Revenue that would come from it could then go back into the nonprofit to get these technologies further developed and educate the public about them and disclose them, but also get them to these areas that have a lot of environmental and energy needs, but where there's a lot of damage happening to the environment. There are certain key areas where these need to get out quickly, and they're not going to be able to be done through the usual model of selling them. They're going to have to be working with international relief and development agencies and be gifted. And
wow, so it sounds good. If you donate money to Dr. Stephen Greer, he's going to invent these free energy devices, and I suppose in third world countries where there's a massive need for energy, he's just going to give those free energy devices away for free. Dr. Stephen Greer, can we have a list of the countries, the villages, where you gave this free energy devices that you're developing away to other countries, other struggling peoples that need them right away? You said you were going to gift them, right? All I have to do is donate some money to you, and you're going to create these free energy devices, and sounds like a very short time, and then you're going to give them away to these developing countries. That's so nice of you.
And that's where the proceeds of those technologies would then be placed. In fact, the regular company, Arrow, if it develops these, the main interest in Arrow would be assigned to the Orion project, so that the profits from any of that would go back into that foundation to do.
Wow, sounds like he's got the profit plan all planned out. He's going to take your free money, and then he's going to generate these devices. He's going to create these devices, and then he's going to give some away to free countries, but the rest of them, they're going to license the technology and create a big profit plan. Dr. Stephen Greer, you fucking idiot. Are you on a fucking public YouTube video talking about a nonprofit organization's plan to generate profit from the free donations? Sounds like it, but I don't know. This doesn't sound right to me. Wait, let me get it straight again. I think I follow you. You're going to take donations from people, and you're going to create these free energy devices. And to some people that really need them right away, you're going to give them away. But to others, you're going to license them. And then you have a profit plan to make sure that profit keeps pouring into your non-profit organization for free energy. I'm confused at this point. I'm just confused.
Do the same work. So that's the idea behind that. No one involved with this project are doing it with any financial need. Everyone involved don't need the financial reward from this. We're more interested in getting this project done for the planet. And
that's great news. So can we see your paperwork and see what all the money was spent on? If it was not, can we see the paperwork and make sure that you and none of the people involved in this organization profited from any of the donations in any way? Sounds good to me. It sounds like Yeah, that's the right way to do things, Stephen Greer. And also the right way to do things is to release all your paperwork and show how much you generated in donations and where the money went. That's called a 990 form. And all 501c3s have to file them every year. And I'd like to see yours. Any member of the public can request it. I'm officially requesting the 990 forms from you so that we can see how much you generated in donations for the last 3 years and where any of the money went.
Fixing the environmental.
Oh, but actually, I'd like to see the paperwork for every year. You know, how long have you been collecting donations, right? How long have you been collecting these donations? Because this video that we're watching is from 2008, right? Have you been collecting? The website's still up. Have you been collecting donations for this for 12 years now? And if so, how much did you collect in donations in the past 12 years? And where did all of that money go every year? These are valid questions, Dr. Stephen Greer.
Energy crisis, because there's not a lot of time left in our view. I think that even the last UN scientific study on global warming, they found that the rate of decay of the environment is exponentially accelerating more than they thought it was based on their previous models. So each time they do a study, the condition is worse and worse and worse. So we feel that we're in sort of a global environmental and energy emergency that requires a public, peaceful energy effort.
Yeah. This is an emergency, so you got to donate money to me and my organization for 12 years.
And, you know, we've done this in the past for other purposes that ended up in creating things like the atomic bomb for the Manhattan Project. We think that it's time that the public and the people of the world say,
no, Dr. Stephen Greer, you idiot. That was a government-controlled, funded, and created project. It wasn't crowdsourced. There wasn't a fucking charity creating a nuclear bomb, you idiot. How are you comparing this to that? I don't know. I don't understand his logic here.
Let's do this for peaceful, clean, free energy research. And that's really where we are today.
Let's do this for peaceful, clean energy research. Sounds good, Dr. Stephen Greer. Sounds like you got it all figured out. And you had it all figured out in 2008. But bro, it's 2020, so I'd like to see these free energy devices because I want my flying car, and you know, I want that box-sized generator sitting outside of my house so I can say, fuck this electric company, I'm not paying this bill no more. That would improve the quality of my life, right? That would really help. And there's another video about the scientists, but he mentions a bunch of scientists that are going to be working with him in this other video. And then we don't get to see any results from those scientists, any comment from those scientists. You know, I could be wrong, but I don't think that they're really, I think he kind of started this project and it just fizzled out, but it's 12 years later, Dr. Stephen Greer. You know, where's the results? You've had 12 years to create this laboratory where you're going to get everybody under one roof. Can we see pictures of that? Can we get like a tour? Can you just go with your cell phone and show us the laboratory and all the things that you're working on there in that laboratory that you were going to create some 12 years ago? Can we get, I don't know, interviews with the scientists on their progress for creating this free energy device? And again, can we get the paperwork showing how much you collected in donations and where all that cash went? Tax-free cash too, by the way. So I'm just confused by Dr. Stephen Greer. I'm confused of why a man who's already a multimillionaire can't just fund this himself, right? Dr. Stephen Greer, you're a multimillionaire, right? You have a net worth of several $1 million. If you felt this strongly about it, why do you have to collect donations, right? Was it $3 million you said you were trying to raise for this effort? You have multiple millions of dollars. I mean, why couldn't you fund this yourself? That's another valid question. And if you collected a bunch of donations and then failed with everybody's money, why couldn't you match those donations or something and try again? After all, you made these promises on public websites, on public YouTube videos. Dr. Stephen Greer is going to learn that it's best in the free energy community not to overpromise and underdeliver. Yet he, like all of these clowns, that's all they do is overpromise and underdeliver. So we're going to take comments and questions from the live chat. I'm happy that we could take this time to be here with you today. And I have just a few more of these free energy characters that I want to present something on before we do sort of a wrap up. And the wrap up will be interesting because we've identified several key similarities to all of these free energy characters. And one of them, most striking, is that they always need money. They always need you to donate money so that they can create these devices that they then, after years and years of taking donations, many of them never seem to create any workable device. So that should tell us something about the trustworthiness of anyone making these claims and trying to collect money. This is like the boy who cried wolf. Unfortunately, have been so many of these free energy clowns out there trying to collect donations and money to create their devices. And inevitably, none of them ever create the device, but they, for years and years and years, collect money to do so. And this is going to have a terrible effect, because what happens if somebody really does come along that really could do it? People will simply remember the 100 other people that collected money and never did it, and not trust someone on their word coming out saying that they could actually do it. This is unfortunate. There's just been too many of these guys out there selling bullshit. And this is Dr. Stephen Greer, you're selling bullshit here. You can't, if you're not selling bullshit, shut me up. Let's see a tour of your laboratory. Let's interview your scientists. Let's see the financial records, see where all the money's been going. I've done free energy research on a budget of, pennies myself, in the form of crystal batteries and some other things. So I'd love to see where, all the funds that you created went and what kind of results you got. I got some interesting results, and I'm just some slob with interest in electronics and sort of fringe science. Okay, so questions or comments from the live chat. We're going to give that a go. This topic is fascinating for me. Thorium saltwater reactors or a perpetual motion generator is stuff I wish I understood better. Yeah, I looked into thorium saltwater reactors, and those are very interesting because they're so much safer than regular nuclear plants, Have you researched Hope Girl or Kesh yet, Stephen? No, but on my list. A little bit. They're both on my list. You don't want to get on my list, right, out of mind? Oh, Hope Girl is a top tier scam artist. Yeah, we're going to be looking into her. The lesson learned from crying wolf is to never tell the same lie twice. Good advice. Definitely good advice. Yep, she sure is. Also, it's interesting. We tried a day. Oh, you know what? I didn't. Let me do something. This is why I was wondering. I have not yet tweeted this show. So let me just deal with a bit of business here. And of course, I'm going to use this new picture with a new camel toe that was sent to me kindly by Mario Heat. Yeah, so today was a little bit last minute, so I'm a bit disorganized. Okay. Well, that's about a half hour too late, but okay. I'm trying to get better at this. I really am. And I apologize. I think Spud Wife and somebody else asked why I can't do a schedule for the show. And the short answer is because I can't. And, you know, I listen, here's my basic philosophy towards the show. Every day I try to find a few hours to dedicate to the show. And sometimes that doesn't mean doing a stream. Sometimes that means doing graphics, reaching out, emailing potential guests, working on new video bumpers and things like that, or music for the show, or working on the set or some technical issues. But every day I do try to give a few hours of time to the show. And the problem is that I've got way too much other stuff going on, including a wife, two children, a business that I'm really starting to fight to get up off the ground in a meaningful way. And ask anybody that's ever done a technology startup. Uh, there's no end to the work that you need to do. I'm trying to be a one-man army here, as far as that's concerned. Um, yeah, so doing a schedule is I tried it. And you know what? I didn't like being locked in. I like the flex. I'm sorry, but I like the flexibility of being able to say, instead of we tried scheduling like, okay, Monday through Thursday, we'll do a 10 p.m. show, Monday through Thursday. But I found myself going, I don't want to do it at 10 o'clock. I have time right now, and it's 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon to do the 2 hours of work or dedicate whatever hours of time I'm going to put to the show. I would rather not do it later tonight. I got to have that versatility. So I apologize. Long story short, I don't know that we'll have a schedule for any time soon. Uh, the plot thickens. Hope Girl. Not. Oh yeah. Wait. Terrible termite problem. Not yet. Not yet. Charles Unleashed. Maybe your bionic termites haven't flown over the pond yet. I'm still trying to find my cabin. Jeffrey, G Coffee 223. Yeah, I think it's important that somebody asks these questions because it seems like nobody does, and I'm always like, I see interviews with this guy, and I'm always like, why doesn't somebody ask him how much money he's collected for this Orion project and what he did with it all? I think this is a valid question. And by the way, I am a very fair person. We sort of make fun of some of these characters, but I am more than willing to be fair. And 1 second. Yeah, so Dr. Stephen Greer, I did ask you some questions. I'd appreciate if you could email us here at truthseekershow@gmail.com. I'm not sure if you watch our show. Someone told me that you are aware of us. But, I have no way of knowing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to email this show, link to this show to your publicist. Yeah, because the guy that's going to bring about alien disclosure needs like a Hollywood level publicist, right? No, I don't know that he has one, but there's got to be a way that I can get through. So I'll be sending links to this show and a list of my questions about Stephen Greer's Orion project. And I'd like them to email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com. Thank God I finally got the mute button going, working. So if you missed last night's show, it was really a 2-in-1 show, which I was not planning. But what happened is we covered Captain Randy Kramer, and I knew that was going to take maybe an hour and a half or 2 hours. And then we got to the end of that journey, and then just by chance, Alien Scientist, if you don't know his channel, it's great. It's all about UFO propulsion and fringe science, and he's a real physicist, great guy. And Solar Marshall, just by chance, both wanted to come on. And so then we did basically a second show after the first one. It's a long stream, but I think it's got a lot of good information. And I was thinking of chopping it in half and presenting it as 2 other episodes, but I just kind of feel like what's done is done, and that would take a lot of time to do. I'm picking my battles here, so we're going to leave that up as just one big Truth Seeker special, and I hope people enjoy that. There's a lot of information presented in both part 1 and part 2 of yesterday's night's show. Oh, there's Robin Eaglesong. Hi, Robin Eaglesong. Shout out to Robin Eaglesong. We'll do some shout outs. We have Charles Unleashed here. Out of Mind is here. Lee Veltman is here. Jonaside is here. Lee Veltman. G Coffee 223. I thought I saw some others. Vandersar 32 is here. Shout out to Vandersar 32. Spudwife is here. Shout out to Spudwife. And we have Robin Eaglesong here as well. So it's good that I can come and get some garden work done. You know, I keep comparing things. I also want to mention this is good news. We are over 800 subscribers now, and slowly but surely we are gaining new subscribers, and the view counts are certainly starting to increase here. We're in a good position now and closing in on that magic number to be monetized, which sometimes I think is not that important. We have other means of monetizing the show, but then I think to me, it's just not fair if another guy has the right to take super chat donations and I don't, for whatever. You know, you got to jump through these hoops for YouTube first, show a certain amount of watch time and subscribers. Our watch time is very high. I think we'll be good on that end right now. Our watch time is good, but the sub count is still, we need about another 200 subscribers. So I would encourage you to certainly please like, comment, and subscribe to the channel here, and send our channel address to some friends. Ask them to subscribe. We really need to get the last part of this race over with, and then I'll just feel better, and we'll just move forward after those goals are reached. But it's a goal of mine. It has been to get there, and honestly, we're going to get there by any means necessary. If I got to start interviewing reptilian alien hybrids, then that's what we're going to do. And I have been talking about turning up the woo meter. It's not woo, but tomorrow night will be a very, I think, like a more philosophical show, because we're going to have a class act here gracing our shit show here, and hoping, definitely bringing a lot more class to the show. Is going to be Kelly from Explaining Esoterica tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern. So, hey, sometimes I can't schedule things, but when I have a guest, I have to. So that's for Spudwife. Tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, will be myself and Kelly from Explaining Esoterica. And I have selfishly enlisted her help to help me understand Buddhism, deities, and the spirits in the spirit worlds of Buddhism, and the deities and the gods or demigods. I want to understand that system of Buddhism, because It's always been confusing to me. Many Buddhists are atheists. Many sects of Buddhism don't talk about the spiritual entities surrounding Buddhism, and I think it's going to be a great topic. So please do tune in tomorrow night at 7 p.m. For those that want a scheduled show, there you have it. There's a scheduled show. And I want to thank Kelly. We're going to have a good time, and I'm going to become educated on something. Sometimes I use the show selfishly, and tomorrow night's going to be one of them, because I've tried to read up on these subjects and I get confused real quickly, because it's like there's different countries of Buddhism, like Vietnamese Buddhism, they have certain sets of spiritual entities, and Japanese and Indian. Indians are certainly influenced by Hinduism as far as their spiritual, the spirits around their traditions. I think it's going to be fun. So yeah, I'm selfishly going to bring her on here and make her explain all this to me. Poor girl. But I think it would be a fun talk and like sort of off the beaten track for us. And we have a few other guests coming up, which I will announce as soon as they are confirmed. Let's leave it at that. So friends, yeah. Any comments or questions for me in the live chat? You can ask me anything. Yeah, Buddhisms are a lot of fun. I was just thinking that. Oh yeah, it could be an interesting chat depending on who shows up. Mine says, "Cool, yay, Kelly." Yeah, I missed her. I'm glad that we'll get a chance to reconnect. I'm not familiar with Dr. Greer's Onion Project. Yeah. Phil Blair, a lot of people are not. And that's why I wanted to do the show. Part of our show here is to educate the public about some of these people. Is this a normal thing? Afternoon live stream. This is awesome. Thank you, Missy. I'm going to try to do more of them. And we have Paranormal Hajigi is here, but he is on CPT. For those that don't know, Paranormal Hajigi is on CPT. What's CPT? Colored People Time. He's an hour late getting to the stream because he's on Colored People Time. And it's perfectly okay, Paranormal Hajigi. I understand that you have a handicap of having to deal with Colored People Time. I suffer from that myself, even though I'm not colored. You're like, yeah, I'll pick you up at 1 o'clock, like 4 o'clock. I'm there, like, sorry, I had some shit to do. Yeah, this is good. The Buddhist cosmology, the wheel turning monarch, truth seekers, UFOs, and ancient Buddhism. Interesting. Thought you said con people time. Oh, con people time at first. This is Dr. Greer time. Yeah, I can't believe that listen, the more I look into these guys and how they're always all begging for money, I can't believe that they get away with this stuff. And nobody gets prosecuted. They go right to the edge of like what is or should be legal. And nobody ever explains what happens to all the money. It's like a black hole. They all have a black hole vacuum, and they're just running around on the internet, sucking up every dollar they can, running around at UFO conferences, sucking up every dollar they can. Must be nice. I wish that I had my own cosmic money machine, right? Maybe I'll start inventing free energy devices. That's another thing I always think is funny. To all the people that want a free energy device, it's not free. You got to donate. You got to give me some money. People eat that shit up they earn for the great beyond, like most snakes. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that these guys are always begging for money. They never produce anything meaningful or worthwhile for the money that they collect. I don't know. I don't know how they get away with it for so long. Like this video we saw earlier was from 2008. So unless I'm mistaken, it appears that and the website's still up. So unless I'm mistaken, it appears that he's had this charitable organization for at least 12 years. And I'm assuming as well, and these are assumptions to be fair, that he has collected money for 12 years. So as I stated in the beginning of the broadcast, we have some questions for Dr. Stephen Greer. We'd like to know how much money you've collected so far every year your organization has been in existence. And we'd like to see a breakdown of what you did with all that money. We'd like to see pictures or a tour of the laboratory that you said you were going to create with the donations. And we'd also like to see scholarly articles and papers written by these scientists and engineers that you were all going to bring together under the one roof of that laboratory you were going to create. And we'd also like to see working versions of the prototypes. And I guess we'd also like to see working versions of the prototypes that you gave away to these emergency, third world situations where they needed it desperately right away. You said you were going to get those free energy devices to those, I don't know, countries, villages, third world developing people in need. So we'd like to see those. We'd like to see some documentation about how many free energy devices you've given away to these poor, starving, developing countries who need free energy. Jason Albert is here. Shout out to Jason Albert. Hello, Steve. Good to see you well. Does that mean it's just good to see me sober? Is that what it means? If so, that's rude, Jason Albert. I am well and sober, but it's 1 o'clock. It's an early show. So yeah, I might do a drunk stream later. You never know. You never know. You never know when that demon alcohol is going to come calling. Does Stephen Greer have 8-pack abs? I don't know. I think somebody said he was really buff for a while and into bodybuilding and stuff. So I don't know. It's bizarre. I know he's got a big ass camel toe. Yeah, ask for evidence. Once the evidence comes, the money goes. Funny how that works out, right, Missy? It's just funny how that works out. And Missy, correct me if I'm wrong. I think that I'm connecting the dots right. Missy asked about my glasses in a previous show, and people jumped on her because, and I just want to explain it so that there's some context. Please, people in the live chat, if anybody asks about my glasses or my vision condition, don't be nasty or rude to them. They may just not be aware and be asking questions. But what happened is that there have been some trolls coming into the live chat, busting my balls for wearing sunglasses all the time. And then people got defensive for me knowing that I have a paralyzed eye. So if somebody innocently asks about the glasses or comments on the glasses, please nobody be rude to them unless you're sure that they're a troll just busting my balls for having a paralyzed eye. It's just a misunderstanding. But I want everybody to be welcome here and not feel like they got jumped on, especially if it was about something stupid like that where people did not know. Missy is most welcome here. And so is anybody, and anybody's free to ask about the glasses or anything else here. I'm an open book, but I think people have gotten defensive of me, and for that I'm thankful, but don't get that defensive. If somebody comments or questions my use of glasses, you can just tell them I have a paralyzed eye or whatever. But I want everybody to feel welcome here and invited, right? You're all invited here. We're all welcome to partake in this shit show, crazy train, whatever you want to call it, this thing we do here. Yes, fusion and 0 point are two different topics, but these guys, Lee Veltman, they mix those topics up. They mix the topics up. I dig the glasses. Yeah, I got to get some more because I'm down to like 1 or 2 pair. And every time before the show, I'm like, where's the glasses? Where's the glasses? I keep saying this. I'm going to put a shelf up, which is just cool sunglasses that I like, and every time before a show, I could just go over and pick one. Goals. You got to have goals. It's COVID goals too. Like putting up a shelf. That's something to do while you're stuck in fucking COVID hell quarantine. It's all starting again, friends. It's all starting again. Yes, good word, Stevens. I've got about an hour to spare. Why not spend it with my friends? That's how I felt about today. I think we're going to be approaching an hour here. And yeah, but didn't have much to cover as far as this Stephen Greer. I mean, the short version of it is that he started this organization. He made really out there fantastical claims about what he was going to do with the money that he generated from this charity. And so far, we haven't seen anything. Maybe I missed it. Maybe I missed the press conference where he showed everybody the free energy devices he had made. But I don't think so. To the Dark Alliance. I don't know why it's not letting me share that. Yeah, welcome to the Dark Alliance, Missy. It's just like the Hotel California. Yeah, you can get in, but you won't get out. And of course, the Dark Alliance does not exist. It's a figment of some of these cosmic clown imagination to explain away their critics, me sometimes being one of them. Yeah. The glasses and the laugh, priceless. I do like your shows, even though we may have different opinions. I like the reason and logic first and foremost. You're very logical. Yeah, I guess I watched too much Star Trek and liked Spock when I was growing up, right? Logic is the basis of all things. Actually, if you apply logic to some of these cosmic clowns, it just makes you wonder why you're even reading about them or, wasting any time on them. And I'm hopeful. I think we're going to get, listen, here's the truth. People like it when I bust some of these guys' balls. They like it. It's like a spectator sport. Like, who's he going to bust balls on today? And who better than somebody like Dr. Stephen Greer, who has generated millions of dollars for disclosure, right? And I don't know how much for this free energy stuff. And he's never produced any meaningful evidence of anything. He's never produced anything that benefited the world. No matter how much money he's collected, he doesn't have proof of alien life or visitation. But that hasn't stopped him from keeping that collection bowl out for decades now. Decades now, Dr. Stephen Greer has been collecting money from people for this stuff, for alien disclosure, for proof of alien visitation, right? Or you can buy his app and study his CE5 meditation protocols, and you too can communicate with extraterrestrial aliens. Okay. And we never get to, he's never produced any proof of this shit, and he's been, listen, another little known fact is that he's been caught hoaxing shit. What is it? Pictures of a moth were taken and claimed to be an interdimensional entity. There was also a time when he was running a group and there was verified military reports of flares being dropped in that area, but they weren't flares to him. Those were extraterrestrial spacecraft that he had contacted with his psychic powers. How much money is Stephen Greer going to collect before people call his bluff? I'm calling your bluff, Stephen Greer. I'm calling your bluff. Where's the fucking free energy devices? Where's the fucking aliens, Stephen Greer? I don't see any fucking aliens when you meditate, okay? I've seen a picture of a fucking moth that you claimed was an alien or an interdimensional entity, right? I've seen flares drop from military aircraft that you claimed were extraterrestrial spacecraft. Where's the fucking aliens and where's the fucking free energy device that you promised us all? And what about that fucking fake alien that you pushed for years and years and years, right? How much money did you fucking collect, right, for that documentary? And isn't it convenient that the proof that that was fake didn't come out till a few months after the documentary came out, where you left it open-ended, where we were going to study that alien? It's not an alien, you asshole. And who the fuck is Stephen Greer to just take some fucking deformed mummy out of a fucking desert, right? And run around with it like P.T. Barnum selling a fucking Fiji mermaid for years. But that's what he did. He's a fucking carnival huckster like P.T. Barnum. Step right up, folks. See the alien creature, right? But just as in the case of P.T. Barnum's Fiji mermaid, it wasn't real, friends. It wasn't real. It was a fantasy and a money-making scheme that in the end gets revealed for what it is, a money-making scheme. How much money did you collect, Stephen Greer, promising to prove that that mummy was an alien? Now that it's been proven definitively that it's just a human with multiple genetic deformities, right? A tragedy. Will you give all that money back that people donated to you for that documentary that was bullshit? Did you give any of the money back? No, I don't think so. Dr. Stephen Greer is living a millionaire's lifestyle right now, funded by stupid people. Stupid people crowdsourced both his latest films to the tune of over $1 million. Each of those films generated in crowdsourced funds. And let me tell you, generating a documentary, the quality of which he generates, does not take $1 million. What happened to the rest of that money? Can we get a breakdown of that, Dr. Stephen Greer? But we never do. We never get to it. Yeah, here we are. Did Stephen Greer fake a UFO with flares? This is from the Washington Examiner. I've looked into this evidence. I have really done my due diligence. I did my homework. I guess I should explain that at a certain point in time, early in my reading about these characters, I really wanted to believe Dr. Stephen Greer, right? He's a doctor. He's credible. He's just a fucking carnival huckster selling UFO bullshit like all the rest of them. Doesn't matter. You know, maybe he's just better at it. He's very successful at this because he's so educated. He knows how stupid you people are, how you fucking dumb new age assholes will buy anything. And he uses that to his advantage to line his fucking pockets with the money of stupid people. Yes, I believe that he did fake a UFO with flares. And there's other supportive evidence that he fakes things, including using drones at some of his events, which, by the way, you pay $350. Is it $300, Dr. Stephen Greer, or is it $350 to attend one of Dr. Stephen Greer's CE5 events where you too are going to communicate telepathically with aliens, bro? But you're not allowed to film anything, and they take people's cell phones away. Why is that? Why can't I film the aliens, Dr. Stephen Greer? Could it be that you're using some sort of trickery to produce fake UFOs, fake extraterrestrial spacecraft that people can see in the sky and feel like they got their $300 worth? Could that be it? Could that be why nobody's allowed to film anything? Why don't you let me come and do it? Why don't you let me? Why don't you let any skeptic come and do it and film what actually happens at one of your events that people are paying all this money to fucking attend? Doesn't look good that you won't let reporters in there. Doesn't look good that you won't let people film what actually happens at one of those events. People want to see UFOs. You give them what they want. Good for you. P.T. Greer. Step right up, folks. See the alien spacecraft that I just brought here by psychic ability. I meditated the aliens and they came here. Praise the alien brothers. I meditated on peace and love and connectivity. Oh, and here come the aliens and now we're going to see them, but nobody film them. Don't you dare fucking film these aliens that I'm showing you. Don't you dare fucking keep your cell phone and record this event so you can go out into the public and show them what happens. Literally, it's behind closed doors, but there are no doors, but they won't let you film anything. They won't let you audio record anything. Why? Why, Greer? If you're really talking to fucking bringing aliens down for us all to fucking witness, wouldn't you be proud of that? You're the one claiming that you can telepathically communicate to aliens and make them appear in the skies for these groups, right? You're the one that's making these fucking claims. Why can't I come there and film it with high definition telescoping cameras so we can see what we're actually seeing? Or are they fucking drones or flares or satellites or airplanes, you dumbass? Folks, there's a reason that he won't let a skeptic like me in there. There's a reason. If you had the proof, why not? Why not? Why not invite skeptical people? Shove it down my throat, Stephen Greer. You want to shut me up? Show me the fucking aliens, bro. Show me the fucking free energy device. But you can't, because you don't got either. And you've dedicated your life to promising people that you do. But it's like trying to be Santa Claus, bro. You're always going to come up short, right? You're never going to get to the level of the bullshittery that you've already promised. You overpromised and underdelivered for decades now, Stephen Greer. But I'm here to call your bluff. I'm here to call your bluff. Show us the fucking aliens that you're taking all this money from people for. Show us the fucking alien spacecraft, right? Show us. Show us the fucking free energy devices that you collected money for what? Is it 12 years now? Show us the free energy devices, bro. I'm not being unreasonable. After all, you're the one making these fucking claims, not me. I'm just saying, prove it, bro. Prove it. But he can't, and he won't. And so stupid people will continue to believe this fucking idiot. And usually there's quite a few supporters of Mr. Greer in the live chat, but I don't really see any. Yeah, you can't handle the truth. Absolutely. That's got to be the number one tell-all. When they cannot show you the machines in operation, the aliens they have living in their basement, they can't even show the slightest of evidence. Yeah, we come back to this time and time again. Six Design, extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. But Dr. Stephen Greer not only does he not have extraordinary proof, he has no proof of any of this shit. He's been caught time and time again lying, like when he claimed that he briefed CIA Director Woolsey, and then Woolsey said that never happened, right? Hasn't stopped him from continuing to claim it. And look into his disclosure project. Half of those fucking so-called witnesses were wackadoo nut jobs like Dr. Clifford Stone that have never proven their claims. Dr. Clifford Stone famously claimed that he was a member of a secret U.S. Army team that recovered crashed alien flying saucers, right? Zero proof. Zero proof. And later that guy came out and decided he had psychic powers and superpowers. So that shows you the credibility of his so-called disclosure project witnesses and whistleblowers. It's all bullshit. It's all a fucking circus. Welcome to the fucking circus. Send me some money. Buy your ticket now. Send me the fucking circus. Send me to the fucking circus, right? That's what these guys do. Stephen Greer has been sending me to the fucking circus for years. And I bought a ticket. A bunch of times I bought a ticket. Bought a book. Bought a video, right? Never has he delivered on any of his promises. It's just a fucking circus. It's just a fucking circus. I used to support him until this month over issues not related to his supreme grift. Oh, so there may be some more behind the scenes dirt. Yeah. Yes, he is a transcendental meditation expert and took that model to successfully found CE5. He's an NLP master as well. Yes, I have heard him myself using neuro-linguistic programming techniques in lectures and talks that he gives, and I found that to be extremely odd. You don't use NLP unless you're trying to manipulate people. So is he just trying to manipulate people? And he knows what he's using as NLP. He's a smart man. He's very educated. He knows he's using NLP to manipulate large crowds of people and audiences. Why is he using a technique to manipulate people in his lectures and his talks? It does not make any sense. And yes, he has a strong connection to the transcendental meditation movement. He was a big supporter of that before he decided that he was going to go prove to the world that aliens exist. His word isn't proof. I think he thinks his word is golden. He sure likes to tell his stats all the time. Yeah, he talks about the millions of people that visit his website and this and that. He likes stats. Yes. Hegelian dialects and NLP is interesting stuff. It is, but I never could get my brain around how to do it effectively, so I've never used it. I would happily string them up in the palm trees while shooting them with spitballs all day long. I have no idea what that's. Sometimes it's best to read the comments before we pop them up. Yes, friends. So we're coming up on an hour and 15 minutes. I said I was going to make this a short one, and I mean it. Yesterday we had a 4-hour stream. So, I've sort of expelled these nagging questions I've had for Stephen Greer that I've been wanting to ask him publicly for some time, but never really got to. We glanced on some of this stuff on different shows. We would talk about Greer for 5 minutes because somebody in the live chat brought him up. But I thought it would be good if we could put this out into the universe and say, hey, I've got questions, Stephen Greer, and they're valid questions. And I'm going to do this one more time. I'm fair. Dr. Stephen Greer, we'd love to have an interview. You can come on our show. You just email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com. Failing, I know you're such a busy guy, having to show people aliens and, bring about UFO disclosure and stop the government cover up and all that. Yeah, I know you're busy. And you also got to create free energy devices somehow because you've been taking donations for that too. So I know you're busy. So if you can't actually come on the show, I can just give you a list of my questions. But principally, they are: we want to know how much money you have collected with this Project Orion since its inception and what you did with all the money. The second question is, can we see the laboratory you promised that you were going to create or lease? Can we get a walkthrough? Third, can we talk to the scientists and see their scholarly articles and papers they've written on this free energy technology that you said that they were going to develop in a short time after you brought them together? Can we see the working prototypes that you claimed, the technology demonstrators you were going to have? And can we see how many free energy devices you gave away to third world and developing countries as gifts, as you claimed that you were going to do? I'm sure I have more questions, but those are the gist of my questions. These are valid questions. And failing that, I guess I should just let him know that if that's a 501c3, then there's something called a 990, which means he's legally obligated to produce on request a 990 form for each year. But I believe I can only legally ask for 3 years. So I suppose if Dr. Stephen Greer refuses to answer my questions, then we're going to get the 990 forms for this organization, and we're going to make those public. But it'd be a lot easier if he just gave them to us. And he's legally obligated to give them to me if I ask for them. So here I am, I'm asking for them, and I'm going to send a formal written request later today for those 990 forms. And then we're going to share them here on my show because it's in the public interest to see how much money Mr. Greer collected with this orionproject.org. And for those who want to visit the website, it's orionproject.org. To go to the website, you can see it's still in existence. I didn't see a PayPal donate button, but I'm sure if you wanted to donate, he would take the money, right? If that organization is indeed still active. I could be way misinformed. We're just beginning. This is sort of an introduction, a part one into Dr. Stephen Greer's Orion Project. And certainly there will be a part two when I have more information to share, especially those financial forms. Can't wait to see, Dr. Stephen Greer, how much cash you collected. Cash-free, tax-free cash, right? And can't wait to see what you spent it all on. That's what the 990 form tells us. Thank God for 990 forms, because we're going to be able to see it. And we're going to do that. He's a little dehydrated. Freaks people. Yeah. He's starting to shrivel. All right, friends. I appreciate everybody that joined us today for this rare early show. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. There may be a show later. It depends on if I finish some things that I need to finish. I've got a bunch in queue here that are like this, sort of, just some information to share and some good things to talk about. So, friends, I want to thank you all for joining us. Please check back in with us. Please do like, comment, and subscribe. That really does help the show. It helps raise us in the search engine. And that's why every YouTube content creator asks people to do that. You can also make a PayPal donation or support us on Patreon. There's links in the About section of our show here. So until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good afternoon, and God bless all of you.
Dark corners of the night, secrets hidden from the light. Whispers turn to screams, shattering all your dreams. Eyes wide open now, truth you can't disavow. Echoes through the halls, crashing all your walls. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Uncover the lies, open your eyes. Shadows try to hide, no place for them to bide. Light will pierce you through, reveal what is true. Running from your fears, can't escape the sears. Truth will hunt you down, tear apart your crown. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Uncover the lies, open your eyes.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. We've got a really great show for you tonight with a great guest that I'm super excited to talk about. We were just talking before the show began about my own history with some of the things that he is very into, free energy and exotic science, strange science, I like to call it. So tonight's guest is Jason Verbelli, and he has been an independent researcher and an experimenter for about 20 years. Jason is the surviving apprentice of the late pioneer John Searle and has helped to build SEG Magnetics Incorporated in San Diego, California. And you may remember we did coverage of John Searle in our Free Energy Is It Possible series. Jason's focus is on alternative energy projects and the physics of exotic technologies. Jason has presently written 4 books and also recorded 4 audiobooks detailing problems of relativity and quantum theory, while also offering a revolutionary alternative following in the footsteps of Dr. Edward Dowd. Jason's goal is to help people's lives become decentralized, self-sufficient, and independent while educating proper fundamentals. Jason has been an integral part of developing some unique magnetic materials, and he educates the public to bring these concepts into the mainstream. His passion and enthusiasm is paving the way for the next generation to better understand new emerging branches of science while questioning how we interpret reality itself. Along his journey, he has also had an awful lot of interaction with one Dr. Stephen Greer. And tonight I'll be trying to focus a lot of our talk on his interactions with Mr. Greer because he seems to know a lot of behind the scenes stuff about the history of Dr. Stephen Greer that many people are not aware of. We'll take a moment to welcome in the live chat, whether you're chatting on YouTube, Twitter, or kick.com, or you Twitch chatters. We're multi streaming to all locations. So here we are now. Let's welcome in our guest. And hey, Burnseye, we didn't even start the show yet. And if you continue to be a dickhead in my live chat, you will be banished from here forever. You don't even know what's going to happen yet. And you're already complaining. Why don't you go back to your botted channel full of bots, right? Don't come here and start nonsense in my live chat. And it's a shame I even have to address this. So there's a critic in the live chat says that I claim to have debunked John Searle, and now I'm having this person on. Yeah, and we're going to have a conversation about all of that, but you don't know it yet because you're a bitter, angry, jealous little man who has no audience and goes to other shows to complain. But it is what it is, and I've come to expect that small-minded people will say small-minded things. And with that being said, let's please have respect for all of the guests that we have here, because after all, they're volunteering their time. And things might get spicy tonight when we get into John Searle, but we've already talked backstage about that, and he's fine with that. And he even said something like, if things can hold up to their own scrutiny, they should be able to withstand debate. And I totally agree with him. And I have been, I did what I could in researching the John Searle and the Searle magnetic generators, even trying to build one once, and I gave up because the exacting precision, you need a machine shop. We'll get into all of this when we bring our guest in. So welcome, Jason. Welcome.
Hey, thank you for having me.
Yeah. So listen, we talked, and you understand that I don't truly believe that the John Searle generator works or will ever work. But I didn't do 20 years working on it like you did. So I'll admit that I could be just in error. We talked that we spoke backstage that I built a bunch of free energy stuff, grew up with electronics. Why don't you tell us, let's just begin with how did you get into this alternative energy or free energy, exotic propulsion, and strange science? How did you start?
Well, thank you for having me, and thank you for everybody listening. I initially got into it like everybody else, just watching videos and trying to find a better way of what's real and what's not. And in that search, I found people like Dr. Stephen Greer, I found John Searle, and a bunch of other people along the way. So I tried to meet with the people who I scrutinized, and in trying to invalidate John Searle specifically, I ended up validating a lot of his claims and doing things in the lab which happened to work out. So that led me to believe that there are projects that have more than meets the eye and that could probably produce results that can benefit us all. And again, in that search, I met Dr. Greer and went through his disclosure project and tried to meet with different inventors uh, and do my own thing and try to validate as much as I can.
Yeah, and we were talking before the show. We actually know some people in common, you and I, from, our like looking into this stuff. That's interesting. It's a small world. There's a man named Joffrey in Philadelphia who has a huge warehouse full of these devices that he has built over 50 years and experimented with. And I think last I heard, he's doing some kind of alternative energy consulting or something like that. But I think that the field is of free energy is very tantalizing because it's almost like you can build things that almost work, right? Has it been as tantalizing for you to try to get results out of some of these devices?
Yes. Some of the most interesting are like the Nathan Stubblefield earth batteries or the Casimir crystal cells and stuff that you can produce a low voltage and low amperage,
Tiny amount of energy.
and you can power LED lights for years, or you can power micro motors for years until the cells become compromised or the system becomes compromised in some way. Or you have to pour more acid on the galvanic cell or water or whatever it happens to be.
Yeah, it needs some
requires
kind
more
of it
fuel.
needs some kind of maintenance or input, but yeah,
Constant. Yeah.
and I was able to produce crystal energy cells with a jewel thief, which is just a little circuit that tricks the power system. Takes that little
Flashes
bit.
it really quickly.
Yeah. So with that, I was able to keep an LED lit for years in my shop from this little crystal energy cell that I built. And for a time, I became convinced that you could create free energy from these crystal power cells and ramp it up. But we talked before the show, and I've talked to 10, 20 different people that have been through this. When you try to run the cells in series and parallel to get something usable, like 12 volts, 2 amps, the thing just, it doesn't work. It
Doesn't
just,
provide it.
it doesn't
It
work.
can't produce
it
the
just,
currents. No.
it's so tantalizing though. And I was sure that I could get it working. Jason, I was like, I'm going to create free energy right here in my garage and save the world.
Me too. I know.
Isn't that is that a common thing with all of us?
Yes.
Like you think you're gonna, if you could crack the code here, you can help so many people, all the struggling people with no power around the world in third world countries, and
you could do a lot. You could help a lot of people, and you could put people out of business. It could be quite lucrative. It could, whatever way you want to look at it, it would be a utopia, right?
That's the Greer talking points. He's been using the same. Greer has been using these talking points that if they just gave us free energy, we could have a world utopian society. We could heal the earth from all the fossil fuel burning, and
that might be that might actually be accurate. That might be true
if you could provide a working device. But
correct, and keep it.
In the case of Greer, I am aware that he collected something like $500,000 or $500,000 for his so-called Orion project, in which he claimed that he would take the donations, that the money that was donated, which amounted to $500,000, and that he would fund different inventors and fund different labs, and then he would open source the working device when it was created, but he delivered nothing. Do you know more details about this Orion project and his collection of all this money? Do you know more details about what he claims to have happened there?
I don't have any info on the finances of what he's collected, but I guess you could calculate how many people have attended his sea SETI expeditions per year, and then you can tally up, how much money has been collected there. But in regard to the donations to his different societies like the Orion Project or the Puja Network or Arrow 2012, the
He seems to have
Disclosure
a lot of
Project.
organizations and need for fundraising constantly. That's a red flag to me.
Yeah, I mean, you should really have one, maybe two if you have a corporate and then you have a nonprofit.
Hmm.
That's two. But I don't, if you, and then you have sales if you actually sell books or products or services. I could understand that, but that would be commercial. So,
Yeah, but
yeah,
these were supposed to be charitable donations to this organization that was going to create free energy. And
yeah.
then that failed, and it seemed like he waited about 10 years for everybody to forget that he'd already collected a $500,000 to create a free energy device. And then we know for a fact, because it was a public crowd-funded project and it was on his website, he collected another $500,000 to create a film about free energy.
Was
Uh,
that the Sirius documentary?
yeah, or no, that would be the Forgotten Century or whatever, the one that focused solely on free energy.
There was another one, the Sirius
Yeah,
documentary,
oh, he collected $1 million for that
and
one.
the director of that had to fight with Greer to include John Searle in the 45 measly seconds that it was in that film. Yet he included 10 minutes or so of some hoaxed coil that claimed to power things just by absorbing the energy from the atmosphere. And that never panned out. So that was there's something interesting on that front.
Yeah. Well, let's flip to Searle for a moment. Like,
Right.
when did you get involved in this Searle generator? You said that you kind of went to meet him and to sort of confirm that it didn't work, and then you were surprised somehow. What was the turning point there with this Searle magnetic generator?
So I initially saw this mock-up demonstration unit that was built by Fernando Morris in 2006, and that was uploaded to YouTube. And it's this a homopolar motor, which is plugged into a wall socket, and it spins about 8 pounds of weight, going about 200 RPM. But they also spin as they orbit, and about 10 watts or can move this thing about 200 RPM. So I'm looking at this thing, and I just never had seen anything move and operate like that before with no bears, just operating on magnetic bearings. And so
Hmm.
I started conversing and emailing Fernando and John Searle. They were very easy to communicate with. And so I was asking them questions and grilling them, like, how could you have built this thing when you were so young and, grabbing magnets off of your refrigerator? It's like, no, that's not how it worked. And he started interacting with me and letting me know the reality of his claims rather
And
than the putting words in his mouth or whatever.
well,
So,
I think there might be a lot of mythology built around him that storytellers have sort of contributed to.
yes,
When it comes to Searle himself, you called him Professor John Searle.
yes.
Have you like seen his education, and what was he a professor of?
He earned an honorary professorship while speaking in Zurich and in Germany and Australia and different places. While he was in Zurich, there was a group of scientists who voted to call him Dr. Searle. And so they said, he doesn't really have enough medical training to be called doctor, but he does have an incredible amount of knowledge, and he's giving these lectures which seem to be on par with our own prowess in science. So let's vote to call him some official title of professor. So they voted to call him professor, and that was unanimous. So he was known as Professor John Searle since then. Not like he taught in an actual university. It was an honorary title that he adopted for the rest of his life.
Do you know what his actual education level, or what he was actually educated in was,
He
though?
he wasn't. He was an abused and abandoned orphan who was left to his own devices, beaten until he was deaf in one ear and mostly deaf in the other. And they figured, well, he can't hear us anyway, so might as well not deal with him and bother with him. So in that, he thought about the universe, atomic energy, and his reoccurring dreams that he had from ages 6 to 12, which then led him to all of these crazy claims about being able to convert the surrounding energy to a ordered state and produce electricity. So all of that was just from his own dreams and working with electronics as a prodigy and a savant. When he was growing up, he would go to different places like a movie theater, and they would have machines that they just couldn't fix. And within 5 to 10 minutes, he would locate the problem, troubleshoot it, and fix it wherever he went. So in that, he earned a job at the largest industrial electric plant that ran all of London as a supervisor. They felt that he was knowledgeable enough to supervise the electric plant. So while he was there, he was making crazy claims to his coworkers about these reoccurring dreams. They said, shut up, get out, or prove it. So he said, I like my job. I can't stop talking about it, so I guess I'm going to just demonstrate it. So while he was there, he used their multi-million-dollar infrastructure, modified their decommissioned 12-foot magnetizer with mercury rectifier tubes and analog equipment that doesn't exist anymore, and then used the factory workers and all of the engineers who were much older than he was. He wrote down these shop notes of these tolerances. Here, make this for me. And he said, okay. So they made it for him, went through trial and error over the course of months, gave him these finalized pieces, which were then pressed from powder using a multi-story ton press. And then he brought those pieces home, assembled them, and claimed it worked better than expected.
And as the story goes, it wasn't just free energy. There was also some sort of anti-gravity effects.
Yeah, he claims that there was gravitational anomalies when he first tried testing it out. He plugged in a light. It cooled down, he said, and spun faster. He plugged in an iron. It cooled down and spun faster. And then he plugged in like a cooker, and he said it spun so fast and cooled down, and it lifted off of his table and then lifted to the ceiling, and he's scratching his head.
Busted through the roof.
No, that was another time.
Okay, that was a different time.
The first time it went to his roof, and he claims it was just pushing against his roof, trying to just keep going up. So he goes up. That's funny because no one taught him that's not supposed to happen. He said he went and tried to grab it, but his hands froze and sort of electrostatically clung to the device. He said he couldn't let go. His landlady, he said, was present, started beating it with a broomstick, and then poured hot water on his hands, and this thing like slowly settled down on the table, analogous to when a magnet is levitating over a superconductor, and then it heats back up and settles back down again.
Settles back down, yeah.
Like the Meissner effect or whatever.
Thank Yeti Orcott News for one for the goal. Says, perfect timing, glad you're on tonight. Self of Phil and Ralph. Yeah. That's a different story. Zero says, hope is one hell of a drug.
True.
Yeah, listen, sometimes I'm very harsh on a lot of people like John Searle, but then I have to recognize my own fascination with this kind of strange science and realize why some people, but I guess let's just get the Searle stuff out of the way.
Okay.
The problem that I have with Searle is that he collected money for decades and was never able to reproduce any of the effects that he described to a reputable company that did weights and measures or some kind of, do you know what I mean? Like if you're going to say this thing produces free energy, then somebody should be able to go to the device and measure it and confirm that it is producing more energy than it takes to start it.
No. That's never been the claim. Over unity and perpetual motion has never been the claim for John Searle. He claims there is a proportional conversion of surrounding energy. So you can only output what you convert that's already available. There's no more out than in. That's violation of thermodynamics.
So I'm incorrect then.
But with that is his claim, is that there is no over unity or perpetual motion involved with the device. It absorbs what's around it and compresses 3 dimensions worth of electron internal kinetic energy and confines it to 2 dimensions, which then accelerates it and spring loads it in a wave-like manner analogous to a laser or a Bose-Einstein condensate. And it does so like Saturn's rings, and then the awaiting pickup coils collect that internal kinetic energy, and it induces a current in the coils, and you get electricity.
Well, and just for the benefit of anybody, this is a little complicated, but energy is generated by like a standard electrical generator by spinning magnets, right?
Yes.
Around and coils.
Correct.
So John Searle, though, kind of claimed that his magnets just spun on their own and didn't require.
No, they required external energy, but that external energy is the temperature that we take for granted all around us, which is, he says, disorganized energy in Brownian motion in 3 dimensions. And all of that knocks into the device through the magnetic field and electric field like a Newton's cradle, and it converts all that randomized static into an ordered sine wave dependent upon those undulating magnets that are rotating, which is started with a push. Because if you spin a motor, it generates a current. If you put current into a generator, it spins like a motor. So if you spin the actual unit, it generates a current, but after a certain RPM, it will generate eddy currents, which then facilitate this magnetic bearing effect. And once they lift off the surface, they accelerate to an idle speed while collecting new electrons from around it, which is why it continues, because it's absorbing from around it, like Hoover Dam. It rains into a reservoir, the current flows through the turbines, and then the sun evaporates the runoff, and then it rains back in the reservoir. So
That
there's a
makes
cycle.
sense. Yeah,
Powered by the
makes sense.
external sun. So that's the theory of
Weren't
operation.
we talked a little bit about this. There was a Russian team that tried to reproduce this. I'm aware of a few other people that I'm aware of that have tried to reproduce this. There's a guy on YouTube that was trying to build it. There's probably 5 guys or 10 guys on YouTube.
And they got their information from my videos. A lot of them.
Well, listen, I'm not discounting that there may be something there, but don't you think
that's what I want to find out? That's
don't
why
you
I'm
think
building
that
a lab.
some of his claims, though, like they had the flying saucer that he was building, and he took money from a bunch of people for that, and then he showed a picture of it. That's about it. But
and it wasn't in the picture that was shown. He never really wanted that picture because that picture was taken by a man named John Hocknell of the press in London, and he had this model that he had on his desk of this UFO IGV model that he wanted to build. And they said, "Oh, let's hang this from a string and make it look like it's flying over your head for the pictures." He said,
I never heard this part of the story.
And so he said, no, it'll look good, really. He said, okay. So he let them do that, and the pictures that you see of the UFO flying are the model that he had on his desk, and I have images of the actual model that he used, and they did perspective shots to make it look like it's a UFO flying.
Yeah, and I have that here. I'll try to share
exactly.
it.
Exactly. That's a model. That is a model that he had on his desk.
Okay, see, I've never heard this part of the story. I thought that he had claimed that this is the thing flying above him.
No, he did claim that he had an 11-foot version called the P-11 that he did claim that he flew, an unmanned unit that was ham radio controlled, he said. And it was he called it his levity disc. And the BBC has a copy of him either flying it or working on it, and they have a master copy of that, and that is I have that. It's master clip 2B00227A1_XXX, and that's listed in the BBC archives under Searle's levity disc. And there's 3 parts to it. It's like 9.5 minutes long or something, and so they claim that they have footage of Searle working on this or flying it in around that time.
Well, those are 2 different things, though. Flying it would be the impressive part. Have you been able to get to the clip? Or
I tried for 8 weeks, and then they said it was on reels of footage on local access TV. It's listed to be in our archives, but it's not on the shelf, of course. So, no,
Yeah.
there's no evidence that he flew that I could find, but there is listed at least one episode from the BBC. John claims that they did weekly pieces on him for over a year, and his efforts on building the unit, which ended up flying around in the late 60s, which he said scared the entire town of Warminster, and they called it the Warminster Thing. And there's documentaries on it, and people thought it was aliens, but allegedly that was the work of John Searle's rotating superconducting disk.
And
And
do
the
you
cops
believe?
saw it, and
Do
everybody
you
saw
personally?
it.
Do you personally believe that he really got this thing to fly?
If he, yeah, man, yeah, I do, because of everything that has happened to work out so far, and those Russians that you asked about earlier, Rostjan and Godin, they claimed to have generated
Mass
gravitational.
cancellation effects.
Well,
Mass cancellation
well,
effects.
that's what they attributed it to. There is no actual mass cancellation, like a magnet levitating over a superconductor. It doesn't lose mass as it's levitating. It's pushed up and repelled with all of its weight. Because if you have the superconductor on a scale and then you introduce the flux pinning with the cooled magnet or whatever, it will adopt the weight. Even though it's not touching, it will still adopt the weight. So it's not losing mass. It's just being repelled upwards with all of its mass. So the Russians saw that at a certain RPM, there was a weight reduction effect of the unit. And then when spun in the opposite direction, it seemed to gain weight. But mass can remain a constant while weight can shift, just like your weight on the moon or your weight on.
Depending on gravity, I guess. So thank you, Anna Louisa, who says, "We love you, Stephen." And then we have Don't Touch Me, I'm Crazy, who says, George Harrison Ford or Salvador Dalai Lama. I'm not sure what that's about.
Me
Yeah.
neither.
And when I heard the Russians talking about mass cancellation or reduction, I thought, well, you know, a gyroscope has that. And this thing is
A
basically
gyroscope doesn't lose mass.
It's a spinning gyroscope, though.
But magnetically and electrically in the form of electrons, but in 2 dimensions. And so you're actually having the mass of the magnet spinning upright, but you're having a gyroscopic effect of the magnetic field, which is superimposed and then repeating at a given wavelength at a given velocity around it. So it's like the cylinder of a music box. The faster you spin the music box, it spins the song faster. But the song doesn't mean anything unless it's in relation to the coils that it's spinning against or whatever.
I guess, yeah.
So there has to be some justification for that energy to be induced in the coil. Otherwise, it's just a paperweight spinning.
Well, let me ask you then, because you start a whole company to kind of try to make this work, right?
Because it's viable, because the magnetization process has been duplicated, unlike anyone else in the world, which we can repeat. And that magnetization is like making a magnet like a tuning fork, not just a north and south, but there's an additional waveform that manifests once in rotation in relation to a coil.
Okay. So how far away are you from a working prototype?
About 80%. It takes me 1 month to make 100 magnetic rings by hand on a hand lathe. And you can only make one at a time. But by the time I get to that 100, I have broken, shattered, chipped, or compromised those rings. So I have to aim for 200 in that 1 month. So if it takes me 1 month to make 100 rings, and we need 5,000 of them to test out, and if you chip half of them by the time you get to the 5,000, you have to aim for 10,000 rings. How many years of machining is that?
Yeah, well, I understand that, but by the same token, it always seemed to me that John Searle's explanation for why no one could duplicate the device was that everything had to be machined to, you know, super exacting standards, and he couldn't
down to the milligram and the micron, because the more precise that you get it, the sharper the electrical response. But he was using powders in a homogeneous unit that he just mixed together and then pressed them using a multi-story ton press. But what we're doing is making individual layers concentric solid state layers. And John Searle never did that before. So what we're doing is ideal for commercial mass production, whereas pressing powders is not good for
Yeah,
mass
that's not a
production.
good way to. Yeah, that's not, because it's hard to get that exacting standards when you're just pressing powders in a press. And
And
well,
the
I
sizes
gotta
might be
say then,
different, but
I will try
there's
to keep an
more
open
to it.
mind.
There's
Yeah, I'll
more
try to
to
keep
it.
an open mind.
It's worth further investigation, and that's what we're doing. The end goal of the project is to achieve these electron emissions that John says once you put everything together and you spin it up and it goes past a certain RPM, once they get that maglev magnetic bearing effect, they will accelerate, and then the neodymium, the rare earth, will start to absorb electrons from around it and then confine them in 2 dimensions, spring load them. So they goes from fermion to boson, evaporate, condensate, but on the subatomic scale, so-called quantum. That's the claim, and that's the end goal. I believe it, and I've dedicated myself to it, and everything that I've done in the lab has justified the next step. So if everything hasn't worked out, then there'd be no justification to continue. But because everything has worked out down to the milligram and micron, like, whoa,
Oh,
okay.
like we said, it's very tantalizing. I could tell you
Exactly. I'm
myself that
passionate.
it's so
I believe it.
tantalizing. When I
So,
first got one of those crystal power cells, it wouldn't do very much without the jewel thief. But then I noticed that a lot of people were using them with the jewel thief to kind of trick it into
clever.
lighting an LED. And I even thought, what if I just sell like a camp light that never needs power?
You
Right?
can do that.
Yeah, you
It'll
totally
last
can.
it'll last for
That's
years.
why it's so tantalizing. But like I
That's
said,
possible.
as soon as I started trying to scale it up to get usable power source like 12-volt 2 amps,
Keep it LED.
I could
No,
never
those
never
fans.
get it.
You know those people who it's a hot day. They have a fan around their neck. It just
Yeah,
you can do on that scale. That's
yes,
good.
crystal hippie power cells.
Exactly, bro.
That's exactly what it is.
But you're trying to power your house or like a refrigerator. Sorry, bro. Ain't gonna happen. No.
Okay. Well,
You're not going to rub your hands like Mr. Miyagi and transfer the heat to a Peltier device and expect to power something. It's not going to happen.
I guess in fairness to John Searle, may he rest in peace, seemed like a very interesting guy. I remember
he was eccentric.
I watched 100 of his talks or lectures when I was into this stuff, and I wanted to try to build his generator, but I was like, that's beyond my machining capability.
You need at least
or
500 kilowatts to magnetize the smallest ring. That's not the type of power that you can get from your power lines. You need a UPC.
Yeah, I quickly figured out that this was way beyond my meager ability, so I stuck to the crystal power cell.
When you're melting the rare earth lanthanides, I'm the only person in the world that I know of that has done this. Everybody else uses trace amounts of powders of neodymium to dope magnets, like neodymium magnets, or to tint glass purple. I use solid state neodymium, melting 50 pounds of it,
How the fuck are you melting 50 pounds of neodymium
in an atmospheric furnace from raw ingot? And it's okay. Lanthanides and rare earth materials are like a block of thermite. I'm glad to still have a face in my hands. I had multiple meltdowns of $25,000 furnaces where the molten metal ate through it like acid from the movie Alien. All you can do is run, bro.
Yeah, I was going to say, because
if you don't have the proper fire suppression, you could bring down your lab, your house, your neighbor's house.
Oh yeah, that's very dangerous.
It's not a garage project.
That's very dangerous. Yeah, talk about mad scientist project in the garage. And I'm telling you, I still have a huge box of that crystal power cell stuff. You're going to make me
stick to the crystal power cell.
You're going to make me drag that shit out again.
Do it, dude. Yeah, just play around.
Yeah, so let's get back to look.
Let's get to the dirt.
You and I can agree to disagree on Searle, but we can agree on some things. He was a pretty interesting guy. I thought he was very intelligent, well-spoken, charismatic, charming. You wanted to believe him.
And if I
I
judge
want it.
you,
I wanted to. So that's why I'm doing what I'm doing, because I want it to be real.
well, you've
And
dedicated
everything I'm
years of your
doing
life to it.
says
That's
it's
no
real.
joke.
So
That's no joke. Dedicating years of your life to it,
yeah,
right?
yeah. So until I saw that it was crap, then I'd be like, okay, thank God I can move on to something else. Jesus, but it
People
never got
are.
to that point because it's like
Yeah,
real.
well, we can maybe yeah, we could have a whole
We'll talk
show just
more.
on the free energy, but
We'll talk
well
more.
on the Greer stuff, because that's
Yeah.
why people are here. They want you to dish and spill the tea on
Hey,
Greer because
Greer
there's a
will
lot of
never
stuff.
mention John Searle.
Why
Again,
is that? Why is that?
why does nobody mention it? Why do they refuse to? I don't know. That's just another suppression controversy,
Or some may say it's because he was a con artist and he never
and it's not worth the
did any of this stuff.
conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So you met with Dr. Greer in Mount Shasta in 2008 and 2009. Can you tell us about
Twice.
that?
Yeah. 2008, like everybody else. Look, I know what I want to be real. All right. But I want to find out what is. So I know what I want things to be, but I got to do proper investigation to see what things really are.
Sure.
And in my search for UFOs and aliens and ETs and free energy, I found Dr. Greer and the Disclosure Project. And, I'm like a Wojak with my mouth open. Oh, like looking at these stories.
I was too at first. And
Right?
isn't it interesting how the subject of aliens is directly connected to free energy? And there's many, I call them UFO grifters. There's many UFO grifters that also are selling the dream of free energy. We've got Greer did it. We've got Billy Carson of Forbidden Knowledge. He ran an organization, collected money for 3 years, produced nothing to do with the free energy. Now we've got David Wilcock of Ancient Aliens infamy, claiming that he's going to build hover cars with the free energy engine. So a lot of the UFO grifters also push the free energy thing. There's a direct connection there, which makes me think that a lot of free energy is grifting, because if these
Most
UFO,
of it,
yeah. So can we acknowledge that there's a lot of scammers
it's
in the
mostly
free energy?
scammers.
Okay,
They have hidden batteries, hidden motors, compressed air, Tesla coils hidden off camera, which they have a separate audio track so you can't hear the buzzing. People don't know the difference between power factor correction. You have just camera trickery. Most of it is hoaxes, and there are genuine people that I could count on one hand.
I always say, that's so funny. See, it's a small world, and I'm glad you're here and we can have this conversation, because people ask me, Stephen, you've been covering this for years. Who is credible that covers UFOs and has information on UFOs and aliens? And I say the same thing you just did. I can count them all on one hand. Besides me, I could count them all on one hand. It's all scammers, and it's the same in the free energy industry.
It's
like
disgusting, Dad.
You can go on eBay right now, and I did this when I was much, much younger, Jason.
Yeah.
You can go on eBay right now and buy plans to build free energy devices.
I've done it, bro.
None of them work. I've done it too. This shit didn't work. I'm $40 for plans that don't work.
I did it so that other people didn't have to do it. And that's what I did on my YouTube channel, right? I was demonstrating all this stuff. I would purchase plans so other people didn't have to, and build it live.
What's your YouTube channel?
No. YouTube deleted my channel of 16 years and my backup channel, labeling every video as medical misinformation.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Hundreds of videos.
Did you have backups of all that shit?
Yeah.
No?
Well, not all of it, but a lot of it, which I have since re-uploaded to Rumble, and I am now migrating to X over the course of time.
Okay. What's the Rumble channel? How can people find you on Rumble? Find your channel?
I think it's The Real Verbs, or I think that's
okay.
It.
Well,
Verbs or The Real Verbs. Yeah, I don't even know my own name anymore. Okay?
We'll find it. We'll put it in the description of the video and podcast, and so people can find it.
Yeah. So you could scrutinize all this.
No, but you know what? You know what's funny? YouTube is so run by AI algorithms. I don't want to get in trouble. Praise the AI algorithm gods. Find favor in us. We are not speaking ill of you. But I know people who were critical of something and they got their channels deleted because the algorithm like you were doing videos on free energy debunking the fake stuff. The algorithm doesn't know the difference between you investigating and debunking this fake free energy device and you promoting
Yeah,
and
but
trying to profit from a free
shining light
energy.
through a prism and showing colors on a wall, medical misinformation. Like
Yeah, that's a little extreme. Yeah.
gyroscopes, medical misinformation, like every video, specifically medical misinformation. And then Facebook took my page of 15 years.
I don't even want to
I'm like,
post. I don't even want to post anything on Facebook because there's all these copyright vultures on Facebook that just claim that they wrote music in your video, and I'm like, I wrote that fucking music. I still have the session file.
I know.
Why are you claiming partial ownership of my video? I don't even post on Facebook
I know.
anymore.
I know,
It's
bro.
ridiculous. Yeah, it's difficult. So back to Greer and Mount Shasta.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So
How did that go?
it went pretty good. Let's see. I was interested in the aliens and all that. Saw this disclosure project. I was like, okay, so there's an opportunity to actually maybe see some stuff. And this guy claims he could facilitate it, like that dude Prophet Yahweh on Yahoo claims that I could.
He could summon the aliens.
Summon the aliens, but like, dude, this guy actually has lights in the sky. Like, is there something to this? Okay,
Yeah, he probably has a satellite tracker too.
Whatever it is, I'm like, okay. I'm interested enough to see more.
It's a fun mystery, so let's check it out.
Exactly.
That's how you felt about Greer, right? So did I when I first heard about him.
Because if it's real, it's either the most important information in humanity, or it's just another grift, and you can move on to something else to see what is genuine.
I vote grift. Grift.
So I go up there, and he does a lot of the stories of the suppression of the technologies and the stuff that he hopes to acquire, like the Stan Myers water car, the dune buggy stuff, which my friends got instead of Dr. Greer because his family either felt that Greer wasn't trustworthy and they gave it to my friend, Russ Grease, or he was outbid. That's, I think, the other story. But either way, Stan Meyer stuff went to my friend. It's open source now. So he claimed that he was, meeting with people like von Liechtenstein and throwing out names. He
loves to drop names. Do you know my favorite story of Greer's is that he said that him and Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top, he was going to a secret mission and he was in the airport and he saw Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top, who he knew. And Billy Gibbons was like, hey, where are you going? Oh, I'm going to see this secret alien underground base. And Billy Gibbons went with them. And there they saw secret alien technology that could regrow limbs and make, like lame people walk and deaf people hear and blind people see again. And, I'm so crazy that I went to Billy Greer or Billy Gibbons to try to get an on the record comment.
Yeah.
And finally, they realized that his publicist realized that Stephen Greer was just making up shit, and he didn't want to shit on Greer because they were friendly. So, but he claims he went on a secret mission with Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top.
What the hell? I maybe I heard that, maybe I blacked it out or something. I don't remember.
It's in one of his documentaries. Yeah,
I probably heard it and I just forgot. But I might even have it on film because I like so much. About 12 hours when I was there with him.
He says so much shit. Yeah.
But
so, what was the experience like at Mount Shasta? Did you see the aliens and the UFOs? Did you think it was genuine? Did you think it was a scam? Do you think he was using trickery?
So, okay, a lot of the things.
And how much did you pay? I
think it was like $2,400.
$2,500.
$2,400.
$2,400. Okay.
But that's not including the hotel that you have to pay for at the Alpine Lodge or whatever hotel is in the area there.
So just the $2,400 was just for him.
Was just to attend the
event. And then meals and entertainment or meals and lodging you had to pay separately.
Yes.
Wow, pricey trip for probably like $3,500.
But that was altogether. I think it has doubled since then. And they might only have half the people or the I don't know what the deal is anymore. But that's when I went, I paid $2,400 because I was so interested in seeing if it was real or not. So when I was there, it was a lot of the stories about the suppressed energy and stuff like that and how he has been involved or has been trying to get involved. And then a lot of meditation techniques and just, sitting in and meditating, because that's part of the CE5 protocol is the meditation.
Do you know he stole all of that from Transcendental Meditation, and he was a Transcendental Meditation instructor before being a UFO guy. Did you know that?
He said stories about that as well, and about
interesting.
And about meeting with gurus who then imparted their wisdom unto him, and then he applied that, and he was on top of a mountain and he was meditating and got weightless and then ran to the bottom of the mountain or whatever. He's told a bunch of stories about meditation and stuff, and then do these meditative exercises, and then together you sit in a circle and you listen to him speak some more and some more. But it's good stories, but if you haven't heard them before, it's like enthralling, and it's like great stories. So there are people who claim, oh, what is that? It's pitch black outside, right? Some people claim that they see things in bushes. Other people claim I can see things in a camera. And I'm like, I want it to be like, where?
Well,
where is it?
One of the things that I caution people, like I knew a person who was going to go pay something, like you said, like $5,000 to go to one of those events. And I said, you need to be very, very careful, because when you're in that meditative state, you're very suggestible. And Greer is putting you in a hypnotic trance almost, and then telling you that you're going to see aliens. You're very suggestible. You have to be very careful.
You could placebo yourself into seeing
that's my
what
problem
you want
with it.
to see.
Yeah.
It's you can confirmation your bias. You can confirmation
bias
yourself.
Yeah.
Into thinking that you see what you want to see. And so being hyper aware of that, hey, I know what I want to see. I know what I want to be real. But
Mr. Sauce did CE5 with Greer, and all he got was a crappy t-shirt.
I was stupid, and it pointed at myself.
Yeah, but back to,
damn it.
Did you feel like you got your money's worth? Did you see anything that
I feel like I did see a couple things, actually. Okay. So on the last night, it was like September 5th to September 6th at around 11:30 p.m. We're looking at the Mount Shasta facing north, and one of his cameraman, I think his name was Todd, he has this Generation 3 night vision camera, which is very clear. And what seems like coming out of the mountain, like out of the mountain towards the top of the mountain, were like lights that just like Close Encounters of the freaking Third Kind lights, dude, coming out. And then it's just like hovering there. And I'm looking through this camera, and I have my own camera myself, which is like super like a really crappy camcorder. And
this must be back before he forbids people from using their phones and cameras. Did you know that?
Because I got it all on film.
Oh, we want to see that sometime. That'd be interesting.
But here's the thing. So I have a super crappy camera.
Yeah, so it's just little dots in the distance.
But not even dots. I'm trying to film his viewfinder of his really good camera. So I'm trying to just film his viewfinder, because we can see everything that's like going on the viewfinder. So we're seeing these lights in like with your regular eyes and binoculars. There's these lights, and it's hovering over, and starts hovering over the trees, like about a mile or two line sight from where we're all going, and then lowers down on the trees. I'm looking through my own binoculars, and this shit looks like a little Jetsons vehicle, like a little domed little flying saucer with little windows around the rim and lights all around the rim, with one strip of vertical lights, which I assume was the back end of it. I don't know. So this thing was like hovering there and like slowly spinning. And Greer got all of this on his film. And he's never shown the footage.
He's never shown the footage of this?
I've never seen any of this footage from the 2000 Mount Shasta trip, where all of this.
You mean 2008, 2009?
2008. It was in 2008, okay. September 5th to September 6th, because it was 11:30 September 5th.
Why wouldn't he share that footage if it was so good?
Okay, get this. After about 30 minutes, this lasted for an hour and a half. after 30 minutes of this thing just hovering, it blips out and you can't see it anymore except on the infrared. So they're looking with binoculars, nothing there, but you can see it only in the infrared. So something was only putting out infrared light.
Well, that's interesting, I guess.
That's what I'm like, okay, it's not a campfire. It's not hikers because it's way too high up on the mountain. And they were like levitating like a helicopter, but completely silent. But then it didn't move oddly or any acceleration, but it just moved really slowly. Like, what is that doing there? I'm like, okay. So
I wouldn't put it. I wouldn't put it past him to have Confederates with lighted balloons or something off in the distance. We know for a fact that
had to be a Jetsons shaped balloon.
Well, there's many things that look strange. There's manta silver balloons. There's all kinds of stuff. I don't know. I don't believe that was anything alien, and it's very.
You can't say if it's alien. You can't say if it's.
But it's very suspicious that he got this super great clear footage and never did anything with it. Maybe he was afraid somebody could debunk it as
and then it would just
or something.
But that's fine. If it gets debunked, it gets debunked. I'm just interested why you can only see it in the infrared and like what. And then after that, the lights went out from the infrared, and then it was done. So like, everybody, 44 people saw it, so it was a mass delusion.
People are suggesting explanations. Could be playing the camcorder in playback mode, pop in a DV with digital assets.
But everybody saw it in real time with their eyes, binoculars, and then also through the viewfinder.
Oh, that's interesting.
So I saw it through my binoculars in my eyes, and then after 30 minutes, only could see it through the viewfinder.
And I had a note here that you talked to him at that time in 2008, and he had never heard of Project Bluebeam, which is interesting because he promoted that conspiracy years later and made $500,000 making an emergency film about that.
Must be nice. Damn. Well, yeah. So in
2008, he never heard of Project Bluebeam when you brought it up to him.
No, because the first time I saw the words Bluebeam was from an alleged CIA classified document that was leaked in 2006 or 2007.
I remember that. It was 2006.
It was on Godlike forums or something like that, or
above Top Secret, and on Avalon forums. I remember that
on all of the hoaxy sites, right?
Yeah.
So I'm seeing that. I'm like, oh man, holographic psyop. I was using the word psyop 15 years ago before it was popular, bro. so I was like, what is all this disinformation? Okay, they're gonna have a holograph. How are they gonna do that? You have to project a hologram onto a cloud. Like, what are you doing?
Well, you'd be surprised. I've played around with a lot of projection stuff. I used to make projected ghosts. I used to
onto a surface.
Yeah. Well, you know what I used? I used a fog machine with a chiller, and I would put fog on the ground, and then you project the ghost into that fog.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It looks so fucking good, Jason. It looks so fucking good.
Okay,
it looks so realistic.
So the Bluebeam. So I saw that document. I'm like, oh God, I see where this is going. So then when I met Dr. Greer, who was the foremost authority about UFOs and the whole
you thought he was
deal, of course, come on, give the guy his title. So I'm looking into it.
He recently said that he's the world's foremost UFO expert, and no one else is even close to him.
Well, he's been saying that.
Yeah. And Don't Touch Me, I'm Crazy. This is kind of sad. Says, if I saw something with Greer, I'd believe it was fake regardless, fortunately or unfortunately. Yeah.
This was back in the day.
Yeah, before he was debunked 100 times. Yeah.
So
before he was debunked so much, he was little. That's the thing with these UFO grifters. The longer the grift goes on, the less and less believable and the less and less credible they get, because over time they get caught faking shit over and over again. And
because to stay relevant, you have to embellish and you have to make stuff up, and like Zahi Hawass making a chamber, and you know what I mean. So there's just a lot of there's fakers and scammers, and like it's just horrible people everywhere. But when
he also claimed to meet Professor John Searle, but he refused to include Searle in his
But
documentary.
right. So that's the thing is, when I approached him about Bluebeam in 2008, I asked him. I said, "Hey, I saw this alleged document." He said, "Bluebeam? I never heard about that." I said, "Yeah, it's going to be like a fake hoax, like hologram
Alien
thing."
invasion,
He
yeah.
saw. He said, "Yeah, he knew about the fake invasion, but he'd never heard about the term
So
Bluebeam."
Jason, him grifting off the fake alien invasion is all your fault. You put him on
No,
the
no,
trail of that.
no. He was saying that before
It's
I
your
was trying.
fucking fault. He grifted us all for $500,000 after you told him about that
No,
CIA document.
he said he knew about there was going to be a hoaxed alien invasion, but he never heard the phrase blue beam before.
Oh,
So
okay.
so,
All
so
right.
he was still on that. He's
Okay.
still on
All
that.
right. So, did he actually meet Professor John Searle or
No,
John Searle? No,
no. According to
never met
John
him.
Searle, when I met John Searle for the first time in 2010 at the Tesla Technology Conference in Albuquerque, New Mexico, I asked him. I said, "Well, you have all this free energy stuff. Like, have you given it to Dr. Greer, who's the foremost authority on free energy? You know, you can give it to him and he'll include it in his disclosure project and he'll expose it. He'll yeah." And, and John Soros gave me this nasty look and he's like, "I tried getting a hold of Greer for over 10 years to no avail. He just wouldn't answer my calls or emails."
Yeah. So
And
for a guy who's claiming that he's researching, he doesn't even want to talk to one of the most famous free energy guys.
like, yeah,
That doesn't make any sense, right?
no, no, it doesn't make any sense. So I'm asking him like, wait, but he says that in the 90s he met you, and since you didn't have a working model, he said he was forced to move on to other inventors who also don't have working models.
Yeah, none of them
So
have
why
it.
don't you mention John Searle at least? You know,
Nobody has working models. Yeah,
no,
yeah,
no,
nobody does.
no way.
Thank you, Sandra McDonald, who says my ex-husband thinks I'm an alien. Very handy. Yeah, well, ex-husbands do that. And then there's the whole thing with Dr. Jonathan Reed, who is a fake doctor, claimed that he encountered an alien in the woods, took it home, put it in his freezer, it killed his dog. And Greer actually did meet him, right? But he claimed he never did.
That's another case and another show. Yeah, so Dr. Jonathan Reed claims that he was a professor of psychology, doctor of psychology at University of Washington Medical Center, working with troubled youth.
He wasn't.
And
He wasn't. His education was fake. His whole work history was fake. I spent months deep diving that guy. He was fake, and he made up his whole story with the guy local to him that worked at the local like gas station convenience store, who later ratted him out as being a fake doctor who never went to
I don't know
medical
about
school.
that one.
Yeah, he's a complete fraud, that guy.
So
And
I just want to see somebody duplicate the photos of that damn thing. That'd be nice, please.
well, he was kind of a enthusiast of special effects and science fiction, so he researched how to make.
Well, that's a pretty good one. It ain't
Yeah.
paper mache. I'll tell you that. It's not paper
Yeah,
mache.
it's actually a wireframe mannequin, foam mannequin that he added the head parts to. Like I tracked it down. We did a whole show on that guy, and I think it's funny though that every once in a while that Dr. Jonathan Reed pops back up and he does like the UFO podcast circuit, but nobody takes the time to call the schools he claimed to go to and verify his employment and his education. It's all fake.
Gotta do footwork.
Yeah, and the funniest thing is in his story he claimed that the dog died, like the aliens killed his dog.
Ripped
But
it in half, and
I
then
talked
and then
I
it
talked
just
to his
swirled in on itself.
no, I talked to his parents' next door neighbors. The dog was alive for 3-4 years after he first came out with his story, and they were like laughing about the dog still being around at the parents' house. He lived with his mom and dad, this guy. He was a total loser. He wasn't a doctor. Yeah. But Greer claimed he didn't meet him, and you said that he did.
So Greer claims that he. So in 2008, I asked Dr. Greer. So you heard about this guy, Dr. Jonathan Reed, and his alien encounter, which is like prolific, like Billy Myers case. And Greer said, "Dr. Reed, Never heard of him. I'd have to look into it more.
Yeah, some expert.
Yeah.
Well, that was in the late 90s, I think he came out with his story. So maybe
Wait a second.
predated him.
So when I met with Greer in 2009, I asked him again. I said, "Oh yeah, so did you look into that Dr. Reed guy with the alien encounter?" He said, "Dr. Reed? Never heard of him. I'd have to look into it more."
Oh, wow.
Word for word, same timing and tonality. It's like 2 years apart. That just struck me as odd. And then I met Dr. Reed, Jonathan Reed.
Oh, you met the guy. Interesting.
I met him, and then he took me to the house.
That guy fucking hates me because every time he tries to pop back into the UFO scene, I knock him down. It's a UFO grifter whack-a-mole. I just rebroadcast. And I'm telling you, Jason, my research is impeccable on him. Like, anybody can go after me and
I'll watch it. I'll watch it all.
Yeah,
I haven't seen any of your that of your teardowns.
Yeah, I love that guy though. With the he had this fucking fake alien armband
that killed me,
and he claimed that he could teleport.
No, the actual teleportation video is what killed me.
Yeah, that made it like this is totally fake.
Broke my heart.
Up until that, he almost had something there.
It broke my heart, bro.
And people, we could prove that he took the sound effects from the movie Eyes Wide Shut. He took the gasps, and they're like, oh, he took the sound effect from the movie Eyes Wide Shut. I matched it up point by point, like the peaks all matched.
I want to see all of it.
Yeah, I'll send you some links. Sure. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah, stories like that I love to dig into, and like
I bet
it's one of those things.
It's either the best ever or
it's totally fake. Yeah, I'm confident that guy's complete and total fraud. Yeah.
So I met with him. He took me to the woods where he claimed it happened. I was there during the filming of the show Fact or Faked while they were interviewing him and filming him and stuff.
Yeah, they concluded it was a hoax too. And one of the other things, Jason, is I knew right away that the story was fake for a very specific reason. When he showed the spaceship in the woods, the pictures of it and the film of it, I recognized it instantly as a magic illusion. It's called Super X levitation. He used a very common magician's technique to make something appear to be floating. And I use that same technique doing magic shows for kids. So I knew right away that the story was likely fake. Either it looked suspiciously 100% like a magician's. It's called, anybody can look it up, Super X levitation. Hopefully a bunch of magicians.
Like David Copperfield.
Yeah. Hopefully I don't get a bunch of hate mail, but it's a very well-known.
Of course you will.
Yeah. Very well-known illusion. So that is what made me instantly very suspicious of that whole story. Because I looked at it and I went, that's a Super X levitation. I'm sure of it. And then, I could even reproduce it, but I never bothered to. But tell us about meeting him. Yeah, that's interesting.
The point about Jonathan Reed is that Greer said, Dr. Jonathan Reed, never heard of him. Have to look into it more. But when I met Jonathan Reed, he said that Dr. Greer was present at the 2008 International UFO Conference, or a conference around that time when Reed was presenting his evidence and doing
the UFO circuit. Yeah.
Doing the UFO. And so he says that Greer was standing there in the crowd watching the presentation, and after the presentation was over, he met eyes with Greer, at which point Greer quickly moved away, and he said he literally pushed people out of the way in the crowd to get away. That's what Jonathan said.
Well, that's pretty interesting.
So he claims to have met John Searle, but John said he never met him. And then he claims to have met Dr. Jonathan Reed, or not met
him when he was standing right in front of him. Yeah.
Did.
Wow.
So those are two contradictions.
And then there's the one of my favorite things about Greer is that he claimed, for example, that 2 members of his team got assassinated. And I looked into those cases, and it turns out he did have
Sherry Wodomak or something like that.
Yeah.
Alamac.
Well, the people that worked for him that died, they died of natural causes.
Cancer, I think. But he says that they I think that they beamed the
They beat
cancer
the
ray.
cancer into them or something. But come on, and by the way, that woman's family is very upset with Greer every time they hear him saying that, because according to them, she was suffering for a long time from a very slow progressing form of
Sherry
cancer.
Adamak. That's what it was.
That's correct. And her family's not very happy that Greer continues to grift off of their dead relative, because they
Could
claim it
imagine
was
not.
it was natural causes. It had nothing to do with, nobody got murdered. And by the way, don't you think it's a pretty bold claim to say people on my team got assassinated? Go to the local police in the jurisdictions they live. There's no investigation, and if you go to the coroner, both deaths were natural causes. But Greer has also claimed, apparently, that people are trying to assassinate him, and you know a thing or two about that. So let's get into that shit, because that is something else.
Yeah. So from my experience in 2009 at Mount Shasta, uh, he was late to one of the meetings or something. It was in the evening, and it was hours, and his team had claimed that Greer contacted them and he couldn't show up at the moment because he was in hiding because of an assassination attempt. That there was like a CIA dude in the trees or something. Or I don't know,
Wait,
man.
his
A friend,
staff actually told the audience that Greer
yes,
can't come because there's an assassination attempt on him right now.
yeah, or so, yeah. He believes that there's an assassination attempt, or that there is something wrong, or that there is, yes, that's what
Fun
I
guest,
heard,
yes.
and that's what I saw. So
So
I'll
when
take
you
it.
went in 2008, you paid
Right.
$2,400, and then
Yeah.
you went the next
I
year.
went the next year because if that sighting of that thing coming out of the mountain and all of that, I'm like, okay, so let's try to duplicate this and see if we can, because if it's a science and it can be duplicated, right? It should be repeatable. So if it's a proper protocol, then it should be able to be duplicated, right? So I'm gonna
That
have
would
to.
be the scientific way to do it.
So
Yeah,
if you
try
go
to duplicate the results. So
if you
good
go
for you
one
for knowing
time,
that and trying that. Yeah.
so if you go one time, okay, maybe it's a delusion, maybe it's something
Optical
justifiable. You know
illusion,
what I mean? So
satellite.
so let's do it again and see if we can duplicate the same thing. And when I got up there, my engine of my car died, dude. I had to get towed back initially 100 like something miles or
Oh, that
something.
sucks.
The
That
whole
sucks.
way back from Shasta to
I have a
my
I have a
house,
log cabin 100 miles from my house, and I have to have premium,
I
roadside
did.
assistance.
I
And one
used them
time,
all.
my car died, and I had to get drug 100 miles home. But luckily,
Yeah.
I got a really cool tow truck driver. I'm like, listen, this is a really long trip. He's like, this is half my day. It's awesome. And I gave him $20. I said, buy yourself lunch. Thank you so
Yeah,
much for
yeah.
helping me, because I got to get the car 100 miles home to get it fixed or worked on. That just
Yeah.
sucks when that happens. Oh, that
Thanks.
sucks.
Thanks, man. Yeah, so that was a sign right there. But man, I didn't the second time I didn't see Bigfoot. I didn't see a Squatch foot. Nothing. I
You
thought
didn't see
maybe
anything at
maybe
all?
there's some anomalous lights. I think maybe I did see there was an anomalous light. What looked like a satellite, but then it shined a spotlight to the ground from what looked like low Earth orbit. Like
No, could have been.
I've seen helicopters with spotlights before, but I've never seen something that was so high in the altitude with a spotlight. Wonk, 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 boom. What
Yeah.
was that?
I've talked to people who claim that Greer was using advanced drones to fake stuff,
Yeah,
because
one
you can
bright light
understand
though, dude.
people paying $2,500 or $3,000 to see something. It's pretty disappointing if they
If you
don't,
don't,
right?
right? So yeah, it would behoove somebody to. Oh, and the other thing that I thought that I saw were some lights in some trees. That it seemed like there was maybe like a LED light or something, like in a tree, like here, 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 here,
Well,
occasionally.
that's
But
super easy to fake.
but again, like when your eyes are trying to adjust or something, like from the dark or the light. Maybe I'm looking through the night vision, and then my eyes are looking, and then I've seen the
Yeah,
speckles.
your eyes
So
have to adjust.
I can't attribute that to anything.
Let me ask you a very important question,
Yeah,
because I have done a bunch of sky watches myself at my cabin, which is the highest elevation in Pennsylvania. We're way up on top of a mountain. Like,
beautiful.
and my cabin is 1 mile from the highest elevation in the entire state. And because of that, we see a lot of strange things in the sky that at first, when I first got that cabin and started looking up in the sky, I'd light a campfire and I would just sit there and look up. I was like, holy shit, there's all kinds of shit in the sky. It took me a while to figure this out, though, and this is a very important question for you with your Greer expeditions. Eventually, I figured out that I needed a laptop and it had to have flight radar on it. And I
Heaven, yeah,
needed, and I needed, and I needed a constellation or a
satellite tracker.
solarium,
Yeah,
and I needed a satellite tracker, so that when I saw a light in the sky that looked weird, some of them looked too bright to me to be
iridium
star.
satellite. Yeah,
My neighbor and I have caught iridium satellites shooting off the iridium flare. We've seen Starlink trains.
oh, that's an easy identity. The
Yeah,
ISS,
well, it is now.
stuff
But
like
my
that.
point is, you need to eliminate the prosaic explanations for
Every
lights in the
variable.
sky. Did they have somebody with a satellite tracker,
Yes.
a stellarium program,
Yes.
and flight radar? They
2
did.
laptops with both of them with a satellite tracker, and I'm not sure about the other one, the Stellarium. You said?
Stellarium is like a star and planet tracker.
I'm not familiar with that one, but
It's
they did have 2 of them.
It's free and open source, and so that's another situation at the
They
cabin.
were using that to say, okay, is this something identifiable?
I had this big light above my cabin for days, every night, and I was looking at it, and I was like convinced this is something not ordinary. I go to the stellarium, and I find out it was Jupiter. I was seeing
that happened
Jupiter.
to me. I saw Jupiter and Venus film that sucker for like 3 hours, like until sunrise, and then I looked it up later.
Something
like,
great, right?
Idiot, dude! I fell for my own delusion again.
Well, that's why I eliminate these things, so I know if it's a plane, I know if it's a satellite, I know if it's a celestial body.
Yourself. You got to be honest with yourself.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm interested in UFOs, but I'm not interested in satellites. I'm not interested in, distant
I want
airplanes.
the stuff. I want stuff that's only seen in one spectra, or
Yeah.
I want some genuine weird stuff. I don't want is that an alien silhouette behind a bush? No.
Well, in one case, Greer clearly showed people a cactus off in the distance and claimed that it was an interdimensional alien with a bijou, I think he called it. It was an interdimensional, and people. I'm not kidding you. Like, there's a guy on YouTube. There's a guy on YouTube he's called Lion's Ground, and he geolocated the exact location where everybody was sitting, and less than a mile off in the distance is this big cactus, and it lines up perfectly with the pictures that Greer took. Yeah, where they claim it's some kind of an alien. So isn't that interesting? That he's charging people $3,000-$4,000 and he's showing them a cactus, right?
I see that meme where he's like in like Wolverine holding onto the picture and stuff. And
the assassination stuff is very interesting to me because I think it's a plot device. David Wilcock uses it. Corey Good used it.
How come I can't get any death threats?
Well, see, I think that it's a plot device, though. It's like, oh, my information is so good and dangerous that I'm getting attacked by the deep state over my UFO information. It's just a plot device. They all like to play James Bond. And then I have a note here that Stephen Greer abandoned Joshua Tree guests, but then he was found dancing shirtless at a gay pride parade. Is that accurate?
That's what I heard. Okay. And I heard from at least 2 different people who were at that Joshua Tree event. The story goes is that for like 3 or 4 days out of the 5 to 6 day ordeal or the trip, Dr. Greer was not present, and his team was starting to sweat trying to explain why he was missing. And they were saying that he was trying to lay low because of an assassination attempt again. And
again,
this was serious. And
turns out he was dancing at a
wait
gay
a minute.
pride parade,
shirtless.
So
the story, the story goes is that the people after day 3 or 4 were so disgusted that the reason why they paid to be there was not there to hear the stories and to interact and do meditations and maybe see something. So Greer's not there. Oh, I'm camping out here, no toilet paper in the middle of the desert. Okay, I'm going back to town. So people packed up their stuff and they went back to the nearest town near Joshua Tree. And 2 of the people, they swear, they told me personally, there was a gay pride parade at that town that particular week or something, and they swear that they saw Stephen Greer dancing or something in the parade without a shirt. And I'm, take that for what it's worth. That's all I could say. That's what I heard.
Well, I don't know if you heard,
people,
but recently there's been some new revelations that Greer is gay, and he wrote an op-ed about gay rights. And I
don't know anything about that.
There's also a famous thing that's been going around forever where like somebody claims they found his Grindr account where he was looking to bang dudes. So that's pretty shitty, right? And Duco
literally
Alpha Ralpha says exposing Stephen Greer is always a praise the cash moment. Absolutely, and thank you, Ducos, and all of you for your kindness.
Well, if it's true, because all I have is hearsay from a third person source, so that's what I was told, but from 2 different sources. So that's just what I got.
And there's also something about payments from the CIA.
Oh,
was that
alleged?
Greer?
Alleged. Okay.
Is that did you know he claimed that the government tried to give him $1 billion to stop talking about aliens and UFOs, but he's such a righteous guy that he turned them down, and he kept right on going with his disclosure mission.
Well, you pay somebody else to do it because you're not saying it; he's saying it. I keep the money, and come on, think, brother.
But what about did he claim that the CIA was trying to pay him off or something?
No, the claim is again from a third party that someone who I know and respect says that their friend works with Microsoft in a high level and intercepted some either communication or saw payments or something or to the account from the CIA. I don't know how that would work. Is it on the check? Hey, from the CIA? Like, I don't know how that would actually work and look on their end, but that's the claim, is that some high-level Microsoft person happened to see payments from the CIA to Dr. Greer, but that's like third party hearsay. But
call it rumors.
What I heard. Yeah.
Call it rumors and speculation. There's a lot of talk of people.
People can make up whatever they want.
Well, I don't know if you know this, Jason, but there is verifiable evidence in history of real government disinformation agents infiltrating the UFO community.
Oh, for sure. I think there's a couple in here right now in the community talking to Congress.
Well, I did a whole show on this. Like, listen, we had this woman, Anjali, who came out of nowhere and got huge in the UFO community. I busted her whole story as fake, original. That's the girl that went and saw aliens inside a secret mountain base in a tunnel. And I found the guy's house that she claimed she was at, and he said there's no tunnel. But the
I'm out of the loop on this one.
No, man. But here's the interesting part. This woman, I did a deep dive on her history, including her military history. And it turns out that she was an information warfare specialist for the Defense Intelligence Agency. Not once, but twice. First as a direct hire to the DIA, and I have all her CV. And then she was a consultant on information warfare to the Defense Intelligence Agency. And here she comes into the UFO community out of nowhere, spreading stories about aliens and UFOs. And then we've got John Ramirez, former CIA guy. We've got Lou Elizondo, who's a former counterintelligence officer. There's just, like imagine if any other community, like the comic book community, just got inundated with a bunch of government spooks all of a sudden. That would be a big news story. But here in UFO land, it's just completely normal that these people, Dave Grush, who's a so-called UFO whistleblower, he also worked as an information warfare and psyop specialist for the government before coming out and telling his alien stories. There's multiple, and then of course
are there applications online for this type of job.
I know, and then
you,
Richard Doty, of course, famously,
out, bro.
Richard Doty, of course, famously, he drove somebody crazy, and he was paid to do government disinformation into the UFO community.
Man, I've been out of the loop since
spread
Corey
all
Good
this
talks
stuff
about blue chickens, man. I've been out of the loop. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, I'm the guy that busted his grift too. You know those depositions where he admitted that he made it all up?
Oh, I haven't seen. I just like.
Well, I originally published them, and he was threatening to sue me, saying it was illegal for me to publish them on YouTube and all this stuff. He admitted under oath he made up all his secret space stories. They weren't true. None of them. He'd never been to space. He admitted in a deposition. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, he admitted in a deposition he'd never been to space. Never. So there's an awful lot of disinformation agents, whether they're just grifters or working for the government. Who knows?
Must be nice.
Yeah.
Shit.
Greer also
I could use that.
Greer also claims to some of his big paying audiences that he knows who shot JFK, right?
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah. So I asked him in 2008 because he claimed in his stories that he knew who the shooter was or something, but that he has since come to the light and is now working towards the benefit of disclosure. He's a wonderful man.
Oh, yeah.
So I asked him, I was like, okay, so he knows like who it is. I'm going to ask him. So while we're getting a breakfast burrito and he was just getting some coffee in the morning, I caught him when he was by himself finally, because he's with a lot of his team a lot, and it's hard to get
an entourage. Yeah, he's got an entourage. You can't just go up to him and ask him questions usually.
But I did. I got to, because I'm personable with everybody. I'll try to get along with everybody, man. I listen to everybody. I might not believe you, but I'll listen to you, and I'll collect it and file it in my head, right? So I asked him, so, do you know who like killed JFK? Yeah, it wasn't Bijou.
It wasn't Bijou. No, sounds legit. Says Stormcrow. Yes.
So he's like, why don't we take a walk? I was like, okay. So we take a little walk around this trail back to the rest of the camp or whatever, and he's like, yeah, I know who it is, and I can't really say who it is, but he's close, and he is since working towards getting benefit of information out. But don't you worry, I'm like, wow, okay. And then I'm looking into like everybody involved with the JFK shooting, and who was the driver of the JFK car was a guy named William Greer. Okay.
Oh, spooky. Yeah.
So then I'm like, okay. Dr. Greer often talks about how his uncle was involved in clandestine projects with the government and the Lunar Project, and
he's also claimed that he's also claimed his
Yeah.
uncle worked on the Apollo program, and I can't
That's
find
that's what it was.
I can't find any evidence of that.
For the Lunar Project and the Apollo program, and that his uncle worked on it in these secret projects.
I'd love to know what his name is, because I can't find any evidence.
And then the driver of the JFK car was named William Greer. I didn't know, is that his uncle? Is there any relation? Like, I don't know. But that's what he told me, and that's the information I have on the JFK alleged info. So he said stuff without saying stuff. It's an art. It's like Bruce Lee.
Yeah. Did you get that from him, that it was a lot of fluff and filler in his talks? You paid a lot of money to attend them.
He
And is it different from what he says on the internet? Like, does he go
No, it's not.
further? It's the
He has
same talking points, right?
A lot of the things is the same talking points, but he might offer some other personal experiences that are only for the group, like meditation stuff or other.
And that's called insider information, Jason.
Yeah.
That's what you paid $5,000 for.
I'm telling you, it's like.
Do you feel like you got ripped off, or do you feel like you got your money's worth? That's a fair question, right?
I feel like I got my money's worth because I am able to speak about what I saw, and I think that there was a genuine anomaly with that light thing that I saw, and on October 14th, 2008, a month after I got back from that Greer thing, I was doing the meditation protocol on my balcony, right? To see, okay, let's see if this is real again. And it fucking worked. Like, with witnesses at my house, with 5 other witnesses. So it looked like a satellite, and then it stopped, and then it started to descend and got bigger and bigger and bigger until it was almost the size of a full moon, about 2,000 feet above the house, less than a helicopter, or about the range of a helicopter. And was sitting there. My friends are screaming at me, "What the hell is that? Look at that!" And we're looking at it, and then all of a sudden it just into the distance.
Did you get it on film?
I tried. I had for 5 hours. I'm on my balcony doing this stupid meditation protocol thing with a camera on my lap, bruh. And I'm like Wyatt Earp going like this. Like practicing throughout the day. Like, okay, if there's going to be something, I'm going to get this thing, okay? Because everybody is an idiot with their camera. Nobody can capture shit because they're stupid. Not like me.
Somebody said this is the only guy Greer's system works on.
Yeah,
Don't touch me, I'm crazy. Yeah. No, I have talked to multiple people who believe that the protocol works. We'll see.
I bought the app, bro.
I bought the app, and I keep saying I'm going to do it and film the results, but I don't know. We'll see.
So I did it, and it was like an extremely noteworthy experience because I calculated this thing. If it was at a standstill right at the apex where I am, and then it goes as far as the eye can see, about 28 miles, say 20 miles, that means it went from a standstill to 25,000 miles an hour at a constant, just boom. The
protocol does work to make Stephen Greer rich.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, whatever it was, that happened over my house after I was meditating, doing his stupid protocol, and it did it. So with other people there, so it wasn't just me.
Oh yeah, so you had other witnesses.
So I felt like it was there's something else to it, and yeah. So then I just stopped looking into all the UFO stuff after that because I figured, okay, there's something to this. I don't know what the hell. I'll never know what the hell that was, bro. Like, but
well, did you try it again and get similar results, or was that a one-off?
I didn't try to do that again, dude. I just like whatever. if it's real, because it's not like you can just meditate and do it. It's like you got to reach a moment of like selflessness or something, and good luck doing that every once in a while. Like, why do you want to see it? Like, if you want to see it, it's not going to happen. It's not like a dog and pony show. You're going to like blow a whistle and you're going to get a circus act. Like, that's apparently not the psychology of
TJ. Fair point says you can prove it's real by trying again.
Yeah. Okay. I'll try again.
Try it again. Yeah.
But good luck.
Have the cameras going, though.
Because that's the thing, is that I wasn't doing it for camera. I had my camera on my lap. I'm like, I'm going to film this. And as soon as my friends showed up at my house, I'm like, okay, it's getting dark, whatever. I put the camera on my balcony. I let my friends in. I take one step in my house to take a piss. And then they start screaming at me, look, Jason, look. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah. I turn around, I look, and I'm still like, what?
Well,
This
that's
thing
pretty
descends over the
interesting.
house. So I dive for my camera on my stomach, and I'm like fumbling with it. I'm like, unless I watching it, I'm like, what the hell? And
So
then I'm like, oh shit.
you went in 2008 and 2009, and then you said then you had your own experience with the CE5. You didn't go to future events though after this? You kind
No,
of lost interest? Or
because when I went in 2009, it was a repeat of the exact same stories that I heard in 2008. And since it wasn't as a significant event, I'm like, okay, I got all that there was out of this, and I don't need to seek it anymore because I got my validation of whatever is something is going on. So now I can focus on a larger goal of like, how is something like that even possible? Because that happened over my damn house, and it's not using gasoline and rockets, not using propeller blades and drones. So something else was going
that you're
on.
aware of, but you know that your eyes can fool you sometimes, right? Like,
Oh yeah, I'm well aware, very very aware.
so you just kind of determined that whatever you saw was anomalous, and
Yeah,
it wasn't an airplane, it wasn't a
wasn't an
satellite, it
airplane,
wasn't a
wasn't anything.
drone, it wasn't a
No,
balloon, it wasn't anything
wasn't
ordinary.
anything that I have seen before or can explain by anything. Even with the drones that we have now, no, no, not 25,000 miles an hour from a standstill, 20 miles away, 28 miles away.
But how
As
did
far as
you
the eye can see.
how did you determine it was going 25,000 miles an hour though?
From a standstill over the head to reaching as far as the eye can see in about 2.5 to 3 seconds. So you can calculate from a standstill to 3.5 seconds, which as far as the eye can see about 20, 25 miles. You can say, how fast would that have to accelerate in order to
Okay,
reach
so
those speeds?
it went that distance in a second, you're
It
saying.
went in 2 to 3 seconds. It went about 20 miles from a standstill. So from that, you
Well,
can
yeah,
say,
that would be kind of interesting.
I'd never seen anything move like that before in my life. Jaw dropping, life changing. Like, what the hell is going on here?
I'm so shocked though that you didn't try to repeat that to see it again or to film it or to get more data, or you're kind of a science guy. You didn't want to keep trying.
Not really, because it's not. When I had the camera, it's not going to work. If you're trying to facilitate something like that, that's my view, is like it's pointless. If you're going to try to do something and you're, okay, I'm doing it to film it, to get evidence, ain't going to happen. It's like, if it's real, it's like something new that I had the camera. And as soon as I put it down and walked away, then it happened. And it just so happened the amount of time I tried to dive for my camera on my stomach and fiddle with it to get it started again, it was gone. Like,
Yeah. I have the same problem with my cabin sometimes when there's bears. I go, like I'm outside and some bears are passing through. By the time I go in the cabin and get my phone or my cameras, they're gone. And then I get pissed off. I was like, man, I missed the.
leave some food
Yeah.
out. Leave some
Oh,
honey.
no, fuck, man.
He'll come around.
I had a real close encounter with a bear mom and two cubs. And ever since then, we don't do that. We don't encourage them. There's one that's around the cabin right now that's a big male. He's like 500 pounds, black bear. He's huge. And I don't want to encourage them to come around. If I see them, I'll film them from inside the cabin. But once I got between a mom and her two cubs, that's a cardinal sin. You never do that. And the bear got up on its hind legs and growled and charged at me. So ever since then, I'm pretty cautious about those fucking bears.
But whatever it is, it was something I'd never seen before, and it drove me to look into everything a lot further because that convinced me it is something brand new. You can't tell if it's aliens or the government or not, but why would it show up when I'm meditating? So like, you know what I mean? What am I left to do with that?
I am open to the possibilities. First of all, though, I have to tell you, like, I grew up Catholic and I almost became a priest and I was educated by Jesuits. And the whole idea of like welcoming entities into your mind is very problematic and dangerous to me.
What, like possession or channeling or something, or just
Yeah, that's basically what his
I'm
protocols.
not for that.
But that's what his protocols are inviting. You're inviting entities into your space, and you don't know what you're going to attract. So I'm very cautious about that kind of stuff.
Well, something happens, so that's why I'm like, if it's real, it's not a dog and pony show, and you probably shouldn't just be Like Ouija boards, I don't mess with Ouija. I don't even believe in that, but just in case, I'm never touching it.
Well, I often say there's people get kind of upset with me because I'm so skeptical about all the alien and
Good.
UFO stuff.
Good.
But I believe there's more evidence for demonic possession than there is for aliens visiting Earth.
Really?
I truly believe that. I've
Man,
seen some
I think it's the
strange
opposite.
shit.
I
I
think
have
it's the
seen some
opposite.
strange shit. And, I don't know. There's a lot of weird stuff with
I'm
that.
open to it all. I'm open to it all, though, man.
People
What
don't.
do I know, dude?
People don't suddenly just start
I'm a village idiot,
speaking.
bro.
People don't just suddenly start speaking ancient languages they've never been exposed to. Yeah, in the
No.
case of possession, some of them do. Some of those people do. They'll start speaking.
I believe in reincarnation very strongly.
Really, I don't know that. I don't know how I feel about that. I think you get one go round. I'd love to believe though that you get 10 tries at this. Because you figure you might have fucked up a lot of stuff in this life, but maybe you'll learn and do a better job next time, right?
No, I'm the same dunce. No.
Yeah, I don't know. So, but back to your company. Can you tell me, like, what are you doing with all this Searle stuff? Do you have like a lab, or do you have like
Yes,
a location?
we built a lab that has 70 or more shareholders and investors who have put about $1.5 million total into the project since 2010 to build this facility so that we can have an infrastructure equal to what John Searle had, because John worked at the largest industrial electric plant that ran all of London when he first developed this, allegedly. So in order to duplicate something like that, you have to have some equal capabilities, like at least 500 kilowatts of power available, which means an uninterrupted power supply, which on my X page, you can see on my banner, that picture, that is the large unit is that magnetizer that is able to impress these sine wave-like waveforms into the magnetic field. And that makes everything viable and justifies the project, because without those waveforms...
Yeah, here, I'll share this so that my audience can take a gander.
There we go.
And tell everybody how to follow you on Twitter. Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
You click the follow button. It's up at the right-hand corner there. You take your mouse.
Okay, smart ass. It's at TheRealVerbz, though. You have kind of
the real verbs. Yeah,
the real verbs. So
Jason Verbelli. People have called me verbs my whole life, and so other people have tried to call themselves verbs, but no.
So let me ask you: Stormcrow says you could have been the next Pope, Steve. Yeah, right. But thank you, Stormcrow. And Old Nosy says the movers and shakers worship Lucifer for a reason. That's a scary thought. Do you think let me ask you a serious question.
Yeah.
You claim you're 80% to a working device, right?
Yeah. That's what I would say, yeah.
Do you really think you're going to crack this thing and it's going to create free energy and anti-gravity?
Yeah, I do. Because...
Can you make me a hover car just so I can fuck with David Wilcock, who says he's creating hover cars, so we can do it first?
No.
No?
No. It would be a power source that would allow for an electric car to run without need to be...
Oh, that's good. Even that's good, because
it would constantly charge the existing battery that's in there. But if you want to replace the battery altogether, you would have to scale up the mass and like produce at least like 300 kilowatts or something for a car. It's like a lot more to power a car than it is a house.
Looks like pretty interesting toys here. What is those, batteries? And
that is the uninterrupted power supply to power the magnetizer, which is that large 7.5 foot tall unit you see next to me with the red and the black cables. That took 2.5 years to build from scratch with the aid of John Searle himself.
And what does that magnetizer actually do? It magnetizes the rods that go inside the circle?
No, it magnetizes the rings. There's magnetic rings.
Rings, yeah, I'm sorry.
So there's 96 rings, magnets around the first stator, and then there is 528 total magnetic rings, 528 copper rings, 528 Teflon rings, 528 neodymium pucks. So all of those things combined lead to the configuration where electrons flow through it due to Lorentz force.
Yeah, and I just want to show my audience this. This is somebody on YouTube.
That is Isaiah Ritchie, and he got that circuit from my colleague Fernando Morris, and he has gotten that information from my videos. That's just regular magnets that are acting like a homopolar motor. So it's plugged into a wall socket and a power supply, and it's spinning about 8 pounds of weight. There, it's probably only about 5 watts powering that. But it's showing that all of the magnetic rollers stay the same space. They've traveled the same velocity. They're made of the same material, and they all act as one.
And these, and then there's coils for.
Those are the coils to put the energy into it to induce the magnetic field, which then pushes the magnets around in an orbit.
But in his model, it's not generating more power than it's taking in.
No. In that, it's just a motor mode, so it's not generating power at all, other than the LED lights that the magnets are passing by. So it's not a power generating unit. It's a demonstration tool to show characteristics of the design. It's not generating power. In order to generate power, you have to build everything to specific densities and then magnetize them all and then start it up. But to do that is years of machining, and I've been making the magnets one by hand on a lathe. But to automate that on a CNC lathe that we have, I don't know how to program and operate a CNC lathe. But other people know how to do that. We could hire those people.
Yeah, I was going to say
dedicated for like 2 years to work full time to make all of the parts necessary to start it up and see if John Searle's claims are true. Because everything that we have worked out individually, isolating the claims, okay, magnetic bearing effect, the magnetic waveform, all of these things work out. But putting it all together in one unit and then extracting the energy from around it, that's the final end result and the focus of our program. And that is justified because of the magnetic waveform that has been duplicated. And we have shown that and can demonstrate that repeatedly, which is like a tuning fork made out of a magnetic wave. And that makes for a frictionless magnetic bearing after a certain RPM and a bunch of other phenomenon. Somebody asked about the double slit experiment. Yeah, all of that's interpretation is complete nonsense. There's no particle wave duality. There's 4 different experiments that produce 4 different results that have nothing to do with each other. And I have posts about that, and I include that about all that in my books as well. So getting rid of all the esoteric quantum quackery and nonsense and getting back to nuts and bolts machining and electrical engineering, isolating the claims one by one in a lab, in a professional environment, seeing what works and what doesn't.
You know, I was going to ask you that apparently then you've come closest to reproducing a working model of John's claimed device than
Correct.
Anybody I've ever spoken to, because maybe I've been too pessimistic, Jason, but you know, over the years I've talked to a bunch of people that are experimenters that have tried, and everybody said a lot of bullshit, but it just doesn't work. Like,
they're using regular magnets. John Searle's magnetization process impresses superimposed magnetic fields which repeat like an AC waveform, like a subcarrier sine wave. And that only becomes emergent once in rotation. And what that does is it allegedly resonates with the electrons, which are all in Brownian motion static around us. We take for granted as temperature. That converts that random static into an ordered wave at its own operating frequency, depending upon the undulations of that, which guides the electrons like a laser.
And by the way, I'm just going to cite fair use verbally. I didn't put my banner up, but we're just using this video to try to educate the public. And
that's fine. We have the copyrights for all of this stuff. This is our material.
Oh, okay. All right. Good. Well,
so this was made by a guy named that was Fernando's unit, but this is in Thailand, and the guy's hand who you saw starting that up was a guy named Freddie who was in Thailand and was helping the efforts back then. But the problem was that they wanted to try to power the lab while they're working on the John Searle stuff. Well, we need to power the facility, right? So let's try to build Howard Johnson motors and Bedini motors and hydrogen fuel cells. Let's try to do that stuff so that we can power the lab to work on the John Searle stuff. So the funding got dwindled because people are working on other side projects trying to power the lab rather than work on the SEG project. So then John Searle left Thailand and then started working with Fernando in San Diego starting in 2010. But all of these videos are from Fernando's work and from my own efforts building these devices to try and
small world. So when I had no idea when I was watching these that you were going to be a guest on my show someday, could explain more to me. And
I've been trying for like 2 years.
I didn't know. I wasn't aware. So just so everybody is clear, those things around the main circle are magnetic. Would you call them rods?
No, they are. It's a
stator?
It's stacked magnets. We call them rollers because they roll around.
Okay.
So there are 8 magnets stacked to make one roller, and there are 12 rollers.
Okay, and just so everybody is clear, when you run a magnet by a coil of wire, it generates electricity.
Correct.
But
that's why you see the green LED lights powered, and you see the red LED lights blinking.
Yeah, he's got a little coil and an LED assembly there. So as the magnets go by it, they are powering the coil, which is powering the LEDs.
Exactly. So that effect, and this is a very low RPM, but this again is being externally powered through the coils in a power supply. But the claim from John Searle is that there is electron capture by the neodymium core. The valence electron is stripped and then is replaced on demand through electrostatic quantum Hall effects.
Yeah, and I gotta say, that's one of the reasons why this is so tantalizing to me, because this looks like a fucking Tony Stark project right here. You know?
That's what people say, yeah. But can you wear it on your chest? No, it'll weigh 180 pounds. And that's the smallest, that's the example of the smallest unit possible, because it requires mass. The theory of operation is 90 watts per pound, so you have to have a minimum amount of density, but you can scale it up from there. So a 180-pound unit with housing and pickup coils will stand about 3 feet in diameter, standing 4 inches tall, and will deliver 15 kilowatts. And that can be scaled up from there.
If it works.
Correct.
If you get it to work.
Yes.
And do you believe, though, that you have all the exacting machining and there won't be like an excuse at the end of your journey?
There hasn't been any technological hurdles to indicate that. But if it doesn't work, then we'll admit that at the time. But everything that we have done so far and the efforts of the Russians, this other group, Tom Vallone and Paul Murad of Morningstar Energy Box, they also measured weight reduction anomalies, as well as who else was doing? Project Green Glow and Project Grasp are government projects. There was Dr. Ning Li, who was studying rotating superconductors, and Dr. Eugene Podklednov, who was interested in John Searle and got a lot of their information on superconductors from John Searle's experiments. Dr. Ning Li got a top secret clearance for her work in anti-gravity, Ning Li, a Chinese lady, and she was working on her own AC gravity experiments. And her experiments went quiet. So there's genuine.
Sorry.
Yeah, there's genuine projects through the government, through groups of physicists and engineers, the Russian government funded projects. Our own efforts have all indicated that there is justification in finding more anomalies and gravitational weirdness. Achieving that means doing the whole unit with a multi-million-dollar project. But isn't that funny that the government has top secret projects working on rotating superconductors like John Searle?
Old Nosy says, if this works, don't let the military copyright it. And I agree. And Aki Kama says, looks more like a fake free energy TikTok video. Yeah, well, we've got some skeptics. I'm included in one. And Is this the fabled Vril energy? Old Nosy asked. No, I think
No.
that's something entirely different. But while we're on the subject, and to just kind of close out, and you look, we've had a good conversation. I would talk to you for 5 more hours
Only
about
2
this.
hours. It's already been 2 hours, bro. That's crazy. Dude.
Yeah, I could talk to you for 5 hours about this.
Yeah.
But let me tell you what. So
I know her.
I was heavily involved in sort of free energy research.
Yeah.
Old Nosy says, "Cool wheel. Did the tall whites or reptiles help?" No.
Not yet.
So, Jason, I was heavily interested in this, and I got to meet this guy, Joffrey.
Yeah.
And we're gonna again cite fair use. So this is his free energy lab in Philadelphia, right near where I lived in the industrial part of Philadelphia. I believe it's like South Philadelphia, and this guy has built like every free energy device.
Yeah, he's a OG.
Died of cancer. Lived in Nevada, and I talked to him.
And here he is,
That it can be switched over.
of all of his lab. It's like
Energy Bat Labs.
Energy Bat Labs, yes. And so I got to talk to him when I was in the middle of my little obsession with
You got a magnetizer there too. Look at that.
thinking that this stuff it was possible.
Yeah.
But honestly, he's got kind of a sad story because he's been doing this for 50 years and he can't get any results, not real free energy results that most people would consider real. But one of the stories that he told me, and I get that it's a secondhand story, is that he was involved in John Searle. There's a picture of them together, probably years before.
I have that picture.
Yeah, I have it as well. I could share it. But he told me a story, which was kind of convincing to me, in which this guy Joffrey claimed that he created mock-up models for John. Mock-ups.
The glass SEG, the one that he had a picture of. I saw, yeah.
Yes.
Piss poor attempt.
But these were non-working mock-up models. They didn't work at all.
Yes.
And Joffrey claimed that once he made those with or for John, John took those mock-ups and immediately started trying to get people to invest money with him to build a working prototype. And he claimed that the mock-ups that Joffrey made were, get this, 80% there.
Ha! Really?
Yes.
That's awesome. Well, maybe I'll say 82.
Yeah. So listen, I would love if this shit
That
worked.
Sucks with the exact number, man. That sucks.
Well, as best I recall, he said they were 80 or 90
what am I gonna do?
percent working. 80 or 90% working.
Well, that was
so
not.
Joffrey, apparently, this guy Joffrey, who's been a free energy experimenter for 50 years, he got pissed off and upset.
I would too.
And he started going into the forums and stuff and saying, like, John Searle is conning everybody. They're mock-ups. They don't work at all. They're just models so that you can visualize it. That's all.
That's there because John was so eccentric. He would say, "This is on the verge. You see, other people are trying to duplicate me, so that must mean we're almost there." So each attempt, he would get so excited, like with Gunnar Sandberg, the Sussex University, with John A. Thomas, and two other groups of people in the UK, the Thailand group. Everybody who tried to help John Searle said that he was eccentric and that he would get a little more enthusiastic than the capabilities of the people who were trying to help him, because he did it in the past. He wanted it to happen again so bad. This is what the claim is that he just was always on the verge of, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. We just need the funding to make it happen. And nobody pushed it over the financial hurdle to make it happen. And because he was robbed, he was poisoned, and people tried to get him to sign over his rights for decades, he was gun shy about divulging anything. And so he would give people enough information to give them interest and allow them to believe that he had more at the time than he actually had. So when we're trying to justify the claims of John Searle, we have all of these wild stories, and all of that's in the past with no way to validate it other than working in a lab now to see, okay, is this real? Does this work? And everything that I've personally done has said, yeah, down to the milligram and micron, it works. So why wouldn't it work if we put it all together in one unit? That's my logic.
But
But
doesn't it seem a little curious that so many people have tried to put it together and nobody's been able to get it working?
because
You
he
know,
never gave up the magnetization. You cannot do it with regular magnets. Otherwise, you have a paperweight. He refused to patent it and wanted to keep the magnetization a trade secret like Coca-Cola's recipe. So until the last 2 years of his life, he would never divulge the secrets or the particulars of the actual process or the machining. I didn't know until I had conversations with him for years that he never actually made the magnets himself. He had the engineers and factory workers make them for him because he was never an engineer. He was the supervisor at the electric plant. He never machined things. He never used the tools. He soldered circuitry, and he was the wiring maintenance guy at the electric plant. But he didn't press the powders. He didn't use the lathe and machine it. He had other people do that for him. So he allowed people to believe that he made the magnets himself and did all these things. He modified the magnetizer. He magnetized them and assembled it. He didn't make it himself. And he didn't want people to know that he didn't make it himself. But he magnetized it himself, and it worked when he actually put everything together. So without that infrastructure of the electric plant, he wouldn't have been able to do it. It's like a kid in a candy shop, like a miracle of circumstance is the saying.
and here's some stuff from
That's what Geoffrey made. And even I thought that, because there was a really blurry image of that for years, and I thought that was a mock-up that John had initially made back in like the 60s or 70s. And then I messaged Geoffrey, and he's like, no, I made that.
And here he is with
That's
John
the picture.
Searle.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's unfortunately it's tiny, so
So
But
Geoffrey has a lot of clout, and he knows what he's talking about. But he didn't. I
can tell you, I was very, very impressed with his knowledge of history of all of these different.
He's for real. He's for real. But
unfortunately, his lab. We were talking about this before the show. His lab did get trashed, and they sold off all of his equipment because
another guy named Geoffrey
couldn't pay his rent.
And then kicked him out. They signed up. They locked him out. They changed the locks, and then they kicked him out of his own organization.
There's two sides to every story, and apparently he could not pay his rent. And so here's another picture of him with.
Dude, but you have that.
That's Joe Newman.
That's what happened to John Searle, as he had so much equipment and he couldn't pay the rent, and then he had to just walk away from it all. And then people sold his equipment time and time again.
Yeah, here he has a section on his website, Lab Destruction.
Oh my God.
He says in January, Energy Labs was destroyed by 3 people that stole, auctioned off, and trashed the lab. But again, they
sold that unit, that SEG unit. I tried getting that on a bid. They were selling it for $2.
Wow. Do you know how much it went for?
I think $5.
Jesus.
If they even gave it up, I'm not sure.
So they kept the money from selling everything in the lab.
That's my understanding. I like Geoffrey, even though he doesn't like John Searle. I like him.
I really liked him.
I believe John Searle.
I'm gonna have to call him and try to catch up with him. I was supposed to go there and film, but like a lot of you weirdos, he's like a recluse.
Yes.
So
am I.
I scheduled multiple times to go there and visit him.
Yeah.
But then as best I recall, and if I'm wrong, I apologize to Geoffrey, but as best I recall, after not letting me come and film multiple times, I called him again, hey, this is, the last time I'm going to try. I know you're busy, but I want to come and film and you show me some of your stuff. And he said, okay. But then he wanted some ridiculous amount of money, like $1,000 for a few hours. And I was like, yeah, I'm not going to do that.
He's worth it though.
I agree.
He's worth more than that. And if he's listening, then, right on, bro.
Energy. He had a library of alternative.
I know, it's like heartbreaking.
Energy.
I got pissed off for him, with him. That's
but
nonsense.
By the same token, like I said, we have to be clear in saying there's two sides to every story. When this first happened, I contacted one of these people that was the landlord who told me there's no conspiracy here. He didn't pay his rent. for 8 months,
Oh,
and eventually we locked him out, and we sold his stuff to pay his back rent.
what are you gonna
So
do? There, you know.
yeah,
Uh,
it's very sad though. The
me,
guy's
just
very passionate, and one of those interesting things is I wanted him to show me how to build coils correctly. He's built thousands, tens of thousands of coils for all these
he's
different
the man. Dude. He
experiments.
knows what
Yeah,
he knows what he's doing, man. There's
yeah,
no
isn't
doubt.
it interesting though? Small world, right? Small
I have
world.
a
We
lot of
don't-
respect for people who don't have respect for me, or maybe
Oh,
they do. But
he never. All he told me was that he believed that John Searle. This is what he said, and I'm paraphrasing. He believed that John Searle was very enthusiastic and convincing, but at the end of the day, he was a con artist with a lot of bullshit and nothing that worked. That's what his belief was, because he claimed that
A lot of people think that.
he would try to build the thing, and John would go, "Well, you didn't build it right." Like that was
Gunnar
John's
Sandberg
excuse.
tried to do it. Many people, but
I've talked to other people who try to build it.
other people have tried building things and find anomalies, and then they need more funding to do more. But so who are you going to believe? You can only believe your own efforts. So that's why I personally believe John Searle's claims, because everything that I've done in a lab has validated
If you're
it.
seeing evidence, yeah, then I could. And listen, I'll be the first to admit that I could be wrong, but I based my opinions off of Joffrey and a few other people who told me
That's
stories
fine.
about Searle.
I
And
understand.
in another case, somebody told me that they were in discussions with Searle and they had experiments going trying to reproduce it, but then Searle kept wanting money to tell him, well, you're doing this wrong and this wrong, so I need to get some money and I'll
You know
explain
why?
it to you
Because
or
he
whatever.
didn't have any heat. He didn't have any. He called it Martian training. Living in Somerset in England, he had no heat. He had like no electricity. This guy had like a battery with an electric cooker. And until Fernando started paying his bill so that he can have electricity, he had nothing. Like Nikola Tesla, penniless.
But isn't that like a red flag for you that this guy claims that he created this revolutionary
Yeah, it was a red
power
flag.
source,
Yes.
and then he's living penniless and he can't even pay his bills, and
Yes.
it's sad. Old Nosy with 5 says this sort of alchemy is above my pay grade. My degree is in astrology. There's not degrees in that. Josh and us. Yeah, so and I don't know. I think that John Searle's story is sad because what if he really did crack the code, Jason? What if he really did?
That's what I want to find out, and I'm willing to do all the work so other people don't have to. If
Well,
he's
you
for
got to
real,
come
we're
back
gonna
and give
find
us
it
an
out.
update. I'm all chips in on the John Searle story.
And there's also the information from Dr. Edward Dowdy, the mathematical justification, which is in opposition to relativity and a half a quantum theory. That gives me further enthusiasm that it is valid because there is math for it that doesn't need dark matter, ether, and
I don't
crap.
like when people start talking about ether.
It's
I
bullshit.
kind of
It doesn't
tune out.
exist.
Yeah,
It
I
doesn't
tune out.
exist, dude.
I don't like the ether stuff. It's just
All
like,
of that
it's
Galilean
pseudoscience.
invariance, Lorentz invariance, no. The speed of light shifts and all of that stuff is not needed. So that's
Well, I'm glad that we could have a conversation and not be instantly like, "Fuck you." He's not a con artist. Yes, he is.
that's
I'm glad
okay.
that
It's
we
all
could.
right if you say that anyway.
I want to
man.
try to start building bridges instead of burning them all. But anybody could see. I'll send you the link to my John Searle video
All right.
where we covered the whole story in explicit detail, and I gave a lot of evidence for why I thought it's not a valid thing, and he may have been a con artist. Because do you know, Jason, what was he doing for a living for the past 40 years after he was no longer working for that big company as a supervisor?
He worked for NORAD for wiring. He worked in a hospital in Shenley Hospital. That was before he got into the electrical engineering. He was a prototype wireman, and he worked for the electric company. And then after that,
Didn't he get like in trouble for stealing power too? Let's clear that one up.
Okay.
The free energy guy apparently hooked his house up to the power lines illegally.
Yes. No, what he
Allegedly.
the claim is that he built the device while working as the supervisor at the electric plant on company time, using company resources. So then he brought all of that stuff home from work, pretty much taking it from the job site to his house, experimenting with it, and finding out it powered his house. So then he disconnected from the grid, connected this unit to the panel of his wall, and then plastered the device into his wall with the wires leading into the wall. And then had it there for years, he says. Once he left the electric company, they took notice to his house. Wait a minute, you haven't been getting power from the grid the entire time you were working here. You must have been stealing our power. So while he was out in a lecture, either in Switzerland or Germany for 3 or 4 days, the electric company went into his house, followed the wires from the panel into the wall,
and took the only working device he claimed he had.
Yes. And then took him to court.
Isn't that convenient, though?
But get this. They took him to court claiming that he was stealing their electricity because every watt of electricity that the unit generated, they considered their property because he built it on company property while he was on company time. Well, that would be
confirmation that it actually worked then.
So the judge said, bring in this device that you claim that you confiscated from his house. The electric company was not cooperative, refused to bring it in, either said they lost it or just plain out refused. The judge said, case dismissed then. I'm not going to force him to pay a fine if you're not going to be cooperative here. So that's that. And that was in 1982. And ever since then, he had been trying to convince people that he had previously achieved everything that he did and never got the $3 million that he claims is necessary to bring it back to fruition. Because
he did collect investor money for decades.
He did. But not at a constant. Group to group would fund him with their own efforts as a hobby, trying to see if it worked for fun. And then either he got too reclusive, people tried to form companies behind his back saying, holy crap, we think there's something to this. Let's try to take it from him and see if we can form our own company. So people were deceptive, robbed him, poisoned him, tried to kill him.
Do the court documents still exist? They should.
If they do, that would be in England back in the 80s.
Well, I have a friend in England. Maybe we'll see if we can get him.
And the BBC claims that they also have footage of him working on his IGV. Please see if you could help get that as well. I have the master copy number and everything.
I'm pretty good at that stuff, so send it to me and we'll do a follow-up. We'll see if we can't get the court document. I'm great at digging up information. We'll see if we can't get the court documents and the footage.
There's got to be something because it's listed as being in the archives. There's an actual episode from the BBC.
You'd be surprised. You get the right person on the phone, you know?
But it was all filmed. It was all filmed on local access TV on reels of like 8mm footage back then, not digitized.
Transfer it, yeah.
If it's even intact anymore, if it's real, right? So that's the whole thing. So there is speculation.
Oh, I would love to see that footage, even if it's just him working on it, because that would be like, we could dispel that rumor. There isn't footage of a working device. There's footage of him working on a device that doesn't yet work. Yeah, exactly. Or something like that.
So, but all of that information is like good luck that's in the past. All we can really do now is focus on the efforts now and see if it's real by putting it all together. But that's a $3 million end result.
You've got $1.5 million in?
No, over the course piecemeal since 2010. So that's been, that's pretty much gone by the time.
So you basically need another $1.5 million.
$3 to $5 million. This is a 2 to 3 year full-time work venture, hiring the proper engineers and personnel to work full-time. It's not a garage project. This is
I will agree with you on that. Listen, I've built some very complicated things, but even when I looked at what this would require, I said, I'm not even going to attempt this. And especially after talking to Joffrey, which may have persuaded me to not waste time,
Yeah, learn to use CAD. I'm trying. Help me. I need to learn that. And the programming for the CNC lathe. But even
Well,
still,
to close things out too, I just wanted to
yeah,
ask you, because there seems to be an awful lot of people in the UFO community that are spreading a lot of disinformation and misinformation on exotic technologies.
yeah.
You'll often hear UFO grifters claim that Nikola Tesla, for example, had anti-gravity technology. Do you believe that?
No. And
Good. All
Nikola
right.
Tesla never said anything about 369. It's an internet myth. I've personally gone through
I agree.
Tesla's Colorado Springs notes, his interviews, and all publicly available material. The alleged statement doesn't exist, and I've challenged people for over 10 years to produce that source, and nobody can do it.
And one other thing that people in the UFO community mention constantly that sort of drives me nuts is the
Yeah.
experiments of T. Townsend Brown, because they
Ion
claim.
wind.
But isn't there a huge difference between ion wind and anti gravity?
Yes, huge difference. Like the lifters with the ion wind, you have to have something to push off of. And even in a vacuum chamber, they say, look, it works. It's pushing off of the walls of the glass vacuum chamber.
I agree.
It's
Yeah.
not. It's just a push at a very micro newtons of thrust. But that's 3D fermions again. But if you can compress that 3D energy to 2 dimensions and have it propagate on one plane, then you can spring load it and actually perform useful
My
work.
point is, it's a far cry from anti gravity. Ion wind
It's not
exists
anti-gravity.
for sure, but it's
Because
a tiny force.
I don't believe in anti-gravity, because anti suggests a canceling of gravity, where I think you would generate emissions of your own gravity, because I think gravity is produced from electron pairs splitting and dropping energy levels, whereas
Could be.
a light is produced from single electrons dropping energy levels. So if you produce emissions of gravity strong enough with enough coherence, it will fight against the existing gravity produced by the Earth, and you'll get a repulsion effect riding on it. But it's not anti,
Exactly.
because you're not canceling anything. You're
I just mean to say that
competing.
there's so many people that spread that. Oh, T. Townsend Brown, he cracked anti gravity in the 50s. No, he
No, he
didn't.
did not.
He did experiments that produced ionic wind, and the
Correct.
lifters too. Yeti Orknot News says this was meant to be. Glad you two are collaborating. Yeah, we're building bridges instead of burning them so quickly. And Jason, the funny thing is too, like, when I see those lifter videos, I go, well, that's interesting. But
It's great.
what they're not showing you is they've got an 800-pound electrical generator on the floor
Oh,
next to the thing. Yeah,
tornado.
and
Yeah.
you're never going to get that
It's high
800-pound
voltage.
generator on top of that thing.
No.
So unless you can generate the free energy to make that work, it's never going to be viable
And you
technology
can't do
for
that.
flight.
We can't do that without coherence and electron pairing.
I mean, it's fun to watch those lifters, but when you know there's an 800-pound electrical generator and there's no
Coke.
way that little lifter can lift that as well. Yeah. Old Nosy, speaking of Coke. Do you think Macron was caught with tissues or Coke? Definitely
Le
Coke.
Macron. It was
Yeah.
le Coca-Cola. Yep.
Yeah. So it's interesting that there's so much misinformation and disinformation. I have a particular interest in Tesla and all of his experiments, and I have a bunch of books and history, and like there's no indication that he cracked free energy or that he cracked anti-gravity, but people tell these stories, and since he's dead, it's not like he can say, excuse me, you're bullshitting, I never
Yeah.
said that, or I never did
And how
that.
convenient, right? So we're just left with the hearsay. And
I'm sure there's a lot of mysteries of what he had when he died.
Yes.
He definitely had some kind of death ray technology for sure. Whether it was
Microwaves or
ion
whatever.
cannon, microwaves, who knows? But the guy invented so much of our modern technology, and it's a shame that he really doesn't get the credit. AC current.
I didn't learn about him in high school.
generators, motors. That's
Huh.
all Tesla. Why? Yeah. Why didn't they
The
teach us
on
about
off
Tesla?
switch, remote controls, like,
Radio. Yeah,
well, Marconi can take credit for that. It's like, all right, hey, it's all right, you know that.
They both had it at the same time.
Okay,
but
flattered. I'm flattered. Yeah,
Marconi
exactly.
was quicker on the patent filing,
exactly.
I guess. Yeah. All right. Well, listen, we had a good conversation. I hope you will not be a stranger. Maybe you could be our strange science advisor. We could use that.
All I can do is offer my take on it and a heretical take. So that's what I got.
Well, listen, I really hope you crack the code. Because
I do too.
And listen, if you do, I got a little 1,000 square foot cabin in the woods, and I'll test it. We'll try to
bet.
run that bitch.
Bet you would. I bet.
Yeah. No
Yeah, well,
electric bills. No
you
electric
can,
bill for the rest of my life.
and you
Sign
can
me
power
up.
Bitcoin mining operations too. And I was like, what? Money out of thin air? Somebody say money out of thin air? Pots of gold out of thin air?
And one other thing, there's a particular grifter who tried to sell a free energy device, and it turned out that he was citing like 12-year-old
Ether
YouTube
tech, you mean?
hoax. Yeah, maybe that was it. Yeah.
Never heard of it.
We'll save that for another time then.
Yeah, that's another one. Oh, yeah.
And Arlene is sharing your Rumble channel. She found it.
Thank you. Yeah. I got deleted and censored and banned because I'm a village idiot. But whatever. If you want to hear some nonsense, then I'm your man.
I'm gonna check out your channel. I love this. I love this free energy stuff. But I
want it to be real.
I'm so glad that you acknowledge that 95% of it is all hoaxes. Fake.
We got to go where the information leads. Even if it explodes your ego, you got to go with the truth. You can't live a lie and have confirmation bias. So what I've seen so far indicates it's real, and I'm going to keep on pushing until I get some end results and see if we can get what everybody wants.
And everybody wants free energy. Yeah.
And it's only for accredited investors to purchase shares. So it's not like there's
it's not like you're running a total major scam and taking
anybody who offers pre-sales of something,
watch out. Don't do it.
Watch out.
All right, well, I'm going to throw you out of here and do a quick wrap up. You haven't been here before, so just so you know, as soon as I toss you, you just close down your browser tab and you're good. You don't need to do anything else.
All right, cool. Right on, man. Thank you.
All right, well, thanks.
Everybody.
Don't be a stranger. Jason Verbelli, everybody. Great guest. Have a good night. All right, friends. Well, you may have noticed that I cut down the bells and whistles, the animated frames, the animated background, and I did that specifically and on purpose because we've been having a lot of problems with our software, like choking in the middle of a show. And isn't it interesting that tonight we didn't have those problems? But here's the problem. I signed up for this software because of the fun bells and whistles, like animated backgrounds, animated frames. And if it turns out that you can't use those things without choking the show, then this software is useless to me. Why are white fools saying it looks better? Yeah. So UFO grifters living on lies for years, says Patty. Yeah. Well, listen, I consider this guy Jason to be actually honest, because if he can acknowledge that most of free energy stuff out there in the interwebs is fake and hoaxes, then he's not one of the people in on this scam, in my opinion. And God bless him if he listen. Imagine believing in this John Searle generator so much that you dedicate 20 years of your life to try to make it work. I don't know if he's put that much time in, but he's been experimenting with this stuff for that long. Yeah, sound and video was amazing tonight. Yeah, but this kills me because maybe I should turn it on now and see if this show chokes. You know what? I should do that. We should do that. And thank you, Old Nosy, with one for the goal. Code word for Coke in Ukraine is Hunter's laptop. Thank you, Old Nosy. At least he doesn't talk in stupid circles like David Wilcock. Yeah. He did say the slit experiment was crap, though. Well, a lot of these guys have different ideas of physics, right? And listen, I do have a little bit of reservations about what he's saying, though, because to say, well, this device requires $5 million before we can prove that it works or not. Well, what if it doesn't? That means you wasted everybody's money for all these years and it still doesn't work. But, I'll be rooting for him and we'll try to have him back on, maybe give us an update on the device and we'll see. Yeah. And Pat, that's another thing, that it takes a lot of balls for somebody to come here because, I don't think he knows my complete history though. So that probably helped. I don't think he knows how much we debunk bullshit here. But I didn't detect much from him. I kind of think the guy's a true believer, and I can't fault him if he really truly believes that this thing works and he keeps seeing little signs that it will someday. But I will tell you, Patty, and everybody, when I was experimenting with free energy stuff, it's so tantalizing to get something that almost works. that it propels you to put more time in and more money and more energy. And there was a time when I put like, I don't know, hundreds and hundreds of dollars into parts for these crystal energy cells, especially. Copper and magnesium are very expensive, and I needed grinders, and I needed, some chemistry equipment and other things. Um, I put hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars into my free energy experiments. I also bought hundreds and hundreds of dollars of free energy device plans off of eBay. I could show you on eBay now. I'm sure that there's still scam plans on eBay. Free energy generator plans. You just put that into eBay. And yeah, here we go. Let me just share my screen. I just want to display to everybody that there is a whole industry of scammers out there. And I mean, some of it is, look, this is $9. Howard Johnson permanent magnet motor plans, alternative free energy, $9 plus $4.50 delivery. I mean, that's not too bad. But free energy homemade generator plans, DIY schematic manual renewable. Bruce De Palma free energy homopolar generator DIY plans. Here's another one, micro magnetic generator. I bought so many of these and tried to build them, and nothing worked. Free energy device, resonance energy method plans, DIY, manual, renewable. Bedini, free energy, $270 for that. Energy independence made easy, hydrogen generator plans. Well, those actually work though, so $50 for that is not so bad, I guess. There's just endless free energy device plans that you could buy on eBay. And I'm telling you, I bought a whole shit ton of these when I was younger, and I tried to build every one of them, and none of them worked, which is very disappointing. But some of them almost worked, and that was tantalizing. And if you go to the people you bought the plans from, basically the scam is they blame you. Well, you didn't follow the plans exactly, so that's why it didn't work, or whatever. It's just one of those things. Sad. I would love to believe that there is a possibility of being able to generate free energy. I would love to believe that, but everything in my experience, and it's not like I just looked into it a little bit and said, "Oh, it's all hogwash." No, I built a whole bunch of these things, and nothing worked. And then, of course, I spoke to many people, especially on the John Searle generator, who tried to build it, and none of them were able to reproduce John Searle's original device or claims. So, I made my determination that was not workable technology based on all the available evidence. Now, Jason feels differently, and he's willing to invest some. Yeah, okay, Bird Eye. Well, which one is real then? Then show me a real working one. There's always people who claim like, "Whoa, well, that stuff's not real, but mine is." I mean, kind of like our guest tonight. Like, oh yeah, 95% of them are scams, but I got the one that really works. Well, can you show me it working? Not yet. And when we get to the case of this Joffrey from Energy Bat Labs, here, I'm going to share more of that. Joffrey is very passionate, I would say, about free energy. And he's got to have 100 different devices of various types from various designers and explanations, different methods for generating free energy or whatever. He's got tons of this stuff in his lab, just devices of all kinds. But unfortunately, he's never been able to get free energy to work. And I got to tell you, meeting this guy changed my focus, because I kind of said, like, if this guy with all this material and all of his knowledge, and he has a whole library of all exotic energy and Tesla stuff and free energy materials and books, and if after 50 years this guy with all these resources, materials, machining wasn't able to get anything working, then what chance did I have in my little garage or basement workshop? And I kind of determined I had none. FXSTI with 1090R. Great subject and show. Want to see more of this? Yeah, we'll see what we can do. Yeah. So this guy Joffrey had just a tremendous amount of knowledge about all this exotic or alternative energy. Yeah, it no longer exists. He got kind of thrown out of his lab, and you know, Yeti Orknot News seems like it would be more effective for Dude to pay a machine shop to produce the rings than magnetize them himself. Well, apparently they have to be done a very certain exacting way or it won't work, right? Tales of the Sonic Voyage says, I needed a Stephen Cambion supervillain action figure that runs on free energy, and I could send it off to do my evil work while I stay home and play guitar. Yeah. All of Stephen's hands-on exploring and building free energy devices helped grow the Stephen we see today. And in that, not time wasted. John Hutchinson effect is another one that gets me. It's just one of those things, right? So yeah, meeting and getting to speak to this Joffrey guy. And by the way, I'm going to reach out to him and see if he won't come and be a guest and talk about all this alternative energy stuff. Now I've kind of rekindled my interest in it. Give me 10 million in a decade, I will give you free energy, I promise. Yeah, we've kind of heard that one before, and that's the problem with this. Paul Strickland, your approach to this subject is awesome. Well, yeah. Stormcrow says secret rings. Yeah. That's why I was never able to get it working. But this guy Joffrey, like, oh my God, he had this massive, I don't know how many square foot, but it's a huge warehouse full of all of his experiments from 50 years of trying to get free energy devices to work. And he really has nothing that works. I mean, here's a Don Smith coil. You can look that one up. Here's pull-out projects. All different designs for free energy. He had free energy devices. I mean, look at all this Tesla coils, generators, wires, motors. I would have a ball in there. I'm kind of into that nerdy shit. So yeah, and if Joffrey is his real name, yes, Joffrey Miller, I believe. Let me check. Yes, I think it was Jeffrey. It's spelled Geoffrey. When I contact him again, I'll ask him to clarify if it's Jeffrey or Joffrey. I think that's Jeffrey, but Jason said no, it's Joffrey. So who knows? Yeah. Old Nosy with 2. The missing link to all this working is real energy. Yeah, you need a Nazi girl to help you with that. That's all. Yeah, John P. Adventure said, a friend that's an electrician. He can connect for free from the grid and cement it in so no one discovers it. There you go. There's free energy, right? So I hope you've enjoyed this little foray into exposing some of Dr. Stephen Greer and also this John Searle and free energy. I was once super into this stuff, like big time into it. I was convinced that I was going to be able to get something working. But that is the trap that everybody who gets into this falls into. I don't want to say our guest tonight, Jason, is arrogant, but do you know how many people have failed to build a working John Searle effect generator? Hundreds of people, maybe thousands of people have tried to reproduce John's device that he swears he had working at one point in time. Nobody's ever been able to do it. But every guy that undertakes it thinks that they're going to crack the code. That's why I kept using that term. Crack the code. Crack the code. I hope Jason does crack the code. I really do. Um, but I think it's likely a lost cause. So we've done our due diligence. I'm going to be back tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hope you'll be here with us. If you haven't yet, please do smash that like button on your way out. It really does help. We're going to take a moment to thank you, Kick viewers, as well. We'll check in over there, see if there's anything to call out. For those unaware, we read every single super chat. We thank anybody who gives us any support. We give them a big shout out and a thank you. No money, no honey on kick.com tonight, but that's okay. We'll take a moment to give some shout outs to the kick.com viewers. We've got Verdon House over there. Ralph Fallow Soldier is over there. Winter Soldier is there. Herr Wagner. Blind Daughter is over there. I mentioned Winter Soldier. We've got Most Tasteless is over there. Shout out to all you guys in the kick.com chat. So for those unaware, we read every single super chat. We thank any person who gifts a subscription on Kick. We thank any person who gifts a membership. We want to big shout out and thank you to Mike Larry, whoever this past weekend gifted something like, I think, 20 subs. What's going on? I can't get into. It wants me to use a pass key, use a fingerprint or passcode. Why can't I just use regular way to lock? Oh, now it's letting me. That's weird. We want to take a moment to thank Nemesis Bex for a $10 PayPal pledge. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. Much, much appreciated. You can also buy me a coffee. Instructions for how to do that are in the description of this video or podcast. Please visit our website, truthseekershow.com. From there, you can get all the latest episodes, whether you want audio or video format. It's all right there. So we'll take a moment to thank all of you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. Much, much appreciated. Like I said, I will be back tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern, and we've got a banger for you tomorrow because we've got David Wilcock and Corey Good's former television show, Cosmic Disclosure producer, Jay Widener, is going to be here dishing on the two biggest grifters in the UFO space, David Wilcock and Corey Good. And I don't know why, but he wants to talk about archons and how maybe archons had something to do with David Wilcock and Corey Good lying to everybody for 8 years now? It's just one of those days, right? So we've done our due diligence. I am going to bounce on. All right. So we made it through the entire show before the software screwed up. Isn't that interesting? We almost made it through the whole show before the sync issue happened. I'm going to have to email them again. I'm sorry for the technical issues. I always say it's a live show. You get it warts and all. We're trying to work these issues out. I thought tonight we had a better time because of the cutting down on the bells and whistles and the eye candy. Maybe that's not the issue. Tomorrow night we'll try it with the eye candy and see what happens. So that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.
evidence. Why would we get it? Why would we get it? Technology, we get it. Why would we get it? Why would we get it? Biosphere, technology,
I'd like to see y'all get some money to do special research and talk as much smack as y'all do. Take a hike already. I'd like to see y'all get some money to do special research and talk as much smack as y'all do. Take a hike already.
experience with consciousness, experience with consciousness, experience with consciousness, consciousness, consciousness.
Filled. October. October. Filled. Filled. October. October. Filled. Filled. October. October. Filled. Filled. October. October. Filled. After I came back into my body, I was spontaneously healed. After I came back into my body, I was spontaneously healed. After I came back into my body, I was spontaneously healed. After I came back into my body, I was spontaneously healed.
Truth seekers exposing the truth. Truth seekers coming for you. Truth seekers exposing the lies. Truth seekers, open your eyes. They lie again. Have you had your fill? Let go of lies. Take your second red pill. I know you've had your fill. It's time to take your second red pill. I know you've had your fill. It's time to take your second pill. I know you've had your fill. It's time to take your second red pill. Truth seekers exposing the truth. Truth seekers coming for you. Truth seekers exposing the lies. Truth seekers, open your eyes. It's time to take your second red pill. I know you've had your fill. It's time to take your second red pill. Truth seekers exposing the truth. Truth seekers coming for you. Truth seekers exposing the lies. Truth seekers, open your eyes.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. Tonight, we will be presenting a short history on one Dr. Stephen Greer. And it's interesting that several years ago, we basically did an all-out assault on Dr. Stephen Greer, his fake whistleblowers, the people that he associates with, like Third Phase of Moon. By the way, one indicator that this man is not credible is that currently the people who make his documentaries with him are Blake and Brent Cousins, who you may know better as Third Phase of Moon, who are notoriously the biggest UFO hoaxers in YouTube history. And just so everyone is aware, you can go to our free documentary section here on our YouTube channel. Just go to the main channel, scroll all the way down to free documentaries, and there's some 5-hour evidence of hoaxes and fake UFO videos, fake alien videos. We destroyed their entire history. They've been doing it for decades. So maybe, just maybe, if the people making your films are notorious faker UFO hoaxers on YouTube, it doesn't really look like you may be very credible. So several years ago, we really hit Dr. Stephen Greer hard, and I did some exhaustive research into his various claims. One of my favorite claims that he makes is that he briefed every sitting U.S. president since Ronald Reagan. So we went to all of the presidential libraries, and all we found was one letter that he sent to President Clinton. He sent it to the White House. So apparently, if you just send a letter to the White House, you can claim you briefed the president. So, by the way, I've sent a letter last week to Joe Biden about the coming alien invasion, and I'm going to send a new letter to Donald Trump to the White House. And then I'm going to say that I briefed the last two presidents about the aliens and UFOs visiting Earth. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I have to, cards on the table, put this on the record. Back in 2000, maybe 1998, I first heard about Dr. Stephen Greer and followed him very closely. But at the time, I didn't know that the guy just lies constantly. He just makes things up, and nobody fact checks him, because there's this unwritten rule in the land of UFOs and aliens that you don't call any of the grifters on their bull, or they'll call you on your grifting bull. But back then, I thought he was a credible researcher. After all, he's a former medical doctor. But this speaks to the amount of money. I love it when stupid people say, oh, there's no money in UFOs, Stephen. We can track Dr. Stephen Greer's, just his crowdfunding for his documentaries, where he's collected $1 million for one, $500,000 for two or three. And then go look at the documentaries. It doesn't take $1 million to make some of these documentaries, or even $500,000 if we're being kind and polite. Let's say he paid $50,000 to create these crowd-funded documentaries. What happens? My big question is, what happens to the surplus money? Like if you tell your audience, and by the way, he did this once. Oh, there's an emergency. There's going to be a fake alien invasion, and I need to hurry up and make a documentary to warn everybody. And he collected $500,000. Go look at that documentary. He spent max. I don't know. I could have made that documentary for 10 grand, but what do I know? I'm just an independent content producer, video editor, filmmaker, I guess. And granted, his documentaries are basically like filmed sit down interviews and then a ton of stock video. Anybody can go get Envato Elements for $20 a month and get all the stock video you want. And if half the documentary is stock video, how are you spending $500,000 on filming some sit down interviews or whatever? So we're going to get into all of this tonight. But before we begin, we want to recognize the live chat. We see we already have some very kind and very generous people, and I haven't even set the goal for tonight. So we're setting the goal for tonight at 50 super chats of $2 or better, and we have a couple hours in which to do it. And if we hit the goal, I will go through the first third phase of Moon exposed documentary and offer some commentary on that, because it is literally a laugh riot looking at how many times we have caught Stephen Greer's filmmakers faking UFO videos. My favorite is they live in Hawaii, and so myself and the filmmaker who actually made the first documentary, Sapiens Culture, was able to geolocate and find out that many of their early UFO videos that they were posting on YouTube were all filmed in Hawaii, less than a mile or 2 miles from their house. Wow, what are the odds? These guys got all these UFO videos and they're right near their house. So we'll be doing that. We have the goal set. And but we will take a moment to thank some kind and generous benefactors. Remember, we are viewer supported, and your funds help keep us honest. I know a lot of people who started out on that whole search for UFO and alien truth, honest. And eventually they figured out, wow, in order to make any money at this and make a living, I'm going to have to start grifting. So your kind and generous benefactors, you kind of generous benefactors out there, help me stay not a grifter. Zero, who's a Praise the Cash member, just gifted 5 Truth Seekers memberships, which is this is a great time to remind you, smash that subscribe button, because if you come to the live chat and a kind and generous person like Zero here gifts free memberships, you could win one. YouTube just randomly gives them out somehow to people in the live chat who are subscribed to our channel but not yet members. You have to be subscribed to the channel in order to qualify for the free memberships. So Based IRL got a free membership, Lily Ann got a free membership, Beck got a free membership, Toto got a free membership, and Ironcaster got a free membership. All thanks to the kindness, generosity, and support of Zero. Thank you, Zero. And everybody in the live chat should thank people who have given you free membership. Fat Chick Thriller is already here saying, getting the ball rolling. Praise the cash. God bless the goal. And Lord Ludacris is here. Thank you, Fat Chick Thriller. Yes, praise the cash. Lord Ludacris, long time show supporter, says, hell yeah, I want to see you bust these frauds again. Lord Ludacris was here 2 years ago. We took Stephen Greer and especially Third Phase of Moon and Goofon apart. We just disassembled their whole grift. But of course, they're still grifting. So it's a thankless endeavor sometimes. Dwayne Dibley with a kind and generous 5. And thank you, Lord Ludacris. And Dwayne Dibley says, God bless the goal. Well, we're pretty far from it now. I always get nervous. Okay, we've got 3 for the goal. Remember, any super chat of $2 or better will help us towards that goal for this evening. So we're going to get into some pretty funny stuff, including Lord Ludacris says, facts. Yes. We're going to get into some of this history of Dr. Stephen Greer, and there's some really funny stuff. I've got I think my funniest video ever is about Dr. Stephen Greer's porta potty secret UFO base where they back engineer the alien technology. But he puts this information out, and I'm looking at this. I'm looking at these illustrations, and there's porta potties. There's actually porta potties in the illustrations. Like, they could build a top secret underground alien back engineering base, but they can't put a bathroom in that bitch. So that's one of my funniest videos. We're going to include it in tonight. We want to thank Ty Lee with one for the goal, $1.99. Very generous of you. Thank you, Ty Lee. And Sandra McDonald with a kind and generous $2.99 Australian, saying, praise the cash. We are starting off right, friends. We are starting off right. But before we begin tonight's broadcast, I want to share some bad news with you all. And that is that every time certain grifters are very defensive of their grifts. And we routinely get no ad revenue when we do these sort of Stephen Greer exposed or David Wilcock exposed show, because the grifters fight back with false copyright claims. And that's just an unfortunate side effect. But I have decided that my audience is so kind and generous that I don't have to worry about the ad pennies. If we get demonetized tonight because somebody copyright claims us falsely. By the way, everything we're doing tonight is fair use. We're using whatever we're sharing to educate the public. We're critiquing it, we're analyzing it. I provide commentary. The live chat is talking about what we're sharing, making it a totally transformative work. So these false copyright claims are absolutely ridiculous. But I wanted to just give you an example. This is one of the last times that we covered Greer, and this one is our video, Dr. Stephen Greer digs a big hole, Stephen Cambion calls his bluff. We did a 2-part series exposing him lying to people on the Sean Ryan show. And for whatever reason, Sean Ryan copyright claimed. And listen, here's where it gets ridiculous. I think this was a 4-hour stream. But because we used 1 minute and 56 seconds, not even 1 minute, 1 minute and 15 seconds looks like. We used 1 minute and 15 seconds, something like that, of the Sean Ryan show. So due to that, the entire 4-hour stream gets demonetized. Now we still get the free memberships if people gift them, and we still get the super chats, PayPal pledges. If you become a Patreon supporter or a YouTube channel member, or you send a buy me a coffee, we still get that. So, but these are the tactics that are used to stop people from exposing. And quite often it's literally child's play to expose the fakery, fraudery, and bullshittery. But we constantly get dinged with demonetization for exposing the truth behind these sensational clickbait hucksters. So I just want to take a moment to thank you, kind and generous benefactors. People like Dono of Spite. Steve, do you want me to send you more UFO videos? Sure. Thank you for your kindness. And that's one for the goal. And Fat Chick Thriller with another one, $2.99. Legal letters standing by alien scammers. Yeah, we've won every false copyright claim. But to be honest, sometimes I'm not aware of these copyright claims. Maybe I don't get the notification. So for years now, people have been watching this Stephen Greer exposed video. By the way, we put 8 hours of just screen time into that expose. In other words, I streamed for like 8 hours, 7 or 8 hours. Both of them demonetized for using like a 1 minute clip from somebody. And how am I supposed to expose the lies and the fraud if I'm not allowed to play the video of the lies and the fraud? But these are the tactics that some of these grifty grifters do in order to not be embarrassed, or they don't want to have to answer for why they are constantly getting caught sending, promoting fake nonsense. So another consequence of this getting demonetized is sometimes the YouTube algorithm just says, well, your content is not advertiser friendly. So although we're going to have some really wild and crazy and fun stuff tonight, I have to begin the video sort of scholarly in order that we don't get demonetized. Apparently the algorithm checks the first, 10 or 15 minutes. So please don't get bored, but it's important that we educate the public. And the best thing that we could do is sort of a pre-written script that is professional and advertiser friendly, I might add. Now, I want to put on the record too, like I said, I've been following this guy for a long time. And one of the things that I think is so funny is this guy's made like 8 documentaries since this. But this is 2001. And this book that he sold for hundreds of dollars, look at this. The Disclosure Project is a nonprofit research project. It's no longer a nonprofit, to the best of my knowledge. It's now a for profit company working to fully disclose the facts about UFOs, extraterrestrial intelligence, and classified advanced energy and propulsion systems. We have over 450 government, military, and intelligence community witnesses testifying to their direct, personal, firsthand experience with UFOs, extraterrestrials, extraterrestrial technology, and the cover up that keeps the information secret. And then he says, this is the smoking gun. Well, if you had the smoking gun evidence and proof in 2001 and we're selling this book full of fake, it's full of fake government documents and fake government insiders and nonsense. Someday I'm going to have the time to go through. I have to get a scanner and we're going to scan some of the best bits. This is his really big first foray into grifting. So we want to put it on the record that there's no evidence. There's almost no evidence. There's stories, because that's what we get. And by the way, there's a new so-called UFO whistleblower directly tied to Stephen Greer, calling himself a whistleblower. Turns out he's a former heroin addict. Great guy. But let us begin with our studious, scholarly, advertiser-friendly article that I have prepared about Dr. Stephen Greer and his history. Dr. Stephen Greer has long been a polarizing figure in the UFO community, presenting himself as a whistleblower and expert on extraterrestrial phenomena. He has garnered significant attention through his Disclosure Project, CE5 events, and other endeavors. A closer look reveals a troubling pattern of evidence-free claims, fake government whistleblowers, fake government documents, profit-driven ventures, and associations with dubious figures. Tonight, we'll be critically examining the history of Dr. Greer's claims and activities, exposing the flaws, and some say fraud, and inconsistencies that cast serious doubt on his credibility. We will beginning tonight. When we begin tonight, we will be stressing that Mr. Greer has been at this for 30 years. And due to that long history of claims, there is a treasure trove of evidence-free claims and huge exaggerations. One of Dr. Greer's most audacious claims is that he has briefed every U.S. president since Ronald Reagan on UFOs and extraterrestrial matters. However, no credible evidence supports this claim. We've checked public records. We've gotten testimonies from presidential staff and statements from their media offices in some cases. And the presidents themselves fail to corroborate these alleged briefings that Dr. Stephen Greer claims he gave every president since Ronald Reagan. So there is a huge pattern of exaggerated claims that is emblematic of Greer's broader narrative, where grandiose claims are presented without verifiable proof. And somehow Dr. Greer can turn sending a letter to the White House into briefing President Clinton about aliens and UFOs. These events never happened. And interestingly, when we started exposing that, he started walking things back. And instead of saying, I briefed every U.S. president, he started saying, I sent every U.S. president a briefing. Well, I could send a bunch of trash to the White House too. Is the trash in this part of the briefings? This is filled with fake government documents. Why would a president be interested in fake government documents? It's kind of ridiculous. And then, of course, he associates with very disreputable figures. That's my big word of the day, disreputable figures. Dr. Greer's collaborations with individuals like Billy Carson, who's just been exposed as a complete and total fraud, and the creators of the YouTube channel Third Phase of Moon, further undermine his credibility. Billy Carson, known for promoting fake interpretations of fake ancient texts like the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, the Atlantean, has been widely criticized for his lack of scholarly rigor and has recently been exposed as using completely and totally fake sources to make his sensational claims. This, of course, reflects on Dr. Stephen Greer because they have a business relationship Greer goes on his show, he goes on Billy Carson's show, they're in each other's documentary projects. It's trickle down griftonomics. And Third Phase of Moon are bottom feeding scumbags who, on the other hand, have a history of promoting completely and totally fake UFO videos. So, my point here is that no real credible researcher, author, or documentarian or filmmaker would associate with grifting clowns because they would know that it would reflect badly on them. And imagine for a moment Dr. Stephen Greer is making films with the biggest faker, fraudster, hoaxers of UFOs in UFO history in the form of Third Phase of Moon. There is literally 5 hours of documentary evidence that they fake things constantly for decades. Why would you get known faker, fraudster, hoaxers to make your films with you unless you yourself were a fraud and knew it? So, by associating with these less than credible figures, and by the way, there's more, these are just a few examples, Dr. Greer aligns himself with known purveyors of hoaxes, fake information, disinformation, and misinformation, which casts severe doubt on any integrity in his own work. Dr. Greer has also been accused of promotion of fake whistleblowers. Dr. Greer has introduced several so called whistleblowers who have provided sensational but unsupported claims about UFOs and extraterrestrial technology. These individuals also often lack credible backgrounds, or they exaggerate their backgrounds and military or intelligence experience, and their stories frequently crumble under scrutiny. By platforming such dubious figures, Greer perpetuates a cycle of misinformation while capitalizing on the public's fascination with UFOs without ever actually delivering any evidence of his fantastic claims. Dr. Greer's ventures, including books, documentaries, and very expensive CE5 events, generate significant revenue. While monetization itself is not inherently unethical, the reliance on unverified claims and sensationalism raises questions about the integrity of those efforts. Critics like myself and others have argued that Greer's primary focus appears to be on financial gain. After all, just from crowdfunding records alone, we can show you that he's collected millions of dollars from the public. Um, so it appears that his real motive is financial gain rather than advancing any genuine scientific understanding or this thing that people call disclosure. Dr. Stephen Greer's legacy in the UFO community is marked by a very consistent pattern of unverified claims over sensationalized claims, financial exploitations, and associations with disreputable figures that he works with. While he has successfully built a brand that capitalizes on public interest in extraterrestrial or UFO phenomenon, his lack of credible evidence and reliance on sensationalism undermines his credibility. For those genuinely interested in understanding the UFO phenomenon, it's essential to approach all of Dr. Stephen Greer's claims with severe skepticism and demand rigorous evidence based inquiry into his claims. So, let me just catch up with the live chat here. We've got a great audience tonight. I'm so thankful. Fat Chick Thriller with another one. Heroin addicts are known for their trustworthiness. Yes, one for the goal. Thank you very much. Based IRL. Let's hit the goal. Let's go. Stephen, my mom loves your content. Thank you for the excellent investigative journalism. Well, thank you, and say hi to your mom for me. You should tell me what her name is, and we'll give her a shout out. Thank you, Based IRL, for your kindness, generosity, and support. That's one for the goal, friends, and we've got another one from Fat Chick Thriller, the Dono Bomber. 20% to the goal. Let's get some donos, chat. Thank you for encouraging. And MPole3 with the kind and generous $5 says, praise the cash, bish. Yes, yes. Yeah, and we want to thank all of our new Kino Casino friends for being here in the live chat. I did some bumpers for those guys. They're doing a show tonight, so I don't know if they're going to have time to work those bumpers in. But to thank them, I did some bumpers, right? Yes, Kevin Alt reminding us one of the Cousins brothers was at the congressional meetings. Yeah. Uh, Steve acting like he doesn't know her name. No, don't say that. I don't know his mom. Come on, dude. I'm not banging anybody's mom but my kid's mom. Don't tell my kids, right? Someday my my autistic son doesn't really understand, but my younger son, we always tell him that we have to have a meeting. Someday he's going to need counseling when he finds out what a meeting is. Ben Man vibing with a kind and generous $2. Another one towards the goal. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Yes, Kino Casino came over here and found the crazies here. Yes, absolutely. So before we begin, I have some fun things to share. Like, one of Mr. Greer's claims is that he has this superpowered ability um, to summon aliens and UFOs, even though he's been caught and there's been some allegations of fraud. And it's not just me accusing him of it. And multiple people have investigated this one story where Stephen Greer took thousands of dollars from people and took them out on a beach. I think it was in Florida, to the best of my recollection, and showed them the golden ones, the golden spaceships. But that turned out to be flares. And somebody in an airplane was dropping flares right as Stephen Greer was having this event. And that's a big problem. We're going to get into the proof of that. But I just think it's kind of hysterical to look in the history. So someone once asked Dr. Stephen Greer, "Hey, how did you come up with these CE5 protocols to summon aliens and UFOs?" And boy, does he have a story about that, friends. So let me put my fair use banner up. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public, and we will be critiquing the video that we are sharing. This is just so stupid that I have to share it. This is how he got his superpowers, friends. Let's take a listen.
Well, being young and I kind of got on the ground. I hate to admit this now, sort of in the fetal position, sort of like, what is this? And it was had this beautiful almond-shaped eye, like deer eyes, but it was an extraterrestrial biological life form. And he came up to me and touched me on my right shoulder, and whatever happened, the electromagnetic effect of it, all my hair, I had more hair then, stood on end completely, and I was totally electromagnetized. And subsequently, we went from there, and in an instant, went on board this craft. And what happened after that is sort of metaphysical, in the sense that we seem to dematerialize and then appear out in space. And I was sitting with these other extraterrestrial beings in a meditative state. And people say, well, what were they saying? I said, it wasn't about saying, it was about being. But what we did was that I was teaching them what it was like for a young man, to be in cosmic consciousness as a human. And then that's where we met. We met in that state of cosmic consciousness. And then we created what's known as the CE5 protocols, the close encounters of fifth kind protocols. That's where they came from. And basically I began to practice this ability with them to see them in the mind's eye and then vector them to a location and have an encounter. And they told me that at some point this would be very important to know how to teach other people.
Sounds totally believable, right? That a group of aliens would meditate with Dr. Stephen Greer and then show him how to summon other aliens. And by the way, he's been caught dead to rights, taking thousands of dollars from people and showing them things like flares and claiming it's alien spaceships. In another case, he showed people a cactus off in the distance in the desert. We're going to see proof of that, and claimed it was this alien being named Bijou, right? It's just so ridiculous. And the fraud claims are to me, the most troubling. And it's interesting that there is also this sort of grifter beef between two alien grifters. Two of the biggest alien grifters are Dr. Stephen Greer and Lou Elizondo, and there's a big beef between them, which is pretty interesting. So we're going to get and share that. I'm trying to find this 1 second here. The battle for disclosure, somebody mentioned in the live chat, it is more like the battle of bull. Interestingly, we're seeing sort of a change in the media landscape, which I find to be interesting. So there are some big podcasts like the PBD podcast and Joe Rogan who had Dr. Greer's grifting buddy, Billy Carson, on. And then they had Wesley Huff on recently. We might do another show, just an update of Billy Carson getting completely destroyed by Wes Huff. So it seems like some of these bigger podcasts are finally starting to take responsibility when they host a grifter and then get somebody on the other side, the skeptical side of the argument, to come in and expose them. So interesting. PBD just had Wes Huff, but they also asked Elizondo, because Stephen Greer is claiming that Elizondo is a CIA disinformation agent, something that I'm not even sure I disagree with. I might agree on that. I don't know, but it's interesting what happened. And so the PBD podcast brings up Greer's allegations against Lou Elizondo. I just wanted to share this about their beef because it's funny when two grifters are like, oh no, I'm not a liar, but that guy's a liar, right? So again, this is Fair Use, the transformative work. We're educating the public. We'll be critiquing the video and talking about it. And our live chat is also participating, making it a transformative work. This is Fair Use.
Hey, let me ask you another question. Stephen Greer, what are your thoughts on Stephen Greer?
I don't know him. So I don't ever usually have an opinion on anybody. I never talk about anybody if I haven't had a chance to meet them personally.
So I had him on for the second time 2 months ago. And are you familiar with Sean Ryan, podcaster Sean Ryan? Mm-hmm. He had Greer on. Rob, can you pull up that one clip? Because this is the part where it's kind of like,
I think I'm aware of it. I know the one you're going to show.
Yeah, there's a couple of them. I want to show this one here too. I want to see what you're going to say about it. Go ahead.
Get him, Stephen Greer.
When you're talking about these disinformation agents, these
we're getting demonetized for this clip.
Probably. I have somebody that comes to mind, and we were talking about him at lunch. Lou Elizondo. Is he one of them?
Oh, of course. I mean, as soon as he emerged on the stage, I had a very senior guy at CIA who's worked this issue since 1979.
He has all these high-ranking CIA officials feeding him information, but his information is always fake and wrong, so I wouldn't believe that. But it's interesting. See, Greer predates Elizondo by like 20 years. He's been grifting 20 years longer at least, right? So he doesn't like somebody else coming in and trying to be the disclosure guy. That's his grift.
Contact me about that problem. But remember, the only way that you can control at this point all this coming out because of what we have and what we're pushing forward through media is to control the narrative, the spin. So the people coming forward who get an all-access pass on to, say, 60 Minutes or something like that, or people cleared by this same illegal, corrupt organization because they'll...
Yes, Stephen Greer's long argument is that all these back engineering programs are illegal somehow because they don't have congressional oversight. But that has been proven to be false multiple times, at least to my satisfaction.
Tell the public, yes, the UAPs are real, but we don't know what they are. Well, this is an absolute lie. We absolutely know what they are. Some of them are ours, man-made, and are confused quite frequently with the others, which are of extraterrestrial origin, or ETVs, extraterrestrial vehicles. And those operatives are taught very well to take an issue, grab it, capture it, and then spin it in the direction that they want.
Well, it's interesting. Greer is basically trying to totally discredit Lou Elizondo in the UFO community because there's only so much UFO cash to go around. And apparently Greer's getting upset. He's collected millions of dollars on UFOs and aliens over the decades, but somehow another guy coming in and getting a little bit of money is too much for him to handle. So he instantly brands him as a CIA disinformation agent, which for all I know could be true. I don't know.
Now, the direction they want is endless ambiguity.
Grifter
Gee, we
beef.
don't know what they are. We don't know what they are. It's not.
And I got to tell you, friends, this is very rare because the grifters usually don't attack each other because they might have to work at UFO conferences together. But this is kind of a bold thing, right? One grifter calling another grifter a fraud, right? But Lou Elizondo is going to hit him back with the allegations of fraud with his CE5 events. It's glorious.
Nonsense. We've proven what they are. Well, I have 755 whistleblowers.
You have 755 whistleblowers?
Wow, back in 2001, this document says he has 450. Now he has 750.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't matter how many whistleblowers you have, Greer. How many have evidence? None. They have stories. None of them have any evidence.
I mean, this archive is unbelievable.
You had mentioned that you...
Oh, jeez. 1 second. Let's get past that. Jeez, I really got to start doing better clips. 1 moment. We'll get past the ad and we'll see what Lou Elizondo has to say. All right, 1 second. Now we got it. Oh, we want to thank Ben Man Vibing for a kind and generous $2. Another one towards the goal. 1 second. Oh, we got another one there. Corey Jeffrey with a kind and generous super sticker per pair character bowing down saying thank you. Kind and generous $10. Very generous of you. One towards the goal. Thank you very much for your kindness. We have Fat Chick Thriller with another one. Seems easier to just pee in the bath. Yeah. Greer's got a different story for how he got superpowers. He didn't need anything. Did you see the Bible dude on Joe Rogan? Maybe Joe is going to get clued up on these clowns now. Yes, we just mentioned that, Dave. I think there is a change in the media landscape. Fat Chick Thriller. We need the alien grifter hell in a cell match. Only one walks out alive. Also, maybe it's you who is the CIA disinformation agent. Bish! Yeah. They keep losing my checks, though, Fat Chick Thriller, but thank you. Another one towards the goal. So let's see what Lou Elizondo's response. He seems to be laughing at this, like he's very amused.
What do you think about what he says? Because
well, where are the whistleblowers? And I'll tell you, isn't he the same guy they wrote an article about, if I'm not mistaken, who apparently was accused of taking people on a tour and then paying some dude to pay, like $500 to drop flares out of a Cessna?
Oh no! You mean when he charges people thousands of dollars to see alien spaceships, they're not really alien spaceships, they're flares? Yeah, we're going to see more evidence and proof of that.
Is that the same guy?
I don't know that.
I think there was an article. You can. I think it was done by the Debrief, I think. Anyways, my mom always told me if I have nothing kind to say, don't say it at all. So I've never met the man, but
they've been beefing for a long time.
It's nonsense. I don't know what to tell you, man. I mean, look, where are the whistleblowers? When I went to the IG, and had my conversation.
Yeah, and here's a famous article by Tom Rogan. Did Stephen Greer fake a UFO with flares? He likes to suggest he's in regular contact with extraterrestrials who are visiting Earth. Kindly, if for a price, Greer offers to train others in his close encounters of the fifth kind contact protocols. But is Greer really in contact with unidentified flying objects, or what the military refers to as unidentified aerial phenomenon? I say no.
I didn't see any of them. I know the ones that we talk to. We go to Congress and we talk to Congress. I haven't seen him.
This is the one you're talking about?
That's it.
Likes to suggest that he is a regular contact with extraterrestrials.
And you see this PBD host going, oh no, we hosted a fraud twice who's faking UFOs with flares, and we hosted him twice and did no pushback. And the tuition fee for that event, friends, was $2,500 to $3,500, depending on facility costs. All the ambassadors to the universe trainings are similar.
The person begins to document close encounters of the fifth kind, but is really contact with them. Well, the U.S. military, I'm very confident UFOs are unknowns, not belonging to China, the U.S. or Russia. He said, I'm not convinced that these objects, what Greer seen, tuition fee, some of that's week-long tuition for $2,500 to $3,500.
Yeah, so the long and short of it is that Greer for sure, in my opinion, I can't say for sure. Let's get to this as well, because people have really investigated this one event with the flares, and it's 100% clear that what people were viewing for 2,500 to 3,500 was not alien spaceships, but rather flares.
Greer. I mean,
Yeah.
that's one I know of because I've dealt with specific cases, namely the one that happened out on the east coast of Florida, where he had his
West
group out
Florida.
there doing
CE5s.
CE5s, and charging anywhere between $1,100 $2,500 per person for the
No, it's 2,500 to 3,500.
weekend. He said it's to get rid of the riffraff, right? So
yeah, if you're going to show everybody aliens, friends, you got to get rid of the cheapos, the riffraff. You got to get the pay pigs in. You want to see them aliens? Do you want to see some aliens? Give me that $3,500 sweet money, and I'll show you some aliens. P18 with one for the goal. Kind of generous $5 says, praise the cash, Stephen. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. Arlene Atkins says, weren't Greer and Elizondo at the same UFO conference a couple of years ago? Yeah. And that's why Greer is like, hey, man, this guy's stealing my disclosure dollars. So he doesn't like it.
we proved through tracking data that there was a Beechcraft aircraft 75 that was under cruising speed that was shooting flares out of it. We have pictures of it doing it.
So this researcher proved 100% that during this event, there was a Beechcraft aircraft in the sky right in front of these people where the video was taken. He proved it with flight tracking radar. And it slowed down the cruising speed so it could throw flares out the canopy.
A video of it. Their own people on the beach filming it. We proved it through tracking data and got stonewalled by the company that owned the airplane that got hired to do that.
Okay. So somebody got hired to drop flares right at the exact date and time and location where Greer was trying to summon aliens with his superpowers. And then not only this researcher, but I myself and several other researchers, we all went to the company that owned the aircraft to try to find out, did Stephen Greer hire you to drop flares? And they went completely cricket silence. I was told that our client base and, our client, whoever hires us, is completely confidential, and we're not under legal obligation to share that with you. But this gets into a point of actual criminal activity. If, for example, Stephen Greer actually did allegedly hire an airplane to drop flares while he's charging people $2,500 to $3,500 to see alien spaceships in the very same area, I would consider that an act of criminal fraud. But I'm not a law enforcement officer. I'm not a police officer, so I don't know.
I can't say that they did that on purpose, but I can tell you that the object.
It's just a coincidence that an airplane got hired at the exact date, location, and geographic location, same time, same beach, to fly right over this group of people paying $2,500 to $3,500 and drop flares. It's just a coincidence.
They claimed we're the golden ones, as in his own words.
Yeah, the golden one aliens, spaceships. Yeah, were
flares shot from the open, canopy of that aircraft. The reason why that guy slowed down to cruising speed was so he can open that door, and which is a violation of FAA regulations. He's not allowed to do that.
Yeah.
Can't shoot an incendiary out of your airplane, even if it's over the Atlantic Ocean.
So apparently, it's illegal to just throw flares out of an airplane at cruising speed, even if you're over the ocean. This means that the company hired could have some legal problems from this if the government actually cared enough to prosecute.
If they really wanted to know that case, I didn't take it that far, but if you wanted to, you could take it to the prosecutor's office at that time, and they could have been prosecuted for that because the evidence was there. Okay. There was video of them doing.
And the government could have forced that airplane company to acknowledge or admit if Dr. Stephen Greer actually hired them to drop these flares.
It.
And I, for one, think that they should.
Everything that was pointing to a motive. And then if that investigator wanted to take it further, could have gone and started talking to the people that were in charge of that event. See who got hired by who, because there was a crime committed. Now, I'm not saying that Greer's organization is committing fraud.
Okay? I'm not saying it's fraud, but it's allegedly fraud. Yeah.
But there is clear motivation for somebody to commit fraud in a situation like that are misinforming people.
Well, yeah, look, if you're going to charge people $3,500 to see the aliens, you better show them something, even if it's just flares. If you're going to charge $3,500, you got to show them some aliens. Thank you, James 4488 with another one for the goal, and thank you, Billy Blister with another one for the goal. If you want to see these aliens, you better pay, bitch. Yes, you have to pay to see the aliens. Sandra McDonald. Don't forget to show the audience Greed's camel toe. Oh, I forgot all about that, but thank you. Another one towards the goal. $5, £5 from Nemesis Bex. Another one towards the goal. Thank you, Nemesis Bex. Good to see you here on P18 with another one towards the goal. Ah, yes, the pilot purchaser confidentiality clause. Jeebus, these people. Yeah, it's so stupid, right? Fat Chick Thriller. It's not fraud, but yeah, it's not fraud, but yeah.
There was a few people that were there that's why I got involved, because they told me about it.
Yeah.
And they were
some of the people that paid big money knew that they were looking at flares and they wanted somebody to bust this clown.
Concerned because they didn't think it was a real event. They were like, this seemed a little weird, especially when Greer started telling people to turn their IRs off.
Yeah, don't use an IR camera because you might see the airplane that's dropping these flares in the twilight sky.
And don't use infrared.
Don't use infrared. There could be only one reason for that, friends, because he knew it was fake. And what are you going to do, right? So I have a lot more to share with you. Let's take a moment to check in on the goal. We have 21 of 50 towards the goal. We're almost halfway there. So one of the best resources. Oh, and by the way, I want to take a moment to welcome back and thank Simon Fly. For those unaware, for a long time, we would start almost every show and end every show with these incredible music videos of the UFO grifters made by Simon Fly. But Simon Fly has been busy and not making new ones. We play some of the older ones, but he's back to making new ones, and I want to thank him. You can visit his YouTube channel. It's just Simon Fly, SIMON space FLY on YouTube. All of his UFO grifter music videos are there. He's created an entire new art form, UFO grifter music videos, and I, for one, am here for it, right? So one of the other incredible resources that you can use when determining if somebody is full of shit or not, one of the best resources, really, but it's so old school though, is that there was a website, there still is, called UFOWatchdog.com. And Royce Myers III is the person who ran that website. And back in the day, before everything went YouTube, he had this website, and you could go there and get the truth about the grifters. So this is from UFOWatchdog.com. We're citing fair use, sharing this. Reportedly plagiarizes the UFO work of others and sells it as his own. Sells do-it-yourself ET contact kits. Pardon me. Now you too can steer in extraterrestrial spacecraft with a flashlight and never record them, just like Dr. Greer does. Made claims of contacting extraterrestrials through meditation. Claimed the U.S. military forces attacked a Colorado ET base inside a mountain using nerve gas. No evidence to back up that claim. Had dinner with the CIA director and spun the tale of having briefed the CIA director about ETs for hours. Turns out that CIA director James Woolsey uh, emphatically denied that he got a briefing about aliens. He was at some social event and Greer got seated with him, and Greer bent his ear about aliens and UFOs. It wasn't a briefing. Hosted a press conference with credible UFO witnesses on Capitol Hill, ruined it and his own credibility by selling the work of others with his name on it and using bogus witnesses. Allegedly attempted to charge Washington State MUFON members $2,300 each to demonstrate how he can vector in UFOs. Greer got to choose the location and time. And here is from Seth Shostak. Well, I've known him and occasionally debated him on radio for years, and he's always been bonkers. 2 weeks after he claimed he had a secret detection, he was telling radio audiences that when Neil Armstrong stepped on the moon in 1969, he was surrounded by alien spacecraft. This article goes on to state Greer is probably most famous for his Disclosure Project. His famous press conference, available on his site in the summer of 2001, brought many witnesses before the microphone to ask for congressional hearings on the subject. Unfortunately, he brought forth some serious loonies as well, which had the effect of casting doubt on the credible witnesses. Greer is solidly in the exopolitics camp, which has failed to dislodge one shred of evidence of alien visitation. For a time, Greer's website sported the creature on the left, claiming that it had been photographed during one of Greer's midnight UFO vectoring sessions, along with various entities looking suspiciously like lens reflections. Affectionately dubbed Mothra by Greer's detractors, this picture and others like it were removed to howls of laughter. So he's charging people $800 to see extraterrestrials. And he claims that the picture on the left is a light being loved one. But it turns out it's a common woodland moth, and the viewing fee for that is free. But hey, if you're going to show people aliens, you got to show them something. So, not to be outdone, says UFO Watchdog, Greer also claims he has developed a 0-point energy device that could be held in one hand and is capable of powering small cities. His website to this venture is Advanced Research Organization, ARROW, before there was ARROW, which claims to have such technologies have been brutally suppressed by big oil, nasty government, and associated villains. It's supposed to be available real soon now, any day. And for those unaware, Greer claimed that he would produce a free energy device, and he collected $500,000 for that. And I'm here to tell you, he never delivered anything. Then he waited a decade or so after. Remember, he collected $500,000, claiming that he was going to. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't even realize I didn't have that shared, so I apologize. So he collected. Let's show you that alien again. Oh, it's just so stupid. It's just so stupid. So he shows everybody a moth that he's charging $800 viewing fee for. And for those unaware, Greer has collected, to the best of my knowledge, about $1 million grifting off of free energy. He claimed first that he was going to open source and release a free energy device, and he collected $500,000 to do that with something called the Orion Project. Then he failed to deliver anything. He waited a bunch of years until the stupid people forgot that he had already grifted $500,000. And then he grifted another $500,000 just to make a documentary about free energy, which he did deliver, but it didn't cost $500,000 to make that documentary. In my opinion, what do I know? I'm just a video editor, right? Well, thanks some kind and generous people like P18. Imagine trying to eat your dinner and some wackadoo fraud trying to sell you on their alien grift. Yes, but thank you, P18. One for the goal. Chat smells pretty broke. Let's go. Let's get some donos. Could you stop insulting my audience? They're not broke. They're just, hey, listen, it's tough out there, Fat Chick Thriller. Another one from Fat Chick Thriller. Why does every grifter do the free energy grift? Well, look, he collected $500,000 and delivered exactly nothing. So I can't say that I blame him, right? So, look, Greer has had just an incredible amount of garbage. In the meantime, before he came out with his free energy device, he wanted people to invest in the technology, which can make you insanely rich. Just asked after 10 years, and it's Greer with his Orion project and its predecessors have not generated 1 single watt of electricity. But Greer has held one of these devices in his hand, just as he has held the alien baby in his arms. And there's more articles here which you could go through. He sells the truth for $600. Greer, ufology's own worst enemy. See SETI and a refutation of Greer's claims of having busted the CIA. Let's see what the see SETI section is. It going to work? I don't know. Oh no, it just links to his website. Yes, and by the way, Greer is now claiming that full-on alien disclosure will take place by the end of this month, and he's claiming that a character assassination campaign will soon be launched. And apparently, people are accusing me of being a CIA member, and I'm here to assassinate his. Listen, Greer, your own history assassinates your credibility. I don't need to do it. You're such a grifter, clown. So he's claiming that alien disclosure is going to come by the end of January. That's his, and he always does this just like David Wilcock. He overpromises, he makes big, bold predictions, and then nothing happens. And he just goes away for a little while and comes back with new bull. So we're going to be going into some other things today. So, but let's continue with UFO Watchdogs material, because I find it, even though it's older, it's still, it's very, very important, because the documented history of the grifting is what's important. Sometimes this stuff disappears from the internet and we kind of lose it, what's going on here? Oh, wrong one. Okay, here we go. So you may be aware of this thing, which was claimed by Greer to be an alien. It wasn't. So this former medical doctor is apparently doesn't know the difference between a deformed human fetus and an alien. Let's go all the way up here. Alleged alien body is human. So after making millions of dollars on a documentary, they couldn't somehow get the DNA results done in time to put it in the documentary, which is very convenient, because that film's whole hype was, look, they got this Atacama humanoid alien baby, which turned out to be a deformed human fetus. In case you missed the news, the Atacama body, promoted by UFO quack Stephen Greer as being an alien being, turned out to be 100% human. This conclusion was reached after 5 years of scientific work from a variety of experts, including Dr. Gary Nolan, which is surprising because Gary Nolan's a super grifter, but to his credit, he did find out that that was just human. That started a beef between them two. And of course, Greer is saying that the CIA paid off Gary Nolan to say that it wasn't an alien. But science isn't enough to quell the conspiratorial ramblings of Stephen Greer, even though he chose the scientist himself. And not for nothing, but Dr. Gary Nolan is an immunologist. He's not a geneticist, so that's not the right expert. But UFO Watchdog goes on to write, this reminds one of Linda Moulton Howe quickly dismissing the very terrestrial findings of scientists chose to examine a bogus case she was promoting. Greer promoted the Atacama being as being extraterrestrial and wove quite a tale around how the body was found and came into his possession. Greer held a crowdfunding campaign and raised quite a bit of money to make a film entitled Sirius. He raised, I believe, to the best of my knowledge, $1.5 million to make that film. And that film was about the Atacama body. While the film went on to promote the alien origin of the body, scientific examination, which, by the way, came after the film was released, has proved otherwise. Does Greer concede to the scientific proof and move on? Nope. Greer, in the video below, now claims the results of the study of the Atacama body were manipulated by the CIA. Of course, Greer has no proof of this and went as far as to throw Dr. Gary Nolan and others involved under the bus in an attempt to paint them as incompetent puppets of an evil government. Greer has yet Greer has to have the conspiracy in all he does. Otherwise, he has no way to promote himself or his wacky claims. Truth does not serve Greer's interests. There are enough idiots out there who are more satisfied with other idiots selling them on conspiracies because the truth simply isn't enough. Just take a look at the comments section of the video on YouTube and you'll quickly see how easy it is to sell extraterrestrial bullshit to people. By the way, he's since taken that video down. Greer says in the video the majority of the population doesn't trust the media. Well, at least Greer has something in common with the media. The sad truth here is that Greer's stunt backfired, and this is all about damage control and keeping the faithful on the hook, cooking up another conspiracy. But the story doesn't end with Greer's babbling nonsense. It looks like the Chilean government is investigating if the body was illegally exhumed. So this is funny. The grifters are willing to essentially use a dead baby. And when you get into like how grifty this gets, like if you're willing to use a dead deformed baby to grift for UFO dollars, then you're a scumbag. I mean, you're just a scumbag. They carted a dead human baby around and promoted it as an alien in order to make money. Mr. Rock, with a kind and generous 20 pounds, says, "Let's go aliens, etc." Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Fat Chick Thriller says, "Halfway to the goal. God bless the goal and praise the cash." Yes, Fat Chick Thriller. That means we got half. We need to get the other half. So we're going to need some dono bombs because I'm running out of good material and we're going to be getting into the slop soon. So as I was saying, it's really ridiculous that people are willing to use a dead baby. And this is not the first time that somebody has used a dead baby. Would you be surprised to learn that there's been at least 4 or 5 dead babies that were used in alien scams? There's the Star Child skull, deformed human baby. There is this Atacama humanoid, deformed human baby. Then there is the Mexican or South American mummy aliens. Those were made by gluing together ripped apart dead babies and ripped apart human bodies and gluing them back together. They'll put an arm as a or they'll put a leg as an arm. Whatever they have to do to make it look like it's an alien. Even using animal skulls instead of human skulls that were shaved down to look like a gray alien. So, I guess there is a level at which I say you're a scumbag. And if you're using dead human babies to grift on fake aliens, then you are a scumbag. There's no other way to put it. Fat Chick Thriller says, "For the slop fund." Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Now, so what we have here is a long and ridiculous history of Stephen Greer getting caught faking things for a lot of money. I mean, you got to give it to him. He's made millions of dollars telling people he could summon spaceships, and then he shows them flares. Well, he's made millions of dollars in total on the alien grift. Then he made millions of dollars off this Atacama humanoid, which was just a deformed human baby. And he's collected millions of dollars in crowdfunding. He collected $1 million for free energy and only delivered a shitty film. It's absolutely ridiculous. But one of my favorite things is that sometimes it's not about a big gotcha moment with him. Sometimes he debunks himself because his claims are so stupid. And my favorite of all of his stupid, wacky claims, wackadoo claims, my favorite of all of them is the porta potty secret base. This clown showed illustrations of a huge underground base where they back engineer aliens. But I guess they don't got no bathrooms in the underground base. So they put all these porta potties on the surface. And hundreds of people come to work there every day and just park their cars right outside with the porta potties. It's my favorite, friends. So this is the good material. Don't worry, Fat Chick Thriller. We're gonna get to the slop, but we still have some good actual material to get through. This is my favorite Stephen Greer ridiculous claim because even the most look, I get it if you want to believe in aliens and UFOs and back engineering alien technology, but some of these people are so stupid. would the government really build a secret base and put a line of like 100 porta potties outside? Like, can't they shit in a regular bathroom? They got to use a porta potty while they're trying to back engineer aliens. It's just so stupid, friends. But it is one of my favorite stories. It's one of my favorite stories, and it's a comedic parody that we made about it. It's one of my favorite Stephen Greer stupid stories. We're going to include it. And the purpose of tonight's broadcast is to try to give people an overview of the fakery, fraudery, deceit, and manipulative tactics over sensationalism, fake whistleblowers, fake alien contact events, fake alien babies. We want to give you an overview, and no overview of Dr. Stephen Greer's ridiculous nonsense will be complete without exploring the porta potty secret base. So let's get into it, friends.
He also was read into and had the chief scientist show him the location, which...
This is another thing. There's these illustrations in this thing, and you see that thing in the background? I think those are porta potties. I'm not sure, but I think they're porta potties. And according to these illustrations, there's these secret underground bases that are big enough for like hundreds of people to work in. And apparently they're so secret that the government just lets everybody park their car right outside the secret base. And listen, if you got to take a dump, there's porta potties. There's porta potties outside the secret underground bases. So if you got to, listen, sometimes maybe you just got to, you driving to work, you got to take a big dump. And maybe they don't have bathrooms in the underground secret alien bases where they're working on the alien spacecraft. They have such technology that they can back engineer alien spacecraft, but they can't figure out how to put a bathroom in that bitch underground. Instead, they got porta potties all along the back row. And this base is ultra top secret. It is housing the most secret things on planet Earth. The greatest secrets of the United States shadow cabal, black budget government, the deep state. It's the most secret base of the deep state. But we're going to put a row of like all these porta potties out there, and we're just going to let everybody park their cars right outside where you go into the secret base. And listen, they would not do that. There's Russian satellites that would pick this up in a minute. In a minute! There's Chinese satellites that would pick this up in a minute. You don't put an underground base somewhere and then just let hundreds of people come to work and park right outside in a row and then put porta potties in case people have to take a shit. Oh my God, this is so stupid. What am I doing here?
We now have a underground military
this
base
is serious stuff.
that is in the Dugway sector, so-called Avery sector, Avery.
All right, and that's another thing. He said it's in the Dugway Proving Grounds, so we can look on satellite maps. And as ridiculous as it sounds, I went looking for big rows of cars and porta potties out by the Dugway Proving Grounds, and I couldn't find anything. I couldn't find shit. So is this fake? Well, this is another anonymous source. And if you look at the logic and the ridiculousness of this whole thing, I think you might agree that this is probably a tall tale. And by the way, there's more illustrations with the porta potties and the cars, I think.
Has huge capacity for parking. You go in, and there's a vast underground complex in that location. That location has been handed off to investigators.
And here's the thing. If there's huge capacity for parking, why is everybody parking their car on the surface then? This makes no sense. This is a total contradiction.
With the U.S. government. Next. This gives an illustration of the size of this. You could put easily on the platform that goes down the Air Force One. It's a very large elevator goes down.
I told you. Okay, so this location has been handed off, according to Greer, with investigators with the U.S. government. Which investigators? Which department is investigating this? Can we have their names? Oh, of course not. But what we can get is, see, there's the entrance to the underground base. Looks like a little shed there next to the porta shitters. I'm sorry, I can't get over the porta potties. Why would you just have a parking lot outside a deep underground military base where everybody can park and shit? Like, this doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I'm sorry. There are underground bases, but they don't look like this on the surface. The point of an underground base is two things. Usually bunkers to prevent like a nuclear, anything nuclear from reaching them, or to provide secrecy to work on things, I would think. It kind of blows the secrecy thing out when you got, 25 porta potties and 100 or 150 cars out there. And this makes no sense. Why would people not? You got enough space under there for the Air Force One and helicopters and a train, but you don't got enough space for people to park?
Nice.
And you don't got bathrooms? Why don't they got bathrooms in a deep underground base? You're like, listen, this is so stupid and so ridiculous, right? Like, imagine the scientists that work there. Like, listen, I would like to keep trying to back engineer this alien spacecraft, but I really got to take a shit, so I got to go up top. I got to go topside and use the porta potty. I got to go topside and take a shit before I can continue to back engineer this alien spacecraft. This is so stupid. And as stupid as this is, imagine the idiots that helped hype this, that helped this man take money from people for this level of stupidity, this level of illogical, childish, nonsensical stories that don't make sense. And there we have it. One of my favorite stories from Dr. Stephen Greer. It's just so stupid. Another one for the goal from Mr. Rock. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. There's Stormcrow, longtime show supporter. My favorite was the ZZ Top regrown leg story. Yeah, that's another one of my favorites. Dr. Stephen Greer said that he went to a secret underground base with Billy Gibbons of ZZ Top fame, where they saw secret alien technology that could regrow limbs. Yeah, and I was going to include that, but it's hard to collate that for tonight's broadcast. Mr. Rock, with a kind of generous £2, says, I want, and thank you, Stormcrow, longtime show supporter. And Mr. Rock, with a kind of generous £2, I want to believe, but because of them, I can't. Fat Chick Thriller says, unidentified alien porta potties. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Fat Chick Thriller, with the dono bombs tonight. The instruments are poo sensitive. Duh. Yeah, so they got to have special facilities. Don't touch me, I'm crazy, says you go into the PP and the floor is an elevator. That takes you down to the base. The Russians thinks Americans park their cars and take 8-hour desert dumps. Desert dumps. Yes, absolutely. Thank you for your kindness. And Lime Amoeba says those aren't bathrooms. That is the TARDIS yard. A likely story. And another one for the goal from Mr. Rock. Yeah, and thank you, Lime Amoeba, for your kindness, generosity, and support. And one towards the goal. And Mr. Rock with another one, £2, says they'd sooner tell them to do it in the bushes. Yes. And Thirsty Tree with one for the goal. Good evening, Steve, and praise the cash. We're praising it tonight. We're going to check in with the goal. Stormcrow with another one for the goal. Thank you, longtime show supporter Stormcrow, who's a big fan of Dr. Stephen Greer, I think. All right, 36 towards the goal. So we have 14 more to go to get to the goal. Thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. I have some great stuff to share with you. One of the other people that I thought did an incredible job, and he gets very little credit, which is unfortunate, but there's a content creator on YouTube called Lion's Ground, who was instrumental in debunking third phase of moon and Dr. Stephen Greer. So he has some incredible videos. I've added them to the description of this video or podcast. and we're going to share them tonight, and I'll offer some commentary as well. So this guy makes great videos, and he has found some of the same information that I have found when digging into Stephen Greer. But that guy's an incredible video producer and makes much more professional and better videos than me. So I thought we would share them tonight. So the first video from him for tonight is titled Dr. Stephen Greer, UFO Disclosure or Liar. Let's get into it.
Stephen Greer. He claims to have been in contact with extraterrestrials and UFOs and has released several books about his experiences, even documentaries. Many people believe him, but others think he's just making it all up to make money off of gullible people.
Yes, absolutely.
Do you think Dr. Greer is telling the truth, or is he just trying to make money off of people who are gullible enough to believe him? Keep watching till the end.
Another one for the goal says can't stand Greer. Yeah,
This is
a lot of people
Astral
don't like
Citizens,
him.
brought to you by Heathcliff Spencer Peters.
Dr. Stephen Greer claims to have a way to come in contact with extraterrestrials for years and made an app for your phone to do so. He has released several books about his experiences and documentaries about UFO. Many people believe him, but others think he's just making it all up to make money off of gullible people. Do you think Dr. Greer is telling the truth, or is he just trying to make money off of people who are gullible enough to believe him? If you believe in UFOs, you will be interested in this video because it tells you if Dr. Stephen Greer is a liar or not.
That is resonating within every single human being, because that's the foundation for the relationship between humans and these civilizations.
We're all going to see the aliens.
Greer is known for his dramatic claims about UFOs and aliens. He claims that he has seen them with his own eyes on multiple occasions.
Yeah, he can
but
summon
he insists
aliens with a superpower.
that they are real objects, and not hallucinations or hoaxes. You are who you hang out with. Dr. Stephen Greer's documentary about UFOs called Above Top Secret was released in March 2022.
We need those pay pigs.
And it caused quite a stir. The documentary features Dr. Stephen Greer and a few others, and is directed by Blake and Brent from the YouTube channel Third Face of Moon.
Yes.
In my video, debunking random internet UFO videos and debunking latest UFO videos from Third Face of Moon, I investigated the latest UFO cases featured by Third Face of Moon, and I concluded they're misleading at the best and completely fake at worst.
Because he's like me.
Oh yeah, and he even used me in this video. It's interesting that the people who make Dr. Greer's documentaries of late are Blake and Brent Cousins, and they are completely and totally, they get caught all the time pushing completely and totally fake UFOs.
A one-man army, apparently, and he's telling people the truth. He's a good investigator, good researcher. You know, we get told there's this whole narrative that Third Phase generated. Like, well, now we've got real professional UFO investigators and researchers working on our team. Then why do you keep putting out garbage if there's 5 of you?
Yeah, and that's interesting. Third Phase of Moon has an entire team of UFO investigators, but they keep getting caught putting out videos of completely fake UFOs.
Why do you keep putting out obvious garbage, fake shit?
The trailer for the documentary Above Top Secret is one of the most exciting things I've seen in a long time. It's not just that it's an excellent trailer, it's that it's so fake. Less than 5 seconds into the trailer,
nothing says I'm a fraud like putting completely and totally easily debunkable fake UFO videos in the trailer for your UFOs Are Real documentary.
I identified a hoax. This is made with the phone app called UFO Video Camera, developed by Outer Spacious Software.
Yeah, so big budget, they're using a phone app to make fake UFOs, which basically you take a video on your phone of like a background scene, like some mountains or something, and this UFO app will put a UFO in the sky and make a fake UFO video. So if he has real evidence of UFOs and aliens visiting Earth, Why would he need to use a phone app to put UFO videos in his trailer for his documentary?
You make a video with your phone and the app adds the UFO. It's like magic. The phrase, "you are who you hang out with," means that you take on the characteristics of the people you spend a lot of time with.
Yeah, and Greer is spending a lot of time with UFO hoaxers, so that should inform you of his level of integrity. Nobody serious would spend time with people that have been caught hundreds of times faking UFOs for money.
It also means that if you spend time with people who are motivated liars, then those qualities will rub off on you. It's a saying that means that you are the average of the people you hang out with. Every partner, supporter, and ally of Third Phase of Moon has that same trait. Liar.
Do you think he's a liar?
The alien.
Alien app.
Dr. Stephen Greer claims to have captured an alien ambassador from the Andromeda Galaxy in a photo.
Oh, it's going to get good.
But it turns out that the alien photo from Stephen Greer is a hoax.
Yeah, so this is supposed to be an alien photo of Bijou, an alien interdimensional being that Stephen Greer claims that he summoned during one of his CE5 events. And what you need to know is we've already seen evidence that Dr. Stephen Greer charges people $2,500 to $3,500 to see alien spaceships and maybe even alien beings when he does these meditation sessions. This is one example. Look, it's an alien off in the distance. We're going to see what it really is, and it is hysterical.
It turns out to be the branch of the Joshua tree. False alibis. Dr. Greer.
Yeah, he's showing people a Joshua tree off in the distance and claiming it's an alien.
Loves to name names to create a false alibi. He has involved once 3 men to push through his own agenda, namely CIA Director James Woolsey, Edgar Mitchell, the 6 astronauts who walk on the moon, and Daniel Sheehan, a lawyer who has worked with several high-profile whistleblowers.
Yeah, but 2 of the 3 of these people have all disputed Greer's claims. 2 of the 3. The astronaut and the CIA director basically said that Dr. Stephen Greer is full of it.
With several high-profile whistleblowers. All 3 have officially responded and even addressed Stephen Greer he is not speaking truthfully.
Yeah, when you got to write a letter to tell people that Stephen Greer is a liar, that's pretty bad.
They contradict his claims or any involvement with Greer. They all confirm that Greer is pure...
None of this is accurate. That's from James Woolsey.
...disinformation.
Pure disinformation. That's what he's pushing, friends. He doesn't have
the conclusion.
Truth. He's got fake
Dr.
truth.
Stephen Greer is a fraud. The evidence against him is overwhelming, and he has been caught lying on numerous occasions. He surrounds himself with hoaxes such as Third Phase of Moon, who was part of the documentary Above Top Secret. Dr. Stephen Greer has also been caught falsifying evidence of UFOs and extraterrestrial life, such as the fake alien photo, which is a photo of a tree, and birds in V formation as a triangular UFO.
Yeah, he once claimed that birds flying in a triangle formation was a TR-3B. So, you have to ask yourself, like, how many times can the grifter guy get caught grifting fake alien videos and fake aliens and fake UFOs before you say everything this guy is doing is fake?
Dr. Stephen Greer has been caught lying. In the video Stephen Greer CE5 UFO sighting Vero Beach, Florida, February
here we're going to see the flares again.
2015, Stephen Greer tells people to turn off the night vision.
Please turn off your night scope, Charles.
Yeah, there's a reason he's telling people to turn off the night scope. He doesn't want anybody to see the airplane dropping these flares.
Off.
But in the video description, he declares that the video was recorded in night vision. A huge contradiction. It appears that Dr. Stephen Greer has created a false alibi by involving people in his lies, while the people contradict or deny any involvement. He also used video material without permission, such as this video. I spoke to the original copyright owner of the video and he never gave permission to Stephen Greer.
Yeah, so there's been various claims that he plagiarizes material and just claims it as his own. And there's proof of that.
In his documentary. The creator never saw any money from Dr. Stephen
Well,
Greer,
I'm sure that Greer saw some money from this video he didn't own or have the rights to use, though.
using it in his presentation in his documentary. But Dr. Stephen Greer has enjoyed financially from this video.
Absolutely.
Dr. Stephen Greer teaches people through his app to connect with aliens. But in reality, he teaches people how to lucid dream through meditation. And this is scientific confirmed. Lucid dreaming is a state of consciousness in which you are aware that you are dreaming. By realizing that you are dreaming, you can take control of your dreams and sometimes even shape them as you wish. You may have experienced a lucid dream without realizing it. In fact, many people have had them without knowing it. It was possible to induce them on purpose through meditation.
Yeah. So Greer's claims of being able to, contact aliens or alien spaceship is basically a form of self-hypnosis. And he stole most of the so-called protocols directly from transcendental meditation, which he happened to be an instructor for transcendental meditation before he was an alien grifter.
And lucid dreaming allows you to experience the world in ways that would otherwise be impossible. You can fly or move objects with your mind. You can meet famous people or visit distant places. You can even visit other planets. And in this case, meet aliens, which happened to the artist Demi Lovato.
Consciousness leaves your body, and you can travel to different places in the present, future, past,
sounds like remote
or you can travel to different planets. Like you can go travel, but you basically, it's when you have like an out of body experience.
Yeah. So not only does Dr. Stephen Greer claim that he has superpowers, but he's teaching celebrities how to have superpowers so that they can help promote his $10 app.
And the night that I asked that orb to come back and hang out with me in my dreams, I fully astral projected that night in my sleep. And I wouldn't, I had this experience where like all of a sudden I was like, sounds so wild.
No, I know.
I don't even know if I want to say this.
I'm so here for it.
Yeah, well, it just was like, I had this experience where I was like, come back, let's hang out in my dreams. And then I was...
This was published originally November 19th, way before she met Dr. Stephen Greer. She was lucid dreaming.
My room that night, and these beings, which I don't remember what they looked like, they were just like, do you want to come back to our planet? And I'm like, hell yeah. So I'm sucked out of my room and I'm floating over the planet, and I wasn't in like a ship or anything, but I'm just like hovering in like deep space, and was just like, whoa. And they're like, you want to come see? And I was like, hell yeah. So then I fly to this pink and purple planet that looked like Dr. Seuss, very Dr. Seuss-like. And then I woke up, and that's all I remember. And
And this proves that she has no idea what she's talking about.
No idea whatsoever.
Astral projection is not the same as lucid dreaming. I find Dr. Stephen Greer guilty on all counts of fraud, deception, copyright infringement, and financial exploitation of others. And that's my verdict.
All right. Yeah, so Astral Citizens, also known as Lions Ground or Heathcliff, finds him guilty of all those things, and his opinions are his own. I'm not making accusations, but other people have.
If you could ask Stephen Greer one question, what would it be? Comment below.
Astral Citizens is home to unbiased and...
It's Lions Ground now. So we've got another one to share. But before we do that, let's check in with the live chat. We're almost to the goal. Dono of Spite. Can we get it? Let's get that goal. Thank you. Another one for the goal. Dono of Spite. And we have clone as Steve Dreamkiller. Suffer Greer? Suffer Wilcock or Wilcock? That is the question, bish. That is the question. Yes. So we've got another great video from Heathcliff. Can we hit it? Well, I'm going to check in with the goal in a minute, but thank you, Mr. Rock, for another £2, and another one for the goal from Fat Chick Thriller. God bless the goal, praise the cash. Absolutely. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Mr. Rock with another one. Aliens, kindness, and generosity. Let's go. And another one from P18 for $5. 4 more. Let's effing go, chat. Yes. Yes, we are almost there. We've got Dawn Wanderers with kind and generous $2 says busted. Yes. And I'm going to check in with the goal. 3 more to go. 3 more super chats of $2 or greater, and we actually hit our goal. I'm very happy that every time we put up a goal, we've been hitting it. So we're 3 away. I've still got this great video to share and talk about. And then we'll probably get into some slop. So you pay piggies who want the slop, there's just 3 more to get to the overtime, and we'll do the slop video. Maybe we should also do a Stephen Greer interview at half speed so we could see if he sounds more believable drunk, kind of like we did with Wilcock, right? Yes, let's get 3 more, friends. Let's go. Let's get some super chats and get to the goal. Me Too says, I love that Demi Lovato's aliens act like California Valley girls. Yeah, totally believable, right? Zoom in on Greer's camel toe. Says, Como Lonzo, no thank you. P18 says, yum, yum, slop. Mr. Rock says, no, we need more. I've got yummy, yummy slop for Fat Chick Thriller. We're going to get to the slop, don't worry. But first, we have a great video. And by the way, go over and subscribe to Lion's Ground. Just put Lion's Ground in the YouTube search bar, or go over there. In the description of our video or podcast is the 2 links to these 2 videos that we are sharing. Haven't checked in with him in some time. We're going to see if we can get him here and talk about all this, get an interview. This video is titled, Are Stephen Greer's UFO Claims Credible? Dono of Spite, I'm the 48th Dono. Who is going to be the 49th? Thank you for another one towards the goal, Dono of Spite. We just need 2 more. We just need 2 more to hit the goal for tonight. I'm hopeful we're going to get there. So let's get into this one, friends.
Yeah, with another hard-hitting video. And today we're diving into the world of UFOs and extraterrestrial claims, specifically focusing on Dr. Stephen Greer. Everything you know about Stephen Greer's claims is wrong, and here's why. Stephen Greer is a big name in the UFO world, and he's made some bold claims, but how much of what he says is actually true? Therefore, it's essentially to critically examine his statements and separate facts from fiction. Shout out to my viewer, Yeah Right 666 from New Zealand, who inspired me to do this.
So this is the point I was making. Dr. Stephen Greer claims that he briefed every sitting U.S. president since Ronald Reagan. And the only evidence of that is that he sent a letter to the Clinton White House at the time that Clinton was in office.
This video about queer, smear, beer, god damn it, I mean Greer.
This is Lion's Ground.
One of the boldest claims Greer makes is that he personally briefed President Clinton about UFOs. And it sounds impressive, but documents from the Clinton Presidential Library tell a different story. These records show that Greer only sent letters.
Thank you, another one to the goal.
Yeah, he only sent letters and position papers, with no evidence of an in-person briefing. And therefore...
Yeah, so he just sent letters to the White House, and then he's going to say on radio, television shows, and podcasts that he briefed President Clinton. I'm sorry, but sending a letter to the White House is not the same thing as sitting down with a president and giving him a briefing.
Saying he briefed Clinton is misleading. It's more like me writing a letter to the King of the Netherlands and claiming that I had a meeting with the King.
In 1993, when Bill Clinton got elected, I was asked to fly up to Washington to brief the administration and his first director of the CIA.
So there he is directly saying that he briefed President Clinton and his CIA director. And all he did was send a letter. What Greer doesn't know is that presidents are very concerned with their legacy. So every minute of the president's day is logged for their eventual presidential library. Had he actually sat down with the president and had a meeting with him, there would be evidence of that in the Clinton Presidential Library. I had the archivist there do an exhaustive search, and all they found was a letter that he sent to the White House. And I asked the archivist, did Clinton even read that? And he said, well, people send thousands of letters to the White House, so likely no. But here he is claiming that they got the letter, and then they were so excited they asked him to fly to Washington and brief the president. That is a completely and totally fake, fraudulent statement.
Okay. FedEx I got from my contact to him, setting it up, said, you're going to be the first person to brief the director of the CIA and this administration on this.
In his documentary Unacknowledged, Greer quotes Victor Marchetti, a former CIA officer.
Yeah, and he also misquotes some famous people and government employees as saying things that align with his agenda, I would say.
As definitely stating that extraterrestrial beings have contacted Earth and the US government is keeping this information from the public. And it seems convincing.
We have indeed been contacted, perhaps even visited, by extraterrestrial beings.
Seems convincing.
And the US government, in collusion with the other national powers of the Earth, is determined to keep this information from the general public.
But Marchetti's original quote was speculative.
No, I was in a 1979 magazine called Second Look with the title, How the CIA Views the UFO Phenomenon. My theory.
So he cherry picks data to support his arguments. That's the point.
Theory is that we have indeed been contacted, perhaps even visited by extraterrestrial beings, and that the U.S. government, in collusion with other national powers of the Earth, is determined to keep this information from the general public.
My theory, I repeat,
theory.
My theory.
So he has a theory.
He didn't say therefore, Greer's version misleads the audience into believing there is more certainty than there actually is.
Hey kid, what are you drawing?
Leave me alone, you freak!
Are you drawing a UFO abducting Clinton?
No.
Are you drawing an alien in a desert?
No, Daddy.
Are you drawing Demi Lovato in a sexy alien beach outfit?
Demi who? No, something very cool.
Tell me, buddy, what are you drawing?
I drawed a picture of you with a vagina.
Son of a bitch.
Greer also claims that Carl Sagan initially believed in UFOs and extraterrestrial contact, but was silenced by threats from the intelligence community.
Again, false claims, and he loves making claims about dead people, like claiming a dead person said things to him, because nobody can prove or disprove that.
Yeah, that is what Greer claims.
Who are people like Carl Sagan? And before him, Professor Donald Menzel. It turns out that Sagan, in his early career, actually spoke and wrote about UFOs in a way that was affirmative, that it was legitimate. After he was threatened by the intelligence community and blackmailed,
there's no proof
he then began to debunk the issue.
And this adds drama to his narrative.
1966.
But Sagan's statements were always speculative and based on scientific principles. He never supported the idea of UFOs as alien spacecraft visiting Earth and consistently approached the subject with skepticism.
Sagan was very skeptical.
If you would believe, as the flying saucer cultists would have us believe, that the majority of the saucer reports are due to visitations, then you have a very strange situation. That means several spaceships are coming to the Earth over interstellar distances every day, as if all the anthropologists in the world were to converge on one of the Andaman Islands in the Indian Ocean, because they just didn't.
I wonder what the guy next to him is smoking. Like, all right, let's talk about aliens. I know what most people smoke when they talk about aliens.
Invented the fishnet there or something. I think it's much more reasonable if you want to speculate on the possibility of extraterrestrial intelligence, that there are very rare visits from extraterrestrials to the Earth. There's no evidence for this. I just say that's not implausible. But to have several visits a day, I think, is straining credulity.
Therefore, the claim that Sagan was a believer turned skeptic due to threats is unfounded and misrepresents his actual position. Great job, Greer. While Stephen Greer has certainly stirred the pot in the UFO community, it's crucial to separate fact from fiction. I strongly recommend to listen to the farce of my alien sister. It's more factual than Stephen Greer has told you the past 20 decades. Always question, always verify. And if you found this video insightful, give it a thumbs up, subscribe, and hit that notification bell for more deep dives into controversial topics. Please join my Patreon page at patreon.com/lionsground to support me, my work. And, stay curious and stay grounded. Lions Ground out.
Another great video from Lions Ground, just destroying some of these fake claims. And by the way, he has like 8 more videos, some of them a lot more lengthy than the ones that we shared tonight. So we want to take a moment to catch up to the live chat. Do it, Fat Chick Thriller from Mr. Rock. And we have Master Blaster. Maybe got the 50, but Fat Chick Thriller, the dono bomber, in there bombing us with donos through the whole stream again. Let's end strong. Praise the cast. Suffer, Greer. Suffer. Yeah, absolutely. And we have another one from Me Too. Paul Benowitz situation explains a lot about UFOs. Yeah, he was basically gaslit and driven crazy by intelligence operatives that were convincing him that he was seeing aliens. Gigi Abby Lynn is here. Good to see you, Gigi. Another CIA BS psyop about a guy who was married to a 9-year-old girl. I don't know what that's about. So I've got a little bit more to share with you before we get to the total slop. One of my big arguments against Stephen Greer being at all credible is that, again, the people that make his documentaries is Third Phase of Moon. There is 2 documentaries in our free documentary section just destroying them and their fakery and their fraud with presenting fake alien spaceships and fake UFOs constantly. But my favorite of Third Phase of Moon is that they once promoted the clearest UFO footage of 2023. And as soon as I looked at it, I said, that's a high altitude balloon. That's not a UFO. And so I got the date and location, and with FlightRadar24.com, I was able to identify their UFO in 35 seconds. And I'm here to tell you, friends, if you can identify a UFO in 35 seconds, first of all, it's not a UFO. So Third Phase of Moon do this thing where they pretend to be the stupidest UFO guys on planet Earth, or the dumbest or the laziest. So they're constantly promoting fake UFOs. That should give you some insight into the credibility of Greer, because why would he have somebody that keeps getting caught promoting fake UFO videos making his films with him? If he was credible, he wouldn't do that. But this is another of my videos exposing Third Phase of Fake, as I call them, or Third Phase of Moon. Again, these are the guys that make his videos, and they're supposed to be UFO experts. They have a whole team of experts. Somehow they have a team of 5 UFO experts, but nobody knows how to use Flight Radar 24. I'm here to tell you, if you're interested in UFOs and unidentified aerial phenomenon, whatever, you learn to go through a sighting and eliminate the prosaic explanations. In other words, is this a regular aircraft? Is this a high altitude balloon? Is this a blimp? Is this a helicopter? Is this a drone? Before you slap the label of UFO, it's only a UFO if it's unidentifiable. And so this pattern of fakery, fraudery, and deceit by his very filmmakers should prove to you that Dr. Stephen Greer is about as credible as a crackhead, right? Let's take a look at me busting one of Third Phase of Moon, Dr. Stephen Greer's filmmakers' stupidest UFO claims ever. And of course, they over-sensationalize, they clickbait everything in order to get people to click on the video. They basically lie to people for money, and I believe so does Stephen Greer, so they're like peas in a pod. If you know you're a fraud and you're pushing fraudulent fake information, then it makes sense that you would get other guys that have been caught pushing fraudulent fake UFO information for decades to work with you to produce your content. They're experts at producing fake content. So now they're producing Dr. Stephen Greer's content, and I've got a little more to share with you about one of his latest films called Battle for Disclosure, because did you know that a few of the fake whistleblowers, the film was only released last year, and not a month after that film was released, I think, or maybe a few months, several of the so-called UFO whistleblowers he used, which are basically just bullshitters I think he pays, allegedly, to push fake stories, they were busted as complete and total frauds. But he's still selling the film, and he's never acknowledged that two of his fake whistleblowers in that film got busted as total frauds. But back to Third Phase of Moon and how fake they are. Let me educate you on how stupid, lazy, and ridiculous his filmmakers Third Phase of Moon are. Greetings and salutations, friends. This latest Third Phase hoax is the most ridiculous ever. Now, I know they're going to cry and complain and say it's not a hoax, but it is, because all a hoax requires is deception or trickery. And this garbage release of theirs certainly must involve some trickery or deception. This latest joke of a video from them proves they haven't changed one bit. No, I'm wrong. They have changed. They've stopped creating ridiculous fake alien CGI videos. They've stopped making ridiculous UFO videos made out of Star Wars toys on a green screen and more. Yeah. Then they moved on to having other people fake their videos, their fake spaceship and UFO videos. Yeah, they moved on to having other people send them fakes that they would post. And we showed the private messages where they did that pretty recently. Used 100% fake UFO videos that somebody made, told them how they made it. They post it anyway and pretend it's a UFO or a spaceship. It's a lie. They haven't changed. All they've changed is their method of trickery and deception. Now, this new method that they use is the stupidest ever. Literally, I call it the dunce hoaxer defense. Essentially, they put out something as ridiculous as this hoax video, and then they sit back and pretend that they're so stupid they didn't know it wasn't a UFO. It's also funny to point out that these guys have been doing this for many, many years, and they have a whole team of people working for them. And yet not one of them could identify an unknown craft. And by the way, in the original post that they took this video from, the date and location of the so-called UFO sighting was there. So all you have to do is check flight radar. This is unidentified aircraft in the sky. Let's go check flight radar. Now, I know the arguments, well, we don't have time to do extensive research. Listen, it's not extensive research. And in fact, I'm pretty sure you can identify that unidentified craft in a few minutes with flightradar24.com and the date and location. In fact, it won't even take you a few minutes. You can do it in literally seconds. Seconds. It would take them literally seconds. Once you have the approximate geographical location and the time of the sighting, it's easy to rule out conventional aircraft. But they didn't care to do that because that doesn't sell. They didn't want to do that because posting a video of a high altitude balloon is not going to get them views and free money. You know what is? Calling a high altitude balloon a UFO. Even clickbaiting the title, clearest UFO footage of 2023. If you can identify that unidentified aircraft in less than 1 minute, it's not a UFO. Now, we have to decide, did they on purpose post this video without checking flight radar data? Because if they did check the flight radar data, that would ruin this story that they could sell, right? There's only two possibilities here. Either they intentionally didn't check flight radar because they knew this was not a UFO, or these two and their entire team are the dumbest UFO people and laziest UFO people on planet Earth. Because I'm about to show you that Once I looked at the video and saw the date and location of the sighting, I was able to identify that so-called UFO in 35 seconds. Don't believe me? We'll put a timer on the screen. Let's do it. Okay, so we have the same information that they got. The video and the date and location of the sighting. The sighting took place in Roswell, New Mexico, around 12:15 on May 17th. So we go to flightradar24.com. This is the United States map. We're going to zoom in down to New Mexico and Roswell, New Mexico. Okay, now we're going to change the playback to show us May 17th around the time of the sighting. And here we go. We've put that in. Now we let the flight radar show. Ooh, look at that. A balloon pops up right on the map. And in just seconds, we've identified their so-called UFO. It gets better. An airplane that they showed. Balloon. Oh, look, there it is. We've identified that. And we're going to stop the clock. Look at that. In 35 seconds, I was able to identify both those things. So we're supposed to believe that third phase of moon, UFO experts of the world, don't have the time or energy to put 35 seconds into a story that they're going to sell. That's what we're supposed to believe. This is a hoax. Oh, I'm sorry. There's two possibilities here. Either this is a hoax or they're the dumbest, laziest UFO guys on planet Earth. They can use the dunce hoaxer effect. We're so stupid, we don't know how to do what you just did, Steve. We're so dumb and lazy, we can't spend 35 seconds researching a story before we try to sell it. This is a joke. Now, of course, the next day, they decided to put out another video because this got busted almost instantly. Almost as soon as they posted this video, people, including me, identified the so-called unidentified flying object they were selling everyone with clickbait titles. Look at this. This is the clearest UFO footage of 2023, except it's not a UFO to anybody with a brain or with 35 seconds to put in the location of the sighting and the time of the sighting. They didn't do it. Why? There's no money in showing people the truth like I just did. There's no money in showing people how easy it is, 35 seconds to identify an unidentified aircraft video that somebody sends you. They're not experts. They're a joke. They're not researchers. They're a joke. They are garbage peddlers. So there we have a perfect explanation of the people who make Stephen Greer's films and how stupid or lazy they are. There's only two possibilities, like I said. Either they're so dumb and they have a team of 5 UFO experts working for them that they couldn't identify what I identified. 35 seconds is all it took. But if you would have identified it and, oh, it's just a balloon, you can't sell it as the clearest UFO footage of 2023. This is really, it gets into like a form of consumer fraud, in my opinion. But again, I'm not a law enforcement officer or a judge or a lawyer, you know, so I don't know. I guess it's just a gray area. You're allowed to grift on YouTube and lie to people. Just got to pretend you're so dumb you don't know how to use flight radar to identify what you're saying is unidentified in 35 seconds or less. Fat Chick Thriller says, "Hey, Kig, the casino is open." Oh, yeah, they're doing a show tonight. So we'll try to wrap things up so you guys can get over there. But we did hit the overtime goals, so we're going to do some of the extra. And thank you, Fat Chick Thriller, for all the dono bombs tonight, as usual. So we're going to go through the first little bit anyway. Oh, no, wait, I had something to share here, which is... let me get to this. So one of his latest films is called The Battle for Disclosure. That's why I titled tonight's broadcast The Fake Dr. Stephen Greer's Fake Battle for Disclosure. It's all a grift because he's still selling this documentary. And, you know, I'm sorry, but I grew up where documentaries were supposed to be true stories, not, you know, propaganda. And already what we find out is that 2 of the people in the battle for disclosure have been revealed to be complete and total frauds. This guy, Michael Herrera, is a former U.S. Marine who claimed that he saw an alien back-engineered hovering flying saucer being loaded with these big, huge boxes while he was on a secret mission. Only one problem. His commanding officer came out after he made his big media splash and said that everything he talked about never, ever happened. Why doesn't Stephen Greer pull the film? Does he want to promote frauds that are liars in his films? Because he did. And crickets. You can email Stephen Greer and say, why don't you say something about the complete and total debunking of this so-called whistleblower you had, where it turned out his commanding officer said that he made up the whole story? Why don't you address that, right? You would think he would want, if he really cared about the truth, he'd want to address that. And then, of course, we have this guy who gave himself a uniform. Look at, he just gave himself a uniform. That's not a real uniform. He just got himself some patches made and he wears a uniform. Eric Hecker is supposed to be former Navy and a contractor for Raytheon. He has yet to provide any paperwork proof that he was a contractor for Raytheon. But he did show some pictures of being a plumber in a research station in Antarctica. So he's there to unclog the toilets. He's not there to get the skinny on the secret Antarctic projects. He's more or less been revealed to be a complete and total fraud because he claims he was part of the CIA's Stargate project for remote viewing psychic research. Only one problem, there exists a list of all the people that were involved in the project. Wouldn't you know it? No Eric Hecker. So here's, this is where it gets pathetic. Like Stephen Greer's using like complete and total liars who happen to be in the Marines for a time. Great. And this guy who cleans people's shitty toilets, he's a plumber, right? He unclogs the porta potties. Yes, Eric Hecker is the guy who unclogged the porta potties at the alien secret base. It's just so stupid. It's just so stupid. Yeah, Arlene Atkins says documentaries are supposed to be documented facts, not he said. Yeah, trust me, bro, stories. That's all you get with these people. Yes, the document-less documentary. Yeah, documentary with only fake documents, Jason Parker. Very, very astute. So, yeah, we're gonna go into the overtime. So I've chosen to highlight Dr. Stephen Greer's fraud, fake documentarians, and it's interesting. So this documentary that we have on our site for free, it's called The Hoax Files, Episode 1, Third Phase of Moon Exposed. And what's interesting is that Third Phase of Moon tried to intimidate and threaten to sue the filmmaker of this film. And I thought that was a complete and total, I thought that was an injustice. So the person who made this film is a person named Sapiens Culture, and he was scared. He didn't have money for a lawyer, and they were threatening him with copyright claims. And they got the video taken off of YouTube. And then I contacted him and said, you know what? I'm going to put it on my channel. And they're like, we'll copyright claim and sue you too, Stephen, or something like that, to the best of my knowledge and recollection. Then I called their bluff. I put the film out on my channel as a free documentary. This highlights so much of the Third Phase of Moon fraud. And it's so great that Greer has got them making their videos now. Let's get into it, friends. Well, that's weird. So we have a copyright disclaimer. We are into overtime. We're just going to do the first, 10 minutes of this, because it's a great way to show that Greer is not genuine, because he wouldn't use frauds like this that keep getting caught so many times making fake UFO videos. Phase of Moon Exposed. It's been a while since I've seen this, but it's expertly done. It just debunks, and it's in our free documentary.
On March 6, 2022, a Reddit user uploaded a video to the UFOs subreddit, claiming it is a legit UFO sighting that took place somewhere in the Pacific Ocean in 2012. The footage shows a fleet of unidentified flying objects hovering at low altitude above the sea while performing strange maneuvers. Many believed the footage to be real, while others maintained a skeptical view, given the very limited information about the location, date, and person who recorded the video, as well as the lack of sound. The only way to find the exact location of the sighting is to search for particular landscape features, writings, symbols, signposts, etc. While analyzing the footage, Redditors found an important clue. At one point during the video, the cameraman turns to the right, and we see a car passing behind him.
This is how sloppy they are, too.
By doing some research on the license plate and the car brand,
Remember, they
and
live
based
in
on
Hawaii.
the fact that the incident
These two
occurred
clowns
somewhere
live in
in the
Hawaii.
Pacific Ocean, it was determined that the sighting took place in Hawaii. Here's why. There are 5 U.S. states that border the Pacific Ocean: California, Oregon, Washington, Alaska, and Hawaii. As to the license plate, despite the poor video quality, we can make out a rainbow, a gap
means it's a
between the
Hawaii
letters
plate.
and numbers, a small writing at the bottom
it's a
and a
license
large
plate
one
from
at
Hawaii.
the top, very similar
So
to a
this is how
Hawaiian license
geolocating
plate.
works.
Personally, I found the video quite familiar. The video quality, and the way the UFOs were recorded, as well as the landscape, reminded me of 2 YouTubers, Blake and Brent Cousins, the owners of the Third Phase of Moon YouTube channel, who also live in Hawaii.
Big coincidence. UFO in Hawaii.
I had
they
the
live in
impression that I had seen this exact video before. To check that my memory wasn't deceiving me, I went to their channel to see if I could find something. Indeed, after a few minutes of scrolling through their old uploads, I came across the
You're
same
right, Mr.
video.
Protractor. He's predicted
The
full
only
disclosure
difference was
within
that the
week,
one posted
or
on
by the end
Reddit
of
was
the
a
month.
bit more zoomed in, and had no sound, because of the cringe music in the original.
And he found the video on their site. It's just a coincidence that it was filmed in Hawaii. They deleted the video from YouTube, but the filmmaker found it using the Wayback Machine. They tried to hide their fakery.
Upon posting
when they
my
get caught.
findings on the subreddit, I was met with a lot of criticism, which I fully understood. Such evidence is not enough to make a final judgment on this case. So further investigation is needed to clear things up. However, while reading the comments, I found a lot of so-called CGI experts claiming that the video showed no signs of fakery, and that creating something like this would require a huge amount of money and effort. Other comments denied the existence of any evidence proving that Blake and Brent Cousins created CGI hoaxes. Therefore, I decided to carry out a thorough investigation, not only to end the controversy regarding the video, but also to expose all the lies and hoaxes perpetuated
Their
by
crack
Third
team
Phase of Moon.
expert UFO investigators. Ah! Oh, my own thing. Hold on. Let me turn off the monetization on that for the time being here. And we'll put it back. Well, I'll just go put it back. Sorry about that, friends. Yeah, it's a free documentary, but it is ad-supported.
Started, let's show you a quick biography of the owners of the channel. The twin brothers, Blake and Brent Cousins, are American multi-award filmmakers and CGI artists. They're also actors, with an active listing on the IMDb database.
They make terrible movies. They've been in terrible movies.
Treasure hunting and collecting antique objects are among their hobbies. Their most notable works in cinematography are Slaughter Day, Rising Dead, and The Night Marchers, a Blair Witch kind of movie.
Low-budget garbage.
They also made several documentaries about the UFO phenomena, such as UFO
Countdown to
Events,
Disclosure
The
was the
Best of
first one
Third
with
Phase,
Greer.
and Countdown to Disclosure, The Secret Technology Behind the Space Force. The brothers also run a photography business, and according to the Honolulu Star Bulletin archives, they're one of the most successful paparazzi photographers in Hawaii.
That's interesting.
Alright, let's get back to our Reddit investigation. A few hours after I posted on Reddit, a user by the name Extreme Kiwi made a significant discovery, confirming the suspicions that Blake and Brent were the original source of the footage.
Oh, big surprise.
By exploring the Hamakua coast on Google Earth, in Street View
so
mode,
the UFO
more
video
precisely the places near the cousins' home
was
in
filmed
Honokaa,
right near their house.
and based on geographical elements in the video, they discovered the location where the video was recorded, which happened to be just a mile away from where they lived.
And they claim that people send them these videos. So their claim is that somebody just happened to send them a UFO video that was filmed 1 mile from their house at the time. And there's all the geolocation information. So Sapiens Culture did an incredible job busting them. That's why they freaked out and started threatening lawsuits and copyright claims to get it off of YouTube. And it worked for a time until we stood up to Third Phase of Moon and said, no, you don't get to sweep this under the rug, hoaxers. Same place. All the markers are there. 1 mile from their home.
Using the Redditors' research as a starting point, I began comparing the landscapes in their old CGI videos with the areas near their home. It took me just 2 days to easily debunk 10 of their videos.
So let's back that up a little bit so you can see 10 of the UFO videos that they posted
with the areas near their home. It took me just
10 of the UFO videos that they posted on their YouTube channel early in their YouTube channel's history were all taken. All the UFO videos were filmed within 1 mile from their house.
Just 2 days to easily debunk 10 of their videos.
10 of them. It's just a coincidence. And remember, they keep saying that people send them these videos. They don't own up to filming them themselves until later in their YouTube hoax channel's history. So Sapiens Culture was able to geolocate 10 different UFO videos as all being filmed right near their house. Just a coincidence, right?
I published the results of my investigation on March 9, 2022. At the time, I made a big mistake not making a video about my research and uploading it to my channel, because as soon as the cousins became aware of my viral Reddit post, they deleted all the evidence.
They try to sweep it on under the rug and delete all those UFO videos that were just so happened to be filmed right near their house.
Fortunately, YouTube videos get archived, so they have nowhere to run and hide the truth. And this time, we'll expose every single lie and hoax perpetuated by them.
Remember, friends, that's 10 UFO hoaxes by Third Phase of Moon, all debunked in the first 7 minutes of this excellent documentary that we host here free on our YouTube channel. Just go to our main channel, scroll the way down to the free documentary section, and we hope to do more like this in the future to be a public benefit.
Okay, without further ado, let's begin.
And they're numbered. This film, I think it busts 50 or 25. I don't know. A lot. It busts a lot of their hoaxes.
On February 4, 2011, Third Phase of Moon uploaded a video of an alleged UFO.
So these guys have been grifting like this since at least, I think, 2005, but this one's from 2011.
Over Jerusalem, in Israel. Because they deleted the original, I tried to find it using the Wayback Machine, but without success. No worries, I copied the title and searched for channels that re-uploaded videos with the same title, and found the deleted footage on Dailymotion.
Yeah, so this video they claimed was a Jewish star UFO that was taken over Jerusalem. And in this documentary, it gets proven that it wasn't in Jerusalem, it was in Hawaii, right near their house again. And there's a lot of meticulous research goes into this. Now remember, they posted this and claimed that this video was taken over Jerusalem. And that's just a CGI fake UFO. Oh, 1 second, friends. I didn't know we were going to do this tonight, or I would have mirrored this unmonetized. 1 second. All right. So it's just, they took a video of a background and then they superimposed this CGI fake video on top of it, of a fake UFO.
The houses, the tower, and the palm trees made me think this was recorded in a town, so I went exploring Honoka, and after a few minutes, I ended up finding the exact location.
Again, right near their house. And they're lying and saying that the video was taken in Jerusalem. It's filmed right near their house in Hawaii. Just a coincidence, or are these guys fraud, faker, hoaxer, losers?
Things get absolutely comical in the next video.
Hoax number 2. I think we're up to 11 busted hoaxes and we're only 9 minutes in. And remember, these are the guys that make Stephen Greer's documentaries. Complete and total fraud, faker, hoaxers.
Here, we see Blake Cousins pretending to interview 2 eyewitnesses who filmed a strange UFO over Anoka. Remember when they said the sighting took place in Jerusalem?
Well, it's clickbait. You get more views that way.
2 gentlemen that go by the name of Keith and Nathan, and they have this amazing video that they say they...
That's Blake's camera by...
He gives the fake people who he claims filmed the video his camera to hold.
By the way, not theirs, they're lying.
Captured on tape. Check it out. This UFO footage was caught on tape on the Hamakua coast.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
They said it was taken in Jerusalem. That's how dumb they are. Then they show the witnesses who claim that they filmed it, and they say, oh, it was taken in Hawaii. So which one is it?
They are trying to sell this video for how much, guys?
Well,
where are we going to start?
Yeah, it's nice to see you guys. We've dealt with you in the past, but it's going to have to be cash, and this is pretty unique stuff.
Yeah, and when people tell me that hoaxers don't use paid actors to sell their hoaxes, I point them to this example. These are paid actors. They paid to pretend that they were involved in this shit.
Me and Keith are really
It's
lucky to
real.
get it. How about some cash? Just bring the cash.
Well, definitely. There's $10,000 these guys are asking for an exclusive 10 minutes that we
You'll
haven't
love this,
seen
yeah.
yet. They say they have 10 minutes of more exclusive footage that they're willing to reveal for somebody that's going to pay at the highest bid.
You guys are here to buy it, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well,
we dealt with you in the
terrible
past. It's been
acting,
pretty good,
right?
let's
Terrible.
I think we can.
This is
Great
cringeworthy.
footage. You'll love this.
The number these guys are asking for, they want $10,000 for 10 minutes
we,
of it.
we gave you the last bit for cheap, so today...
So can we go on location and then explain?
While negotiating a price to buy the footage, Brent noticed a balloon in the corner of the warehouse, resembling the UFO.
Yeah, but it wasn't a
The
balloon in
eyewitnesses
footage,
became
it was
angry after
CGI.
getting busted, and kicked the brothers out. Blake then explained how much of a truth seeker he is,
Yeah,
and that
he's
he
a
is a
truth
genuine
seeker.
investigator, who does his
They
best
even
to expose
hoaxed a
hoaxers.
hoax, exposing a hoax video.
We're going to have to...
They
but
hoaxed
nobody else is talking.
and exposing
We're
the
not going
hoax
to give this
video.
to anyone else.
You know, $10,000 is quite a bit of money to cash out. And
Yeah, everybody's a little short these days, but come on,
we're going to have to get some paperwork
This
on
is
this.
real, and you're never going to get anything like this
Blake,
again.
I need to cut this for a second. We need to talk about something. What's going on over here?
It has terrible acting.
My cameraman called me over and he exposed the truth behind this lie.
These guys are giving us a bunch of bullshit.
My cameraman has just advised me that there's an object right over there that looks eerily familiar to the video that we
Oh,
just
this
seen.
is so
Is this a big hoax
cringeworthy.
trying to make some money?
So cringeworthy.
Where are these guys going?
I don't know
We should just
There
get
it is over there, dude. See it? It's right there.
the truth. Watch your...
Look out.
Come on.
Out. Hey, below me. Out of here.
Stop letting them increase your rates.
1 second. All right, let's get back to it. Next time I do this, I will prepare adequately so we don't get hit with the commercials.
Come on, get out of here. You don't bullshit.
So they're such bullshitters, they even hoaxed an exposing a hoax video. They faked exposing a hoax.
Here, fucking go. This is bullshit. Don't move, man. Come on, fuck.
Such terrible acting.
Get out of here. This is bullshit. God damn it. Don't move, man. Come on. It's amazing what people try and do for money now.
It's amazing what people will try and do for money as he's hoaxing a hoax-busting video.
Nowadays, we at Third Phase of Moon are looking for the truth and exposing fraud. And
they're exposing fraud as they're committing it.
If you've seen any spectacular UFO sightings, you let Third Phase of Moon know. I'm Blake Cousins, and we'll see you next time.
It turned out that the two guys are actually their friends, and own an auction house.
Oh,
Here
look,
they are in this
buddies.
video uploaded 2 months earlier.
Oh, so it was all fake? Oh, it was all fake.
Back to Big Eye Living. Right now we're here in the
Oh,
heart
it
of
was all
Hong Kong.
fake, and they're buddies with their. They were all in
Those
on
things
it.
are moving off right off the shelf right here. Check out some of the deals they got going. And they also know how to have fun at the same time.
Yeah, there's one of the guys that was in
Two of
on
the
it.
deals that you guys are giving away here. The best. Not only the best, you know, the quality's out.
Oh, so he was just their buddy, and he was in on the
And move
hoax
the
busting
stuff out real
hoax
quick.
video.
Look at these guys in action right here. Check it out right here. Come over here.
What
this guy
losers.
right here, he's a man. He's
There's
a
the
voice
other guy
for
that was in
Paradise
on the
Auction.
hoax
He's got it down,
busting
and people
hoax.
really like to hear him talk. How long you guys been in business here at Paradise Auction?
22 years at Paradise Auction. We're both mostly out of Hilo. We used to have a down on Holomua Street. We were in there for about 15 years. We had a site there. Now we've been.
All right, so there's our overtime and a little preview of this hoax-busting video. Remember, these are the people that are making Dr. Stephen Greer's documentaries, people that hoaxed a hoax-busting video. Like, how much of a hoaxer do you have to be to even hoax a video where you bust a hoax? And you got to hire your friends to be like, I guess, paid actors, right? It's so stupid. Abraham M. gifted 5 Truth Seekers memberships, offering me another opportunity to remind you to smash that subscribe button, because if you're in the live chat and a kind and generous person like Abraham M. gifts some memberships, you can win one just by being a subscriber. YouTube randomly distributes these gifted memberships to anybody who's in the live chat who is a subscriber but not yet a YouTube channel member. And we have Swamp EZ was gifted a membership by Abraham M. We have Joe Anthony Yolfo was gifted a Praise the Cash membership. Rat King was gifted a membership by Abraham M. And we have the Divas 3 was gifted a YouTube channel membership. And Matthew McManus was also gifted a YouTube channel membership, all because of the kindness, generosity, and support of Abraham M. So make sure you smash that subscribe button. You could win a YouTube channel membership. So one more thing that I have to share. In evaluating how credible somebody is, I really do think that it's true that, you know, you're as credible as the people that you're hanging out with. Didn't know. Okay, so here we see Dr. Stephen Greer associating closely with Billy Carson, who's also in some of his documentaries. Billy Carson was recently busted as essentially a fraud who uses fake ancient texts to grift and make sensational claims. And here's just an example of some of the sensationalized clickbait that losers on YouTube are all too happy to play along with Stephen Greer's grift, as long as it's trickle down griftonomics. You get the top tier grifter like Greer to come on your show, and you're a bottom feeding grifter. You get a little piece of the grift money. Dr. Stephen Greer, massive alien disclosure news. And that video was essentially Greer repeating the same sensationalized claims. Here's Dr. Stephen Greer with Jason Sands, a man who is running what is perhaps the biggest, I guess you could call it allegedly running, one of the biggest medbed type scams I've ever seen in my life. I've been working on that story forever. I don't know when I'm going to share it with you. But Jason Sands is also the guy who claimed he was getting briefings about secret underground bases and child trafficking under Washington, D.C. In other words, he's a Q-tard grifting loser, and he's all too happy. But Jason Sands is about as credible as a crackhead. Why would anybody credible associate with them? And here I just grabbed this one just to show you. Everybody clickbaits with this guy. Dr. Stephen Greer, declassified. What is he talking about that's been declassified? He's not declassifying anything. He's been known to use completely and totally fake top secret documents. And then, of course, here he is with Blake Cousins, who we've just shown you is as credible as a crackhead as well. Not credible. And yeah, so the people that he associates with are fellow hoaxers, basically, fellow grifters. So when evaluating how credible somebody is, one determining factor would be how willing are they to associate with other known grifters. Apparently, Dr. Stephen Greer has no qualms about associating with fellow grifters. He does it all the time. Double Tap Ranger Outdoors says, sorry I missed a live, was going to rewind. Billy Carson, what a clown. Thank you, Double Tap Ranger Outdoors, for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. So I could go on for hours more, but I think we've displayed our point that Dr. Stephen Greer is as credible as a crackhead. In fact, if I was in the city again and a crackhead came up to me holding up a gas can, asking me for money, gas money to get home, I would consider that crackhead more credible and believable and trustworthy than I consider Dr. Stephen Greer. Dr. Greer has collected millions of dollars from the gullible worldwide public, pushing mostly over-sensationalized, under-evidenced claims. He has no evidence. He makes these fantastic, sensational claims. He's been caught using fake bullshit storytellers. His own filmmakers have been caught hundreds of times faking UFO and alien videos. And again, tonight we have just scratched the surface. So let me know in the live chat if you would like to see a part 2 of tonight's broadcast where we'll get into and document more of Dr. Stephen Greer's history of fakery, fraudery, and bullshittery. We'll take some comments and questions from the live chat before we bounce on out of here. We've had a great night of attendance. Boy, I don't understand this live chat counter. It's telling me that we had 600 live viewers, but I think Twitter is weird with that. So if you get a view on Twitter, they count that as a live thing. And also, some people have asked me about the Kick Uncensored show. We'll be beginning that as soon as I can get my bank information registered with Kick. I have to talk to my accountant wife and get the routing and account numbers so that we can get paid over on Kick. At least the crackhead couldn't claim he turned down $2 billion. Oh, that's another. Yes, let's do that. Some of the other sensational claims of Dr. Stephen Greer is that he turned down $2 billion. The government offered him $2 billion to just shut up and stop talking about aliens. Come on, bro. I mean, that's just ridiculous. Nobody would turn down $2 billion to stop talking about something, especially not a guy who has grifted millions of dollars. He's become very, very rich from this. Another of my favorite of his claims is that 3 different people on his team were assassinated. We looked into those claims, and it turns out that I was able to locate 2 people that did work for Dr. Greer that died, but they died of natural causes. I went to the police in their jurisdiction trying to find out. We've even got on the record statements from the local coroners in those cases. Those were natural deaths. People died of natural causes, and Greer decided to insert that into his grift. So just like David Wilcock, he takes a real event like somebody dying, but then he exaggerates and over sensationalizes it and just lies about it. Saying that people on your team were assassinated when they died of natural causes, in my opinion, is a form of fraud. And if he's collecting money while he's telling people that members of my team got killed by the men in black, then he should be investigated for fraud-related charges, because he's telling people these are true stories while he's collecting their money or taking money for documentaries where he says these things. Another of my favorite claims is that he, in one of the documentaries produced with, I think it was Countdown to Disclosure, maybe, I don't know, his titles are all very similar, so it's easy to get confused. In another of his documentaries, he claimed that an entire company in Michigan all got murdered because they were developing free energy technology. Well, we went to the state police and the FBI field offices all over trying to find any record of a company that all got murdered. And that didn't happen. And of course, there was excuses, but come on, man. If you're going to say an entire company in Michigan got murdered, there would be police reports, there would be newspaper articles, there would be television coverage, local news coverage of an entire company getting murdered. That never happened. So what we find time and time again is that Dr. Stephen Greer gets caught lying. He is a proven liar and, in my opinion, a proven grifter, allegedly, and nobody should give him a penny. Now he is hyping up his latest claims, claiming that full disclosure is coming by the end of January. Well, here in 2001, Greer claimed that disclosure was just around the corner and that he had the smoking gun evidence. This is supposed to be the smoking gun. This Xerox copy of nonsense, of bullshittery. And when I get a chance, I'm going to start scanning this because this is a treasure trove of Stephen Greer's grifting history. All of his claims of all this stuff go back to at least this book, 2001, where he was selling this apparently or allegedly for hundreds of dollars. Now, I got it from a viewer, and thank them very much. They know who they are. Elise Diabolon actually sent me this and all of Greer's original. Oh, I forgot. Yes, we can do a part 2 because I have all the videos of all these fake whistleblowers that he released in 2001. And I don't know anybody else that has all those videos in perfectly pristine, preserved condition. A viewer of ours, Elise Diabolon, found them on VHS tapes along with this. And purportedly, he was charging hundreds and hundreds of dollars for 2 VHS tapes and this book of nonsense that's filled with fake documents and other fakery, fraudery, and bull. He was charging hundreds of dollars. I don't know anybody that has all those original videos, so we're going to go through them the next time we cover Greer and show you that for decades he's been, platforming and promoting people that are bullshitters. And also, let's put this on the record. Stephen Greer takes advantage, in my opinion, of people in order to sell his narratives. There have been several people that we know he took advantage of, like Mark McCandlish, who was very depressed and killed himself. It's tragic what these guys are willing to do, but is it any surprise that a guy like this would take advantage of mentally ill or vulnerable people in order to sell a narrative? Now, apparently, he's taking advantage of a former heroin addict to sell as a new whistleblower. And remember, around this time last year, he claimed that he had 6 new whistleblowers. 2 of them have been completely and totally debunked as complete and total bullshit artists. It's only been a year. And now he claims he has new whistleblowers again. But hey, Greer, what about the last whistleblowers you claimed were whistleblowers that turned out to be fakes, frauds, and pathological liars? And they've been completely debunked, a few of his last so-called whistleblowers. And why are you using the term whistleblower when they don't have any evidence? Sorry, not sorry, but if you don't have evidence, you're not a whistleblower, you're a storyteller. And it's wise to keep that in mind. If you don't have evidence, you are not a whistleblower. You're just another guy on the internet telling stories. And it's interesting that it feels like nothing ever changes because I've been covering this guy for years and he just comes back with new fake stories. He doesn't explain when his old fake stories get busted or debunked. Why doesn't anybody who has him on their podcast ask him about the flares? Ask him about the fake alien bijou that's a cactus off in the distance. Why doesn't anybody ask him why he's working with the 2 biggest frauds in the UFO community to produce his films? Why doesn't anybody ask him why he got caught lying, saying that people on his team got murdered? Why doesn't anybody ask him why he got caught saying he went on a secret mission to an underground alien base with Billy Gibbons of ZZ Top? Why doesn't anybody ask him why he got caught lying about, an entire company in Michigan getting murdered? Why doesn't anybody ask him what happened to the $500,000 that he collected, claiming he would he would produce a free energy device and give it to the world for free and open source it? Why doesn't anybody ask him? And I'm tired of this, so I am putting together my own briefing. I'm putting together a briefing called Stephen Greer is a Liar and a Grifter. And I'm going to start sending it. If you're going to go on PBD podcast, I'm going to find out who their producers are. And I'm going to prepare a specially prepared briefing video about all of your history of lying, grifting, and scamming people. And maybe, just maybe, if I keep doing that, somebody will finally ask you real questions. And, but there will always be people that take advantage of the public's willingness to believe these people, even without evidence. And it's people like PBD Podcast and Sean Ryan and others who are raking in tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of monetized dollars worth of views by just playing along. That's part of the deal. You just got to play along with the grifters like this. So what can I say, friends? The casino is open. I'm going to go watch over there. Make sure you check them out, kick.com, Kino Casino Gaming. We've done our due diligence. Thank you all very much for helping us to hit the goal. If you're listening in audio podcast land, we want to remind you that we love and appreciate you, but you're missing half the fun. So go on over to YouTube, put Truth Seekers, one word, in the search bar, look for me, the strange guy with sunglasses, go to the channel, smash the subscribe button, hit that notification, and you too will know when we're doing a taping for the podcast. Come and be a part of our live broadcasts. We love the interactivity, and come and be a part of it. Don't just watch the show. Don't just listen to the show, though we do love and appreciate those audio podcast listeners. Come and be a part of the show. And if you haven't already, let me remind you, you can visit our website, truthseekershow.com, where you can get all the latest episodes, whether you want it in audio format or video format. They're all there, truthseekershow.com. Be sure to follow me at Stephen Cambion on X, formerly Twitter. Again, it's at Stephen Cambion on X. We always post information relevant to the show on my X or Twitter. It's important to follow me there. That's probably the best place to follow me. If you have anything to message me, please do. Oh, yeah, I want to mention that too. Please, pardon me. Lately, I get that we have a worldwide audience and people forget about things like time zones. But lately, people have been messaging me on Facebook at 3 o'clock in the morning. Please don't do that. 3 o'clock in the morning, my time. If you have to message me about something or send me links or things you want me to be aware of, just email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com. That's truthseekershow@gmail.com. Al Garay reminding me that Goofon says Third Phase hasn't hoaxed anything in 5 years. I mean 3 years. I mean 2 weeks now. Yeah, we sure felt it, that clown. But what are you going to do? We'll take a few more comments. Ty E. McCullough Wise says Sean Ryan was doing the same thing. He kept mirroring my MySpace page and my ex-girlfriend's MySpace page. They keep using it for inspiration in Hollywood movies and songs. I don't know what that's about. Yeah. So, my friends, we have done our due diligence, and we should be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Or I'm sorry, we should be back tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, with another wonderful episode of the Wacky World of Wilcock. For now, I think we've done our due diligence. I want to thank you, all of you kind and generous benefactors, you people buying YouTube memberships, you super chatters, super sticker people, and all you people. Remember, you could throw a couple bucks in our hat, even if you're watching a replay. Just hit the thanks button. We thank all you super thanks people, you Patreon supporters, you YouTube, you PayPal pledgers, and of course, all of you people buying me a coffee. Instructions for how to help where viewer supported are in the description of the video. We thank every person that sends any support our way. So, yeah, we've done our due diligence, and I'm glad we could get through this. A lot of people have been asking me about Greer again, you can always go to our main page and hit that little search tool and just put Stephen Greer in there. And there's a treasure trove of previous coverage into the fakery, fraudery, disinformation, and misinformation circus that is Dr. Stephen Greer. But tonight we try to give you just a general overview of some of that history. And I think we were successful. So thanks to all of you for joining us. So that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambian. Good night and God bless all of you.
Dark corners of the night, secrets hidden from the light. Whispers turn to screams, shattering all your dreams. Eyes wide open now, truth you can't disavow. Echoes through the halls, crashing all your walls. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Uncover the lies, open your eyes. Shadows try to hide, no place for them to bide. Light will pierce you through, reveal what is true. Running from your fears, can't escape the sears. Truth will hunt you down, tear apart your crown. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Uncover the lies, open your eyes. Eyes wide open now, truth you can't disavow. Echoes through the halls, crashing all your walls. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Uncover the lies, open your eyes.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. Recently, a lot of you have started sending me links to some interviews that Dr. Stephen Greer has been doing, which I find very interesting, considering he never really says anything new. It's a lot of the same old promises. And one thing that I have noticed is that Dr. Stephen Greer has the same virtual talking points for 30 years now, and we've all heard these talking points from him before. Essentially, they amount to there's a government cover up, there's illegal operations, there's things being withheld even from the president. There's talking points about him briefing very important people, like sitting CIA director James Woolsey. That turns out to be a completely and totally false claim. And I'm just kind of like amused that so many of the people that interview him just let him lie through his teeth over and over and over again. It's as if they've done zero research on his past fake claims and just continue to, as long as he generates views for them, that's kind of, I think, the bar that they have. So as long as somebody generates views, they don't really care about the validity of his actual information. But it is interesting that a few people have pushed back, notably Joe Rogan, among others, in some of his older interviews, which I find pretty funny. And there's certainly some controversy about Joe Rogan pulling that episode. But I don't know if it's accurate, but I have heard that Joe Rogan realized after interviewing him that Dr. Stephen Greer is largely a bullshitter. And so he pulled the episode. At least that's what I've heard. But of course, this is rumors and speculation. So I thought that we would do first just a review of some of Greer's deceptive claims, and then we will go over a recent interview and sort of display that he's using the same talking points today that he used 30 years ago. And I would submit to you or anyone within the sound of my voice that if he hasn't proven his stories 30 years ago, why is he using the same stories? They weren't true 30 years ago. They're probably not true today. And despite all of his posturing and presenting himself as like the world's leading expert on aliens and extraterrestrials and all of this, I'm briefing presidents, braggadocious claims from Mr. Greer, he has yet to provide a single shred of real empirical evidence of his claims. But we can confirm that he has provably lied about a great deal of things, provably used completely and totally fake government documents to support his fake stories, provably used fake whistleblowers that are just bullshit storytellers that don't have any evidence. And isn't it interesting? That use of the word whistleblower is annoying me. Everybody's a whistleblower now. No, they're storytellers. A whistleblower has usually a mountain of evidence to support their claims. Dr. Stephen Greer's so-called whistleblowers, and he's done this several times now, hold events claiming he's going to have new whistleblowers, and then we do get some new people, but they're just telling stories and they have no evidence. But hey, don't worry, we'll get Michael Schratt and to draw some really nice pictures of the alien spaceships these people saw or whatever. It's kind of childish to me, but it is incredibly interesting to me that this person has generated millions of dollars telling these bullshit stories, but never actually produced any evidence. And by evidence, I don't mean he got somebody to tell some stories. I mean actual physical evidence or, some kind of smoking gun proof or evidence of his various claims of alien visitation, alien crash retrievals, alien bodies, free energy claims, and more. Dr. Stephen Greer has gained a great deal of notoriety in the realm of UFOs and aliens, often or almost always presenting himself as the world's leading authority on extraterrestrial encounters and government cover-ups. However, a critical examination or fact-checking of his claims reveals a real pattern of deceit, manipulation, and of course, profit-driven motives. After all, Dr. Stephen Greer has collected millions of dollars in crowdfunding for his various projects. We'll also we also need to take a moment to scrutinize and evaluate Greer's purported ability to summon alien spaceships at will, and of course his false claims of briefing high-ranking government officials, up to and including claiming to have briefed every sitting U.S. president since Ronald Reagan. My usual viewers will be aware that we fact-checked that specific claim and found absolutely no evidence that Mr. Greer has briefed any president, let alone every president. We should also examine his use of fake government documents and, of course, his profit-driven agenda in spreading completely and totally false or unverifiable information about aliens and UFOs. In the landscape of ufology, few figures have garnered as much attention and controversy as Dr. Stephen Greer. After all, it was Dr. Stephen Greer who grifted with a dead human baby a story about a tiny humanoid alien. Mr. Greer makes grandiose assertions of alien encounters, government conspiracies, and secret briefings. And Dr. Greer has cultivated a dedicated following eager to believe in his narrative. However, beneath the veneer of authority lies a web of deceit and self-interest that warrants a very close examination. One of Greer's most sensational claims is his alleged ability to summon spaceships and communicate with extraterrestrial beings through meditations. Such assertions border on the fantastical and lack any empirical evidence to substantiate them. And despite this, Dr. Stephen Greer has for many years now sold an app which alleges to teach other people how to summon alien spacecraft and even alien beings. Despite numerous so-called public demonstrations, skeptics have rightfully questioned the authenticity of these events, pointing to the absence of credible testimony or verifiable scientific data. Greer's reliance on anecdotal accounts and less than credible photographic evidence further undermines his credibility, raising doubts about the legitimacy of his claims. Greer has repeatedly boasted about briefing every sitting U.S. president since Ronald Reagan and other high-ranking government officials on matters pertaining to UFOs and extraterrestrial phenomena. However, upon closer scrutiny, these claims unravel. Several alleged participants in these briefings have come forward to refute Greer's assertions, casting doubt on the veracity of his purported interactions with government officials. Moreover, Greer's failure to provide concrete evidence or documentation to support these encounters with high-ranking government officials raises suspicions regarding their authenticity, suggesting a deliberate attempt to inflate his credentials and enhance his public image. In his quest to validate his claims of government cover-ups and UFO disclosure, Greer has resorted to the use of completely and totally fake documents and completely and totally questionable sources. My favorite is the plumber guy. Oh, he's a plumber. He's a whistleblower. No, he's a plumber, right? He should be unclogging toilets, not telling people that he knows the secrets of the universe, right? And also, certainly, the inclusion of fabricated memos purportedly sourced from classified government files serves as a testament to Greer's willingness to manipulate information to suit his fake narrative. Such tactics not only undermine the integrity of so-called UFO research, but also betray a disregard for scholarly rigor and ethical standards. By resorting to deceptions like these, Greer compromises the credibility of legitimate UFO research and tarnishes the reputation of the few serious investigators there are into these strange and esoteric subjects. Perhaps, and then there is, of course, him hoaxing aliens and spaceship sightings. Perhaps most damning of all are the instances where Greer has been implicated in the deliberate fabrication of alien encounters and spaceship sightings. Numerous reports have surfaced alleging that Greer and his associates staged hoax sightings to bolster their claims and attract media attention and, of course, more customers for their expensive, very pricey public events. Such actions not only betray a lack of integrity, but also betray the trust of those who have placed their faith in Greer's supposed expertise. By engaging in these deceptive practices, Greer undermines the credibility of the entire ufology community and perpetrates a culture of skepticism and mistrust in those making similar claims. Behind Greer's facade of altruism and enlightenment lies a more insidious motive, and that, of course, is personal profit. Through his books, documentaries, and speaking engagements, Greer has capitalized on the public's fascination with UFOs and extraterrestrial life, turning his purported or alleged expertise into a lucrative enterprise. By peddling sensationalism and pseudoscience, Greer exploits the genuine curiosity of audiences for his own financial gain, prioritizing profit over the search for actual truth. Such mercenary motives not only compromise the integrity of Greer's work, but also perpetuate a culture of misinformation and exploitation within the ufology community. Dr. Greer's claims of summoning spaceships, briefing high-ranking officials, and exposing government cover-ups are riddled with falsehoods, half-truths, exaggerations, and just complete and total fabrications. His proven use of fake documents in the past, or hoaxing alien spaceship sightings, and of course his profit-driven motives call into question the integrity of his intentions and the legitimacy of his research. As scholars and skeptics, it's imperative that we subject Greer's claims to rigorous scrutiny, more so than we would anyone else, given that Dr. Greer has been caught with fabricating fake evidence in the past or using deceptive tactics to sell a completely and totally unproven false narrative. I think it's important that, especially people interviewing him, become aware of his various falsehoods throughout his decades-long career of grifting off of the UFO and alien scene, and do a better job interviewing him. As we'll see tonight, most of the people that interview him, even on huge podcasts or shows, do zero research into his provably false claims of the past, instead just allowing him to say whatever he wants completely and totally unchallenged. Only through critical inquiry and discernment can we separate fact from fiction and advance our understandings of the mysteries that lie beyond the stars. Dr. Stephen Greer is not helping anybody to get to the truth, because all Dr. Stephen Greer has is lies, fabrications, half-truths, and exaggerations. So we're going to get into this recent interview. And by the way, it is in the description of the video. I want to take a moment to welcome in the live chat. There's some. John P. Adventure says, I saw Greer on London Real. Very weird. That's what we're covering tonight, and it's in the description of the video as well. So I will put my fair use banner up. This is transformative work. We're educating the public and critiquing the video that we are sharing. 1 second. I have a mirrored copy so that we don't have to sit through ads while we do the commentary on this. Of particular note in this interview is that Dr. Greer uses the same old proven lie that he interviewed James Woolsey, the CIA director under President Bill Clinton. This has been refuted by James Woolsey himself. So the boldness with which Dr. Greer is willing to lie is just shocking to me. Like, you said you briefed this guy. He wrote a letter and made it public saying, no, you didn't. And you're still saying that on public interviews? It is what it is. You know, grifter's going to grift. It's a great talking point, and it makes him appear important. And I think that is the point. He does these lies and exaggerations to make himself appear more important than he is. I think if you asked 100 people out that aren't into aliens and UFOs who Dr. Greer is, nobody would know. So congratulations, you're a star in a tiny subculture, but it has made him a millionaire. So, and this, of course, is on London Real, which is shocking to me that this guy would interview him at all. But here we go.
Secret government program to investigate UFO sightings.
We have people who've actually worked in facilities on the extraterrestrial vehicles. They have no jets. They have no rockets. They're not an internal combustion engine, and they most certainly don't have a nuclear power plant on them. When you look at them, you realize it's a whole new physics that if that were to be disclosed, we would terminate oil, gas, coal, nuclear power, wind, solar, a huge transformation in how the world operates.
I'm sorry, I had my mic muted. So this is the same talking point he's used since he scammed the public out of, what was it, Dr. Greer, $500,000 to create a free energy device, and we still haven't seen a free energy device. Then he grifted and scammed the public for another $500,000 to make a film about free energy. And ask any filmmaker to look at that film and tell me that there's $500,000 on the screen. There isn't. So what does he do with the surplus? If he's telling people, and by the way, if he's telling people, hey, I need $500,000 to make a film, and then he only uses, let's say, for example, I'm just pulling a number out of my hat here, $100,000 to make the film, what happens to the other $400,000? And then he goes and he puts that film that he already collected $500,000 on streaming services where he's paid a royalty for every time somebody watches it. It's incredible. It's a great business model. Beg for money to make a film because this film's got to be made. It's so important. And then let's just continue.
Our society has had this information withheld for about 80 years, and there's been also an active counterintelligence or disinformation campaign to ridicule the subject and make it look like it's nonsense. As Reagan said,
I occasionally think how quickly our differences.
I'm so sick of hearing this Reagan thing. It's like anybody that's doing a show on UFOs, that quote is in there.
Worldwide would vanish if we were facing an
alien threat to fight. There are aliens out there, but they're concerned about our hostility.
What is behind the curtain?
They want to unite us around fear, militarism, and war.
Now, the separate issue is the actual extraterrestrial creatures.
We know for a fact there are multiple civilizations. They seem to be very concerned.
We know for a fact there are multiple civilizations. Great. Can you show us the supportive evidence to support that that's actually a fact? That's not a fact. That's a belief. It's not a fact unless you have evidence to support that it's a fact. But of course they don't, because belief in aliens and UFOs visiting Earth is a faith-based belief system, much like religion.
With the trajectory we're taking with these weapons of mass destruction and going into space.
Do you ever worry about your life? And you've had people try to pay you off before as well.
I grew up incredibly poor in a shack, put myself through high school, medical school, and have what I have from hard work. And I'm just not someone who's going to be impressed by wealth, fame, money, or a threat. My only question is, what's the truth and what's the right thing to do here?
Yeah, Mr. Greer has famously claimed that members of his team were assassinated. Where's the murder investigation reports? Where's the police reports from your murdered team members? It's ridiculous.
Now it's getting to a point where it's going to come out. The question is how.
The world is changing. Inspiration is everywhere.
We're gonna pass that. It's just like an ad for future shows, I guess.
This is London Real. I am Brian Rose. My guest today is Dr. Stephen Greer, the retired emergency doctor, MD, and researcher. In 1993, you founded the Disclosure Project.
So he's been at this since at least the 1990s. What has he proven since the 1990s? I think we could safely say he's proven that he really likes money, UFO dollars especially, right? But I don't think he's proven a single thing that he has talked about since 1993.
In order to make public the U.S. government's knowledge of UFOs and extraterrestrial intelligence and push for amnesty for government whistleblowers. Since then, you have provided briefings for sitting U.S. presidents.
There's a lie. Where's the guy? London Real has a whole staff. He just repeated a complete and total lie from Greer that he's briefed sitting U.S. presidents. Where's the evidence that he's briefed the president? There is none. There is none. Because Dr. Stephen Greer is a pathological liar who gets by in the world because of lazy slobs like this show host. Why didn't you fact check him before just reading the ad copy that he gave you to read like an idiot? Jesus, this is why he gets away with lying through his teeth that he briefed presidents, because nobody checks. We checked. He didn't brief any presidents, none that we could find. If he had briefed a president, it would be in their presidential library. There'd be some mention of it. Guess what? We checked Ronald Reagan, no mention of Greer. We checked George H.W. Bush, no mention of Greer. We checked George Bush Jr., no mention of Greer. The Obama library, no mention of Greer. The Clinton library, no mention of Greer. We reached out to media representatives for Mike Pence and Donald Trump. They neither requested nor received any briefing from Dr. Stephen Greer, though he claimed that he briefed both the president and the vice president at the time, Pence and Trump, in one of his documentaries. You know, one of those documentaries he sells to people and tells them that it's all true. This is true information. That, to me, is a form of consumer fraud. You're going to sit there on camera and pretend that you briefed President Trump and Vice President Pence. And then, of course, after we busted him on that, he must have got wind of that. And he started saying he sent Trump and Pence briefings. Great. I could send a letter to the White House, too. Does that mean I can claim that I briefed presidents? No. But that's what he does. It's all exaggeration and careful manipulation of the data. Well, I sent a briefing package to the White House, therefore I briefed presidents. No, you didn't.
Alongside senior government officials across the globe. Written 5 books and produced a number of high-profile documentaries regarding extraterrestrial life, government cover-ups, and detailed stories of close encounters. Your latest film, The Lost Century and How to Reclaim It, exposes 100 years of UFO secrecy.
Yeah, it doesn't expose anything. It's the same old talking points, and he collected $500,000 for it.
Which you believe has had a dramatic impact on humanity's development. You ultimately think there is a secret, illegal government operating in the shadows, developing and using alien technology that is a direct threat to national security. Dr. Greer, welcome to London Real.
Thank you. Glad to be with you.
Great to have you here. Can't wait to jump into this. You know, Doctor, I recently had an astronaut on the show. His name is Chris Hadfield. He's been on the show many, many years. I think he spent 500 days plus up in space. And he was a former pilot as well. And at the end of the episode, I asked him, I said, you know, Chris, we've seen this video footage of, you know, of these craft that's been recorded by pilots. And pilots usually come with engineering degrees. They're not exactly, you know, slouches in their own right. And they seem to be defying the laws of physics. Now,
there we go. There's that buzzword that all the grifters, that buzz talking point. These things defy the laws of physics. Great. Can you show me a physicist that confirms that agrees with that statement? You can't. There is no physicist that agrees with that statement, except for maybe Dr. Eric Davis, the wackadoo physicist that the Air Force called a crackpot researcher. You know, it's incredible that it's like a case study into the way that misinformation roots itself and refuses to be weeded out. Because by nature, people are lazy. So this guy hears, oh, pilots said these things defy the laws of physics, so they must. No, there's no empirical evidence that UFOs defy the laws of physics. Show it to me.
I got an engineering degree from MIT, and I looked at this stuff, and it looks pretty crazy. And I said, look, Chris, you're an astronaut. You're a former pilot. When you see things like this, you must start to wonder about what's going on here. And doctor, this is what he told me. He said, Brian, I've been flying for 20 years. So has my brother and my father-in-law and all these people. And we've never seen anything. So I don't believe it. And I was a bit surprised. I was surprised that with this evidence right in our faces and these testimonials we're seeing in front of Congress. And again, you've got these, you know, highly trained pilots telling you.
Almost evidence-free testimonies before Congress. We're at almost 300 days now. Grush still has not provided any evidence. So I guess for some people, if somebody says something, it must be true. I don't know. I think that's a dangerous road to go down, and you should require evidence before believing statements and claims made by people, especially when they're extraordinary claims.
What's happening, that he didn't try to engage a little bit with what seemed to me like incontrovertible evidence, at least to have a discussion. And yet he just kind of dismissed it and wanted to move on to the next thing. So I wanted to ask you, does that surprise you to get a reaction like that from someone else? Yeah, does that surprise you?
No, it doesn't, because our society has had this information withheld for about 80 years, and there's been also an act.
Again, that's just a claim that this information has been withheld for 80 years. That's a claim. That's not, one of the things that bothers me about these grifters is that they just make statements of fact without any facts and evidence to support that. Show me some proof of that statement.
Active counterintelligence or disinformation campaign to ridicule the subject and make it look like it's nonsense. And I have CIA documents that prove that statement I just made. So that campaign started in 1953.
Yeah, they might be fake documents.
What's called the psychological warfare aspects of this. It was signed by the director of the CIA at the time. I'm a very evidence-based person, but I tell you, if you don't look at the evidence.
He's a very evidence-based person. Then how come all your fake whistleblowers don't have any evidence, but you still accept their testimony as real and true and accurate?
You're going to go with the prevailing social norm, which would be to dismiss this. Now, this is a big problem, because in science, you're not supposed to have that kind of bias. But I always tell people we're science.
Greer's doing science as he's meditating to summon alien spaceships. He's doing science. As he's taking pictures of a cactus off in the distance that he later claimed was an interdimensional alien, he's doing science. Sure.
Scientists second, we're humans first. And so the human condition being what it is, we all have our biases and prejudices and what have you. I think the other problem with that is the way that you explain that. There's a certain amount of self-referencing to it. In other words, I have taken care of many people who have been shot, but I have never taken care of someone who has been dismembered. But if I were to see that there was evidence that somebody was dismembered as an emergency doctor, I'd say, okay, well, I guess that happens. You can't just dismiss something because you personally never saw it. I will say.
Oh, well, that I'd agree with. You can't dismiss these things because you can't dismiss UFOs as being real because you never saw a UFO. And it's funny, people keep asking me, like, what are you saying, Stephen? Are you saying UFOs aren't real? I never said UFOs aren't real. There will always be something flying around in our skies that we cannot identify. Therefore, UFOs are real. The problem that I have is everybody equating the UFOs equals aliens.
That we have, I believe it's about 3,500 pilot cases now in our archive, 3,500. About 4,000 cases where there's been landing traces, where it's left evidence, including the
I'd love to know where he's getting these numbers from. Is he just making them up?
Famous Rendlesham Forest, Bentwaters case in the United Kingdom, right where you are in London. And I think that one of the things that people tend to not do properly is to look at the prevailing evidence. So what we're putting together, we call it the Disclosure Project Intelligence Archive, and it's going to be 6, 8, 10 terabytes of data that we're organizing.
He's been talking about this this database full of data that he's going to release for years now. Where is it? I mean, I don't know. I just come from a computer science, background. I mean, you copy all the data into folders and you put it on a Google Drive and it could be done. But instead, he's been teasing the existence of this information for years. And I would just like to know, like, how much of it is some of the stuff that I have in his early disclosure, so-called disclosures to his trusted, inner circle of people that paid hundreds of dollars for a book full of fake documents.
Already handed off the first tranche of it to the Senate Intelligence Committee here in the White House and also the Pentagon office investigating this. And in that
he's given this stuff to senators and congressmen and yeah. Okay.
We have 755 whistleblowers, people who have dealt with this issue directly, not secondhand. We have people who've actually worked in facilities on the extraterrestrial vehicles, on the reverse engineering end of it, and on many other aspects of encounters that the military and government.
Where are they at? Or is he talking about wackadoos? We have people that worked on these projects. Yeah, and when you dig in, it's people like Clifford Stone, who's a complete and total wackadoo, who also has, you know, mind-bending superpowers, you know? Like, I don't get it. I just don't get it.
Government personnel have had. So it's very hard to dismiss a body of evidence that large, but if you don't look at it, then you're not going to see it. And I think that's more of a social and psychological perspective as opposed to something scientific.
Yeah, I think you're right. You know, I come from a science background, and you know, the last 3 years.
Yeah, this guy comes from an engineering science background, and he's just sitting here letting Greer spout off complete and total fake information and made up bullshit without question, right? But I guess it's good for views. Nice socks. What is that? Like, oh, I'm gonna have a socks that match my napkin and my lapel.
Years obviously have been pretty crazy in this world, but I remember that because I came from a science background, I kind of bought into the scientism of everything without looking into the facts of who might be, you know, looking to manipulate that for their own agendas. And I think most of the world, and maybe here because I get to talk to a lot of interesting people, have shown that there's a lot of vested interest to keep certain things public and other things private. Usually there's a lot of money involved, there's a lot of power involved. And I think through the lockdowns and pandemics and, you know, vaccine stuff, we've seen a lot of evidence of that. And there's no reason to think that's not happening here as well, right?
A false equivocation. False equivocation.
Well, this was the mother of all of those sort of spinmeisters. I have a CIA document, multiple. One from the 50s where they had engaged Donald Menzel, Dr. Menzel at Harvard, by the CIA to debunk, and he was an astronomer, astrophysicist actually. And this document, plain black and white, says that he was engaged. It was to be kept secret, to go out to the public and dismiss the evidence that was coming in the 1950s.
Yeah, that might be true. That was during the whole saucer craze phenomenon.
I have a later document that names Professor Condon of the Condon Committee in the University of Colorado that the U.S. government engaged to study this issue. And in that document, it says our relationship with Dr. Condon must be kept secret because he is our person, you know, on the committee as the head of it. And what he did is that he cherry picked people coming before that committee. And for example, Dr. Robert Woods, who's a whistleblower on our team, he's a McDonnell Douglas aerospace PhD. He had
again with the term whistleblower,
compelling evidence. And this was in 1960s, 1969. He's still living. And he had compelling evidence of these objects being real, some of them being of extraterrestrial origin. And
he didn't have compelling evidence, by the way. He had theories and claims.
Believe it or not, Dr. Condon went to old man McDonald of McDonnell Douglas Aerospace and said, fire this man. He is not to be on this committee, and tried to get Dr. Woods fired. This we have on a written and video testimony from Dr. Woods. So I point out to people, this is the kind of corruption that has kept the truth away from the public.
Or maybe they didn't want a wackadoo that's running around talking about alien spaceships working for their prestigious aerospace company.
I could list hundreds and hundreds of cases like this over the last 75, 80 years. Now, for what end?
That's an often used tactic of Greer. I could list hundreds of cases. Show them to me. He never does.
I mean, I think the big question when I first briefed the director of the CIA.
There it is. He briefed the director of the CIA. No, he didn't. And there's a letter. Just Google Woolsey Stephen Greer, and you'll find the letter where the CIA director said, I did not get a briefing from him. I sat near him at a social event. So this is what Dr. Greer does. He exaggerates everything in his life to weave into his false reality he has created, where he's somebody important and knows all the truth about those aliens, and he's briefing important people about this. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're a clown. He should appear on every interview in a clown suit and clown face.
Or Bill Clinton. And he asked me, why would this be kept away from me and the president, because the president and the director of the CIA had been denied access to the projects dealing with this problem.
So if Woolsey claims I didn't speak to him, I didn't get a briefing from him, how is he attributing things to Woolsey? Oh, Woolsey asked me this. No, he didn't. He says you didn't brief him. He sat near you at a social event. Maybe you bent his ear about aliens, but he didn't ask you for a briefing, and he didn't ask you questions that you are decades later using to grift to pretend you're somebody important.
Now, this is in December of 1993. It was 30 years ago, virtually. And I said, look, the reason it's being kept so secret is because the technologies behind how those objects move. They have no jets. They have no rockets. They're not an internal combustion engine. And they most certainly don't have a nuclear power plant on them because there's no heat signature. And nuclear power fission is hot. So when you look at them, you realize it's a whole new physics.
Oh, and here we go. This is going to be the talking points. Like, we could have free energy, advanced propulsion systems. You could work anywhere in the world you want to because you can fly with these anti-gravity systems anywhere in the world in 10 minutes. We could have free energy and we won't have to pay our gas bill and our coal bill. The perfect utopia, all provided by aliens.
Electromagnetic propulsion type system using very high voltage systems, similar to what Nikola Tesla and other people stumbled across in
Gotta throw in
the
Nikola
early
Tesla.
20th century.
That's the
But I said,
prover.
if that were to be disclosed, we would terminate oil, gas, coal, nuclear power,
See?
wind, solar.
By the way, I did not pre-screen this. So when I tell you he's using the same talking points over and over and over again in every interview, I'm saying that with a degree of confidence. And I just correctly predicted that he would use this talking point, and here he is using it.
You name it, and public utilities. You're talking a huge transformation in how the world operates. Now, on the one hand, it would be disruptive to the status quo of the macroeconomic system. On the other hand, it would end all pollution. It would end all poverty.
Like I said, the aliens can give us a utopia if we just embrace our space brothers.
20 years, and everyone on the planet would have quote unquote free energy from what's called the 0-point energy field. And we can discuss this later. So he said, I get it. So, it's about power, money, and the corrupting influence of it. It is not about science, because once you drill down the science, the evidence is absolutely overwhelming.
Once you drill down the science, the evidence is overwhelming. No, I think the evidence is underwhelming, Mr. Greer. You haven't provided any in 30 years. You provide a lot of stories, though. And what are stories? They're a form of entertainment.
Wow. Well, I want to get back and go all the way back to 70 years, but talk about the last few years, because we've seen major developments that probably surprised you. I mean, 30 years ago, I'm curious if you ever thought that you would see front page of the New York Times showing this evidence. I mean, recently we saw the testimonial in front of Congress of David Grush and David Fravor and Ryan Graves, openly talking about this stuff. Again, pilots on podcasts talking about exactly what they saw, video footage of these blips moving around and going underwater. Can you talk people through what?
No, there is not footage of UFOs going underwater. Not that I'm aware of. He may be talking about the splashdown video, which was pretty much debunked, but hey.
But we've actually
more fake talking points being repeated by ignorant people that haven't done any research into the subject before interviewing a complete and total decades-long scammer, grifter, hoaxer that's been caught selling fake shit for decades now.
Uncovered or publicly acknowledged the last few years. And are you surprised that this is public?
No, I'm not surprised, because I've been asked to be the person providing these whistleblowers the information they have.
Yeah, so now he's taking credit for Grush and everybody else. I'm the person that members of the government and high-ranking officials are asking to provide these whistleblowers. Prove it. Who asked you to provide whistleblowers? This is a complete and total bluff, right? It's incredible. Let's continue.
So let me be quite blunt.
And again, the whole thing is I'm super important, right?
Over the last
Some
couple of
extreme
years, I've been asked to
narcissism.
come up here and provide
Over the
the
last
chief
couple,
investigators for the Senate and the House the evidence we have that gave them access to multiple whistleblowers.
Oh, great. So now he's claiming that he gave the evidence to the people in the Senate who are investigating. No wonder they're so confused. No wonder they're so wrong.
Involved with this that I've been dealing with for,
if that's even true,
decades. And so none of that surprised me because we've been basically very involved in the planning of it, including the language of the amnesty provision that came out of the Senate Intelligence Committee right after our National Press Club in June, and the bill that was passed last year allowing whistleblowers a pathway to give their testimony at the Pentagon in a SCIF, a secure compartmented information facility, but nevertheless to do that. Now, what's more surprising is that it took 30.
Yeah, he's always claiming that he's in SCIFs and he's claimed that he went to meetings in the basement of the Pentagon before. And what is his evidence for that? There is none.
Damn years. No, so you have to understand, I'm an emergency doctor. We move very quickly. And in 1993, in my very, very young doctor days, I was a bit naive when I thought that President Clinton and his administration, who were really trying to drill down on this, would resolve this problem and I could go back to a normal life with my 4 daughters and the golden retriever and my medical career. Well, that ship sailed, my friend. So what ended up actually...
No, I think what happened is he got a taste of the UFO money. And this is a perfect example for people who tell me stupidly and ignorantly that there is no money in UFOs. What does an emergency room doctor make? I mean, I can look it up, right? Average salary of emergency room doctor, emergency medicine physician. Somewhere between $345,000 and $460,000. Now, of course, that's today. So this guy walked away from a career where you can make almost $500,000 a year. And that must mean that UFOs is more lucrative than that for him, right? For all of these years, 30 years, he made more than $500,000 a year, do you think? What's the total take then?
Happening is that George H.W. Bush approached President Clinton, told him this is none of your business, butt out. And he was never allowed to get any operational control over those projects.
And this is another false talking point. Prove it. Prove that George H.W. Bush refused to give President Clinton access to anything. You can't, because Clinton came after him. He would have no authority to stop him from gaining access to anything.
I know for a fact. Remember, I helped put together the best available evidence briefing for Clinton that Lawrence Rockefeller provided at the Rockefeller Ranch.
Yeah, so he wrote a paper and gave it to Rockefeller, who apparently or allegedly gave it to Clinton. Therefore, he's briefing presidents. No, you're not. You're writing papers and giving it to a friend to give to the president. That doesn't mean you briefed the president.
Where I had been to have some...
See, that's why he gets away with this, because there is a nugget of, like when he says, I briefed President Clinton, here it is. I wrote a briefing and I gave it to somebody who told me they would give it to him. Therefore, I briefed President Clinton. No, you didn't.
Planning meetings back in the 90s, 93, 4, 5. So I've seen this from a front row point of view for 30 years, and what's unsettling about it is the degree to which people have been blocked from information who are legally, this is true in the UK as well and in Europe.
And this is his talking point. Oh, all these people are the information is being withheld from them. Listen, the president has the ultimate authority to see anything that is classified, to declassify anything that is classified. You're not keeping something from the president, but these guys all claim it, and it's an unproven claim, right? Show me one president who on the record says, I tried to look into UFOs and the information was withheld from me.
Legally obligated to oversee these sort of projects, even if they're black projects, right? So the president and the Congress are to have not everyone in Congress, but have knowledge of even the very deep black projects. The problem is these programs have been run completely unconstitutionally since the late 1950s.
And there's no evidence of that. It's just a talking point, just a claim. He has never provided a single shred of evidence that there are illegal special access projects being run and withholding information from Congress or the president. He's never proven that. He said it a lot, right? Maybe he went to what is that Nazi propaganda minister, Goebbels? Did he go to the Goebbels school of propaganda? If you repeat a lie loud enough and long enough, people will believe it.
And there's another fact we can prove. So what that means is that these projects don't have any regard for the rule of law, who the president is, and who's the chairman of the Intelligence Committee of the Senate. Now, when the way this all began to tilt very quickly, a year and a half ago, just to tell you the inside baseball here, which you might find interesting. Now, I got contacted by the chief investigator for the Senate Intelligence Committee. And this is the guy who, if he was in the Pentagon, would be the equivalent of a 2 or 3 star general. And he asked me if I would help him. We went to a skiff. If I would help him.
Here he is again. He's in a skiff, right? He's in a skiff with a 4-star general, or the equivalent of a 4-star general. What's his name? Oh, I'm not going to tell you. It's a secret, right? It's all secret.
Get the information they needed.
And isn't it great that these guys, all these disclosure dorks, we want transparency and disclosure from the government. And when they tell these stories, they always withhold information. Some transparency and disclosure advocates.
Because they were being sandbagged. And I said, well, what has happened? He says, well, I went out to the Lockheed Skunk Works and I was shown a bunch of antique aircraft, jets. And he knew he was being gaslit and diverted. And I said, well, I can give you exactly what they have there. And we have the information from Ben Rich himself, the director, and a letter he wrote about the fact that there were both extraterrestrial and man-made UFOs, the latter being the more explosive bit of knowledge people need to get their heads around. So he said, well, we will do everything we can. So that started a process where I began to provide him with the testimony of dozens of these whistleblowers, but also—
And who was he? Oh, I can't tell you.
So giving them access to where the sites are. Now, how do I know this? Because we have these hundreds of whistleblowers and documents of where the facilities are. And it's not just Area 50.
Yeah, isn't it great? So Greer claims to know exactly where the facilities are that are housing the extraterrestrials. Why won't he tell the public then? Right? And then he claims he drew a map of where all the aliens are.
One,
so
quote,
stupid.
unquote. It's the Dugway Proving Grounds. It's Eglin Air Force Base. It's Edwards Air Force Base. It's the Lockheed Skunk Works facility out in the desert of California. It's all these various black sites, as they're called. And we have 147 of them now on a map, which we are providing to the government. So that, what happened there is that they began to hit the mother lode of information and also people who would—
You know, it would be a fun road trip to get that map and go knock on all those doors and ask where the aliens are. I'm here with Dr. Stephen Greer's map, and he said you got aliens in there. Open up. Open sesame. We want to see the aliens.
Worked in those facilities. And once the law was passed in 2022, allowing these whistleblowers to go to the Aero office at the Pentagon, we began making arrangements where my organization would fly them in, hand them off to this gentleman who has to remain unnamed, and he would take them over to the skiff at the Pentagon. So that's kind of what's been going on for now a couple of years. And it's reached the point now where you have both the Senate and the House in a bipartisan way, which is, I'm very glad for that, really beginning to drill down on it and put some measures in place legally to unravel this entire long and complicated story.
So now it's moving at warp speed compared to, say, the last 30 years.
Yes. What's moving? What's changed?
Where do you think
Nothing.
it goes from here?
Nothing's
like if
changed.
you had to plot a reasonable timeline, 1 year out, 3 years out, 5 years out, what do you think will be revealed?
I think in the next year, we need to get, and I think from talking to directly with members of Congress, myself, in the last few months, to have a select committee with subpoena power with these firsthand witnesses being brought forward. Remember the little kind of initial hearing they had in July. I was meeting with Congressman Burchett and some of the others before then and helping them formulate what kind of questions they should be asking, and advising them. But I said, you need to have subpoena power, and they didn't want to do it. And I said, you have to.
Yeah, notice he never names any of these high-ranking government officials that he's talking to. Isn't that a little suspicious that he never names these high-ranking government officials that are taking his important, excellent advice?
Because otherwise you're only going to get people who are willing to come forward, like Mr. Grush, who I had met with when he was still deep undercover. And also I had spoken to David Fravor, and I said, Mr. Grush is a secondhand witness. He had the access to the people and in the facilities that we want to bring forward. But he was secondhand. He didn't actually get into the underground facilities or the skiffs where the ET craft are stored. But I have people on my team who have been there. They have to be subpoenaed. So finally, there were 6 members of Congress a couple weeks ago wrote a letter to the Speaker of the House saying, we want to have a select committee that has subpoena power.
Yeah, the UAP caucus. But isn't it interesting that Greer's right there to take credit? He's taking credit for whistleblowers coming forward, that whistleblowers, which by the way have no evidence. Now he's taking credit for the UAP caucus that these 6 senators won, implying that it was all his idea. Sure, Dr. Greer, you bullshitter.
That has to be okayed by the Speaker of the House, McCarthy. But he's favorable to it, I understand. And I know that the House Government Reform and Oversight Committee chairman is also supportive, Mr. Comer. So we're seeing that happen very quickly. The other big thing that happened, I think this is probably the biggest, was in June after we had our National Press Club event, and we had some compelling whistleblowers come forward who were not at the hearing you saw. So if people want to get on our YouTube channel, you can see that whole event. One of the things that happened is that the Intelligence Committee,
his event that had whistleblowers, none of which had any evidence. So he's got multiple fake whistleblowers that don't have any evidence. They're just telling stories, including a plumber, right? Awesome. The plumber wore a uniform. He put patches on a jacket. That's awesome.
And it came out unanimously, a provision for safe harbor or amnesty for these large corporations and individuals.
Now he's claiming credit for that too.
Come forward. And once it's passed by the House and signed by the president, it would give 6 months where they have to be compelled to provide, whether it's extraterrestrial bodies, spacecraft, man-made high-tech, what would they call AT, advanced technology, or ARVs, alien reproduction vehicles, which are man-made knockoffs of UFOs.
Yes, and the ARV thing came from Mark McCandlish, who had a pretty drawing of one, but no evidence that they actually exist.
You see, by the way, most of the footage you've seen is ours. It's not extraterrestrial.
Okay.
We'll get into that.
Yeah.
But so basically that puts a clock on it once that gets passed. Now it's not passed yet, but that's 6 months period. Now, when I first met with the senior folks in the Senate, they said, well, we might have to do a year and a half, give people time. Once they found out that there was, in fact, and I'll use this word advisedly, a criminal and treasonous organization keeping this information secret from the White House.
Again, he's claiming that there is secret, illegal programs, but he's never provided proof of it. If you're going to listen, maybe it's just me because I have a conscience, but if you're going to accuse people of being criminals, you better have some, fucking evidence. And he never does. It's a criminal conspiracy. Can we see the evidence of a criminal conspiracy? Well, I don't have any.
And the Congress, they're the ones who moved it from wanting to do a year and a half of amnesty to come forward to 6 months. So that gives you an idea how much progress has happened in their thinking of seeing how serious the problem is. Now, at that point, you're going to get into a conundrum. If you pass a law that then says it will be a criminal offense not to turn these materials and technologies over to the U.S. government within 6 months, how are you going to enforce it? So now I'm begun to get engaged in conversations, and I want to say this here on the record, that law enforcement will have to be stood up. And we hope it would be non-kinetic. In other words, not violent. What we're hoping is that people working in that
we're going to get the cops. If they won't show us the aliens, we're going to call the cops on you. So stupid.
System who don't know it realize, by virtue of the fact that the Congress doesn't have any information, that that is an unsanctioned and illegal project. And when law enforcement authorities appear, they will simply put down their arms, because as it is now, those facilities have a shoot to kill order for those who are unauthorized to enter it. I know this also for a fact, because I've been.
If you try to come in here and get to the aliens, we'll shoot you. We have a shoot to kill order. Do you have any evidence that they have shoot to kill orders? No, but it sounds great.
So I think that one of the big problems very quickly becomes, what kind of teeth? What's the follow-up? Because I don't, it may be that these investigations with firsthand whistleblowers who Mr. Grush has spoken to and that are on my team are subpoenaed, and it comes out in an orderly fashion. But you still would need the cooperation of the Lockheed Skunk Works and Northrop Grumman and Raytheon, E-Systems, SAIC. I know who these are. And
that's another thing. These aerospace companies have experienced a lot of harassment from people that are convinced that these private aerospace companies are hiding the aliens. And who put that out there is largely Dr. Greer. He's the one who for years now has been saying the government handed over all the aliens to private industry so it would be exempt from, inspection or whatever. But he's never proven that. So again, making claims of criminal activity against whole companies with no evidence, right? You could see just how moral of a man Greer is. If you're accusing people of criminal activity without any evidence, then you're a fucking scumbag. And let me just put that on the record. You're a fucking scumbag if you're accusing people and whole companies of being criminals or criminal activity with no evidence.
And, most of the people working on those companies are not part of it.
Meanwhile, he's collecting $500,000 at a clip, right, to tell people fake stories, right?
These programs, these are extremely compartmented, beyond top secret, although top secret is the highest classification, but they're held by corporate compartments. Remember, U.S. government doesn't build anything. My uncle was Northrop Grumman his whole career, and he helped design the lunar module, put the first man on the moon. But, the U.S. government authorized and funded it, but it was built by Grumman, became Northrop Grumman. So where the center of gravity on all this, ironically, is in the corporate sector more than the government. It's sort of a hybrid. So when you approach it from a governmental inquiry, they claim private corporate intellectual property. If you would take it from the point of view of a civilian going after a corporation,
or the alien technology that all of these grifters talk about doesn't exist, not in government and not in private industry. But this, of course, gives them an excuse for why they can't show any evidence. Well, it's all under lock and key, and these evil corporations, Northrop Grumman and Lockheed Martin, Skunk Works, they're hiding all the aliens. And since it's private industry, there's no way to force the truth out of them or to force them to disclose this. It gives them a convenient out for a complete and total lack of verifiable evidence of that claim.
They cite national security.
Right.
So it's a hall of mirrors.
Wow.
And that game is very effective. We know that at the Dugway Proving Grounds, where there's a substantial facility underground and some that are above ground dealing with this issue, the contractors, the private contractors there, own 52% of the projects, and the government 48%. That's been set up deliberately, and the transactions that are in the past.
Where's he getting these numbers? He's just making it up
to keep it quiet, to keep it secret.
Yes, and we have a whistleblower who will testify to this. So,
another person's going to tell stories with no evidence.
We're trying to really get right down to the brass tacks. And while it's useful to have some of these jet pilots who've seen objects and had them on their instruments and radar and infrared sensors and whatnot, We really need people who've been boots on the ground. I hate to say that word, but in the trenches, working on this, on the retrieval teams. A lot of people don't realize my archive, we now have 122 cases of what Mr. Grush referred to, and that is these objects being targeted with electromagnetic weapons.
122 cases of UFOs being targeted with electromagnetic weapons. Great. You got any evidence of that? No, but we got 122 stories of it.
Like a portable EMP or even a fixed EMP, electromagnetic pulse weapon, downed and retrieved, autopsied or dissections of the ET beings, and studying reverse engineering of the craft. That began way before Roswell. It happened in the 40s earlier. And I can tell you that by October 1954, we had mastered what's called gravity control, which most engineers at MIT and elsewhere do not think we can do today.
Yeah.
But that was in a deeply classified project. Now, how do I know that? Because one of the people on my team, Richard Foch, who is the top scientist at the largest Department of Defense lab, the Naval Research Labs, but was on my team for many, many years. He's passed away.
Great.
Cancer not too long ago.
Dr. Greer loves citing dead men as sources. Yeah, this dead guy told me this, so you can't check that if I'm lying or not. But a dead guy told me this, so it's true.
However, he was in the vault and saw the papers that proved, and it stated
secondhand testimony from a dead guy.
1954 is when we mastered gravity control. Ironically, that in 1955, Eisenhower started the U.S. interstate highway system. And by that date, we didn't need highways. We could have been floating above, kind of like the Jetsons. I know it sounds funny, but those technologies.
Well, they're definitely not.
It's a long story.
Yeah, they definitely at MIT aren't teaching anything about gravity manipulation. That's for sure. And maybe we can talk about that. So look, I'm from San Diego. So actually, as a high school student, I worked at SAIC. And then one of my summer internship jobs was working for the Aerospace Corporation, which is a consultant to the Air Force in LA. Now, I was there for the summer. I didn't have any top secret clearances, but it was wild to see kind of what goes on inside there. And I can believe you when you say there's all these cubby holds of like you said, the commercial interests intersecting with the government interests, and it's hard to know who's in charge. Funny enough, it seems a little bit like when I was wondering who was protecting my freedom of speech on social media platforms. The government said it's a private corporation. The private corporation said you signed our community policy. Meanwhile, they were collaborating in the background, violating my rights. So it's not the same thing, but it seems like a weird, again, like catch-22 situation. Now you said,
yeah, you're right. Yeah, and there are some striking parallels between at the playbook of how they've kept control over the public, the media, and opinion on the UFO issue, and what they did with COVID, and also I might add what they
listen. There's nothing out of the ordinary. Every government in the world collaborates with private industry. Do you think that we could just make these super advanced fighter aircraft, stealth aircraft? No, you need innovators, and you need capitalism, and you need a company that knows what they're doing to do it. So to suggest that there's some nefarious, thing going on because the government is in cooperation with various private aerospace companies is ridiculous.
They do with 9/11, but that's a diversion.
Yeah, no, I see quite a few parallels. And again, like with my science background, I still remember, 3 years ago, it's a bit of a tangent, but I think it's relevant.
This guy went to MIT.
I had a conversation with Robert Kennedy Jr., and this was right during the lockdowns. And I had the science background, so I was all pro-vaccine because the vaccine, the science had taught me that was the right thing. I went to talk to Robert F. Kennedy, and he started breaking down everything that happened from a legal perspective, the lack of liability, and all these things. By the end of that episode, I was really starting to question my scientism. And I started realizing, wait a second, this has all been co-opted. The media is involved because there's billions, if not trillions of dollars on the line. So your pure science background isn't going to help you when humans and emotions and money and power is involved. And so, yeah, the more of what I hear about what you're talking about, it seems like maybe that was the original, whitewash operation and using media, and now even using some of these private public, strange layers to keep things from the public. What you said that just alarmed me was if they go after these projects from a law enforcement perspective, that they might fight back and shoot on sight. And so,
oh yeah, and remember, not long ago, Dr. Stephen Greer claimed that there were strike teams that would be attacking these facilities if they didn't tell us the truth about the aliens. What happened to that? What happened to the strike forces? Shouldn't they have busted down the doors of those mysterious underground bases and gotten to the alien technology by now? And I apologize, I didn't see this earlier. Lord Jamington says Michael Schellenberger might also be a look-see. Yeah, I can't say that I disagree, but we thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. For those unaware, we're a viewer-supported show. We read every single super chat, so throw a couple bucks in our hat, and we give you a big thank you for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right. Thank you very much, Lord Jamington. Good to see you here, and we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. William Renner says he bought the conspiracy theory, in other words, right? I'm not sure what that means. People can't get a word in to ask questions. Yeah, he dominates interviews. I've noticed that. And he can also talk for like a great deal of time on one question.
So where are these? Are we talking in New Mexico where these things are located? Or I'm just curious, where are these things? Or we don't know where these things are.
You're right,
the underground
Mike Rotunda, I agree.
Well, if you look at our National Press Club event, we actually put up on the screen a map of where all these facilities are. And we have a list of them that we've also published. So that actually is available to the public now. So one of the things we're trying to do, however, is get a more specific level of detail to the members of Congress and to the investigators so they can go to these sites.
I think it would be a fun goof to get that map and just call them and yell at them like, Dr. Greer said you got the aliens. You better give us them aliens and then show us the alien technology and record it all. I think I'm thinking about doing that. I think that would be fun.
And actually see something meaningful. But the point I want to make is they're not going to, let's say they're not going to turn these over by you knocking on the door. I know at the hearing, you heard some of the members of Congress say they went down to Eglin Air Force Base because they had heard, but they didn't know the compartment. They didn't know the exact location, which was a mistake. They didn't go there with law enforcement. And this is like going to the front door of a pizza parlor that's the front for the mafia and saying, I want to see the money laundering and drug running operation out of your back room. And they're just going to open the door and say, hey, yeah, come on in, y'all. No, that isn't how this works. I mean, I can tell you that if they have stiff-armed presidents and threaten,
again with the vast criminal conspiracy claims that he has no evidence for, and again with the false talking point that they have stiffed presidents and not let presidents have access to this information, or maybe this information is bullshit and doesn't exist, and that's why presidents don't get this information, because they have far more important things to do than worry about a bunch of wackadoos making false claims, disinformation, misinformation about their false reality belief system in which this is all real.
And very high-ranking people in the Pentagon. Let's not forget that, back in the 90s, I did my due diligence by briefing, for example, the head of intelligence.
Here he goes again.
Chiefs of Staff.
Here he goes again.
J2, Admiral Wilson. And he
that one he actually he didn't brief him.
Projects.
He did not brief Admiral Wilson. Remember, this is Admiral Wilson of the Wilson Notes. He did get to meet with Admiral Wilson, but the only reason Wilson took the meeting was because Edgar Mitchell was involved. And out of respect for American hero, Admiral Wilson took the meeting. But Admiral Wilson disputes everything he's about to say, calling it all a work of fiction. Great. So this idiot interviewer is just going to sit here and let him lie about a decorated Navy admiral running around chasing aliens because Greer told him where to look. That is a completely and totally fake story. And this interviewer is sitting here like an idiot, letting him lie to his audience and everybody else. Awesome job vetting the people you interview here, buddy.
After I got him a 1990s Nellis Air Force Base, Area 51, the secret document that listed the...
Yes, and the secret document he's referencing here is called the NRO document, and that document was proven to be a completely and totally fake document. So here he is again, using completely and totally proven fake government documents in his false fake narrative stories. The document was proven completely and totally fake by John from the Black Vault, who would be considered a world-leading expert in the United States government documents.
The project code names, which I have. And he inquired about it. He ended up being threatened personally and told they would demote him and take a star.
He was never threatened. He's just making this up.
And they told him when he said, look, I'm the head of intelligence, Joint Chiefs of Staff. I want to be read into, which is military speak for briefed, on this project. And they said, we won't tell you. And they said, you don't have a need to know. He said, how can I not have a need to know? I'm the head of intelligence joint staff. And they said, sir, we will not discuss this with you. And they hung up on him and blocked him. So the same thing happened to the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency. Now, for those of you who aren't American, the DIA is like the CIA, but for military, for the whole Pentagon. The director of that organization that most certainly has compartmented cells working this subject, because I have whistleblowers from DIA.
Yeah, more. Oh, I have whistleblowers. What are their names? Oh, I can't tell you. You know, just the amount of just pure bullshit coming out of this guy's mouth. And he never stops and proves anything. It's just like, oh, the director of the DIA is working on aliens and I have whistleblowers. Great. Can we interview them? No, I can't tell you. It's a secret. I'm the disclosure advocate, but I can't reveal my sources. Can't disclose, even though I'm Mr. Disclosure. So stupid.
That I've debriefed. When he tried to find out about the issue, he was ridiculed first that someone gave him a little ET doll from a toy store, making fun of him, and then flat out denied that anything was going on. I agree with
that one, Area 147.
This is a 3-star. This is
documentaries.
So the reason I share these accounts is that I have a very, very long history of having gone through the system in the United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, United States, all the Five Eyes countries, as they're called, except New Zealand, and found that this same pattern exists. You know, when I met with your...
How I'm never open about this. He's obviously a deception asset, Stephen. How you're never open about this is highly disappointing. I don't know. I mean, he could be a paid government disinformation agent. I wouldn't dismiss that, but where's the evidence of that? I guess there is some circumstantial evidence of that, given that Mr. Greer is continually running scams and never facing any consequences. And by the way, that's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it, right? Yeah. Stormcrow is here and correctly points out 800 whistleblowers, 350 departments, 1 skiff, 0 evidence. Yeah. It's so ridiculous. It's just like an endless cavalcade of bullshittery.
Minister of Defense in the United Kingdom, Lord Hill Norton, before he passed away, he had been denied access to any information on this when he was head of the MOD, Ministry of Defense.
Or they had no information.
MI5 and MI6.
Or they had no information, because unless it is a threat to their sovereign airspace or national security, the British government does not investigate UFOs. That's how we know that Nick Pope is lying about, investigating cattle mutilations and alien abductions and crop circles. The British government came right out and said they don't investigate those things. They don't investigate UFOs at all unless it poses a threat to national security or, it's over classified or sensitive airspace.
He said, why? I said, well, because they know that you are an upstanding guy, legal, patriotic, And that if you had found out that this kind of criminal activity was going on something this important, you wouldn't have stood for it, would you? He says, no, I wouldn't have. I said, that's why they didn't tell you. So let me give people a little quick, sort of briefer on who's in and who's out. They basically
get to the good stuff.
Ethical and psychological profile to see if you are someone willing to be rather sociopathic, break the law, and take matters into your own hands. And they give you little bits of tasks and information. And that's how they're recruited up to the upper end of this. The sad part of it is
if you want to be one of the men in black, just tell them, I won't ever tell anybody about the alien spaceships in the hangars.
The guys that are on my team who've been at these covert bases, whether it's at Kirkland in New Mexico or Area 51 in Nevada or Edwards or Dugway in Utah, wherever it is.
And by the way, this is completely and totally fake, because if you worked at any of those locations and then you talked about anything you saw at those locations, you would be criminally prosecuted, because those locations are weapons test sites and there's classified projects being tested there. Therefore, if you work at those facilities, you can't go tell UFO grifters stories about aliens you saw there. You can't tell them anything about what you saw there. You'd lose your pension. You'd be criminally prosecuted. Who's risking all that to tell Greer alien stories? And notice that, again, he didn't name who these people are, but he claims that he has people that worked at all these places, Area 51, Dugway Proving Grounds, and they're all telling him, they're all whispering alien sweet nothings in his ear. They'd all be criminally prosecuted if they discussed anything they saw at those bases, in my opinion. This, just a little bit of logic breaks down the total bullshittery coming out of Greer.
Right, Patterson. They were just following orders. I mean, they were not high enough to know that this was,
I think you're right, aliens
in unsanctioned, illegal fashion. So one of the things that I'm asking for on this show,
I agree, Patty.
This
Same talking
point around the people in those commands and in those corporations, and understand that I can state with absolute certainty that the projects that you are in are in fact illegal and unconstitutional, and therefore, when legal representatives of the United States appear, you are to cooperate.
Yeah, me
and
too.
you are not to follow your
what are they called? Earbuds? I never liked
protocols, which include lethal force, unfortunately, at some of these facilities. So that is something I'm making very, very clear on every show I'm on, because between you and me and the fence posts and the millions of people listening, the status quo on this is not going to stand much longer.
Okay.
And there are people, I'm going to use the term used to me by very senior special forces people. We are fed up with being the have-nots.
Yeah, and now he's gonna talk about the strike forces again, maybe.
In other words, being, putting their lives on the line every day, and they find out there's a group that's completely in violation of the oath they took to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. So I think that, as I see it, and not all of this, all I can do is advise, but I just do not believe that the status quo is going to hang together. Now, there's a risk in this.
Yeah, disclosure is always coming any day now. Any day now, disclosure is going to happen. He's been saying that for 30 years.
The ultimate false flag operation would be for the folks in control of these advanced technologies to launch what we call a false flag, or deceptive indication and warning is what's called the Pentagon, regarding this issue, where they could stage what would look like an alien attack, like something out of a Hollywood movie. And it would look to everyone very convincing, but 100% of it would be our man-made assets out of the Northrop complex.
Yes, and he collected $400,000. He said it was an emergency, that he had to make a film to inform everybody about a false flag fake alien invasion that the government was going to perpetrate. For what reason? Who knows? But he did collect $400,000 to make a shitty film, which was basically an advertisement for buy my shit, right? And all the information in that was a secondhand story attributed to Werner von Braun. But there's no evidence. He had zero evidence in that documentary that he, by the way, collected $400,000, to the best of my recollection, in crowdfunding to sell a completely and totally fake story of a fake alien invasion the government was going to run.
Complexes and the Llano plant. We know where the plants are that are building the man-made UFOs.
Well, let's jump in right there, and because I haven't asked you the $50,000 question, which is, what is behind the curtain? Like you've just hinted at it a little bit there, but what is behind the curtain? What will we find, or what do you know is there? Because you said there's extraterrestrial stuff, but also man-made UFOs. What are they working with?
And now we're going to get the talking points of the ARVs and the Mark McCandless bullshit he's been pushing since the 90s.
Well, again, if you over 80 years and countless trillions of dollars, literally, and the most brilliant scientific minds you will ever meet, which by the way are not at Harvard, MIT, and Caltech, they're in a skiff, and they were plucked out of high school and undergrad. The guys I know with IQs, I'm sure north of 200, as high as the scale goes. And when I meet with these men who are these scientists,
that means they're all smarter than Einstein. He just said they all have IQs north of 200.
My God, the technologies they work on. Let me give you a hint. When Ben Rich was dying, he was the head of the Lockheed Skunk Works, the premier secret aerospace engineering outfit. And Jim Goodall, who's on our team, and you'll see him make this statement at our conference before our National Press Club event in June. It's up there for people to see if you want to. And he said he spoke to Mr. Rich about a week before he died, or the week that he passed. And he asked him about this. He said, Jim, out in the desert, you're not talking about Area 51. He specifically said, out in the desert, the Lockheed Skunk Works, anything you can imagine and anything you've seen on Star Trek, we've done.
That's true. He did say that.
What is he talking about? He's talking about
in a whole lot
man-made craft that move very much in a way that people think was an extraterrestrial vehicle or an ETV.
Now he's going to connect it to aliens and alien reproduction vehicles. Maybe Ben Rich just meant that we have incredibly high tech, weapons platforms that nobody has seen. How do you decide that you're going to tell everybody what he meant by that statement? It's presumptuous and arrogant.
Technologies that can basically violate space-time by bending it. So it's sort of like on a piece of paper where you have an object here and an object here, or a point of space here and here, and you want to go from one point to another. Instead of going in a straight line, you're bending space-time like a piece of paper, so you're here. So it's the ultimate quantum entanglement level of technology. But these began to be studied in very, very well-funded.
That's an old talking point, and there's no proof. Wormholes are a theoretical construct. There's no actual proof that wormholes exist. No empirical evidence that they exist. A lot of cosmologists and physicists believe that they do somewhere in the universe. But it's an often used talking point with these UFO grifters, like how do they move between star systems? Oh, well, they just bend space and time. Go talk to a physicist about the amount of energy required to do that. The amount of energy is orders of magnitude. It would take like the energy of 100 suns to bend space-time. That's one point they always leave out. Oh, but we don't have to worry about that because they have 0-point energy and the energy is free. No, energy is not free. And energy can neither be created or destroyed. It can only change forms.
The programs in the 40s and 50s. And so they have those sort of technologies. And one of the shocking things, I think, for most of the people in Congress, when I meet with them,
there's no proof that Greer met any member of Congress. I do believe that he probably met Burchett because Burchett is an alien wackadoo and would take a meeting with Greer, right? Because he's a bit of a fanboy of all these UFO celebrity scumbags. But, listen to the nonchalance in which he's, oh, I'm meeting with all these senators and all these congressmen. Name them. He won't.
Throw the footage up you're referring to, David Fravor chasing this object off the coast of California. I'll say that object I can prove is from the Lockheed Skunk Works. It is not of alien origin. And of course, they're all assuming it's from China or another country. I said, no, it's in your backyard. And I've talked to members of Congress. I said, it's in your jurisdiction. It's in your congressional district. But
how can you prove that?
Yeah. Oh, wow. Finally, a real question. How can you prove that the Tic Tac was from Lockheed Skunk Works?
I can prove it by the people who handled them. I can show them where the entrance to the underground base is. I have a photo of it. We have all of this, and I'm turning all of it over. I mean, I have no use for it. I'm a private citizen who's just researched and collected all this over a 30-year period through just sheer, frankly, stubbornness. But
what reaction do you get from a congressman when you say not only is this American made with probably U.S. taxpayer money, but this is in your own damn jurisdiction, and you can't even see it, you won't even know it, you probably can't get close to it. What do they say? They must get upset.
They do get upset, and it's I will tell you that when I first started working with all these guys here, they have a type of, I call it disclosure PTSD. It's a traumatic, and people laugh.
Send me a copy, Aaron. I'd like to see that.
For me, in the 1990s, it was very traumatic to find out about this was absolutely real, that it was being kept secret, that it was out of control, and that there was a compartment part of it that were already committing atrocities such as staged fake alien abductions and mutilations. Everybody's heard of these. Everybody assumes they're alien. They are not. We have a testimony from Air Force intelligence officer as well as documents that prove that those were being done.
Yeah, does anybody remember that? If you've been watching Greer for a long time, and don't ask me why, but I have, he once claimed that all the alien, because remember, he says all aliens are beneficial. There's no such thing as an evil alien, according to Dr. Greer. And people would say, well, what about all these alien abductions? That sounds evil. So he concocted this story that they use biomechanical androids, artificial life forms that they create that look like aliens. And then the military goes out in alien reproduction vehicles and grabs people to scare them away from the aliens. It's ridiculous. And by the way, he's never proved any of that shit either.
Quote, psychological warfare value. So the sort of manipulation that some people observed with COVID, put that on steroids. And that's what you're dealing with here. To what end? So I think there are two things. One is that they want to keep the energy technologies away.
Oh, yeah, we can't have that free energy, but give him $500,000 and he'll create a device. Oh, never mind. He just took the $500,000 and nobody knows what ever happened to all that money.
And this is why we did the Lost Century and how to reclaim it.
Oh, and he collected another $500,000 to make a film about free energy.
This illegal secrecy and how we need to regain it and what the world looks like after.
This is the pitch. He's got a documentary streaming right now on streaming services. So this is the pitch. Buy my shit, buy my film.
For that, which is gorgeous, beautiful. A totally transformed planet. If we no longer had to have any polluting sources of energy, the energy itself was free once you had the device, the 0-point generator system. And poverty around the world would vanish in a generation, about 20 years. But there's some big stakeholders, right? Hundreds of trillions of dollars at stake. So this is where you get into a real power struggle, which is what this issue is. The other part of it.
It's a power struggle issue. I think it's a bullshit issue, personally.
Look at sort of the lockdowns and global control that happened. That was, can I be blunt? I know for a fact that was a beta test for what they're wanting to do on this issue. And that is to disclose it in such
the health pandemic was a beta test for the truth about aliens, right?
The way that it manipulates the public into fear so that they can then, through sort of a totalitarian militarism and central state authority, control the whole world, not just one country. As Reagan said, he got brainwashed. I know who did it.
Oh, Reagan was brainwashed, and he knows who brainwashed Reagan. It's getting thick in here. I'm going to need waiters. I'm drowning in bullshit.
Where he said, wouldn't our job of creating world unity be easier if we had a common alien threat to fight? So this is why they've spent so much time making, bad Hollywood movies and UFO conferences and staging these ridiculous abductions, which are gruesome, and there are terrible victims of those. But they're not being done by extraterrestrial
nobody fact
beings.
checks
They're
them
being
that
done
interviews
by
him.
what's called stagecraft, using advanced man-made ET-looking craft, but they're not ET.
Yeah,
And
spacecraft.
other technologies, electromagnetic warfare systems, chemical canisters, and what have you. And I've debriefed a number of people who have been both the operators of those systems and the victims.
So he's claiming that he's debriefed people who's been operating the fake alien abduction thing. Great. Can I have their names so I can interview them? Oh, I can't tell you. That's secret. He makes an awful lot of statements that are just ridiculous when you stop him for a second and say, "Oh, you know who is running the programs to falsely alien abduct people? The PSYOP, you know who's running it? Did you report them, or did you call the police and say, hey, this guy's kidnapping people with alien masks on? No, of course not. It's a great talking point to make himself seem important. I know the people who are running this program that I can't prove even exists. Sure.
And so this is something that needs to come out, because part of it is that when you look at what this Marine officer, he was a platoon member in Indonesia.
Yes, this is one of his fake whistleblowers who has no evidence. Yes.
And his name is Michael
Herrera.
And his testimony we now have. And he was at the National Press Club event. He was in Indonesia in 2009, and there was about a 300 feet in diameter man-made UFO. And it was staffed with some very serious deep black operatives when they stumbled across it on that humanitarian mission after the tsunami and earthquake in 2009 in Indonesia.
By the way, people are now looking into whether that person even was in that area at the time he claimed to be. And I'm looking forward to that guy's story coming crashing down, because he's another bullshitter with an evidence-free, fantastical story that keeps changing. First, what were they loading into the UFOs? Weapons, right? It was an arms deal or something. Then it was human trafficking when he was going on the Sean Ryan podcast, because Sean Ryan is a big supporter or big proponent of Q-tard shit and human trafficking claims, right? And then who told him it was human trafficking? Some guy that showed up to a Greer conference.
These men basically said, we're going to have to kill all of you. And it was a miracle that those young guys.
Michael Herrera never said that they said, we're going to have to kill all of you. This is another add-on, right? It's like, sometimes I think these guys get bullshitting and they just lose themselves in the swirl of bullshit, and it's like, go further, go further, go further, right? He's just adding on. I mean, I listened to that Michael Herrera. I don't recall him saying that they said, we're going to have to kill all of you.
Were not killed. But what he saw was not only the craft hovering, but
oh, you gotta pay to watch the rest of this bullshit. Isn't that interesting? So this guy gives you 45 minutes of the bullshit, and if you want to purchase a membership so that you can watch the rest of the bullshit, you got to go behind a paywall. And unfortunately, we're not going to do that. And actually, this is one of the easier, better ones that we've run through because it was only 45 minutes long. So I'm going to take some comments and questions from the live chat. And about the rest of the week, I think I'm running some Truth Seekers Classics because of the holiday. I'll be leaving for the cabin tomorrow and returning on Saturday. So I'm going to go through. I have some of those Truth Seekers Classic episodes, and each night will be at 9 p.m. I will be at the cabin for the next couple of days, but I will be in the live chats during these premieres. If you have comments or questions, I like those premieres and the sort of replays of the classic episodes, because I can't run the show and do the show and pay close attention to the live chat and chat with everybody, but during these premieres, I can. So we'll be doing that for the next couple of days. I'd appreciate your attendance. It'll be 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I've got some great classic episodes that I'm sure you're going to enjoy. Crypto Alchemist is here and says, who would pay for that? Stupid people, right? Stupid people. Easter at the cabin. No, I have children, Stormcrow, and a wife. And my wife is very supportive of me trying to work on that cabin. But, she wants me home for Easter for the boys. And there's no place I'd rather be than with my family for Easter or any holiday, really. Are you trying to debate Ashton Forbes? He keeps running away when I ask him. No, I think that would be a complete and total waste of time. Now Ashton Forbes is pushing fake conspiracy theories about that bridge collapse, right? He's a piece of shit. I don't want to speak to him, right? He filled 5 porta potties. Yes, that's why there were that's it. That's why there were so many porta potties outside of that secret alien base. That's to contain all of Dr. Stephen Greer's shit. Because he bullshits so much, you need a row of 50 porta potties to hold all the bullshit. That's where they keep the bullshit, Jason. And thanks for being a member, right? Greer would lick a frozen flagpole for $5, right? Yeah. I want Ashton Ford Star Citizen account name. He looks like somebody that would play one of those games. I don't think, I never played Star Citizen. EVE Online I tried, but it's not enjoyable. It's too complicated, right? He'll be relieved now. Yeah, let him go push fake conspiracy theories elsewhere. I don't feel the need to help him get any more followers, by lying to people. But that's just my take on it, Yeah, I don't get it. Don't get it. All right. I hate to see Greer's porta potty bill. Must be expensive. Yeah. Patty says Forbes should leave the bridge collapse alone. Lives were lost. He doesn't care. He didn't care about the last bullshit conspiracy theory he pushed. And 300 people died on that airplane. He could care less as long as he gets, something to sell and shit to talk about, I guess. He thrives on death. Well, that's great. Hit that like button, everyone. Yes, please do. And please be sure to follow me on Twitter. It's at Stephen Cambion. Follow me on Instagram, Truth Seeker Show. But Twitter is really the best place to know about upcoming shows and events. Also, we've recently added a free documentary section to our main YouTube channel. Just go to our main channel and scroll all the way down, and there's 3 free documentaries. We'd like to be of public benefit here and use our platform to educate people. And certainly producing free documentaries is a great way to do that. And I also just wanted to mention that when you throw a couple of bucks in our hat, that's one of the things that you're supporting. The next free documentary we're trying to make is about the Bob Lazar case, the rest of the story that none of the grifters will tell you the truth about. Ashton Forbes have the telemetry data of the Russian space nuke balloons. Sure he does. Well, this Greer creature hasn't convinced me with his claims, info, and evidence, I'm afraid. Good for you, Area 147. Terminator comes back. Have you seen this boy, Ashton Pick, with martini glass chewing ice? Yeah, I don't know. Somebody said he came in our chat and wanted to debate me or something. I wasn't paying attention. You could be right. The aliens landed when Diddy wanted to diddle them. He told them, can't touch this. Yeah, that Diddy stuff is weird, isn't it? Apparently he had cameras in every room of his house. And I guess if you're rich, I don't know. Looking forward to that Bob Lazar documentary. I'm looking forward to finishing it. I've barely begun on it, and I'm already aggravated, Operation Shutdown. But thanks for being a member. And by the way, if you're a member, you're contributing to, throwing a couple of bucks in the hat so I could get some time to work on those things. Mostly, these free documentaries that we're making, they're super low budget. I don't need money to make them. I need time. So throwing a couple of bucks in our hat may buy me some more time. That project desperately needs more of my time. Oh, I'm sorry. JD, I just watched a clip of Greer claiming Stubblebine tried to buy him out in 1993 with credit cards. He can erase debt or monthly. Then Greer changed the story about being bribed with $2 billion. Yes, I remember that. That Lavelle guy as well, an actual real reporter for a non-tabloid paper in UK, blocked by the cult immediately for not towing the line. Oh, Lavelle? Really? Yeah, send me a link to that on Twitter, Wise Monkey. I want to check into that. There are some strange folks in the grifter cloud. Yeah. Greer and Ashton leapfrogging each other this Easter. It wouldn't surprise me. So, listen, we have done our due diligence. I apologize for making it a short week for live shows, but given the holiday coming and the schedule and trying to get something done at that cabin, I just got to do whatever I got to do. Next week, I'm certain that there will be 3 or 4 live shows. I have 2 prepared in folders ready to go that require just a little bit more. Some data-driven, good presentations with some, data and graphics and a real presentation. I've got 2 shows like that already just about together. So, and I'm sure some things will be happening during my time at the cabin that I want to talk about when I return. So you could look forward to 3 or 4 live shows next week. But this week, can only do so much. We'll play some of the True Seekers classic episodes. I got a couple picked out that I'm sure you're going to enjoy. Again, those will be Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 9 p.m. Eastern time. Yeah. And we appreciate all of the support. Aaron Flores is a member and says, I'm sincerely happy to contribute to you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Right? Pathfinder says, looking forward to it, Stephen. Yeah. Alga Ray says, something always happens in UFO land. Yeah, there's always something to talk about. This week, I think, though, has been a slow week. You see, the problem now is that all these grifters are trying to recover and figure out what the hell to do next after their bluff was called with this fake Grush narrative. They're all trying to figure out what's the next big money grab grift, So it's a little quiet out there in grifty UFO land. This week, at least that's been my experience, or maybe it's just that I'm so busy with my children are home this week. It's spring break, and I get so busy with them that I'm not constantly connected looking into things as much. So maybe it's just my perception it was a slow week, but I really feel that way. I'm going to start saying that's a load of Greer instead of BS. Yes. Patty's correct. Says Kirkpatrick busted their bubble. Yeah. Yeah. And I think they really are trying to figure out what do we do to get around the grift next? What new grift can we run that'll be bigger than Grush? I'm telling you, that's what they're thinking, right? Wise Monkey says, enjoy your Easter break, Steve. I will. Yeah. Well, I'm only really taking a break from the show, though. There's always other work to do, Wise Monkey. So although I won't be producing any content for the next couple of days while I'm at the cabin, I'm hopefully going to be producing some porch columns and porch parts because I have too many projects and I really need to get some of them just done and off my to-do list. So one of the big targets for trying to do that is to just get this porch project done. But as some of you may be aware, if you've seen pictures of my cabin, everything we do there is stupid. Everything we do there is takes way longer because we're not buying materials. We're using trees. So there's a whole step that I have to go through to we got to find appropriate trees and cut them down. And then I have to peel all the bark off of them and prepare them and de-branch them. And there is, I've been, a lot of things have been coming across my feed lately that is nicely built cabins, but they're just go to Home Depot and buy 2x4s and wood and put them together, some cool looking A-frame cabins and things. There's something to be said for that. Having just worked myself like crazy to build things out of the natural materials. It's what I wanted, though. I didn't want a cabin that looked like I just slapped it together from lumber I bought at Home Depot. I wanted something a little more rustic and log cabin like. So doing the best I can doing that. But man, it is tough because, like I said, normally you go to build something, you go to the store, you buy the materials, and then you build it. Or you get the materials delivered and you build it. This one, it's like, well, first I need some posts. So we got to cut down 4 trees. And then we have to debark them and debranch them. And, yeah, it's very labor intensive. So calling it a break is not really appropriate. I'm going to be cursing at you, Wise Monkey, peeling logs with that log peeler. Like, Wise Monkey telling me I'm taking a break. Shut up, Wise Monkey. But I do love it. And there's something, sometimes the greatest feeling of accomplishment I have is when I do something that's extremely challenging and hard, like building that living room out of all those logs that had to be stacked and cut and peeled and all of that and cemented in. And, but the greatest feeling in the world to me is doing something that's very difficult like that to completion and then stepping back and looking at it. Like, I have such pride for what I've accomplished at that place. And I'm looking forward to spring because I'm going to build a new cabin sort of backwoods off in the mountains, even more so. You can't even drive a car to where the next cabin is going to be. You have to hike in a few miles. Yeah, I love that stuff, but it's a break from the show. It's not a break from work. I always have work, right? Spooky's here and says, smash the like button, please. Yes, it really, really does help. Jules Chicky Arlene says, it may take longer, but it's a good way to do it. Yeah, and that cabin's going to be there I swear that cabin will long outlive me and maybe my children. It's built so, it's overbuilt. Yeah, Spooky says, get back to work. Yeah, a man cabin. The next one will be. My wife, I doubt, will ever want to go to the next one, because she doesn't like, it's a little too rustic, like having to hike in a few miles from the main road. So that'll be interesting, though, Patty, because since I know that my wife's not going to go there, I can make it a man cabin and not, worry about accommodating her demands, right? All right. So we've done our due diligence. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. I want to thank you kind and generous benefactors, you PayPal pledgers, you channel members, Patreon supporters, Twitch subscribers, gold pillars on Pilled when we're there. We appreciate each and every one of you. And thank you for supporting us. It means a lot to me that we have the support that we do. Please take a moment to like, comment, subscribe, and share these videos because it really does help. And we appreciate all of you doing that. So I'm not sure when I'll be back, probably Monday night at 9 p.m. And I hope you'll be here with us. We have these Truth Seekers Classic episodes playing tomorrow night, Friday, and Saturday at least. I'm sure I have 3. I'm not sure if I have 4. But every night, 9 p.m., we're going to try doing the replays again. And hopefully you'll support us in doing that. One of the problems that I always see with doing these live streams is that people say, oh, why don't you cover this? And I go, I did 2.5 years ago, and I send them the link, But people tend to forget what we covered so long ago. We've been running the show for over 3 years now. So we want to reuse those assets because there's some great moments in some of those. There's also some great interviews that people kind of forget about. Like I interviewed Whitley Strieber. That's one of Communion fame, and that's one of the replays we'll be doing this weekend. In any case, thank you for your support. Thanks to you kind and generous benefactors and all of you viewers, wherever you're viewing or listening as well. And by the way, if you're listening to the audio podcast, we love and appreciate you, but you are missing all the fun. So go on over to YouTube and hit that little magnifying glass, the search tool, put Truth Seekers, one word in there, look for me, the strange guy with sunglasses. Go to our channel, smash the subscribe button, hit that notification bell, and please come here and participate while we record these podcasts live. You are most welcome. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. I am happy to be back here after a weekend of carrying around heavy rocks and building a stone wall and moving big, heavy logs around and more. Quite an exhausting weekend, but good progress. So we will take it. And I apologize. My desk is a mess, and it will likely always be so. We use forced perspective, though. Do you know what that is? Just move all the junk out of the camera, so nobody is the wiser, except for my wife, who's constantly nagging me to clean my desk, my office, the only places in the home she will not. So over the weekend, somebody sent me tonight's video. And boy, what could I say? These two grifting scumbag scammers who have both been caught promoting hoaxes multiple times each did a grifter team up. It's like, when our scammy powers combine, we are Captain Grifter. That's right. Ashton Forbes and Dr. Stephen Greer, Dr. Stephen Greed, teaming up. I guess somebody mentioned that maybe their money is, their money is drying up, so they have to combine their scammy powers in order to keep scamming both their audiences, and maybe each will get some crossover. Because the truth is, pardon me, friends, the truth is, anybody who believes anything that Dr. Stephen Greer has to say at this point is literally retarded. This is the guy who claimed he briefed every sitting U.S. president since Ronald Reagan. And we checked all the libraries. He didn't brief any of the presidents. The closest thing he can come to, Stephen Greer, to briefing a president is that he sent what he called were briefing documents to the Clinton White House. I found those in the Clinton library. But, my friends, there is a big, big difference between actually sitting in the Oval Office and briefing a real sitting president and sending a letter to the White House. Dr. Stephen Greer has been caught time and time again, sometimes by us. Does anybody remember that whole story arc where we were going after Third Phase of Moon for being scumbag hoaxer grifters? And then, of course, they start working for Stephen Greer and promoting him. So then I went after them again for promoting a grifting scumbag. And I even got to confront them about the one documentary in which Stephen Greer said an entire company got murdered for developing free energy. And I said, well, did you get the name of the company? Did you research? Did you fact check him? And Third Phase of Moon, idiots that they are, scammers that they are, they said straight to my face, well, Stephen, if we would fact check him, he wouldn't have done the documentary with us. So real good at these people are real good at pretending they're going to give you the hidden truth, when in reality, it's all lies. And they know it's lies. Third Phase of Moon knew that Stephen Greer was a grifting scumbag, and they couldn't go fact check what he said because it's all lies. It's all lies. I want to thank some kind and generous people. We've got Chill Station 7 chiming in with the 149 super sticker. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. And we've got a very meager goal tonight. I'm going to hope we're going to hit it again. We've got a streak going. Let's go, Chill Station 7.
Raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
Thank you for your kindness. And, of course, we also have one for the gold from Trolly Troll. Dang, with all that hard work, you might get as buff as DSP. Well, one can hope, right? We can hope, Trolly Troll.
Raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
I'll tell you what, Trolly Troll, it's very frustrating to me. Like, I didn't plan on building an entire stone wall. But here's what happened. Right behind where that wall started to come up, there is a big, like, bluff, I guess you could say. It's like a hill, and the hill is completely and totally filled with stones and rocks. There's like hundreds of stones and rocks right there, 5 or 10 feet from the back of the wall that I'm building. So somehow organically, I started building a stone wall. And then I thought I was done and I was going to finish the one side of the stone wall with logs so that I could hang pots and pans. But then I figured something else out, and you could still hang pots and pans even if you have a stone wall. So anyway, the wall is this close to being finished, and I couldn't finish it over the weekend. I was so mad. But we keep going and going and going. So we're going to take a moment to thank our kind and generous benefactors, you Patreon supporters, YouTube channel members, people gifting YouTube channel memberships, you people that are subbing on kick.com. It's like getting an extra paycheck. We love the Kick support, and you people gifting subs on Kick, just so everyone is aware. And yes, I still haven't finished fixed the camera glitch. I think I just have to throw this webcam in the trash and start over. I tried everything else. It kind of goes with the motif, right? Like Matrix style glitching. I don't know. So I just want to take a moment to tell everyone that I read every single super chat. If you become a member during live broadcast, I call it out and thank you immensely for your kindness and support. If you buy a sub on Kick, if you gift a sub on Kick, if you gift a membership, if you send a PayPal pledge, if you buy me a coffee, in short, any bit of support that you send during a live broadcast, I read and shout out and thank you. If you're sending a PayPal pledge, please be sure to add a note and give me your chat room user ID, because I get people's real legal names, and I don't know that you want me reading that on this show with these degenerates watching, right? They're cool degenerates. It's okay. Energizer Bunny Steven. Yeah, I'm feeling like like my batteries are running down though. That cabin has given me a whole new respect for Amish people. And here's why. I'm doing a lot of that, or most of it, with hand tools. I'm mixing cement by hand, and we're up to like 1,500 pounds of mortar mix, 80 pounds at a time. That was all mixed by hand. I think we're up to 14 or 16 80-pound bags. So whatever that is, I mixed it all by hand. I'm building the wall by hand. I have no machinery to help me lift the stones up. And the higher you go up that wall, the scarier it gets. And the more shit is falling down. I think I got more mortar mix on the ground this weekend than I got in the walls. But you do what you can, right? So what can I tell you about Ashton Forbes? He started his entire career off of completely and totally fake CGI videos that he got off of a website that promotes fake CGI videos. So it's kind of interesting that he could rise to such prominence. He's been on Candace Owen. He was on Danny Jones. He's been on a bunch of huge, he's been on Timcast. I don't know why, but he seems to go on the right-wing leaner, podcasts. And Candace Owens is basically retarded. I swear that woman's retarded. So, I don't know that he should be so he's so arrogant. Like, I have this many followers. You got there by lying to everybody, buddy. You are a fucking loser and a liar and a scammer and a grifter and a scumbag. And we know he's a grifter and a scumbag because he tried to sell free energy devices before he ever saw a working one. He just partnered up with some other internet scumball that was trying to scam people for fake free energy devices and tried to, sell it to people. But you got to sign an NDA. So when you get it and it doesn't work, because free energy is not real, Ashton Forbes, it's imaginary, you retarded goober. You had to sign an NDA, so nobody could talk about the device, even if you felt like you got ripped off or so. This is a scam. This is a complete and total scam. And of course, he was using 16-year-old videos of a fake device from YouTube. That was his proof of the things. He needs to be investigated for abusing his government contractor's clearance. He used it to dox Jeremy Rise, Danny Jones, and the Corridor Crew. Ashton should be fired. Well, it'd be a shame if somebody found out where he worked and started calling up his boss. Not that I'd encourage that, but he should not be able to use government computers to take revenge on his internet critics. And, no offense, but I'm on Crypto Alchemist side. What did Danny Jones do? Challenge him that the videos are fake. What did Jeremy Rise do? Challenge him that the videos are fake. What did I do? challenge him that the videos are fake over and over and over again. And I don't know, Crypto Alchemist. Sometimes I think these guys go for people who they think will let that slide. And I for whatever reason, he hasn't doxed me or any of that. But it may also be that I happen to have family that lives in his area. Maybe he's afraid of some consequences if he does that kind of shit to me. And by the way, I've been doxxed so many times that it's not like, it's pretty much public knowledge what my home address is at this point, which is a bit concerning because I have a wife and children, but I'm a Second Amendment guy. We have an incredible security system here, and I have let's just say a lot of defense mechanisms. So I don't really worry about being doxxed, but it is ridiculous that this guy Ashton has been able to, like, he's literally threatening senators, right? He's threatening senators. He's threatening to have people executed that are hiding the fake technology that he thinks is real. And there have been, like, I don't know if they're real, but there have been screenshots of like his family members saying, please take your meds. Like, he is completely and totally a mental case lunatic. So let's get some support and we'll get into the video. I'm going to turn to the dark side. I will withhold the commentary until we get some more support, right? I will check. Well, no, I'm just kidding. But we will check in with the kick.com chat because sometimes people gift a sub or become a subscriber even when I'm not broadcasting. There may be some support over there to call out. So let me just get caught up from my creator dash. Okay. All right. Yeti or not. Sub. Yes. Yes. Yeti or not. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Big support on Kip. Let's get some more bitches.
Raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
All right, friends. I'm always pleased to see that Kick support. Probably because we get to keep most of that, right? And by the way, I was just too beat up to do the Kick only stream this weekend. We're going to try it again next weekend, or we're going to try it during the week. Actually, I have a great idea. I think on Thursday night this week, let's do this. On Thursday night this week, I will end the normal Thursday night stream that will be broadcasting on Kick and Twitch and Twitter and YouTube. And then we'll start a Kick only stream. That will be a panel show, and anybody can join. We can talk about the show I just did, or any of the shows this week, or anything that you would like to. I think that instead of doing like members only, doing a Kick only stream where anybody can go and check it out would be a good way to start promoting the Kick only streams. We'll take a moment to recognize some more kind and generous people, like the Militant Nerd, great user ID. Good old Greer. Have you seen the weird resurgence of the Dan Burr stories making the rounds? I didn't know Grush named him in his BS story, but a lot of channels posting old Burrish videos again. Yes, and for those unaware, Dan Burrish is a complete and total fraud because while he claimed he was working at Area 51 as a biologist, he was actually a security guard at a Las Vegas casino, and that has been proven. And basically, Dan Burrish just took parts of Bob Lazar's story and expanded on them. He is a complete and total lunatic. And even the people that are super true believers, for example, Michael Stratt. And by the way, just to be clear, when I call Michael Stratt a true believer, I'm not meaning that disparagingly. I love Michael Stratt. He is just a great person. He's one of the nicest, most genuine, individuals you'll ever meet. He just happens to believe that aliens are visiting Earth and the government is hiding alien spaceships and shit. But we could be friendly and still, be friends and just disagree on some of this stuff. But even the true believers like Michael Stratt, who, he's all in on a lot of bullshit. He cut ties with Dan Burrish and declared him a complete and total hoaxer and a fraud. But thank you, Militant.
Raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
Thank you for your kindness. And we've got Chill Station 7 stepping up and giving one for the goal. Steve has many baby traps, like in Home Alone. No, I've got firearms. Lots of them, Chill Station. But come on, people, let's make it rain up in this bitch tonight. And thank you for all the support so far. All right, just Chad with a super sticker. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for also being a member. Yeah, Strat ain't trying to fleece people. He's one of the good guys. And I regret that he started working for Stephen Greer, because basically, if I understand the arrangement correctly, Arlene, Stephen Greer basically just mined Michael Strat for a lifetime's worth of collecting UFO material so that he would have material to sell his morons. And, you know, new material to grift off of. It's just one of those things, you know. I strongly cautioned him against doing that, and I think now he would agree with me. I don't know. I don't think that relationship, the super chat wouldn't let me type it. That's weird. I don't think that he's still working for Greer, and probably with good reason, because Greer is a grifting scumbag. And the fact that these two grifters haven't got together already is kind of surprising to me, right? And during this, it's funny because Ashton Forbes all but blows Greer right on the stream. He all but licks his asshole for the audience. Like, please, Stephen Greer, I like your research. Let me get in that asshole. Let me get in your asshole real good, Greer. All my research has led back to your research. That's because you're both bullshitters, and your so-called research is all fake pseudoscience nonsense, fake whistleblowers, and assholes telling fake stories. So of course there's going to be some intersection there, but it's interesting that Ashton Forbes was more or less trying to blow Greer live on the stream, because Ashton knows that his whole scam is basically ending, right? His whole scam is coming crashing down. You know, there's not much further he can push this fake video hoax, this Malaysia 370 hoax up the hill. So maybe he's trying to get in on a new scam. You know, a smarter scammer than Ashton would realize, like, damn, I built my whole following from this MH370 fake shit, and everybody knows it's fake now. Maybe I'll just pivot to something else that they can't as easily prove is fake. But he's a moron. I swear he's on the spectrum, possibly retarded, not a full tard. Like, we'll give him a half tard status. He's highly intelligent in some ways and basically retarded in other ways. So what are you going to do? Is he going to start a new grift? I don't know. Maybe he's going to try to get on the Stephen Greer grift money. And by the way, I will say a lot of stuff about Stephen Greer, but Stephen Greer is perhaps the most successful UFO grifter as far as financially goes. He owns multiple $1 million homes and more. And that may be a story for another time, with why a lot of people left his organization when they started realizing, allegedly or apparently, he was spending an awful lot of money on personal real estate. He's got an apartment in Washington, D.C. He's got a farm in, Virginia? Something. He's just a nitwit, desperate for relevance. Yeah, I agree. But let's get into the video. This is a long one, so we may only get halfway through. And if people want me to, we'll do the other half. Let's get into it.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Dr. Greer. Thank you for being here.
Okay, and a lot of people are asking me who this Raven woman is. She's some kind of a person that's involved with Dr. Stephen Greer's cult. And she is basically a bullshit facilitator. Greer needs somebody to sit next to him and set up his talking points. And so he always has some moron. In this case, look at this woman. She looks like a fucking moron, right? She definitely looks like, maybe she's about 80 IQ, right? Anyway, she is just a member of his cult. Greer always has somebody that sort of sits with him and sends them the softballs, and then he regurgitates the same talking points that he always does. You know, oh, they're hiding free energy, and we could be living in a utopian society, and that's why the UFO secret is such a big deal. It's not the propulsion system, it's the power source. And he says the same shit over and over again. This woman is there to set him up. So, and we'll see that during, it's very obvious. We'll see that during this. Let's continue.
Thank
We
you.
have an exciting afternoon planned. We're going to be speaking about Boogosphere developments, and then we're going to have Ashton Forbes join us in the next 30 minutes talking about the MH370 flight. And
yeah, and for those unaware, the Boogospheres is fake shit that came from Jaime Maussan. Greer is so desperate for new material, he's going to one of the biggest known hoaxers on the planet, certainly the biggest and most successful in Mexico, a man who scammed people out of hundreds of thousands of dollars for the Roswell slide hoax. He's a complete and total proven hoaxer. And the fact that Dr. Stephen Greer is working with a complete and total proven hoaxer means that he himself has zero credibility, zero discernment. He has no regard for like his own personal reputation. Because listen, if he was serious and he was really on the level and you know, credible, he wouldn't work with somebody that scammed the public out of hundreds of thousands of dollars for completely fake shit. But yet here we are. And he also works with Third Phase of Moon, who are the biggest UFO hoaxers ever on YouTube to this day and ever in history. He's got the credibility of a crackhead, friends.
And so let's get started.
Yes, hello everyone. Thanks for supporting our membership and being part of our group. It helps fund a lot of what we're doing in our research.
No, it helps fund a lot of $1 million homes that you have, Greer. You fucking scumbag. You've been scamming the public for decades now with all your fake stories. Oh, I briefed the CIA director. Oh, it turns out he said you're full of shit and no, you never briefed him. He sat near you out of social function, you lying scumbag. And what about that Orion project where you scammed the public out of hundreds of thousands of dollars for donations to create a free energy device, and then you never showed any device? Right on to the next scam. Then he collected $500,000 to make a film about free energy, which was another scam because there's no way that film cost $500,000. But here we are.
And speaking of which, I think most of you had heard that the Boogosphere was carbon dated to 12,560 years ago, which of course is almost 3 times older than the Great Pyramid, and that is based on the resin material that are
exactly
in the equatorial ports around the middle of the equator of the Boogosphere. And
the hoax, you
since then,
fucking
we got
moron.
The results from a very prestigious lab for the metallurgy. And that's an analysis of it. And the gamma ray emissions were a baseline, indicating that this object had not spent any significant time in
reminding
outer
everybody,
space.
join the
Now, that doesn't
Secret
tell
Sports
us where it
channel.
originated from, since if it had originated on another planet or even been put together out of Earth material by an ET ancient civilization or human advanced civilization.
He just blew his own hoax. Okay, so they checked the gamma radiation of the sphere, and that reading indicated it did not spend significant time in space. Because if any object, including a metal one, spends significant time in space, there will be a buildup of gamma radiation, I suppose. So right here, we know that that's nothing alien then. Because if it did come from an alien star system, it would have had to spend significant time in space. But now he's going to come up with an alternate excuse for why it's still anomalous, this stupid metal ball that somebody, what a piece of shit this guy is.
And connected to the ETs, we don't know which. I think it's probably more extraterrestrial in origin. It wouldn't show that if it had not spent significant time out in space getting gamma ray bombardment, or pass through space. So we'll get into this in a little bit about how you manufacture extraterrestrial materials.
Oh, he knows how to manufacture extraterrestrial materials. Can you show us some? Can you make some and show us some? He is the biggest bluffer I have ever seen. you know, to stand in front of paying people that are paying to see you speak and say, I briefed every sitting US president since Ronald Reagan, as if nobody can check. I mean, you know, this guy's a bullshitter when even Joe Rogan took his episode with this guy down because he realized the guy was a bullshitter about a halfway into the interview.
What's more interesting is the metallurgical analysis. Now, we always knew it was 90+% aluminum.
It's machined and assembled. Yeah, you're right.
A whole list of 15 or 20 elements that are in this compound, this alloy. And there's no alloy on the planet that matches this aluminum alloy that the shell of the sphere is made of. There's not a match. There's some that are similar. And what's interesting...
Who cares, you moron? What are the isotopic ratios of the elements that comprise this metal ball? That would show you that all the material came from Earth, therefore blowing your whole theory that this is a piece of alien technology. But you don't tell your audience that, do you? You scammer, you scumbag, you grifting fucking asshole who's been scamming the public out of millions of dollars for decades for fake stories like this. You are an educated man, a doctor. You know you could take a few scrapings off that ball, put it in a mass spectrometer, and know immediately if it was made from Earth elements or not. Oh, within 15 minutes. Some of them take a while to do the analysis. He won't tell you that, and neither will Jaime Maussan, because they're going to do everything they can to dance around and try to get some evidence. This thing may be alien technology. I'm not saying it's alien technology, but I am saying it can't be Earth technology. Bullshit. I call your bluff again, Greer, you scumbag. Why don't you? This guy claims that he has superpowers and he can summon aliens anytime he wants to. Why don't you go right to the White House lawn? Summon them bitches. Aliens come down, prove I'm not a bullshitter. He won't, and he can't, because superpowers aren't real, and he can't summon aliens, but he's been scamming the public, selling them an app, claiming they'll be able to summon aliens and alien spaceships if you just pay $10 for decades now. And the fact that that's allowed on Apple's Play Store and Google, App Store, it's a literal consumer fraud scam, in my opinion. The fact that the major tech companies let him sell that scam is very disappointing to me. And someday I'm going to look into it and ask their media representatives for an explanation of why Greer is allowed to sell an app that's clearly a scam on both Google and Apple App Store. Why is he allowed to do that? Don't they care about the people that are on their platforms purchasing apps? Don't they want to protect them from predators like Dr. Greer?
Is that in some of the elements, and I'm not going to bore you with all that, is that some of them are elements which were not even discovered until the late 1800s or early 1900s. And since the Boogosphere itself is dated to 12,560 years ago, that is remarkable. Those particular rare earth elements,
I don't believe they're dating either.
Used in very high-tech electronics and precision engineering, but also for electromagnetic and magnetic field modulation. So I think what we're looking at there is the actual physics of how this Boogosphere would spin.
Yeah, they've never shown it flying. This is an unrelated video.
Gravity is very much
a hoax video. A balloon has nothing to do with what he's talking about. This is deceptive editing, you scammer, grifter.
2 or 3 centimeters thick. It's an inch to an inch and a half thick. And that aluminum alloy not only doesn't match any known existing ones on Earth, but it also...
Yeah, I'm sorry. Keto naturally is asking, why is my membership renewal being refunded? I have no idea. And I hate to see things like that. Please try again, use a different credit card, do something. We appreciate your support so much, and I'd hate to lose it over like a clerical or an accounting error, right? Torian Gold says, as a filmmaker, we call it skillful editing. Yeah, in other words, it's bullshit. Let's fly in a video that's totally unrelated of a sphere flying, a metal sphere flying in the atmosphere, while we talk about this other thing that we haven't proved ever flew and can't prove will ever fly. It's totally deceptive bullshit.
has elements in it that weren't even known on Earth until a little over 100 years ago. I also want to point out that the aluminum process,
I don't believe
how
that
you
thing's
make
12,000
aluminum
years old.
from bauxite ore was not even invented
Yeah, maybe,
until
Keto.
the late 1800s.
And I appreciate it. I'm sorry for the
and
hassle.
didn't go into widespread use until the very late 1800s and early 20th century. Before then, aluminum in its
Sorry to
state,
hear
which is
that.
pure aluminum, was so rare it would be found where there had been a very high temperature, like volcano or something, that would naturally be hot enough to smelt it out of the ore, was more valuable than gold. Gold was nowhere near as precious as aluminum was prior to the modern era. So that's a very interesting fact as well, because human civilization didn't even have the ability to make something like this, at least the modern industrial.
Well, there we go. Keto Naturally figured out the renewal process, and we thank Keto Naturally for that. Thank you for retaining your membership. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us. Big ups to Keto Naturally. Let's get some more memberships tonight, friends, and let's get some more support.
Raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
All right. One moment here. Let's continue.
Human civilization until the late 1800s, early 1900s. And I think these findings are going to, be
it's called deceptive editing.
The carbon dating of the resin that's in the
if anything, it's space trash. I don't even think it's space trash.
And then another interesting
Dr.
part
Stephen
about this
Grifter,
is that the metallurgy would indicate that if there was a compound that was of this precise composition, if it does exist on Earth, it's classified. In other words, it wouldn't be in a database.
I think she's a member of his crew.
And
she's like an employee.
But when you look at this object and its age,
Big Monster 220 Real is here. Now it's a party.
A non-human extraterrestrial origin, and that it was one that was either teleported here.
I would think so.
We can talk about that, and we'll get into this a little more.
Oh, now it was teleported
discussion
here.
With Ashton Forbes about the Malaysian jet that vanished in thin air.
But let's get to Ashton Forbes, you scumbag.
Come on. And manufacturing of an ET object isn't, you don't dig up ore and smelt it and then weld it together into a Boeing jet or a car. They actually use a type of technology where it sets up a frequency at a very basic level of space-time in the 0 point.
Oh, this is
and they
all
materialize all those elements.
This is pseudoscience bullshit. He can't prove anything he's saying here. It is pseudoscience bullshit. Prove it. Prove it, Greer. I'm just going to keep calling your bluff. Somebody needs to sit next to him every time he gives a public talk, gives an interview, gives a public lecture, and just say, I call your bluff, you liar. Prove this shit that you're saying. He can't and he won't, because his whole world is built on bullshit and fakery and fraudery and grifty fucking fake science, that none of which he can prove. But he's been able to scam the public out of millions of dollars for this level of fakery, fraud, and bullshittery. So you got to give him a little credit. Like, look, I gotta respect a scam. Like he's great at scamming morons with totally fake shit, no evidence for 30 years, but he's become a millionaire.
It's sort of like a 3D printing. It all comes out as one. And this is true of all the ET craft that have been analyzed after we've downed them in crash retrievals. And it's also true of parts of craft that have been studied by scientists I know who work under contract with either CIA or some tech company. And I think this would explain why the sphere itself, when you look at it, when we were boring into these little ports to get this metal sample, there were aspects of it that were integrated in the metal that looked like communication or perhaps little hair-like fiber optics or something, but they weren't like running along the outside wall or something. They're integrated into the actual skin and the thickness of the aluminum sphere.
Yeah, and I just want to say that he is not a metallurgist. He is not a material scientist. He's not qualified to make these leaps, but that won't stop him from doing it. He was an emergency room doctor. That's a far cry from a metallurgist or a materials scientist or an engineer, you know, or a physicist that's familiar with the elemental makeup of different, you know, amalgams. So even his, you know, they call a con man, really the definition of a con man, it comes from the word confidence man. He is confidently spewing fake science, claiming some level of authority or to be some expert when he clearly is not a metallurgist, a physicist, a structural, you know, like an engineer or somebody that would be familiar with metal and elements. This is why it works, because he's so confident in his bullshit. And I just want to take a moment to thank, I almost forgot, we missed one over on kick.com, and that is Ralph Family Treasure, who became a subscriber on Kick yesterday. So thank you for that, Ralph Family Treasure.
Raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
All right. Proof of fiber optics in the aluminum shell. Oh, no, there's no proof of any of that. This fiber optics then shows a picture of cat hair and some dirt. Oh, you got to love the grift, man.
Which is very unusual. And it's not at all how we manufacture things. If you take apart any solid state device you have, it's a zillion little parts welded and put together. This is not how ET manufacturing happens. So I think all of this would indicate that we're dealing with a bona fide non-human extraterrestrial device. And then on top of it, you have
all of my fake science and leaps and bounds and conclusions I've drawn, not being an expert in any of the fields that I'm pretending to be, leads me to believe that this must be extraterrestrial. Maybe you're just an expert at seeing aliens everywhere, right? Trolley Troll says, it cracked me up when it was revealed that at the banquet in which he was the guest speaker, they served canned spaghetti. Holy shit, really? And you got to pay extra for the dinner. And they served the guests that were paying thousands of dollars fucking SpaghettiOs. Plan D, give it to Steven. He will make a wall with your names. Only here tonight on Truth Seekers. Yeah, let's get some support. I work and repair fiber optics in cars often. He doesn't know what he was talking about. Well, there you go. ETs manufacturing equals cat hair and dirt. That's right. You got to use any evidence you can when you're a UFO scammer.
Breakthrough that's just happened, where two separate teams of linguistic experts have analyzed the symbols and found that they were of a Proto-Sanskrit foundation or origin.
Oh, bullshit.
And those have been...
Somebody that was familiar with this could have copied this stuff from ancient languages and put it on the sphere to fool morons like Greer.
Those were...
Or, I don't... And the other thing is, I don't trust any of these so-called experts that he is, citing, because most of them work for Jaime Maussan, and their job is to keep the hoax going.
Words and symbols.
Even if they're a real doctor. And there's been verified cases of real scientists and doctors who took money from Jaime Maussan to help him push a fake hoax and add credibility to it, because they're scientists or doctors after all. Look at the fake mummy hoax. How many doctors did he get to say, oh, this is definitely alien or anomalous, this can't be human, And meanwhile, they're gluing llama skulls and, ripping apart dead people and putting them back together and making them look like aliens with plaster. It's despicable what they did. And the fact that Greer has tied his shit wagon to Jaime Maussan's kind of makes me happy, because they're two big scammers, and I want to see them scam together, because we know from both of their track records that this is all going to come crashing down. Or in many cases, these hoaxes just pitter-patter away. They just slowly fade off into nothingness, and nobody talks about them ever again, because they were what I'm telling you they are. Nothing burgers, hoaxes.
Have been translated, and it's sort of ominous, because it sort of seems to indicate at the time that was made of some catastrophic event that happened from the sun or some cosmic event. And we know that was at the time of the ending of the last ice age, and there were a lot of so-called earth changes and geophysical changes. The question is, why are now all of these? We have 5 videos of 5 separate boogosphere activations now that we have received from
You're
Jaime
probably right,
Maussan
Buck.
out of Mexico City, because he's in touch with everyone in Colombia, South America, where these objects are happening, in and around the vicinity of Buga, B-U-G-A, Colombia, which is how it got the name boogosphere. And that would indicate that there's some kind of boogosphere activations, plural, because there are multiple of them, that would, it could be portending that we're coming up on a time of significant geophysical changes or something. So it's a bit interesting.
Tie in
to say the
apocalypse.
least.
Yeah.
So I think that's more to follow. I think what we're going to do at some point. They also
right,
found that when people went into
spaghetti.
a room and
the
chanted mantras, which interestingly originate from Sanskrit, and the symbols on there are Proto-Sanskrit, the sphere starts putting out electromagnetic fields of energy.
No, it doesn't.
Anomalously.
No, it doesn't. They were using a fucking multimeter and claiming they were using an EMF meter. A multimeter level will measure certain things. I have a background in electronics. I know the difference between an EMF meter and a multimeter. They put a multimeter on it, which made a lot of people like Mick West and other skeptical people just laugh at the whole thing. Like, you don't even know the difference between an EMF meter and a multimeter. A multimeter measures things like capacitance, resistance, voltage, amperage. It doesn't measure electronic radiation. An EMF meter is required for that. But these fucking morons went live on a live stream and used a totally inappropriate, they basically faked EMF readings with a multimeter. It's comical. It's absolutely comical that they get away with this.
I wonder if I had a dream last night, actually, and if we went in and did a puja, which is all in Sanskrit, a whole long puja, and meditated to see what this sphere would do, if it would start interacting in any way. Now, a lot of people who are new haven't followed this, but since the early 90s, I've told people that the Sanskrit language is the root of all Indo-European languages. Proto-Sanskrit would be just a very ancient version.
Notice how he's an expert in everything. He's an expert in metallurgy. He's an expert in how different alloys are manufactured by alien species. Now he's a language expert as well. And by the way, I don't know that he's wrong here, but he can't be an expert at all of these very distinct, important disciplines. But yet what you notice when you watch Greer is that he speaks like a con man, a confidence man. He speaks with total confidence about things that he is not educated in, has no formal training in. And that is kind of a telltale red flag that he's a bullshitter.
Of modern, what we have today as Sanskrit, but that the Sanskrit language, the words and the vibrations of those
the Booty Sphere, live on Fire Island,
are known as name and form. In other words, the word for water, akshmaniyam, you can use it and materialize water.
Yeah, just sit there and pretend it's not bullshit and you get paid.
You hear of the enlightened and masters being able to materialize objects with this kind of frequency and consciousness. Now, it's interesting that
but you'll never see somebody actually do that.
Sanskrit on it,
but just trust
seems
him,
to be reacting to mantras. And of course, one of the foundational aspects of CE5 contact, Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind contact, is the meditative state using those frequencies in the mantras. And, and this was something that I experienced when I was 18, where it was very clear to me that the science of consciousness and the whole Vedic knowledge, which, by the way, precedes any organized religion. People associate it with Buddhism and Hinduism, but that's not true. It actually precedes any of those. So I think it's very important for people to begin to connect a couple dots here.
And here's Ashton Forbes, and they're ignoring
the ancient
as well. They
should. Knowledge and even these ancient technologies, some of which are referred to a little bit in the Bhagavad Gita, the Vimanas, the UFOs flying around. But it seems to go back way to pre-recorded history. Now connect that dot and the science of consciousness and CE5 contact to the idea that this boogosphere is actually an operating anti-gravity and communication device that seems to have not only the Proto-Sanskrit symbols on it, but seems to react to mantras being chanted.
I just want to say, listen, Ashton Forbes, are you retarded? You know he's talking about a hoax that's being promoted by Jaime Maussan. And yet you're all too willing to throw your grifter hat in with his. You know that Jaime Maussan is a huge hoax promoter. Do some research. You know, Ashton pretends that he's a great researcher. What, you can't research the people you're scamming with, you're grifting with? You don't know Jaime Maussan is a big, huge scammer grifter? He stole hundreds of thousands of dollars, scammed the public out of hundreds of thousands of dollars for the Roswell slides. That's just one of his scams. Then we've got all those alien mummy hoaxes that he's been scamming with over and over and over again. He keeps bringing them back out every few years when people forget how fake they were. And the guy that you're going to come here and lick his asshole is working directly with that guy, and you don't see a problem with your perceived credibility. But Ashton doesn't care because his grift is at an end. Look at him. He looks so sad. Doesn't he look sad there? He looks so sad. Oh, man, I got a grift with Stephen Greer to keep my scam going. Oh, man, it's too bad.
In that frequency. So this gets into a very interesting analysis. And this is why...
if this were real, the host would have real questions.
At this point, scrapping.
Yeah.
And we're going to do a whole new film.
Of course he's going to do
new
another
whistleblower testimony.
Oh, new fake whistleblowers.
Information from the Boogosphere. And another breaking news story.
All of Dr. Stephen Greer's whistleblowers turned out to be complete and total frauds. Let's see. He had Eric Hecker. You remember him? That's the guy who was unclogging toilets for a little bit in Antarctica and claimed that, you know, he uncovered weather weapon circuit boards and technology. Well, you're a fucking plumber. How do you know what a weather weapon circuit board looks like? But you don't. And then there was Michael Herrera, whose commanding officer came out and said that the story that he told was completely and totally fake. His commanding officer said that Michael Herrera was never out of his sight on deployment. So he just made up that whole story. And the list goes on and on and on. These people he called whistleblowers, they're nothing more than bullshitters. Not a one of them ever has any real evidence. Remember, Eric Hecker had documents that he said were top secret government documents, and on the top of them they said classified as hell, right? Bree One Abroad says, isn't it odd that they have a video of the sphere flying around, which is highly likely to be a drone, flashing wire, and a net, but no video of it actually landing? Only a found video exists. Yeah, and it's completely unrelated to this Boogosphere. Loke is here. Greer is establishing dominance by droning on and not even acknowledging Ashton joining. Yeah, it looks that way, right?
Story is that we've received, I don't know, 6,000 pages so far of documents from a source who has been working with 7 defectors from illegal covert programs dealing with UAPs and UFOs.
Sure.
And some of them are quite
What's his name? This is another bluff. Every time he needs to, like, a prover maneuver, he comes up with you know, things like this. Well, we just got 6,000 pages from 7 different whistleblowers. They're all defected from people working covertly on alien technology. Great. What are those 7 people's names? Let me interview them. Let me examine their documents so that we can verify and fact check the veracity of that claim. Nope. They're top secret. I can't tell you. It's a bluff. It's a bluff. He doesn't have shit. He's never had shit. He's been the king of bluffing UFO morons that he has more information than he actually does for decades.
Explosive in terms of exposing what was going on with some of the aerospace contractors who were gaslighting and deceiving the U.S. government. What the senior CIA guy I've known since the 90s calls the Rat Pack. And that will be a great little sub-chapter of this new film, the Rat Pack. And he talks about how they have been deceiving the U.S. government.
Well, it's another big grifting opportunity.
And the UFO community for, quote, decades. I'm quoting.
Yeah,
from an email he sent me.
He always is.
Some years ago, after the whole
scumbag.
kerfuffle happened with the Tic Tac and Lou Elizondo and that whole rat pack of disinformation operatives. Now we have
he's got to
documents
throw
connecting all of
pig
them
in at Lou.
to receiving millions of dollars in research funds.
Yeah, me too.
Through
make the world much more
Bigelow
interesting.
Aerospace, and then reporting back
never
falsified conclusions on things like the Tic Tac. And yet at the same time, it has a lot of information on real research that's very interesting. So now it's going to take us a while to go through.
Nobody can get a word in edgewise when Greer's ranting.
To be able to go through this volume of material, because I'd go blind looking through all of them word by word. But it's an extraordinary development. The other thing to realize is that
he's got to just take it.
More of these documents apparently. And there may be some new whistleblowers related to it. So we're going to do an entirely new outline of this film and pivot to something that is just to catch up with the amazing breakthroughs of the last month or so. All of this, I'm telling you, is happening.
He's been on a 12-minute monologue.
Where you sort of stop the presses and say, okay, now we have something 10 times more explosive to reveal that will be coming out. We hope we can finish this so it comes out in 2026 sometime.
Yeah, so I can get another $1 million mansion
with the new film we're going to be
doing.
More
fake stories. Great job.
And then just one other thing, we will be doing a Gaia-Sphere event in November. Unfortunately, the dates aren't here on my sheet, but it's sometime in November.
Didn't even say hello.
We're going to do a fundraiser for all this disclosure work on the Friday night before the Gaia-Sphere event. So if you want to help us, you want to have a small private gathering with me.
Yeah,
we're
it's $10,000
evening for major significant funders who want to help fund this, because we're encountering enormous expenses, not only with the film but with the scientific analysis of all of this material, and also the investigators who are liaisoning with us.
He's getting ignored for like 5 minutes straight here.
Senior law enforcement officials in the United States,
Super weasel
who
face.
are now moving very quickly. I will tell you that the most important developments in disclosure you are not going to see on the internet or on the news, or certainly not in a congressional hearing as they are currently configured. It's happening in the sphere of covert investigators on the side of disclosure, working with the most senior law enforcement people in the United States. And that is what's happening and it's happening very quickly. Now, I am liaisoning that information confidentially to certain members of Congress, and they're aware of it and are cooperating. So that's about all I can say about that, just because I have to hold some of this confidential because I've agreed to do so. So that's sort of a quick trip update on all of that. And one of the things I also want to mention is that with these new documents, one of the things that stood out to me was the amount of money.
Yeah, you start betting your ear about aliens.
Right? I don't know if you guys remember during COVID, I think it was in 2021, General Herbert, Bob Herbert.
Yes.
He had been sort of right hand to Senator Harry Reid, who was the majority leader of the Senate back in the day. And Herbert had left the Pentagon as a general and was an assistant on the UAP issue for Senator Reid, who was very interested in this. His home state was Nevada. And Senator Reid ended up mentoring Senator Marco Rubio, who, as co-chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee.
And this is all according to who? Greer. There's no source of this information. There's no primary source that you could track down that will agree that this is true and accurate information. This is just Greer telling stories, which is all Greer does, tell stories with no actual facts, no evidence, right?
Along with the chairman, Senator Warner, really began to drill down a few years ago on the UAP issue. And I had been asked, of course, to go in and provide information in a SCIF, a secure compartment information facility.
I would doubt that's true as well,
because they had been investigating.
He keeps claiming he's briefing important people, and it always turns out to be lies.
Interestingly, the chief investigator, who would be the equivalent of a three-star general if he'd stayed in the Pentagon, told me that he went out to the Lockheed Skunk Works and ended up finding a bunch
Exactly,
of old antique
Patty.
jets and
Yeah.
stuff, and he knew he was being lied to and gaslit. He was smart enough to know he was, and that's when they reached out to us. And
He's
then
just
everything
ignored
changed,
Ashton for
so,
fucking
of
7
course,
minutes
there's
now.
a new leadership at the
Wait,
Senate
let's see. How
Intelligence
many
Committee
minutes has he
and a new
ignored
chair
Ashton
and
Forbes?
co-chair because Mr. Rubio became the Secretary of State, as you know, a few months ago. But at any rate,
Yep.
that's what's going on.
He's ignored
at that
Ashton
level.
from us
And
8 minutes now.
Before that time, however, General Herbert contacted me. He says, "Look,
Ashton,
we
how does it feel? How does it feel to be a fucking set piece and a prop in Greer's scam? Because that's all you are. You're a set piece and a prop, you moron. You got fucked by Greer without lube too. Ooh.
The millions of dollars to Bigelow Aerospace, which was Robert Bigelow, who I'd met in
change her batteries.
at
She's
Lawrence
nearly
Rockefeller's
gone.
ranch.
That's right.
He was a billionaire of Las Vegas who had a hotel chain. And then he had gotten intercepted by Colonel John Alexander and a number of
checking in with the goal. I'm nervous when we're on a streak that we're gonna end the streak, and it's not looking good. 3 of 20 for the goal tonight so far. So let's get some support. Every bit helps. Some more super chats. I will read them out as soon as they come in. But we haven't had any. Let's get some support, bitches. Suffa Ashton. That's correct. Ashton ain't no Demi Lovato. Greer won't shut the hell up. That's correct. Raven or Sexy Wilcock. I'll do either, right? Whatever you guys want. If you want the Sexy Wilcock praise the cash bumpers, yeah, Ashton looks like Dahmer. That's right.
other people who were in this disinformation rat pack that have been operational since the
Another
70s and 80s.
big at Elizondo.
And Bigelow Aerospace had a contract to do a report on all of this.
I love how he calls other people disinformation agents when all he puts out is disinformation agents. Chill Station 7 is hearing the call of the goal, saying Forbes is just sitting there like Hassan's dog. That is correct, Chill Station 7.
Raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
Raise the cash. It's like music to my ears. Let's get, wait, what do we need? Let's get 16 more and keep our goal streak going, my friends. The reason why I said Greer did a talk segment with big time celebrities like Demi Lovato. Yeah, he does. But you know, a lot of celebrities get access to these top tier UFO grifters.
To the U.S. government. And it was at the
Probably
initial amount was
big
$22
donations.
million. And of course, this came all out in the Wall Street Journal and New York Times some years ago. But what they ended up giving General Herbert and Senator Reid, quote unquote, was not even a snapshot from 40,000 feet. In other words,
and again, none of this stuff he's saying can be verified.
Meanwhile,
this is just Greer
in
telling
these
stories
files that we have obtained from internally are all the hot stuff they did find and do have on crash retrievals.
Nobody has ever done that.
On all kinds of tech, on the science.
Yeah, nobody has ever called him on his bullshit.
And formulae for gravity control, anti-gravity, whatever you want to call it, 0 point, all this. And this is what we've just received. And it's several thousand pages. I think it's 5,000 or 6,000 pages.
Wow.
But what I'm saying,
in a minute, we're going to be up to 20 minutes, and Ashton hasn't said one word yet because he's being used as a prop, and Greer is using him because Greer knows, like, wow, that Ashton Forbes guy built his whole following on complete and total fake shit. So his fake morons that follow him will probably really value my fake bullshit and buy into it, because Ashton Forbes fans and viewers are basically mentally challenged retards. And so Greer needs those stupid people. Like, these scams work on stupid people. So I think Greer is using Forbes to get to his moron followers and harvest some of them.
Here is that there's a lot to go through, to say the least. I'm going to have to redact anything that could be an operating system that could be weaponized, because I have a responsibility to do so. And I promised the government since Clinton that that's what we would do. since these can be very dangerous technologies.
As if he talked to Clinton. He never talked to Clinton.
Quite frankly,
he never talked to any president. He's full of shit.
The people who used Pentagon funding, but was authorized by Congress back in the early 2000s to get to the bottom of this.
Boy, if Ashton Forbes got vodka in that, he's going to be drunk before he says one word.
And yet they were doing all this other work, right, under clandestine contracts with the Defense Intelligence Agency and other entities.
Trying to overwhelm.
So we can now prove this through these documents. Now, the question then becomes, how many crimes were committed by taking those sums of money from the government and covering up their findings?
Yep, trust me, bro.
You know, and this is exactly what Dr. Kirkpatrick did with Arrow.
You're right. That's why the scam works.
Congress passed laws.
They won't do real interviews.
And funded
they
an
can't,
office to get to the bottom of the UAP UFO issue.
Easily,
and that became an operation which we can now prove, and which has been concluded.
I'm trying to run a show. Why
members of Congress and senior U.S. federal law enforcement.
Surely you would take a picture with the president if you met him.
So there you're talking about multiple felonies of defrauding the government, abuse and misuse of government funds, et cetera, and so on.
And here's another Greer talking point that he uses every time. There are illegal entities, governments within government. They're doing illegal things with the funding they're being given, like hiding UFOs and hiding aliens. He's never produced a single shred of evidence for any of these statements that he's been making for decades, accusing people within the government of major crimes, including murder, right? And then there's also Greer once claimed that 2 members of his staff got murdered. Remember that? They both died of natural causes. I spoke to both of their families, and neither of their families are very happy that Greer's running around telling people that their loved one got murdered when they both died of natural causes.
You know, the only question is going to be, do we have enough now to prove all this? Yes.
Impressive.
The question is, how much stomach is there to go to prosecution, right? That's where it becomes very political.
Exactly.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
But
something wrong with him.
Put the facts together and make our recommendations to the Congress and to the president and to the Department of Justice and the FBI, et cetera. But that is where that is, and I will tell you that this is very explosive information. So this new documentary we're going to do, I think, could probably be spun off into a whole series that'll be dealing with not only this ancient,
it's like 12 minutes now. He's been ignoring Ashton Forbes.
Human object, the Boogosphere object.
He can't shut the fuck up. Listen to him. He's still going.
But now we have all this recent history, and you'll look at the timing of it. In 2001,
you're right, Brookers. Yes.
We did the National Press Club event that kicked off.
He is a common idiot. You're right. Yeah.
This whole period. Now we had been doing it before then, but it was quiet, and it was not that public. It was called Project Starlight, which was a code name that I didn't give it. A man who was friends with the CIA director for Bill Clinton named it. And that's when we had our first gatherings of top secret whistleblowers in 1995, and then in 1997 for members of Congress. And
neither of these 2 people, besides Greer, have said more than 2. Like that girl just said, "Oh, we're going to have an interesting, exciting show tonight." And then Greer just started babbling. We're 22 minutes in, and Greer hasn't stopped babbling yet. He's got 2 other people that he's supposed to be having a conversation with that he's completely ignored in favor of just endlessly babbling on. Something.
Once we realized that neither the president nor Congress were going to get to do anything,
he is on serious crack cocaine. Yes.
What's now known as the launch of the global disclosure movement in 2001 at the National Press Club with 22 of these witnesses and whistleblowers. But
none of which had any real evidence.
I've debriefed over 700 or 800 of them, and we have new ones coming in all the time.
He's debriefed all these people. Then show us all the evidence that all 700 people have, because I'm pretty sure that it would fit in a fucking coin purse at this point, right? You have no evidence. It doesn't matter how many people you talk to if all of them have no evidence. Tina T with 1 for the goal. Do you think Beefy Greer does more steroids or Ozempic? Up in there looking like the meeting guy in Raiders of the Lost Ark. Yeah, there have been rumors that he was on steroids. I think he was a bodybuilder for a time, which is gross. And he was also on Grindr, allegedly on Grindr, looking for guys to suck their cocks and to have his cock sucked. Apparently, even though he's married and has children, he's a big fan of being a bottom bitch and like getting butt banged and blowing dudes. At least that's the rumors. And by the way, that's rumors that are all over UFO land. And if you look, I mean, you could just Google Dr. Stephen Greer gay dating profile, and you'll find all kinds of stuff, right? But thank you, Tina T. And I'm sorry to start talking about butt banging. I should have just addressed your comment a little more directly. So please pardon the butt bang comments, Tina T.
Raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
I don't know. Maybe Greer got like him being butt banged from the aliens, because apparently, isn't it Grindr, the gay dating site? I don't know. I'm not gay, and I got married before dating. Well, no, I didn't get married before dating sites. I was in a committed long-term relationship before dating sites were a thing. Like, I never met a woman from a dating site in my life. I always met women in real life. That's, the way we did it back then. You went outside or you went to social events to meet women, Anyway, the rumor was that he was on gay dating websites and people found pictures that seems like it was him. I don't know.
And there's another whole group of 7 that are very key that have just surfaced that have dealt specifically with the technologies and the 0 point electrogravitics and things of this sort.
So now he's going to get into the free energy scam.
And, we do appreciate everyone's help and support, because we are not receiving money from the government or a corporation.
No, you're just making millions from morons.
Ability to fund it and raise the funds to do it on a not just U.S. scale, but on a global scale. All over the world, as well as operations that we have in United Kingdom, Canada, and elsewhere. So those of you who can help and come to our event in Boulder in November, I think Raven probably knows the dates.
Yeah, it's November. Our fundraiser is November 7th, and then the Guysphere event is the 8th and 9th on that weekend.
Yeah, so it'd be fun to see everybody there who can make it. And hopefully also the weekend in the Guysphere will be fun.
Oh yeah,
we'll be talking a lot
More
about
bullshit.
The Boogosphere and the Gaiasphere, which is kind of funny, but why not? So that's sort of a quick update of the last couple weeks that we've been pulling this together. The metallurgy report we will release at some point. We're trying to get clearance from the lab to put their name onto it as we release it. Normally it's a very high-end lab, but
come on.
Once we have that answer, we'll know if
That's
going to be
bullshit. If you pay a lab to do an analysis, you're allowed to say who it is. He's not saying who it is, so people can't fact check him. It could very well be that nobody did an analysis, full stop, because he's the king of bluffing fake evidence.
Acted or not, but as soon as we have that answer,
we're 24 minutes in and nobody has said anything except for Greer. 24 minutes you've been babbling, Greer. Shut the fuck up and let some other grifters talk.
We released the full report. It's 110 pages of metallurgy analysis on the metal components.
Gaia TV series coming soon. Yeah.
Great.
This guy is
we
so
have
fake.
Mr. Ashton Forbes that has joined us. So
yes.
Thanks for being here today.
Thanks for having me. Good to talk to you, Dr. Greer.
Greer just said, oh yeah, we have a guest that I've been ignoring for 12 minutes while I was babbling. Didn't he see him on the fucking screen? Like, come on.
Good to see you. Good work. So just to pivot now from what we were talking about to what Mr. Forbes has to share, just in a way of introduction, Ashton sort of has been the lead person looking into the Malaysian 370 flight.
No, he is the only person looking into these fake videos that he claims are connected to the MH370. There's no proof they're connected at all to MH370. So factually inaccurate introduction. But don't worry, the morons watching both of you fucking scumbag grifting con artist hoaxers are not going to know the difference. These guys prey on low information viewers. They don't prey on intelligent people that can do their own fact checking.
Vanished, that no traces were found.
some years ago, and had received some footage of a very unusual
proof of life before we
series
turn
of,
100 years old.
Spheres going around the jet, and there was a big flash of light, and it
He is a
vanished. Now, of
lunatic.
course, I don't have any inside information on that, so I wanted Mr. Forbes to come and share this. And if you can, Ashton,
in other words, I don't have any information because I did zero research about this. Come on, Greer. This guy is claiming that a 747 got teleported out of the sky by alien plasma spheres. You fucking moron. You can't like do basic fact checking. Could you like Google it and find out that all the videos are fake? Oh, you didn't do that because then you couldn't scam his audience members, right? This is all about getting to new victims. That's why grifters collaborate. That's why these scammers collaborate. They're all about getting to their other grifter audiences so that they can scam those too. And as lazy as these con artists are, they know it's easy. Like if these people are dumb enough to believe this guy Ashton Forbes with these fake as shit, proven fake 100 times over videos, then they'll believe my fake stories that are evidence free that I've been telling for decades.
You can just go through it for people who don't know much about this case. You know, the dates, what had happened, how you came about the footage, what witnesses there are.
The footage came from a hoax UFO YouTube channel, you moron.
And just do a synopsis for our viewers.
Oh, that's
yeah, definitely. And the reason why I'm so excited to talk to you is that a lot of my research has led me back to you. Actually, I think that out of all, I've learned all the lore of the UFO community and the major players, and you by far and away have talked to the legit Black Project engineers that know.
No, he claims to have. Have you seen any proof that he actually has talked to Black Project engineers, you fucking moron? Do you know he said he briefed every president since Ronald Reagan? Do you know that he said that multiple people in his organization were assassinated and I proved that they weren't? You moron. But go ahead, lick his balls some more, Ashton Forbes. Lick his balls. Do it.
The science, know the physics, have clearly worked in the programs, have the NDA.
He doesn't know the science. He doesn't know the physics. He's a moron who speaks in pseudoscience word salad garbage talk.
Can't speak about it. So that's why I wanted to get your insight and share some information of my own from my own research. So first thing is that the videos were not given to me. The videos have been on the internet since 2014. Like these are,
and they've been hoaxes since
footage that was thrown on the internet.
They're not true hoaxes. That
everybody discredited.
They're not leaked footage. They're CGI creations. They were made. They're not real footage, Ashton. And nothing you do will make that statement true. Because every CGI expert that has looked at them has said they're fake, and here's why. And there's some major points of agreement, like they were made from static image backgrounds. The clouds are fake. The clouds don't move. They use stock assets that were used in early video games.
And look into because it just looked so incredible. No one could believe it was real. And we were not familiar with the military systems that were being depicted. We didn't have like the go fast, the gimbal.
Now Forbes is going to talk for 25 minutes straight.
Those FLIR footages back in 2014, that was like 2017, 2018 that those videos were publicly acknowledged. The other one is, I don't know if you can share the video that I've put up here. This is the big one, is that I've identified this one video to be Gorgon stare wide area motion imagery. And there's had multiple confirmations. So
what is that? I've never, people don't know what those words mean.
Yeah, it's classified still to this day, which is why people haven't been speaking up about it. But this is essentially a drone flying above the airplane, an MQ-9 Reaper drone that has pods underneath each wing. And it's taking photos all the time, circling around.
No, there have been several experts on that observation platform that have told Ashton Forbes to his face, or at least on Twitter, this is not Gorgon stare footage. And here's why. I'm an expert in that. So just like Ashton Forbes ignores all the CGI experts that say these videos are fake and they're CGI creations, and here's why, and showed the proof of it. Ashton ignores all those CGI experts. He's also ignored all the drone experts who said this cannot be Gorgon stare or MQ-9 Reaper footage, and here's why it can't be. He's ignoring all of the experts, claiming that he knows better than all of the experts that actually worked with those observation platforms.
Area. And what it does is it beams this through a relay satellite, which you can actually see in the bottom left, NROL 22. That's a real relay satellite, USA 184. It relays that information to like PACCOM or whatever the Special Forces Joint Intelligence Network.
Yeah, they debrief each
and
other.
This would have been only primarily accessible in a SCIF somewhere, like some secure facility where they have intelligence analysts who are reviewing it. And it's basically like Google Earth video playback. Presumably.
Well, if it was so classified, wouldn't the government contact YouTube and tell them to take it off of YouTube? They never did that. That should be your first tip there, Ashton, that this isn't real footage, you fucking moron, you retarded mongoloid.
Only in the regions where they have the drones, or there may be other capabilities. This version of it, we believe, is increment 2 based on the frame rate. Like, it looks like the plane's kind of jerky. It's only about 6 frames per second. Nowadays, they apparently have stuff that's much better than this. But that's why it looks like the screen's moving around. That's why the clouds don't look like they move very much. There's parallax.
Now they'll be at each other's throats, calling each other.
But this is a real. And also, the last point is that you see that cursor that closes that window out there at the end.
Right.
That's a big clue, because it shows that with these whammy systems, they have a big map, and then they can press somewhere on the screen.
This fake video again. Yeah.
And it's like
what's a whammy? What's a whammy? If you use an acronym, you need.
Imagery.
So yeah, okay. So just as a rule, since we're talking to the general public, if you use an acronym, define it the first time, and then we can use the acronym.
Yeah. So it has like 3 different names. They also call it
Look at
WASP,
Greer
Wide Area Airborne.
You got to be a better grifter,
then,
Ashton. Here's
Wide Area Motion Imagery. So it's a computer system
explain
that uses
your acronyms.
photos from the sky and produces that footage. So that's the big one.
As
And then
a
I'll just
rule.
share the other video. Is there's 2 drones that were recording this from
There's
different
no rule
angles.
about actually
And
providing
the second
evidence,
one's also
though.
an MQ-9 Reaper drone.
No, it's
and
not.
you can see, I mean, you can see the drone right there. It's actually under hard point number 5 is where this camera is situated. My sources tell me that it's a Lightning G4 by Northrop Grumman, which has color FLIR capability. So it's just an overlay they can put over the FLIR footage,
in that
essentially,
platform
to show
to
this
say
thermal
this isn't
gradient.
that too.
And this one's so important because you can see that these are plasma. These orbs are actually plasma. So they're really a drone, actually, that's being encased in plasma.
No,
just
they're
like
not.
we, in our spy planes, we use a plasma sheath to
They're
reduce
CGI,
drag
you
for
moron.
hypersonic spy planes or supersonic spy planes. The same concept here. The extra bit that we see, these dark
UFO
lines
daddy
that come
mad.
before and after the plasma,
UFO
this is
daddy
actually indicative
smashed.
of a
Yes.
field reverse configuration or a plasmoid. You may be familiar with the terminology,
Mhm.
where they're essentially using
so fake
the
because it
exhaust,
is.
so to speak, from this fusion reactor in the middle of this as propulsion. And then, as you see there, this is the first question I
Yeah.
had for you. The plane disappears like
Even
in a
Greer
flash,
ain't
but
buying
as
it.
the orbs converge on the plane, and when I started researching this, the first thing that came up was wormholes, and I believe that that is truly a real wormhole. But it's more of how it's being accomplished that's the amazing part about it.
With
Even this
CGI.
slow-mo
It's
version
being
was actually
accomplished
built
with
into the
CGI,
original
you
footage that was
fucking
first
moron.
found on the internet, which tells us that whoever leaked this, they wanted us to like understand what these plasma spheres really are, what they're made out
CGI,
of,
yes.
how they function. You can see
They
this
function
weird
as
heat signature in
CGI.
them, which
There's no heat
seems to
signature.
mean that it's a non-equilibrium plasma, like the electrons have been separated from
talking
the
about a
ions, and they're
leap.
being kept separated
You can tell all
intentionally
that
to build up a
from a
charge.
240p video.
And then this last
that
bit
was
here,
uploaded. Yeah, the
I'll just go ahead and
Pyromania
spoil what I
has
think
it.
it is, then I want to get your opinion. Is that from my research, I think those are plasma fusion propulsion, that what we're seeing with those plasma orbs. I think Lockheed Martin's definitely
Plasma
implicated in
fusion
this for sure. They
propulsion.
had a compact fusion reactor that went dark.
Right.
And I think that what we're seeing is a thermonuclear weapon. I think it's literally a thermonuclear weapon in the sense that the plasma orbs are acting as a polyhedral fission trigger.
Yeah, throw in a lot of big words so people think you're smart and actually know science. By the way, a real scientist ripped him to shreds on all his fake pseudoscience jargon. It's all fake. Ashton Forbes is the fakest grifter I've ever seen. And the fact that years have gone by and he's still pretending those videos are real tells you everything you need to know about Ashton Forbes. His entire self-worth has been tied to this fake hoax, and he cannot give it up. There's been several times where he conceded the videos were fake, and then he went back and came up with new excuses for why they can't be fake. They're fake. They're fake as shit. And so's your entire scammy career.
And that on board that plane was...
I love after he got caught with the free energy scam. By the way, both these individuals ran free energy scams. Dr. Stephen Greer ran 2 separate free energy scams. Once where he collected money from the public to build a free energy device, never built anything, made some excuses for what happened to the, I think it was hundreds of thousands of dollars they collected. And then he collected $500,000 just to make a film about free energy. Take from that what you will. And Ashton Forbes actually tried to sell free energy devices. Why can't either of these 2 ass clowns show us a working free energy device? Greer collected, by some accounts, over $1 million for free energy. $500,000 for a film, and some say $500,000 to create a free energy device and then open source it. He didn't create shit, and he didn't open source anything. If both these people are going to sit here with a straight face and tell you free energy is real, but don't worry, I know how to do it for a price, then show us. Show us a working free energy device. Again, call their bluffs. And why does no interviewer? There's a reason he has to pay a bullshit facilitator. Raven, great job. Did you know, Raven, that Greer ran 2 separate free energy scams? Did you know that Ashton Forbes, the guy you're sitting there on this stream with, ran a free energy scam? And then what did Ashton say? Oh, I don't have to prove that it works. I know it works. Yeah, great. As he's scamming people for a device that he's never even verified actually works. It's despicable what these scumbags do and get away with. But you got to admire that nobody's getting arrested after scamming how much money out of the public. And in Ashton's case, listen, how the fuck can he collect super chats telling people those videos are real for years on end, and that's not consumer fraud? When every CGI expert that's ever looked at them, to my knowledge, has said they're fake, and here's why. He's collected, I don't know, how many super chats have you collected? How much money have you collected on your live streams about these fake as shit videos and this fake hoax nonsense? Tens of thousands? 20,000, 30,000? Some people say he's collected $50,000 to $100,000 in super chats, all while telling people those videos are real, when every expert that looks at him says those videos are fake. And look at this. Mike Larry comes to grace us with his presence. Yes, Mike Larry in the house. Always happy to see Mike Larry, because that means he comes and drops a sub bomb. And he's done so today. 20 True Seekers gifted memberships. And this, my friends, is why you've got to hit that subscribe button. Because when a kind and generous benefactor, one of the biggest benefactors here, he's one of our whales, Mike Larry is one of the MVPs of gifting these Truth Seekers memberships. So when he comes in and graces us with his presence, what's going on with my hair? Jeez. And yeah, there we go. When he comes here and graces us with his wonderful beneficial presence and generous presence, you could win a free membership. 20 people have just won a free Truth Seekers channel membership. But in order to win one, you must be a subscriber. So hit that subscribe button. Maybe he's going to feel more generous later, or someone else will feel generous. I'm sure somebody is going to give some more memberships tonight. And if you are a subscriber, you could win one, but you must be a subscriber. So big shout out and thank you for the kindness and generosity to Mike Larry, the big MVP. He's expanding our True Seekers memberships. But every time he does this, he makes me work harder, because we're up to 4 or 5 members-only videos this month. I got to crank out a few more because Mike Larry has expanded our membership by hundreds of new members. And thank you, Mike Larry, for that and for your kindness, generosity, and support. Big support. Dono bomb, Mike Larry. Let's go.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Thank you, Mike Larry. And Grass Toucher says free energy is real for a price. Well, yeah, that's the scam. That's the scam part of it. But nobody has ever in the history of free. Go look at how many people have claimed free energy is real. And all the people, thousands of people who have run free energy scams, how many have actually proven it with a device being measured by, like, real scientists? Not one. Amber Geddon says, I read an article with Marco Rubio saying that UFOs are flying over restricted nuclear facilities, and there's a documentary appearing on Prime Video November 21st called The Age of Disclosure. The Age of Disclosure is shit. It's garbage. It's being run by the same people that have been pushing this bullshit since 2016 and never proved anything, right? But thank you, Amber Geddon. Good to see you here. Welcome. Now it's a party because Amber Geddon is here in the house with some good points. And the UFOs are flying over restricted nuclear airspace is an old UFO grifter talking point, I think, right? Well, we're counting the super chats, not the total there, Plan D, but let's get some super chats and actually hit the super chat goal. We're at 5 of 20. We need 15 more kind and generous souls to stand up, be counted, and God bless the goal for us, right? Only need 15 more, and they have to be 5 or more to count for the goal. 15 more. I was close, Cambion. Well, yeah, but we count the super chats for the goal. Scammers have no souls, basically. Yes, Dr. Stephen Greed. I should have done the mask tonight, right? If we hit the goal, I'll do the Stephen Greed mask. I'll go get it, and I will end the show as Dr. Stephen Greed, live on stream here. Be mounted and counted. Amber Geddon says that means Marco Rubio's a grifter, or he just believes the bullshit that people are, spewing at him with no actual discernment, no fact checking. He does have a quote I really like, and he once said, either some of this stuff is true or we have a bunch of lunatics working for the United States government. And guess what? Spoiler alert, it's not true. There is a bunch of lunatics, UFO wackadoos working for the United States government.
A whole bunch of lithium-ion batteries, and it turns out that lithium is one of 3 aneutronic fusion fuels, and it's used in thermonuclear weapons. So I think that, long story short, that we learned how to manipulate space-time when we were building nukes. And then when we turned them into clean nukes, clean fusion bombs, we really started to manipulate space-time in a significant sense.
We know how to manipulate space-time. Trust me, bro.
Right. And so getting back to the provenance of all this, which is all important, because, in the era of deep fakes and computer generated graphics and images and video and motion graphics,
good luck with that.
People are always going to say, and I've been doing this for 35 years now, if it's a really good photograph, it's CGI. If it's not crystal clear, it doesn't tell you anything. They're always going to come up with an excuse.
The exact same as he
what
was
I
in
have found
2010.
is that you have to nail down the provenance, meaning the history, origin, and credibility of the origin.
Yes, and in this case, the origin of those videos was a UFO hoax YouTube channel that hosted many fake, provably 100% fake UFO videos. That's the origin. That's where he got them from. A YouTube channel that specializes in fake UFO videos. Good point, Greer. But you know that Ashton's going to make up a bunch of bullshit now to try to cover the fact that he got them from a UFO hoaxer channel on YouTube that had many, many fake UFO videos on their channel at one point. Trolly troll troll with 5 for the goal. 5. Oh, I shouldn't use that anymore. People are crying in the comments. They don't like that noise. Sorry. Trolly troll troll with 1 for the goal. Come on, don't you want to see Stephen in a Stephen Greer mask? Absolutely we do, right? Yes, and thank you, Trolly Troll Troll. Trolly Troll Troll is a long-time, big-time show supporter, and we appreciate that very much.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Hey, and we've got Urban Terra standing up and hearing the call of the goal, standing up to be counted as a big show supporter, saying, praise the goal. That is correct, my friends. Praise the goal. And thanks, Urban Terror's making it rain up in here with one double of the goal. You should have did 2, Urban Terror, so we can get to that goal, but we'll take it. Thank you, Urban Terror. Much, much appreciated. All right, let's continue with the cavalcade of bullshittery. So Greer just said, where did these videos come from? Now, is Ashton Forbes going to tell the truth and say, I got them from a UFO hoax channel that had many UFO fake videos on their channel at one point? Is he going to tell the truth here, or is he going to make up some bullshit? I know what I'm betting.
Without which you got Bumpkiss. Just a word to the wise. I mean, I've been doing this a very long time.
Yeah, you ready for this? So the leaker
this is
of the
what
video.
We got to hear. We got to hear. You know who had this footage? How can we prove that this leaker had access to it and his provenance, and also a few jurisdictional questions? Where exactly was this event when it vanished? Let's just say it did happen as shown.
Tell me about when you got scammed. Yes.
The person who leaked it, what was his nationality?
7 of 20, almost halfway to the goal.
Things like that are going to be very important for what we're doing.
So, and I'll share just one more image right away, because the location is super important, because that's actually Malaysian Airlines Flight 370. It's not meant to look like MH370. It just literally is. If you pull up this kind of, I built this into Google Earth here.
It is because he said it is. He has no proof that it is.
The real path of MH370, starting from Kuala Lumpur when it went dark over the South China Sea. And then later on, we found out it turned around and went back towards Penang Airport, which is a place that you would land. And then it makes another deviation. This was still tracked by military radar when it starts going northwest here. And then you see the military radar lost at 1822 UTC.
Okay, so he's going to like filibuster. Just keep talking and avoid the fact that the original videos came from a UFO hoax channel. That's where he got them. Regicide Anon, who had a bunch of fake UFO videos on his channel at one point with these fake UFO videos. But don't let things like, you know, the origin source of the so-called data he has get in the way. He'll just muddy the waters now with fresh bullshit to try to, you know, obfuscate. Greer asked, where did the videos come from? What is the proof they're leaked videos? He has no proof they're leaked videos because they're fake videos. They're CGI videos. Where did you get the videos, Ashton? You got them from a hoax UFO channel. Full stop. The videos are fake. Your whole scammy career is fake.
Just because this is flat, it's not a straight line, but this would basically be a straight line going to the northwest up here to where you see it says satellite video.
3,000 to look like
these are the real coordinates in that whammy.
3,000 for a zip file.
You. And this is what, 20 minutes away from the last radar plot that was publicly known by the Malaysian government. Now, also note there's a witness, Catherine T, this woman here. I've spoken to Catherine T. She's a real person that really saw the plane on fire, glowing orange, right in the path of where this plane is being shown in those videos. So the providence, or at least the evidence that shows that
there is no evidence that it's legitimate.
A real person who saw the plane and a report in China Times that was not reported in.
He's connecting dots that don't connect. Well, this woman saw the plane on fire, so those fake videos have to be real. Why is the plane not on fire in the videos? There's some hot spots, but that's CGI creation, you loser.
Western media that claimed to be an intercepted communication of the pilot saying that the plane was attempting an emergency landing and disintegrating, which is corroborated by the witnesses citing in both those videos I just showed you. Now, the real thing that people want to know when it comes to the providence is...
So here's a question.
A plane disintegrating and teleporting out of existence into a wormhole is two different things, you loser.
Question. Wait, let's stop. So the plane was on fire before these plasmoids appeared and it vanished?
Correct.
So in other words, timelines are very important. Which came first?
Yeah, let me pull that back up. So the plane starts on fire, I presume, if I pull that back up
Spooky says, God bless the gold.
At the top right, where the plane goes dark, 1722 UTC.
We need 13
why does
more.
The plane go dark and why does the plane turn around? A lot of people speculated fire, actually. Actually, the lithium-ion batteries as well, but they weren't known for over a week after the plane disappeared, and I think that was covered up. personally, I think the whole thing was an operation. I think they planted those batteries on the plane dual purpose. One, to start the diversion, to force the plane to turn around. And then at some point, why doesn't it land at Penang? That's where I think the United States military comes over the comms and says, come to the rendezvous point, which is those coordinates that I just showed you. And they probably said something like, try to land in the water and we'll fish you out of the water. And instead they deployed those orbs on the plane, which was all part of the operation, presumably, or maybe there was backup plans and, something didn't go according to plan. But that's my question for the U.S. government. What I can tell you for sure, so this plane would have been on fire, but not like an uncontrollable fire, like a controlled fire by batteries that were intended to start on fire, that were intended not to take down the plane. They were also had a dual purpose, potentially as a neutronic thermonuclear weapon.
A neutronic thermonuclear weapon. Wow, so big words from a grifter.
This is the reason why we would have never found the plane. This is why the whole south. The other point is that location I showed you where the plane is at, is at the same location where they claim the plane takes a sharp south turn into the South Indian Ocean, flies for like 5 hours, and supposedly crashes. Only problem, we never found anything down there.
Yes,
and then we find this debris that shows up.
There's been multiple pieces of debris of the plane found, verified that it came from the plane. So what? Pieces of the plane blew off when it was teleported into the wormhole, you fucking moron?
It shows up, we would expect it to show up in the coast of Australia, because that's where the plane crashed off the coast of Australia. The ocean currents go to the east. But instead we find all the debris, which is only about 10 pieces, 15 pieces at most. I do think it's from MH370. We find it in Africa, a completely different continent. And actually, in order for this to begin to make sense, we need the plane to either go in the water or have a final destination much closer to Africa.
I will say this. He has very finely rehearsed fake talking points. But his evidence is basically, look, guys, I put all this bullshit together from completely disparate data points that have nothing to do with one another. But follow me along my conspiracy. The plane got teleported into a wormhole,
and where we've been searching in the South Indian Ocean near Australia. So the circumstances,
he's half wackadoo. He's full wackadoo.
Right about the story, because we never found the plane. Plane has 4 emergency transponders that only go off during a crash. Somehow they can't be deactivated. Somehow none of them go off in this situation. The whole thing to me reeks of espionage, and this is why I've come to you, is because these videos, the reason why they don't want them out are multiple purposes. One, that Gorgon stare capability is integrated into all of our intelligence, and that's why you can't talk about it at all. It's not just
you got to add fresh bullshit to keep the morons
big network
occupied.
AI is looking around, mapping the whole planet, looking for differences all the time.
Right,
like, we have much more capabilities than we want, so they can never talk about that. The other thing is, there's no way to spin this to claim that the aliens were doing it. The reason is because you've got an MQ-9 Reaper drone tracking this plane at super close distance. You can tell it's an operation just based on the proximity of the drone.
And here he's appealing to Greer's often given talking point that all the aliens are good guys. They wouldn't hurt anybody. They wouldn't abduct people. They wouldn't anally probe people. I'd love to get Stephen Greer in a room with Whitley Strieber, who claims that the aliens like butt banged him and like anally probed him. Because Greer says, no, that was the government does that. They pretend to be aliens and butt bang people to scare people. Yeah, I'd be scared of aliens too if I thought they kidnapped me and butt banged me. Them butt bangings is rough, Greer. But here, Ashton Forbes is appealing to Greer, who truly believes that all the aliens are good guys. And, they're just going to come down to earth and sit around a campfire and sing Kumbaya with us and give us technology and medicine and help us build a utopian world, right? Which is a very ignorant, look, if there are multiple species of aliens, I doubt they're all friendly. What about the ones that raped, pardon me, I shouldn't use that word on YouTube. What about the ones that essayed David Wilcock, Dr. Stephen Greer? Do you know David Wilcock got butt banged by not just reptilian aliens, but also gray aliens? He got butt banged by multiple alien species, and you're saying they're all good guys. Why would, yes, I agree, Chill Station. Yeah, that's the word to use, or essayed, right? Why would good guys be butt banging David Wilcock if they're all good guys? Why, I don't know, maybe good guys will grab you and butt bang you, but I don't think so. I think once they start butt banging you, that pretty much proves they're not good guys. But here, Ashton's like, yeah, it could have been aliens. Don't worry, Greer. Your talking point is safe with me. All the aliens are wonderful.
Onto the airplane, and the camera operator zooms out like this is not their first rodeo. Like they're like, oh, we're gonna get this thing perfectly centered to make sure we catch the zap here.
You mean the
and
CGI creator?
The plane falls out of view. You can tell it's somebody manually recording it.
Above top.
Now the last bit I'll tell you is this: is that now that I'm on
above
my run
top
here,
bullshit.
if you can get the government to release the MH370 files, because I promise you they have them. I've been FOIA and everything, and I'm just getting rejected left and right. Then all of disclosure will come apart at the seams. And I don't know what it leads back to, if it leads back to aliens or if it leads back to ancient civilization, but I guarantee
it leads
you
back to fake videos.
Because I found the guy that leaked the videos. His name is Lieutenant Commander Edward Lynn.
No, he didn't.
And after I started...
He's been harassing this Edward Lynn person for months, if not longer, claiming that he found the guy who leaked the videos. There's no evidence, no proof that this guy leaked those videos. They were uploaded to a hoax UFO channel, you moron, Ashton Forbes. Why don't you tell your audience the truth? Is it because your whole scam would come crashing down if you acknowledged that you got these fake as shit videos from a fake as shit UFO hoax channel? Could it possibly be that maybe, just maybe, you were fooled and you should have given up on this scam ages ago when it first became clear that these are CGI hoaxes? And no, Edward Lynn did not leak those videos. And in fact, he's calling Edward Lynn and threatening him. There's not threatening him, but like trying to get him to admit to leaking these videos. And what is this proof or evidence that Edward Lynn leaked these? Well, he got arrested for leaking other classified information totally unrelated to this case. So it must have been him. Like, these are the leaps that he takes. And you're accusing a man who just went through hell, got put in prison, and then finally got out. And now Ashton Forbes is accusing him of leaking more classified information. This guy and his family don't need that kind of hassle. Or you disparaging him, saying he leaked these fake as shit videos. Nobody leaked them because they're CGI creations, you retarded moron!
Now, is he an American? Wait, is he American?
Yes, he is an American. He's a naturalized American from Taiwan. Became a naturalized American. He
is he going to tell Greer that Edward Lynn denies knowing anything about these videos, or is he going to just say, I found the guy who leaked them, and forget to say that Edward Lynn denies that he leaked them, or there's been no confirmation that he leaked them, and he doesn't want to talk to Ashton Forbes because he knows Ashton Forbes is a conspiracy whack job, nut job, wackadoo.
Talking to people that used to work in his unit, which was the VPU-2 Wizards, a very secretive Navy unit. They said that he was basically the golden boy, that he was being kind of pushed up for upper management. He had been a congressional liaison.
It's
he had
right above Clay
Animation,
secrets. Yeah.
And his case is one of the weirdest cases out there. I mean, I noticed once
I
saw
Arlene.
his case, I knew he was the guy because the timeline matched perfectly. See, he started being investigated.
I knew he was the guy. Do you have any evidence he was the guy? Well, no, but I know he's the guy.
Right after the plane disappeared. I knew from that footage that it was probably they were going to find out who leaked that for sure, because it's not somebody with like a camera phone recording that. That was
right.
Somebody pulled that off a flash drive, off a skiff, and
so what was he charged with?
He was charged with espionage. They were going to put him away forever. It was the first incident of espionage by an active duty member of the Navy since the Cold War. So almost 40, 50 years.
And where is he being held?
Chesapeake is where I think they had him, but
where was the trial? Norfolk?
I'm not sure. I do know that he got abused during his.
This is all irrelevant because this man has nothing to do with those fake as hell CGI created hoaxes.
Pretrial detainment, and they wouldn't let him out of pretrial detainment because they were afraid of what he would say to the media, and they convinced him to take a plea deal. And it turns out there was no evidence of him actually sharing any information with anyone from China. They had to admit this later on after coming after him for espionage. And his family was in support, saying there was some kind of misunderstanding related to this. I think that he leaked those videos out of like not knowing what he was looking at and didn't realize how much damage he was doing to national security.
Well, she might
and
not
then they get him in a room where they're interrogating him, trying to figure out, who his connections, why did he leak that footage. And they find out
basically runs cold.
I mean, if he saw that an event happened like that that resulted in the death of everyone on that plane, his mistake was not claiming whistleblower status and doing it. So, but that can be corrected.
Yes.
So the question is, I'm getting very specific here.
Please.
This is my wheelhouse. Number one, there's no FOIA officer on the planet that would be able to have access to those files. This is the mistake all UFO people make and UAP people make. It's a parallel universe. There's a secret government programs that are corporate, super secret government hybrid entity that's above the president. It's above
she
the
doesn't
Congress.
drink.
It's
I thought you said she doesn't blink.
Members
she just
of
blinked.
the senior folks.
Don't worry, friends. Raven's still alive.
You know, I mean, even guys who have rotated through as the director of the Defense Intelligence Agency have been blocked from this information. So the idea that some bureaucrat desk jockey who looks at FOIA requests is going to have that, even if he wanted to release it, in a million years he would never have access. So you can save your ink. Number two,
he's given Ashton an out for why he'll not find anything through the FOIA system. Not that the files don't exist, that they won't let them out.
The fact
it's
is
just conspiracy thinking on top of conspiracy thinking on top of conspiracy thinking.
This particular gentleman.
3 more to get to halfway to the goal. If we get halfway, I'll do this whole fucking video.
Okay.
Let's go. Let's get some support, friends.
Lynn, he is. Did he actually ever state that he released that footage or no?
No, and he hasn't, and he had never.
So how do we know? So how do we know he?
Oh, good
how
question.
do we know he released it?
We don't.
I mean, depends on your level of evidence and proof that you want. But he changed his name legally 2 months after I started outing him on social media. Changed his name to Edward Soraya. The only way we found him actually was that we found him under his new name doing a promo video for his company. Which I'm not trying to ruin his life. I know he's the guy that leaked the videos. I just want him to respond. But he's showing his old photos from the Navy. And the weirdest part was this guy had been charged with espionage. What he leaked went to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. That's how serious it was. His lawyer said
that
the evidence in question was available.
Thanks for being a member.
His lawyer said that publicly. It's recorded document. And his lawyer said that he was investigated. Investigation began April 2nd, 2014. This is less than a month after the plane disappeared. And that the footage that was available on the internet said received March 12th, 2014. That's 4 days after the plane disappeared. So the person that uploaded it, if they're telling the truth, they got it right away. Somebody saw it right away. They panicked. They released it. Edward Lynn changed his name. I had been trying to contact him. Couldn't get in touch with him. Finally, someone found his lawyer, Larry D. Youngner. And they actually had a conversation with him where he said something about the feds bringing satellite video into the case. Now, this is secondhand, so I can't corroborate that. I reached out to Larry Youngner half a dozen times, maybe more. Wouldn't pick up the phone, never returned a phone call, eventually turned off his phone entirely, and it's been off ever since.
Yeah, because
I found Edward Lynn's recent phone number. Somebody else was able to get a connection with it. Actually was on a live stream, called him on the live stream where you can hear his voice on the voicemail. And what I told him was that I don't even necessarily want him to come out as a whistleblower.
The land of
I think that to counter your point, I think that what they're doing is technically legal. I mean, yes, I would say if the public were to know about it, we would all say it's absolutely illegal. I mean, there was 239 people on that plane, but I think it's being covered under the PEDS and under nuclear weapons classifications.
Lady MPC.
Where normally we would say that that's
still
these are illegal covert operations, but I think they had a legal reason. I think Avril Haines was actually like the CIA deputy director at the time and became DNI. She was the one who was doing the legal justifications for Obama to do drone strikes. She would have been the one probably writing the legal justification for this operation.
The mannequin,
as well.
yes.
And so this is the part. This is why Edward Lynn doesn't take whistleblower status because it's technically legal stuff that he's doing. And now he's in their good graces. I mean, he's doing videos where he's talking about promoting stuff for the VA and for veterans. And you're like, if this was a spy.
So wait, this gentleman did or didn't go to prison?
He did. He got a 9-year sentence. So they took a plea deal. And they drop the espionage charges and they just give them like willful retention of classified data, which if you look at common sentencing for that, it's like a year.
Now,
a year to 3 years, usually get probation. He got 9
training
years.
in the law. 9
years, and they give him 3. They cut off 3 for good behavior, and he had been in prison too. So he even tested. I'd look at his appeals. He even argued in his appeals how disproportionate his sentence was. And the military had people come in and testify as to what he did was so serious. But all the stuff that they released publicly about why he was a danger for national security was all just mundane emails. Like he never had really done anything wrong that they could actually point to, and they could never show the video.
Okay, we're going too much on the weeds on that because of the limit of time here. I think the point here I'm trying to make is the underlying technology that had been used that exists is not known by members of Congress and the president and the oversight committees. Therefore, the underlying programs are unconstitutional and treasonous. I don't care how many bureaucrats and corporate shills and lawyers that are corporate shills say otherwise. If the president and the people
Greer is
who
now the
constitutionally must oversee such operations are not or actively blocked.
She does got a horse face.
That's what we can prove is happening.
Yeah.
Not only in the Senate and the House, but in the White House over many
Raven ENC is not responding
because I'm the one who has conversations
barely
with
blinking
folks all the time. And so what at this point, if there's an underlying criminal operation,
Raven had some Rick Simpson oil, says Amber Gettin. She does look like Angela.
Everything else that flows from it is also illegal, and anything that is done in the furtherance of that under RICO statutes, racketeering, influence, corrupt organization, which is how we took on the mafia. All of those operations fall into it, and then the whistleblowers are protected. So even though it's called. Basically, this is when you're doing
a couple more years. He'll be doing defense commercials. I believe
a stovepipe. So you have a classified TSSCI stovepipe, but then they'll attach to it legitimate. And one of the ways they've kept the very illegal programs a sticky wicket is that
I told a horse something
he shouldn't have. Burned by exposing a legally overseen known operation by the senior gang of eight and the president, but attached and buried in
another 30-minute monologue
stovepipe within a stovepipe are the illegal criminal operations. This is a nuance that no one is looking at, and it imperils that in and of itself is another felony. If you are committing a treasonous and unconstitutional act on something related to UAPs and what have you, and use a legitimate top secret program to further that secrecy, that is.
The goal ends in 8 minutes, and we are 13 from the goal. It looks like our streak is coming to an end, my friends, but it was good while it lasted. So thank you all for the support. 13 in 8 minutes, never going to happen.
It's compounding it, and it is another felony. It's another criminal act. So that's how that all falls apart. And this gets to then
these are Greer's standard talking points. Illegal government projects, corruption.
Key people in this case, assuming
misuse of funds,
they're still living.
Unconstitutional.
And you mentioned the woman who saw the plane on fire and things like that. They would have to be subpoenaed. And then they would have to testify under oath. If it's a U.S. citizen.
I love that episode that we did of them arguing. Yes.
Agent, and they lie. That's a felony.
He's kept the super chats away.
The law enforcement
he's too boring.
Would then have to say, all right, because they've already concluded. I can tell you this: senior law enforcement and certain members of Congress have already concluded that these and certain key people in the administration have concluded these operations related to UAPs are in fact part of a massive RICO criminal organization, and at that point. Everything can be rolled up in it. Now, obviously, there would be legitimate covert programs, drone programs, or telemetry, satellite monitoring. But to the extent that
Ashton Forbes looks totally defeated. I really thought that Dr. Greer would just agree with my scam. Why is he saying my scam's not good? Look at Ashton. He looks defeated. He looks beat up and defeated. It's one of those things, friends. Look at him. He's looking down, kind of scary. Amber Gettin with one for the goal. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Hearing the call of the goal, even when it looks like it might not happen, we still believe.
Raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
Thank you very much, Amber Gettin, for your kindness and continued support. Much, much appreciated. And we have Grass Toucher with 10. Okay, you baited me. All right, I'm going to bait everybody else. Thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support, including you channel memberships, including Mike Larry, who gifted 20 Truth Seekers memberships, and including you fine and generous Kick supporters, like Yeti or Not, who gifted 1 sub, and Ralph Family Treasure, who became a sub. Thank you all for the support, and thank you, Grass Toucher, who just got baited into giving me $10. I'll bait you 10 more times there, Grass Toucher. Thank you.
Praise the gas, praise the gas, praise the gas.
Thank you very much, Grass Toucher, and all of you. And Maria CC says, praise the goal. Praise the goal. Thank you, Maria CC, for chiming in and hearing the call of the goal.
Praise the gas, praise the gas.
4 minutes and 41 seconds left, and we're at 11 of 20. Unless we get 9 in 4 minutes, the goal streak ends. Oh no, Amber getting with another one. Greer mask. Yes.
Praise the gas, praise the gas, praise the gas.
All right, Amber Geddon, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. But we're still, where we at? 4 minutes left, and we need 9. 9 more in 4 minutes. Oh no, the goal streak will end. I could start another goal for 9 or 10, and we'll just count it when we hit the 10, right? Maybe we'll do that. Oh, Michael Siebold is here with 1 for the goal. Hearing the call of the goal, 8 to...
Praise the gas, praise the gas, praise the gas.
To the wire, down to the wire. It is a nail biter. It is a nail biter. Will we hit it? Can we hit it, friends? Can we hit it? I don't know, but Katie Death Squad just chimed in. So when is collaboration between Stephen and David, since they are both gay? Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. They should be collaborating. Thank you, Katie Death Squad, and thanks for being a member, and thanks for the support.
Praise the gas, praise the gas, praise the gas.
All right, and I'm checking it in. 3 minutes and 20 seconds, and we need 6 more to get there. One moment here. Amber Geddon says, praise the cash. Another one from Amber Geddon. Thank you for your kindness.
Praise the gas, praise the gas, praise the gas.
3 minutes remaining, and we need 6 more. That means 2 every 30 seconds or something. Wow. Oh no. Oh no. We have momentum. Yes. Oh, why? Just extend the timer, says Frank Pirro. I will probably do that. Yes, I will. Oh, Sheila Radler is chiming in with 1 more.
Praise the gas, praise the gas.
Wait, and that means, 1 second. That means that we are, oh, wait a minute. Let me check back in here. Sheila Radler says, blarb. Thank you, Sheila Radler, and praise the cash. 5 to go in 2 minutes and 18 seconds. 5 more to go. The momentum is there. Will we hit it? Or will I have to extend it? I might have to extend it. Thank you, Sheila Radler, and thank all you last-minute people who chimed in here. Thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. We've had Grass Toucher, Caney Death Squad, Amber Geddon, Sheila Radler. Thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. Arlene, the pressure, folks. No pressure, folks. Yeah, there is pressure. 1 minute and 39 seconds. I'm just going to kill the goal. And then I will extend it and ask for another 5. Oh, 4 to go. Michael Siebold with another one. Thank you, Michael Siebold.
Praise the gas, praise the gas.
We're going to get it. We're going to get it. 3 more in, let's see, 1 minute and 16 seconds. 3 more. Oh, I think we might do it. We might do it. Charlie Troll with 1 for the goal. Donate, dagnammit. Yes.
Praise the gas, praise the gas.
Racing through here to get them all. Katie Death Squad, Wilcock, Dr. Greer is going to debrief me. I'm very excited.
Praise the gas, praise the gas, praise the gas.
Right, and we are at, let me see, 2 to go with 45 seconds remaining. 2 to go with 45 seconds remaining. Thank you all for the last minute rally. Amber Geddon, There's one to go. Who will do the goal hitting super chat? Ambergeddon almost there with 19.
Raise the cash.
Much. And Echo Bats. I think Echo Bats got us over the hump. 20. Man, this is amazing. Amazing. Thank you, Echo Bats. And I'm sorry for racing through these. We just hit it with 12 seconds left. There was 12 seconds left in the goal when Echo Bats got it. Ashton Forbes is a ridiculous fool. I think Greer is disgusted by him already. He's not ready for pro grifting yet. Yeah. And I see Alien Science is here. The whole thing makes me want to throw up. Jeremy, I have to talk to you off air about something important. So maybe I can call you or you can call me. Text me. You know my phone number, or DM me a cell phone number I could reach you at, because I'm always going through cell phones. I think because I'm always working outside the charging port. I've been through 3 phones in the past less than 3 years. The charging port always goes on these things. But this time I don't have my phone with me. I have a phone case now that has a protector for the charging port. It was that or the self-charger or the wireless charging ones, but I've heard bad things about them. So in any case, I have trouble with my contacts because I never update them, and I just get a new phone and hope the people I need to contact will just text me again. Remember, I'm visually impaired. I hate the phones. Yes, we slid into the goal at the last minute, but not only did we hit the goal, but there was an extra $100 from gifted memberships tonight and an extra $10 from Kick support tonight. So we far exceeded the goal. And boy, let's continue. We've got 32 minutes more to go. And then I'll put on the Stephen Greer mask and I'll take any questions as Dr. Stephen Greer from the audience.
Those are being used, and you'd have to you then have to redact certain things, but say
UFO octagon money machine,
like plasmas or plasmoids to create. We have a whistleblower who has said it was an Einstein-Rosen bridge that gets created by that system.
You know the amount of energy that would be required to create an Einstein-Rosen bridge? I'm not a physicist or a mathematician. Alien Scientist is in the audience. The amount of energy required to create an Einstein-Rosen bridge would be, I think, something like the energy of multiple suns, right? Of all their energy for their entire lifetime or something crazy like that. So when these grifters throw around terms like, well, we just create an Einstein-Rosen bridge, come on, right? Like the amount of energy required to do that is enormous. And we can't harness that amount of energy. No way, no how. So while Einstein-Rosen bridge is theoretically possible, as is creating artificial gravity, or not gravity, but wormholes, you know, they kind of like, they talk in this pseudoscience jargon and they sound convincing, but when you know the actual science behind, you know, like here, we'll just Google. I don't know. I haven't Googled this. Right? I'm just going to ask Google, and we'll try AI mode as well. How much energy would it take to create an Einstein-Rosen bridge? How much energy would it take to create that? To create and sustain a transversible Einstein-Rosen bridge wormhole, that's what the scientific term for it is, Einstein-Rosen bridge, commonly called a wormhole, would require an amount of energy far beyond the capabilities of current human technology, involving both immense conventional energy and the use of theoretical substance with negative energy. Colossal energy for space-time manipulation. Creating a wormhole involves severely warping the fabric of space-time. The amount of energy needed is theorized to be at least equivalent of a planet's or even a star's mass compressed into an impossibly small region. So in other words, it's not entirely impossible, but it's very improbable. But here Greer just talks about Oh yeah, I have a whistleblower who say they just create Einstein-Rosen bridges. In other words, they just create wormholes. Well, you need the amount of energy in an entire sun compressed into a tiny area to do that. How are you doing that? We can't do that. Alien Science says, I'm still waiting for these people to demonstrate anything they talk about experimentally. Well, that's the problem. And it's ignorant comments like, Jeremy's a real physicist, and it must irk him. Like, I'm not a physicist, I'm not a scientist, but I'm not retarded, Jeremy. So I know that when these people say shit like, well, I have a whistleblower who says they just create wormholes. Well, yeah, they're okay, but there's one problem with that. The amount of energy required is so ridiculous. There's no way humans can harness that much energy. Where are you getting the energy of an entire sun, an entire star? And how are you compressing it down to like a pinhole size or whatever you require to do this? It's just ridiculous that they say this shit, not realizing how entirely ignorant and, stupid it makes them look. That's an ignorant statement to make. Oh, well, my whistleblower said they just create wormholes. One problem with that, you can't, because the amount of energy required is ridiculous and we can't harness that much. No way, no how. Full stop.
Where it just looks like it vanishes. And, if in fact that plane on fire vanished and quote unquote teleported over to off the coast of Africa, that's totally doable. People don't realize.
And by the way, that's another problem for Ashton. Hey, Ashton, you said that they teleported or pushed that plane into a wormhole. Do you know how much energy is required to create an artificial wormhole that is stable? At least the amount of energy in an entire sun for its entire lifetime. So one big problem with your stupid fake conspiracy theory too. Any real scientist would tell Ashton Forbes that basically you're a lunatic.
Ability does.
And some real scientists, including this Professor Dave, did say that all of his pseudoscience. And by the way, when I see alien scientists in our audience, right up there with do space beamer nonsense, you're right. A lot of the fake science that Ashton Forbes has and talks about, he stole from the APEC conferences that Jeremy Rise, Alien Scientist, runs with real scientists. They talk about theoretical things like wormholes and artificially created anti-gravity or, super advanced plasma-based propulsion. Jeremy and his science group talk about things that make my brain hurt. Like, I just don't think I'm smart enough. It gives me a headache sometimes. Like, if they keep it dumbed down for mortals, I can kind of understand what they talk about. But all Ashton did was watch a lot of Jeremy Rise videos on the science of the exotic sciences, plasma technology, artificial wormholes, bending space-time, and that sort of thing. But he basically bastardized some of the information that Jeremy has put out that is really scientifically valid, and he's twisted it to fit his stupid conspiracies. That's basically what he's done.
Exists and has existed for.
And by the way, Ashton Forbes' grifting partner was at a lot of those conferences that Jeremy ran. So his grifting partner in the free energy scam went to Jeremy Rice's channel, soaked up all the science that he could, but then he gets it wrong too, and then claimed that blue chicken aliens, I think, taught him these advanced physics. No, Jeremy Rice, alien scientist, and his friends taught you that advanced physics that you get wrong, you loser, you bum.
For some time.
Yeah, it just won a Nobel Prize. I mean, macroscopic quantum tunneling, 2025. I'm on Tim Pool like 6 months ago saying that's what they did to the plane. There's a difference between the conceptual understanding of it, which is a wormhole,
right,
which is a geometric shape, versus the actual physical mechanism that allows.
Well, that makes sense.
Which is manipulating the 0 point energy. Like the 0 point energy is the distance between here and there, because the 0 point energy is space time itself. So if in quantum tunneling you reduce the barrier, reducing the barrier is reducing the 0 point energy. And that's why I think
somebody's watched a little bit too much Star Trek Voyager.
Like how you got in touch with him, because he's the guy I think is working with the CIA.
I always laugh about that with Star Trek technology. Like they come up with some cool stuff like transwarp, The Borg, they don't use regular warp technology. They use trans warp technology so they can go further in space faster. And then enhanced warp drive. A lot of that came from Star Trek Voyager. So I think these guys watch too much science fiction.
To determine when these weapons are deployed, that goes above the president, according to the presidential executive emergency action documents. And so
he's been an operative of this group for decades. Yeah. Totally.
Yeah. And he knows about this. He actually responded to a couple of my emails, but he's playing coy, of course, with it. But he's the one that has this polarizable vacuum model where he's basically saying that if you want to manipulate the 0-point energy, use electromagnetism. Well, nothing has more condensed electromagnetism than a thermonuclear weapon, specifically an A neutron.
Ashton does like a worm in his hole.
Conversion to electricity. So that's what I think they're using to do this. But the problem I think you're going to have is that
people have to understand what he's talking about is not like we think of it.
Yes, buy me a beer or a coffee. I'll call it out on air. We haven't gotten one in a while.
Make a distinction when people hear what you said. Yeah,
because
people don't understand. You need to define that a little because people are thinking boom.
Yeah, and this is the thing. This is what people have to wrap their brain around. With nuclear weapons in 1945.
I love how Greer is critiquing his grifting style. Like, you need to do better with your grift here. Let me help you figure out how to grift better, Ashton.
Are not the same as nuclear weapons of 2014 or 2025. One of the first things they were trying to do is get rid of the heat, get rid of the radiation, and just have it be pure energy conversion. This is aneutronic fusion, meaning no neutrons are being released. So instead, you get pure electricity, pure energy. And I think that's what they're using on that plane. But then this brings a big problem up because now, like you said, they could be rolling this up into classifications that are perfectly legal from thermonuclear weapon. Or
he definitely used anal beads.
That's what they do.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what they
do.
We
know that's what they do. We absolutely know that's what they do. So and that's how they burn. By the way,
he pulls them out. He pulls one out every time Greer agrees with his scam.
Close. I know a couple of key investigators. One, a very senior one for Senate Intelligence.
Here's another bluff.
Got too close, but what was wrapped around the illegal program were some things that were legal. That he
I don't scam my audience.
And so then
I'm gonna wear the mask. Don't worry.
It's a honeypot. It's a sting. But that in of
I
itself,
gotta find some glasses.
To use a legitimate classified project as a sting for hiding a criminal operation, that is an even more serious crime. So this is where the whistleblowers and investigators like yourself need to understand this because, you cannot, and I've said this since the 90s, the foundation of the whole disclosure movement is that we were able to prove by me having meetings with very senior people who, if the programs were being run legally, would know. And they had,
this is all fiction.
Absolutely were not read in. And this is Bill Clinton. This is the CIA.
He can't prove he ever met with any president. He can't prove he ever met with any senator, except for Harry Reid, I think. Right. And he was in one meeting with a high-ranking government official, but he only got there because Edgar Mitchell was the point man on that. But other than that, all of his stories are exaggerated, embellished, and he doesn't name names. You'll notice he's like, I met with a high-ranking intelligence official. What's their name? Because when he does name names, they call him out on his bullshit. Greer is just the worst, man. Just total disinformation, misinformation, nothing real.
Director. This is General Patrick Hughes, who is head of the Defense Intelligence Agency. This is Admiral Tom Wilson, head of J2, head of intelligence for the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Tom Wilson is who he had a meeting
chairman
with
of the House Oversight Committee in the 90s.
And Tom Wilson said that the Wilson Davis notes are a work of fiction. And he only took the meeting with Greer because Edgar Mitchell is an American hero astronaut, and he didn't want to say no to Edgar Mitchell. So, again, he's never briefed anybody. He's never had meetings with high-ranking officials. He's never been in a government skiff. In one of his movies, he said that he was routinely going into the basement of the Pentagon, going in top secret meetings. Well, there'd be some proof if you actually did that. You didn't. You are a scumbag and a grifter and a lying scumbag at that.
And he's Dan Burton, who was trying to find out about this and was blown off and threatened. and on and on and on. So this is not crap I've drug off the internet by Googling things. This is 30 some years of direct meetings with people that if these programs were legal, they would have been read on to them and known about it. And this is the foundation of people coming forward.
Same old Greer talking points. Oh, I had all these meetings with high-ranking officials. Trust me, bro. Well, why aren't you in any of the presidential libraries if you briefed every president? The only thing he's ever done is send a letter to the White House. Any moron, including me, can send a letter to the White House. It doesn't mean I briefed the president. He shouldn't be allowed to say that. It's a form of consumer fraud.
And being able to avail themselves of whistleblower protection. So one thing I want to say is anyone who knows about this case, we do have a law enforcement team that can
There is no proof.
Protection, surveillance, as well as whistleblower protection.
Yeah, I didn't just get my crap off the internet like you, Ashton.
Involving RICO that are ongoing and that this gets rolled up into. And if there are people like that, they don't need to be out there on a limb.
A lot of morons
They need to come in and be part of that network. And I'm a direct liaison to that task force. So
yeah, if I
think
jump in, I want to just add there that if anybody does have info about this, I suggest you go to Dr. Greer. His people can get in touch with me if you want to. I'm not very easy to get in touch with directly, and he has the resources to vet and make sure, because I know for a fact there's thousands of people who know that's wide area motion imagery, and they know that's Gorgon stare. And and the thing is, like, this is the part about disclosure. It's tough. Like, what I've learned is Congress has no idea. You're right. They have no clue whatsoever. And I'm not even sure they should know, just my personal opinion, because when we're talking about these thermonuclear weapon secrets, like, they're going to get out. I think
he does never
the part where
shut up.
I kind of diverge a little with you, and not saying I disagree, because I agree with you on a lot, is that I don't think you can disclose part of it without disclosing all of it. Like, once you realize that we can create these plasmoids that are these stabilized plasma shapes and forms that can create these weapons, they are also an unlimited energy source forever. It's the perfect fusion, essentially. But so the problem is now, once you want one piece of it, you get all of it to come out. And I think this is where they struggle. And then to what you said about...
Oh, it is. No, this is why we've said for years. I mean, if you look at the things in our archive that I wrote to President Clinton after I briefed his CIA director.
He sent a letter to the White House.
Certain aspects of
and the CIA director said he was never briefed by you. He sat next to you at a social event and you talked his ears off about aliens. You didn't brief him, you fucking lying scumbag. Stop saying that lie. There's a letter from the person he just claimed that he briefed, Woolsey, the CIA director, that corrects him and says, you, sir, didn't give me a briefing, not an official one, not one I asked for. You sat near me and my wife at a social function. So it was a setup so that Greer could brag to his moron, retard cult members that he's somebody important that the government respects and get asked for briefings. The craft are here to stay. Greer is insufferable. Same lies over and over again. He goes to like the Nazi school of lying. If you say a lie long enough and loud enough, it must be true.
Or ways to configure what you're talking about into energy systems that would ameliorate the biosphere problems and in poverty. And there are ways those can be applied that are clearly a weapon system. Those applications have to be completely kept secret and regulated and what have you. But, look, everyone knows we have thermonuclear bombs, so you can't go to Ace Hardware and buy one. You can have a tanker filled with, fuel, gasoline, and run it into a stadium and blow up a couple thousand people. Look, at a certain point, and this gets into a larger question. We're stuck. I did a movie a couple years ago called The Lost Century. You may have seen it.
My favorite.
And we're basically stuck. We're stuck in the late 1800s, maybe, if you count power plants, nuclear power plants, the mid 1940s, 50s.
Yeah, that's the movie that he collected $500,000 to make, and it looks like shit. There's no way he spent $500,000 on that movie. I call bullshit on that as well.
Fission.
He collected $500,000, and then he sold the movie for profit, even to the morons that funded him to the tune of $500,000. He's a great grifter, Stephen Greer.
Nuclear power, which is basically a big steam engine, heating
He's
water.
lying again. You know he's
That's all it
lying
is.
because his
I mean,
lips
if
are
people don't
moving.
realize a modern nuclear power plant is a big steam engine, like the choo-choo trains of the 1800s going across the West. I mean, people are not very literate about science, to be honest with you. But that means that our civilization is going to have to, at some point, evolve socially and politically to where at least the first tier of these technologies come out. And the other problem with the
energy will never
extreme
be
secrecy on this, the skullduggery and misuse of those technologies, like if this is actually what happened to those innocent people, that's what we're talking about. But I have worse cases. I have a case where 250,000 people were killed.
Oh, come on.
By the deployment of a type of directed energy weapon over the fault line off of Indonesia.
Uh-oh. Is Greer talking about Jewish space lasers? A directed energy weapon killed 250,000 people. Well, why wasn't that on the news? Why can't I find any proof that 250,000 people were obliterated by a directed energy weapon? Could it be because this is total horseshit, Stephen Greer? What? How do you make claims like that and not provide any evidence? Too bad. Alien scientist says, yeah, sorry, guys, I am done with it all. Wasted 20 years of my life trying to move humanity forward, and now I just need to worry about myself and my kid because there's no money in UFOs. Not if you do it honestly. If you want to just lie on YouTube like this clown, 250,000 people got killed by Jewish space lasers. A directed energy. Well, he didn't say Jewish space lasers. But I think that's what a lot of people mean when they say directed energy weapons killing people on Earth or controlling people on Earth. They mean the Jewish space lasers, right? It's a David Icke thing, I think. And the fact that he just said that with a straight face, I know of a case where 250,000 people got killed in Indonesia by directed energy weapons. You want to provide some proof of that? Or is this just another in a long list of hundreds of your fake bullshit, trust me, bro stories?
It caused that massive tsunami and earthquake that killed 250,000 people. And that I have.
Yeah, if they had that tech, there would be no Qatar.
Contract vessel that went down there and detonated that thing. But it's not an explosion. It's a directed energy type of system, like a directional EMP scalar system.
That's true.
They're also being
That's
used
true, Arlene.
to
They want the
down
fantasy.
craft. I've been at 2 black sites recently where we have whistleblowers who are at those sites where these systems are used to down non-human vehicles, and inadvertently, which ties into the MH370, down private civilian aircraft that happen to get in the way. And they'll just take them, they crash, they incinerate them to powder and get rid of the bodies.
Yeah, that's not directed energy weapon. That's a tsunami.
And the remains of whether it's a Cessna or whatever it is. Now, these sorts of atrocities are ongoing. And the man-made UFOs that are made by Lockheed Northrop and my uncle's old company, Northrop Grumman, and Raytheon.
No proof his uncle ever worked for those companies. He also claimed that his uncle worked on the NASA moon landers. No proof of that. I checked with a NASA space historian. And I checked under both his mother's maiden name and his, the name Greer. Nobody under his mother's maiden name or his father's name, Greer, ever worked on the NASA moon landers like he has claimed. He is a top tier bullshitter.
And a few other, Boeing and Skunk Works, by the way, are the same entity on this engineering. A lot of people don't know that they are.
Thank you, Blackfish. I'm going to leave that up. Encourage more of this. We need more of this.
Criminal activity going on.
More beer money.
And then the worst is that we are not alone in the cosmos, and we have a bunch of people with these.
Anyway, Blackfish chiming in with $10 saying beer money. Yes, that's extra over and above the goal. So anything over and above the goal, yeah, that should be beer money. Thank you, Blackfish, for your kindness, generosity, and support. I keep forgetting to do it, but this weekend I definitely am going to do it. Does anybody ever see those Heineken keg cans that make draft beer for you? You get like 15 or 12 or 15 beers out of one of those big keg cans. I'm going to do one of them this weekend, Blackfish, and I will put your $10 directly towards that. And I will raise my glass to you when I do that. So thank you, Blackfish.
Raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
All right, let's get back to the cavalcade of bullshittery. We've got 22 minutes more to go, 23 minutes more to go, 24 minutes to go.
They're a hammer in the whole universe.
Thank you, Blackfish. Praise the cash.
And so what's happened is that you have an out-of-control group, not supervised, and known by the people or their representatives. And so at a certain point, if you're going to endorse that, then you're endorsing a totalitarian covert state. That
Plan D's getting
democracy
paged by his
trumps
wife. You
any
better go
the
see what
interests
she
of the
wants.
people. But then who's watching the hen house?
Yeah.
Right.
No.
I mean, the foxes are in the hen house. So these guys who are doing this, to be honest with you, are committing all
More dark
manner
chocolate
of dangerous scenarios and abusing those technologies. So while at the one hand, yes, any technology can be turned into, I'm a trauma doctor. So, I've seen a knife used. You can put butter on your bread or slit someone's throat. I've seen both. No problemo. Easy. But so the question becomes,
what? You can put butter on your bread or slash
who
the
is
throat.
going to be the guardians of that? Who makes these decisions? And is it relegated to a group of, quite frankly, totalitarian fascists who want to run the world into the ground and control things as masters of the universe?
Thank you for being ludicrous. And praise the cash, bitches. This is quite the panel.
Because they got on this path without thinking, how do you get out of it?
Thank you, long-time show supporter, Lord Ludicrous.
This path. What we're trying to do, quite frankly, and this is why I have a lot of support from people inside these covert programs, is to give an exit path, a pathway out. But it's going to have to be done reasonably. And I 100% agree with you. These technologies that are a short path to weaponization and offensive uses can't be allowed to go out there. On the other hand, the whole subject matter, if it remains out of public view and oversight, these extraordinary abuses, a short list that I've just given you,
extraordinary abuses that he can't prove.
We're talking kidnapping, embezzlement of trillions of dollars.
He can't prove any of this.
The downing of civilian aircraft.
He can't prove
the
that.
Trafficking in humans.
He can't prove
the trafficking in drugs and weapons.
He can't prove that.
The complete subversion of the law.
He has no proof of that.
How far do you let an organization go off the rails before something happens to bring them back? Now, are there
this is just
reasonable
Greer's attempt to paint the UFO disclosure gatekeepers as criminals?
Yes. But at the same time,
they're the bad guys in his
power.
fantasy.
This is what
stories.
Eisenhower warned about. Beware of the military-industrial complex.
JFK
and he
too.
said it because
nobody ever witnessed him being a doctor. That's correct.
So let me add a few more pieces of details on that, because I know that Rubio knows about the videos, because I saw a private email that had a bunch of military intelligence people on it, and he was on it, and they're talking about ball lightning and cold explosions from
the
Tom
ZZ
Bearden,
top secret mission.
About those videos. And so I think that we're never going to probably get disclosure from the government, because like you said, it's all tangled up together. Even Lockheed's tangled this, the defense contractors are. They've been giving preferential treatment to their buddies and the people that are in the know and all this stuff. What I want to point out is the sigma categorizations from nuclear weapons. Sigma number 1 is hydrodynamics, as in magnetohydrodynamics, which is control of plasma with magnetic fields. And then number 11, sigma 11 is inertial confinement fusion, which is one of the main methods of producing fusion. The NIF is what, National Ignition Foundation. So the problem is, this stuff is all tangled together. It's all tangled up together. And if it were to get exposed, lots of people have criminal. I mean, like you said, you listed some of the crimes that are out there. And we're talking, we don't know what happened to those people. That could be kidnapping, that could be murder that happened to those people on that plane. And that's just one example. What I would suggest for you might want to follow up on is Charles Chase of Lockheed Martin. He was the leader of the Revolutionary Technologies Division of Lockheed Martin Skunk Works. He responded to me, and he worked with Ben Rich.
It's all about Ben Rich. Two mental patients.
That was like they were working together on the F-117 Nighthawk, where they almost certainly incorporated some of these electrogravitic effects into it. He's the one that convinced the CXOs of Lockheed Martin to work on this compact fusion reactor. And it went dark in 2018, but his resume...
Are you one of the people that has been messaging me to call you? People do that to me a lot, and they don't tell me what they want to talk about. If you tell me what you need to talk to me about, maybe I would, but I'm not just calling random people that give me their phone number and say, I need to talk to you, Stephen, because quite often that leads into a schizophrenic rabbit hole, and I don't know who some of these people are contacting me. He always talks about being a trauma doctor, but I haven't heard one person come online and say, yeah, Dr. Greer saved my life. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of controversy about, I believe he did go to medical school. I verified that much.
Where he moved on to Unlab says that project was successful.
And somebody sent me a bunch of history and information on his medical career, but I haven't had time to process it all. Maybe we'll do a separate episode on that and see if we can't, verify or fact check some of those claims.
And that it's breathing on its own. So he brags about being the one to convince them to work on that.
Yeah,
and if
Ed
you watch
Rich always looks
talks
quoted.
about
Yep.
unlimited range, no fuel on board for this fusion reactor, and using it as propulsion flying around, which is I think exactly what we're seeing in those videos.
Yeah,
couple
he
last
figured out UFO grifting
is
is much more.
By the way, but just so people, you keep using the word nuclear. 100% of everyone listening is thinking radioactive material and ionizing radiation. Just to be clear, that's not what Ashton's talking about. But
no, aneutronic. Everyone needs to get that into their lexicon. Aneutronic fusion, because I've learned
but
that
nobody knows what that is either. Nobody knows what that is.
Think direct energy conversion. What we imagine like nuclear energy being, that's what aneutronic fusion is. Like we're actually putting the atoms together, and then we getting out of this pure electricity, not turning into heat and then boiling some water and then spinning the turbine.
Right.
That's why aneutronic is so big.
Well,
so
we know he got
fusion
fired for being
and
incompetent.
Tri-Alpha Energy, I think, are the only two fusion companies currently working on it. Both got funded by the DOE. They have Mithril Capital,
West Virginia,
Peter Thiel
thanks,
connected with them. So
yeah, so he did
if you
go to
want,
medical school.
It's not stock advice, but I'm just saying, take a look at those companies. But I want to help out with a little bit of the science and physics, because I hear you explain the physics, the concepts of what they have. They have, we're talking replicators. We're talking, at least in the future, teleportation being possible.
Somebody's been watching Star Trek too much.
ER equals EPR, which is Einstein-Rosen wormhole is equivalent to Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen quantum entanglement. Quantum entanglement is just a tiny version of a wormhole scaled up, and we know quantum entanglement's real.
Yeah, one thing people forget, if you look, I know it's very politically incorrect to read, but if you do read, those of you listening, the original Disclosure book and then the book Unacknowledged that went with that film in 2017, there is a whistleblower who was in the Air Force at a base in Canada in 1953, 72 years ago, where they had an electronic system that could, quote, teleport objects, not particles, from one side of the base to the other. And it's sort of funny because what they were doing back then,
another bullshit story, another Trust Me Bro story. How many Trust Me Bro stories are going to tell in one show?
Reappearing at another. This is 72 years ago. The other thing I remind people is the week that Ben Rich, who had been president of the Lockheed Skunk Works, died. My friend, who was aerospace, Jim, said, "Look,
another anonymous source.
He was only a few days to live." And Ben Rich said, "Look, anything you can imagine that you've seen at Star Trek or something like that, we've already done at the Lockheed Skunk Works. It's not at Area 51. It's out in the desert. I've been out there.
Just spitting out words he doesn't even know the meaning of to sound smart. Ashton is a clown.
But what I think people need to understand is that he said that 30 years ago in 1995. And the technology curve just keeps going up, right? So one thing to remember, and this is where this is actually very dangerous, if you have an unchecked, powerful entity that has access to that kind of technology that are not necessarily guided by the best interests of the world and the people.
He's never proven any of this.
This is where we could get in a very big problem, not only with what they are doing,
his attempt to paint the Disclosure gatekeepers as the bad guys.
Civilizations that are less than amused by this technology curve that's now being deployed against them. This is what no one's thinking.
The aliens are pissed
off
at us.
You have to click this up to a higher level of analysis to realize what the threat matrix is by having a group like this go on unchecked and having all access to technologies without any supervision from the people, the media, the government leaders, and what have you. And this is not to say that as I receive information, if there's anything that is a operating schematic, I redact it because I know that a lot of this technology can't be set loose on the planet.
Or he
could have a
redacts it
terrorist in
because he knows the documents
deliver
are fake.
a fierce weapon over Washington D.C. in 2 or 3 seconds.
He's been caught.
Not minutes.
Because
if you're dealing, so if you're collapsing space time that
he
way,
claims are real
this
for
is
a
not
long
something
time.
you want out to just every Tom, Dick, and Harry. On the other hand, there's a whole constellation of technologies that could come forward that would be very beneficial to humanity. But I think most importantly, and this is why you know, I gave up my medical career to invite whistleblowers to come forward that we
Wow.
keep putting out there to build it up. But I don't have any of legal authority whatsoever. You know, I don't run the FBI or DOJ or White House or Congress, nor do I want to be honest with you.
Oh man, what a bunch of
I've
word
never had
salad
an aspiration to be
nonsense.
involved with
Like,
government whatsoever. I just got
this every time I watch Greer, I'm like, does he really only have like 5 talking points that he uses over and over again? All these important people I briefed within the government, all my anonymous sources and high-ranking government officials feeding me information that I can't name. And when he does name one, it's because they're dead and they can't impeach his fake testimony. You know, he's very good at putting together this bullshit, this basic, complete and total horse shit that's evidence-free, trust me, bro stories. You know? Wow. One moment here. I have a great song about Ashton that I can play during the break. Let me see if I can't get that together, though. We're going to have to take a break so I can find this Greer mask. And let's check in here. 12 more minutes, something like that.
into it. But at the same time, we have a responsibility to guide and advise.
Same talking points.
Where an external
illegal
organization
brands, gatekeepers of
provide that
disclosure.
perspective, and it is being listened to by senior folks at the agency.
He's practically
and
senile.
But what I would say, you know, this gentleman who went to prison and then changed his name, that information, get the full information to me. If there are other whistleblowers out there that know of that event where 200 plus souls vanished, then that is something that needs to be looked at. And if there was a U.S. corporate or governmental involvement,
Forbes is so
that
happy.
needs to be gotten.
Greer's going to take my information and investigate it.
And other
yeah, because he's such a great investigator, Ashton, you fucking moron.
The action itself cannot.
He doesn't investigate any of his fake whistleblowers. You think he's going to investigate your Google
then they can do
right-click research garbage?
And that's what I would say is that I just want the action to not go unchecked. And I am happy to consult and advise any government officials that want to know my opinion, because I agree. I think that we have to be able to admit what we did. I mean, to that point, because I think that those families, they deserve justice. They deserve to know what happened. But at the same time, we need to protect national security. I'm a red, white, and blue blooded American. I love my country. I want to be safe. Trump talks about us having these weapons nobody understands, right? So I understand that, and this is why I push people for neutronic fusion, because to me, that's the avenue of getting what we need, which is unlimited green energy for the world to change everything. And it's still going to be disruptive. But we can avoid giving people thermonuclear weapons that would blow the whole planet up in an instant, right? We don't want our adversaries to have that. So last thought on this is that people wonder, how do you do this? The 0 point energy. The 0 point energy is a wave. If you squeeze that wave together, it's going to become amplified like this. And the portion that's above 0 is the positive energy. The portion below 0 is the negative energy. The negative energy is what we need for warp drives and wormholes. It's just a conceptual misunderstanding when it comes to PhD physicists not understanding this idea of negative energy. It's simply a matter of squeezing your 0 point energy waves and causing them to amplify and then isolating that. And this is what Hal Puthoff and Eric Davis say in all their papers. People need to read
Eric Davis
the
is a
Defense Intelligence
wackadoo.
Reference documents, the 38 papers that Hal Puthoff was bragging to Joe Rogan about.
Yeah, the Air Force said that was crackpot research, and they canceled the funding. Ashton Forbes, you moron! Did you know that? There's pictures of goddamn. There is actually pictures of like Einstein waving to Barney the dinosaur through a wormhole. That's what you're referencing here. That's what you are referencing as this great and accurate information, right? How in the world, right? I don't get it. I just don't get it. Like how are you citing these sources not knowing they're completely debunked as garbage sources, right? I don't know why, but I can't load this into this brand. Let's change brands for a moment here. While I for some reason I can't load the song I want into one moment here. All right, pardon the gross background. I'm going to try to load the song that I want here into the bumper system. Oh, now it will. The other brands are too filled up. You can only have 100 bumpers in each brand, which is kind of stupid. Like, here's all this space, but we can't let you use it in an organized fashion. And I apologize for that. Let's continue with this for a little while longer. Then we're going to do the Greer mask for the goal.
Everything is in there, including there's two ways to manipulate space-time. One is you could use these aneutronic fusion bombs, which is going to produce this huge amount of energy, and it's going to bend space-time because of E equals mc squared. You have this huge amount of mass energy. But the other way is super powerful lasers. So attosecond lasers, those just won the Nobel Prize in like 2023. The shorter your burst of energy is in time, the more condensed it is. And then this is something I haven't said to anybody. I was actually kind of uncomfortable about it, but there's another way to amplify those lasers, which is using a relativistic.
I can't believe I have to say this, but we don't really encourage or allow people to be making racist statements in our live chat. So if you have something against Black people or Jews or Puerto Ricans, or, you know, go in your own live chat and tell people that shit. Don't come in my live chat and tell people that. We have very simple rules here, and that is don't say anything racist or anti-Semitic, or, you know, everybody's got to be welcome here. I'm sure some of my users are Jewish, and they probably wouldn't appreciate somebody coming in the live chat talking about organized evil Jewry. You know, come on, man. Like, if you have those views, good for you, but you're not going to share hateful, nasty views about Black people or Jewish people or any kind of people in my live chat. We don't accept that. And we have very simple rules here. Like, most of you are very nice, and I never have to say this, but every once in a while, somebody comes in and is like, I'm just going to keep dropping racist comments until somebody stops me. Okay.
Plasma mirror. So the plasma itself can actually act as a mirror so that the laser beams bounce off inside of it. And if it's vibrating, which vibration is the secret to all of this, then you get these non-relativistic effects because it's vibrating so fast. This is like the dynamic Casimir effect, which takes the Casimir effect you know about. And all they do is they vibrate
to any members of the live chat.
By vibrating the walls, it can amplify the effect because of this motion, relative motion, just like with a Doppler effect when you're moving in and out like that. They can do the same thing with plasma itself.
Yes, we're nice here,
plasma
Patty.
perfectly
We want everybody to feel welcome.
So they really can produce these plasma balls that are self-sustaining, that amplify laser effects, and that can then manipulate space-time and use it like riding a wave.
Right. Yeah, and so this is where, you know, stepping up way out there is, you know, our planet and our species cannot continue living like we are on the planet. But if we live,
I'm glad to hear that, Larry Love. That's the way we like it. We like everybody to feel welcome.
Always at each other's throat over every
so we generally don't let anybody,
or this little piece of land here and there.
Shit in our live
we
chat.
can't go forward either, and this is why, you know, the foundational problem is that
is Greer running out of talking points yet? 11 minutes left,
and we're running out of time.
Yeah, he's still got time to squeeze a few more. Tell everybody about your secret mission with Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top, how you went to an underground base and saw alien technology that could regrow limbs and make crippled people walk again. Tell us about that, Greer.
Is that we're going to have to learn how to live together peacefully.
Or how the government offer you $2 billion to stop talking about aliens.
And not weaponizing everything we get our hands on. I mean, you know, that is one of the
I get it, but we have to
or the primate chimpanzee roots of Homo sapiens.
We have to enforce the rules evenly. I'm not going to let somebody come in and talk, you know, say a bunch of anti-Semitic stuff, just as I wouldn't if somebody came in and, you know, talked a bunch of racist stuff about Black people or any people, really. You know, like, we just want everybody to feel welcome here. So I get it. We have a pretty good crowd that's probably not like offended by somebody coming in the live chat and saying that stuff, but it was multiple comments that were anti-Semitic, clearly anti-Semitic. So, you know, at that point, you're not welcome here. Come back when you can behave.
To organize into war and kill everyone you disagree with or who looks different or sounds different. But that's fine when it's clubs and even machine guns or maybe even a jet. It ain't fine with this level of technology. And so this is on the horns of the dilemma where on a very deep level, when the final analysis, it's a social spiritual development that has to be concomitant with the technological. What's happened right now is our technology is way ahead of our social development, which is why we're still blowing each other up over nonsense and superstitions and beliefs and little strips of land here and there that don't amount to anything. But we have technologies that could obliterate the entire planet in the twinkling of an eye. And I think even worse than that, because we're so narcissistic as a species.
Yeah, Greer with his fake talking points. Oh, free energy can clean the globe of all pollution and all problems, and we'll live in a utopian society. Bullshit.
We're not alone. And the ones that are out there have been watching this for some time with increasing dismay. Ever since we detonated that first atomic bomb.
These two make Knapp and Corbell seem downright legit.
Of, quote, UFO, UAP activity coincided precisely with the detonation.
Yeah, this Raven woman is totally brainwashed.
Atomic bomb, and it's not by an accident.
The Greer cult Kool-Aid, man.
Very much related to this. And it still is, because they knew that once a species like ours sets on a path where we go through,
they have no idea who
level,
he is. That's right.
Of what happened in the 20th century of physics and science and technology into applied physics, but then taking that and turning it into a fearsome, a terrible weapon that could destroy all life on Earth. That's when a giant red flag.
She believes all of this. She's
and boy, do we have a big one flashing red above us. She's a cult member. I think that's you kind of have to put this into terms that people can understand. She hasn't moved in 90 minutes. But also that members of Congress or White House people can understand, because this science is unfortunately. One of the funny things I had, you mentioned Tom Bearden. Love Tom Bearden. We were very good friends. We were very close. Oh, yes. Yeah.
I wish I could have met him. There's a few engineers. Him and Paul Sizz was another guy that I saw you interview that I wish I could have met.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he's a wonderful guy. And one time I took Lieutenant Colonel Bearden up to some people in the Senate and Science Committee folks, and we were going to do a briefing, and I told him, before you go, you're going to have to learn to speak English.
He's been caught lying about briefings
not
times.
Not
out of Southern
200 geek talk, physics talk. And we went in there, but he couldn't do it. The guy was so brilliant, but it's like at the end, I could tell no one could follow. Maybe they could follow this but everything he said was like Swahili, and so I had to do a translation for them. But one thing I remind people, when you're talking to folks, whether it's media, the general public, Senate,
he claims a lot of shit like that. It's all fake.
None of them understand science.
Total fraud. This guy.
And most of their science advisors, that's who we were addressing, don't understand this level of science, because you're not learning that at MIT and Harvard. You're going to learn that in the Skunk Works, or someplace. So we have to learn to discuss it in a way that brings it to earth and define our terms. AI? But I also think that what you're doing is important. I would say we need to put out a call, and I'm doing that right now, to people who are knowledgeable of what really happened. There are people who know. And I do think that this gentleman who went to prison,
you're joking about Jewish space lasers or Jewish pimps and their space blimps, I know you're joking.
Could be interrogated.
That's fine.
And he would not be able to not answer the questions on something that's a mass murder criminal case that did involve either U.S. technology companies or U.S. Military or intelligence personnel. I mean,
Raven's right hand is reaching for the value.
The prerogative for the rule
she just
of law
clock watched. Yeah, she's like, how much more of this shit do I have to listen to?
So
I would hope so. I think he needs a pardon, though. Honestly, I mean, the only way I could see him talking to his plea deal would have something in there that says that he's
been caught lying about these briefings many times.
You can get immunity, and this is the other thing. People listening, the folks I'm talking
with, and also there's Grant Levac in Australia. Greer once claimed that he briefed a high-ranking Australian government person, and Grant Levac got an on-the-record statement proving that was a complete and total lie. And the name of the person escapes me, but he's been caught lying about briefing people so many times, and he keeps saying it. You will not find one video or interview with Greer where he doesn't brag about briefing all these people. And if he does name a name, it's somebody that's dead so that you can't fact check them. But if he names an alive person and you fact check them, you find out he never briefed them. They don't know who he is. They don't know what he's talking about. So there's a great deal of deception being used to generate this fake UFO messiah that, you know, he pretends that all these government people think he's important in this movement and they talk to him, and there's no proof of any of that.
Are in a position to be able to put that in place, because when the day is done, we have a whole bunch of high value people in corporate and government workplaces that need exactly that, and that's what needs to happen. And this has been discussed. You've seen some of the draft legislation in Congress, but in reality, this can be done through the Department of Justice and also the executive branch. To anyone who has information of great significance, yes, they can receive a letter of non-prosecution and immunity for everything they've done.
That's right. Lou Elizondo says Greer's a hack. Only I have a hot vibe to the White House.
Disclose everything.
Yes,
they can't disclose.
Goes without saying. You don't need the word fake. UFO messiah equals fake.
Disclosure. But that is what we have folks who want to move in that direction. And I would say people connected to this case and other UAP related cases should contact us.
Greer claimed the government offered him $2 billion to stop talking about aliens.
And we'll collaborate on getting this to the right people who want to see the truth come out and have it come out correctly. And by the way, everyone I'm working with in the government end of this, who are the white hats who want this, they understand the sensitivity of the technology release, that it isn't everything. We're not wild-eyed UFO people who go, oh,
wild-eyed UFO
come out people. And we're floating in UFOs going from Paris to New York in two minutes tomorrow.
Archaic Revival is mesmerized by the
technology curve that has to get adapted to society's conditions and the state of the world. And the state of the world right now, it ain't peaceful, So, and so, in a dangerous world.
We started with a 25 minute monologue from Greer. I guess we're ending with a 25 minute fucking monologue.
Let's figure out how to benefit and advance human
3 minutes.
civilization.
We're going to make it to the end of this shit pile of garbage.
That's
amazing. We're going to make it, friends. We're going to make it through this bullshittery.
I would say everyone I'm working with understand this issue.
Yeah. I have some final thoughts. One is just that I think somebody wants this to come out. That's the reason why I've not been told to stop or what have you. I don't know what the factions are. I would love to know what they are. But if Edward Lynn's out there, you just heard it right here. He's got the resources. If you want to get, legally covered before you can talk about it, because that's what it would take, I think, for the public to understand. I've spoken. I haven't mentioned this, but I've spoken to businessmen that are extremely successful, wealthy. I'm not going to name names, but just like you said, they don't.
Yes, because he's bluffing too. He hasn't spoken with any wealthy business people. He's a liar. But it's funny when you put two liars together, they got to try to one up each other's lies. Like Greer said, he talked to all these important, government people. Now Ashton's got, I spoke with really important business people that are insanely wealthy. So, they got to one up each other on the lie factor scale.
Don't understand the science, just like the politicians don't necessarily understand it. That's why my personal action has been to teach people the science and explain it in a way that they normally would understand. Not in the way that the physicists talk about it, where they're always name dropping things and you can't follow what they're saying, but in a way that normal people can get it. And the last thought is, what I've learned from this technology related to your
a lot of people say they can't watch it without me.
They definitely know. I mean, we're talking with the laser capability, they can get below the diffraction limit. So they can have telescopes that are just beyond people's wildest imaginations. If there's something out there, they know
Trust
about
me,
it.
bro.
My personal belief is that the moment we change LIGO to start looking for artificial gravitational waves instead of just
two liars trying to outprove or maneuver each other.
I think the whole universe is going to light up because aliens are flying around. They're not flying around on rocks like 3i, Atlas, whatever. They're flying around on warp drives and wormholes. They don't need to fly on a space rock, slow space rock that's moving like 0.0% of the speed of light.
Yeah, they all promote QAnon, Trump, white hat garbage.
I mean, so many of these things,
government disinfo.
With
a lot of people think that.
Gaslighting.
That's why he's been able to get away.
People in the Congress and the public.
We won't name names, but yeah.
Oh, I will. Avi Loeb. I know exactly.
Avi Loeb. He wants the 100 million for his Galileo project. I get it. I understand.
No,
but
now he's
aliens
asking
are
for a
not the
billion. Now he's
Flintstones.
asking for $1 billion. You know, the
Oh,
big
$1 billion now.
the Rat Pack with Bigelow Aerospace got maybe I don't know, 100 billion, a million, I don't know, but now they want $1 billion.
All right.
To keep the whole
One
charade
more minute
going,
of this
right?
shit.
Let's
We
put $1
made
billion
it
into
through.
anetronic fusion
I'm
research, and
amazed
then we
we
can
made
all
it
have
through
infinite
this.
energy
I
forever.
am
And then we don't have to
amazed.
worry about any of this stuff.
Exactly. Well, good. It was a pleasure finally
Amber
meeting
Dennon
you.
would hang herself with dental floss.
Where do you live, by the way?
I live in Minnesota, so yeah. I'm
Oh, good.
Midwest
All right. Well, I have a place in D.C. and a place out here in the Blue Ridge Mountains near Thomas Jefferson's house. So if you ever get out back east,
yeah, we should meet up sometime. I'll follow along and start to meet up. And yeah, and if you can spread the word and try to get awareness in Congress or in government.
Let's get awareness of my completely fake videos I got on a hoax UFO channel that I've been scamming people out of super chats for my stupid fake conspiracy theories for years. Yeah, let's raise awareness so I can make more money scamming morons on the internet with these completely fake videos.
In general, either about the MH370 case, which I think the thread will unravel everything, or just in general about really the capabilities of thermonuclear weapons and their connection to UFOs, I think is vital. I mean, you laid it out earlier. So thank you very much, Dr. Greer. Thank you, Raven, for guys having me on the show.
Yeah, have a good afternoon. All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, God, thank God. We made it. Oh, wow, what great production, too. They just end the video. We made it to the end of this cavalcade of bullshittery. That is gotta be like, is there any better? Oh no, all the stock backgrounds are terrible. Well, that one's not too bad. We'll just go with that one. So what do I got to do here is I have to find a musical guest or something so that I can go and get the mask, the Stephen Greer mask, and we'll fulfill our bonus time, overtime. If you haven't already, please be sure to like and share this video. It really does help. It really does help us find new fans and new viewers and new supporters. It really, really does help. Take a moment, smash that subscribe button. It's not always about just throwing money in our hat. You can also share these videos on your social media. It really, really would help. I'm furiously looking for a musical guest. Okay, we've got one, I think. No, that one's not very long. Oh, man. The problem, my friends, is that I switched back to this software. Let's try brand 2. I got to have some Simon Fly videos here, right? I've got to have some Simon Fly videos. And I think I might have a Greer song, but finding that would be pretty difficult. So just give me one moment. Bear with me, my friends. We will find something. In the meantime, oh, wow. I've got an awful lot of David Wilcock crap, but of course I can't find the Greer crap when I need it, right? I gotta better organize this, the whole deck here, and that's really my fault, so I apologize. All right, we're going to take a moment just to have a musical guest. I will be back as Dr. Stephen Greer, the crazy redheaded alien channeler. Yeah, but it's only 1 minute and 30 seconds, and I might need 3 or 4 minutes to get this mask, get it on, find some glasses. Oh, UFO circle jerkers. We could do that one. Yeah, so we want to give a big shout out to show contributor Simon Fly, who makes some interesting. Oh, 1 second here. Okay. I don't know. I just heard USB connecting and reconnecting. Want to make sure that we're okay. Just give me one moment. I see the webcam is good. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's a live show, friends. You get it, warts and all. And I apologize for the technical issues. One moment, if I find something a little more appropriate. No, we don't really want to. All right, I'm just going to play this UFO Circle Jerkers song by Simon Fly, who's a big show contributor. Shout out to Simon Fly. Go subscribe to him on YouTube. And if you haven't already, smash the subscribe button here and visit our website, truthseekershow.com. From there, you can get all the latest episodes, whether you want the audio version or the video version. They're all usually there, but note that the audio version is always a few episodes behind. But I'll try to get it caught up soon. So I will be back in a moment as Dr. Stephen Greer, and I'll be taking comments and questions as Dr. Greer from the audience. So get them ready, put them in all capital letters, and I will be back in a moment, friends. Why has no one in the UFO community showed you the truth? Garbage peddler. Why has no one in the UFO community showed you the truth? Garbage peddler. Why has no one in the UFO community showed you the truth? Garbage peddler. Why has no one in the UFO community showed you the truth? Garbage peddler club, and I ain't it. Cosmic Con Shuffle. Cosmic Con Shuffle. Garbage peddler club, and I ain't it. Cosmic Con Shuffle. Cosmic Con Shuffle. Garbage peddler club, and I ain't it. Cosmic Con Shuffle. Cosmic Con Shuffle. Garbage peddler club, and I ain't it. Cosmic Con Shuffle. Cosmic Con Shuffle. Where's the goddamn ball shavings analysis? Alien technology. Alien technology. Where's the goddamn ball shavings analysis? He is lying. He is lying. He is lying. He is lying. Where's the goddamn ball shavings analysis? Alien technology. Alien technology. Where's the goddamn ball shavings analysis? He is lying. He is lying. He is lying. He is lying. Bullshit. 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 Bullshit, 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 bullshit. He is lying, he is lying, he is lying, he is lying. He is lying, he is lying, he is lying, he is lying. He is lying, he is lying, he is lying, he is lying. He is lying, he is lying, he is lying, he is lying. Why has no one in the UFO community showed you the truth? Garbage peddler. Why has no one in the UFO community showed you the truth? Garbage peddler. Why has no one in the UFO community showed you the truth? Garbage peddler. Why has no one in the UFO community showed you the truth? Garbage peddler club, and I ain't it. Cosmic Con Shuffle. Cosmic Con Shuffle. Garbage peddler club, and I ain't it. Cosmic Con Shuffle. Cosmic Con Shuffle. Garbage peddler club, and I ain't it. Cosmic Con Shuffle. Cosmic Con Shuffle. Garbage peddler club, and I ain't it. Cosmic Con Shuffle. Cosmic Con Shuffle. And I ain't it, 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 and Well, hello, friends. Part of my hair is a little messed up today. It's okay. I'm Dr. Stephen Greer. I'm Earth's preeminent authority on extraterrestrial life, and yeah. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. I'm not Steve Cambion at all. I might sound like him a little bit, but it's not me. I'm just a country doctor, a humble country ER doctor that suddenly got thrust into a secret world. I'm Dr. Stephen Greed, the greediest son of a bitch in UFO land. I'm the greediest UFO guy ever. I've collected millions of dollars from retards on the internet, right? Ambergeddon thought I was saying goodnight. No, we got to do the goal. We got to do the goal, friends. That's weird. I don't know. I got a secondary. So I briefed every president since Ronald Reagan, even though my name's not in any of their libraries. Okay. And I scam everybody to make my movies. Dr. Greed, where is that free energy device you promised? I spent the money on gay hookers and cocaine. Cocaine is a very powerful drug, Algaray. You know, and listen, good gay hookers that will butt bang you real good, they're not cheap. You know, if you want to get a real good butt banging, it's going to cost you like $350, right? At least, maybe $500 to get a really good butt banger. He looks like James Carville. No. He's a good old country proctologist. Well, that is right. I hear that Steve Cambion hit his funding and financial goal for tonight. Well, good for him, but I made like, I don't know, $20,000 off that Ashton Forbes video. Probably. Let me see. We'll look it up. Dr. Stephen Greer. We'll do a little math here. Okay, it only got 62,000 views, but if we get our calculator out, and this is the funny part. I love this business. I'm in the UFO business. It's a business, you know. Even if my CPM is extremely low, like $15 per 1,000 views, if we take 15 times 62, I made like $950 off that Ashton Forbes video. So praise the cash, bitches. I don't care what Steve Cambion made. He didn't make nowhere near me. Dr. Greer, I hear you do DMT with Linda Moulton Howe and butt bang a cow. No. First we do DMT, and then Linda Moulton Howe puts on a strap on and butt bangs me. And then we do some more drugs, and then I butt bang the cows. And not one cow, I butt bang a bunch of cows and maybe some sheep. Greed, are you top or bottom? Both. I'll give a good butt banging or take a good butt banging. I'm Dr. Stephen Greed. So if you're just joining us, you're watching Truth Seekers, and I, Dr. Stephen Greed, have decided to grace Truth Seekers with a short guest appearance. This sumbitch said I'm a liar and a bullshitter, and he said I have no evidence. Well, he's right. I don't have shit. I've been at this for 30 years. I can't show you a single solitary proof of alien visitation on Earth. Will you address all the gay rumors once and for all? Yeah, I love men's butts. I can't help it. You know that song, like I like big butts? Just put men's butts in there. I like men's butts and I cannot lie. When I see a man's butt, I can't deny, right? I love men's butts and I love getting butt bangs myself. I love anal beads and pegging and getting, I got to stop talking like this. This whole stream's going to get demonetized. What's your handle on Grindr? My handle on Grindr? Shut up. I don't want my wife to see that account. Shut up. Do you like throat massages? Oh, yeah. I'll take one. I will take one for the team. Sometimes you got to take a shot in the mouth, Ambergeddon, to get ahead in life. I didn't get into medical school because I'm smart. Gay admitter, the admittance guy asked me for, some favors, and I was all too happy. Just take a few shots in the mouth, and I was in medical school. Rancid beef sausage. What's your favorite gay bar, Greer? Well, there used to be a gay bar in Philadelphia that I would go to. That's where Steven grew up. It was called the Black Banana. Look it up. I think it might still be there. I don't know. No, I think it closed years ago. Black Banana, Philadelphia. It was a nightclub in Philadelphia. It began in 1971 as an ice cream parlor and restaurant, 534 South 4th Street. It moved to 3rd and Race I guess it's not there anymore. No, that's sad. Yeah. But listen, I'm not talking about taking any more shots in the mouth or getting butt banged or we gotta cool it. How many reptile cucumbers can you take it at one time? Well, I could take two at once, one in the mouth and one in the bum. I would love that. Get two big, burly, muscular reptilians. One give it to me right in the mouth and one give it to me right in the butt. Oh boy, that would be a fun evening. Only if they're like sexy green reptilian aliens, though. Yeah, Dr. Gary Nolan, I try to bang him. He's a bottom bitch, though. He couldn't give me a good ramming from behind, so I tossed him aside. Looking mighty ugly. This is a rude audience. I am the world's preeminent authority on extraterrestrial scamming. I mean, extraterrestrial life, right? Good mask. Well, it used to be better, but it's been in a drawer for a while. I got to do something about my hair. Look at this. This ain't good. The hair needs some work. Definitely needs some work. Look, oh shit, my hair's falling out. What happened? What happened? My hair's falling out. Must be the alien radiation when they were This is the first interview I've seen where Greer has been truthful. Yeah, I never briefed any of those presidents. And yeah, I scammed all those people for that free energy thing. And yeah, I scam all those people. You know that app? You know, there's an app and I say you can contact aliens and summon aliens. Oh, it's a total scam. Don't tell nobody, though, because morons still buy it. $10. Buy it on the Apple Store or Google Play, bitches. Buy my scam app. You can summon spaceships for real. Yeah. Yeah, you can. Why wasn't I at the congressional meeting? Because I was at a gay bathhouse in San Francisco, Zamalius. I was busy at a gay bathhouse, and that's much more important to me. Nobody is close second to you, Dr. Greed, when it comes to that. Finally, a respectful audience member. That's right, trolly troll troll. You're welcome. You're welcome. What happened to Bijou? Well, he got mad when I asked him to butt bang me and he left. So it is what it is. Sheila Rattler's laughing at me. Are you Wilcox's lover? No, but sometimes we take turn pegging each other. Yeah, it wasn't a reptilian that butt banged him. It was me. I did that, Arlene. I dressed up like a reptilian so that he would let me butt bang him. Okay? All right. Why don't you come to Brazil like Corey Good did? Because there's no money. Those Brazilians don't pay. These Americans, they're the best people to scam from. Yeah, I taught Billy Gibbons how to play guitar before he joined ZZ Top. That's true. If you're the king of disclosure, why do you make people sign 9? Shut up! Don't tell people that or they won't come and give me the $5,000, you asshole, Ray Gunner. Do I have a space laser on my happy spot? Yeah, no, I have a Jewish space laser on my happy spot. Our Gray's twink material, yeah, and they like a good session. You know, you bend them over the console where they drive the spaceship, and you just start ramming them. And yeah, this looks pretty good, but usually it would look better when I wear a golf shirt like Greer wears. So I apologize, couldn't find a golf shirt quick. Because I don't like golf. Well, Stephen Cambion doesn't like golf shirts. I can't unsee it now. This mask is almost as disturbing as the real Greer. You guys take turns on each other. That's right. We take turns on each other. Bijou got butt banged to death. That's what happened. I'm sticking to that story. Is it true you squat 500? Yes. Well, no, not really. But I can take 18 inches up my butthole. So... look, I can take more in my butthole than most men, okay? I've been practicing and stretching that butthole out for a while. This has been revealing. Yeah, and I also want to thank Ashton Forbes who's basically fucking retarded. Ashton Forbes is basically retarded. He thinks that the aliens teleported an entire airplane out of the sky with an Einstein-Rosen bridge that would take the approximate energy of an entire sun for its entire lifetime. The math don't add up, Ashton Forbes. You stupid. You're a moron. But I did make $1,000 by having you come on my show and using you as a set piece and a prop and telling you how wrong you are. Ha ha, moron. Yes, this is Stephen Greer, and I'm here to answer your questions. So put them in all capital letters, and somebody better send me some money, okay? How come you serve your guests canned? It wasn't canned spaghetti. Maybe it was Chef Boyardee, though. Yeah, fuck them. They only paid $5,000. I gave them a can of SpaghettiOs each. Fuck them, trolly troll. Fuck them. Congrats on your overpowering maneuver of Ashton Forbes. Well, he's a moron, and he wanted to lick my balls, right? Ashton Forbes spent most of the interview licking my ball sack. So I knew I could just talk for 25 minutes and he wouldn't say shit because he was too busy getting ready to lick my ball sack and suck my cock because he's a loser. And he looks up to me because I'm a better grifter and scammer than him. Do you know anything about flares? Shut up. Shut up. Those were alien spaceships. I did not pay a plane to drop flares at a certain location where I charge people a lot of money to see the alien spaceships. They weren't flares. The wormhole does end in my butt. You have to make an Ashton mask. I did. I've never shown it. I have never shown it, but I did make an Ashton mask. I made it out of an Alfred E. Newman mask. I modified it. Maybe I'll show that next time we do a show on these two grifters. Look, me and Ashton might continue our grifting partnership because when our scammy powers combine, we can become Captain Grifter. Yeah. What about that moth photo you claim was an alien light being? God damn, you people are paying attention in Steve Campion's audience. All right, so I once got caught claiming that a fucking moth was an alien, okay? It's on UFO Watchdog. Look, I'll show you. UFOWatchdog.com. I think Steve Campion's going to try to buy that shit off of him. Stephen Greer. Where's Stephen Greer at? No, it's on here somewhere. I always have trouble navigate. Hall of Fame, Hall of Shame. I'm in the Hall of Shame, I think. Yeah. A to G. I should be in there. Stephen Greer, vectoring on UFOs for fun and profit. Oh, man. This is going to make me look like a total ass clown. Look at this shit. Here's another critic. Reportedly plagiarizes the UFO work of others and sells it as his own. What? Sells do-it-yourself ET contact kits. Now you too can steer in extraterrestrial spacelight with a flashlight and never record them, just like Dr. Greer does. What? Who's this asshole? Look at this. Most famous for his disclosure project, his famous press conference, available on his site in the summer of 2001, brought many witnesses before the microphone and asked for congressional hearings on the subject. Unfortunately, he brought forth some serious loonies as well. My whistleblowers aren't lunatics. All right, look, most of my whistleblowers are crazy and lunatics. Casting doubt on incredible witnesses, Greer is solidly in the exopolitics camp, which has failed to dislodge one shred of evidence of alien visitation. Shut up! What about the Mothman? For a time, Greer's website sported the creature on the left, claiming it had been photographed during one of Greer's midnight UFO vectoring sessions, along with various entities looking suspiciously like lens reflection. Affectionately dubbed Mothra by Greer's detractor, this pictures and others were removed to howls of laughter. All right, look, we said it was a light being loved one, and it just so happens to be a moth. But look, I charged these morons like $5,000 to see a fucking moth and told them it was an alien, and they believed me, and I'm keeping the money, Ray Gunner, so shut the fuck up and stop ruining my scams. How's my camel toe? My camel? You mean my bulge? Damn, Greer, you aged badly. Shut up. How much for a top table at the next CE5? 10 grand. 10 grand. But you got to bring your own fucking SpaghettiOs. I'm not giving out any SpaghettiOs anymore. Last time I was kind enough to give everybody a nice SpaghettiO dinner, and they bitched and said I gave them canned fucking fuck them. We're playing smear on the Greer's rear. What? Would you let Bigfoot butt bang you? Oh, yeah. He's big. I bet you he's hung like a horse. He probably got a cock this big. He probably got a 2-foot cock that's like 18 inches wide. I bet you that would spread my butt. Awesome. I'd be walking funny the next day after letting Bigfoot butt bang me, but it'd probably be worth it. Have that prostate orgasm. 10K I'm in, says why fools. Yeah, my bulge. Right? Zamalia, stop putting in emojis of moths. It wasn't a moth. It was an alien love light being, okay? They paid $5 grand to see an alien. You can't tell them it's a moth. You'll ruin the scam. Don't you ruin my scam. Toxic Jedi's here in the Kick Chat. By the way, we got to check back in with the Kick Chat. Make sure we don't have any more support to call out.
In there. There we go.
Any kicks?
That's what I like to see.
Let me see here. We didn't even get any kicks. People aren't even throwing pennies at us tonight. But shout out in the Kick Chat to Pink Monster 220 Real, Pipe Hitter, Ray Gunner, Winter Soldier, FF 9000, Ray Gunner again. Across the Hudson says hi. Hi, Across the Hudson. Decaf 9551, the Toxic Jedi. Salty. That's right. We didn't get no kicks. These kick brokies ain't even throwing pennies at Steve Cambion no more. But we'll check in with the creator dashboard over there, see if we got any actual subs or gifted subs. No, the last one we got was Yeti or Not at 7:13 p.m. Yeti or Not, thank you for your kindness. And Ralph Family Treasure became a sub. That's the last ones we got there. So, all right, well. We are playing Smear the Greer. I don't think that's funny. Are you kidding me? He's not a great resource. He is a disinformation. I think you're talking about Eric the Awakening Man. He won't talk to me because he used to talk to me, but then I kept proving that all of his friends he was hanging out with were total scammers, like Sarah R. Adams running MedBed scams, right? And now he's a big supporter of Richard Doty, who is an admitted paid government UFO disinformation agent. So, no, I haven't talked to him. He's off in wacky land. Was it gay reptiles? Yes. This is how Greer acts in a sack, not in public or on con. Yeah. Troll. What are you laughing at? No, I haven't talked to him. And I don't plan to. He was very nasty with me and with Steve Cambion. And Steve Cambion keeps proving that all the friends that he hangs out with, that he's so proud of hanging out with, are scammers. Like, who is that guy? Arcurious Ra, who was selling a fake med bed, which was just a tanning bed with fucking magnets glued in it. And then there was Sarah R. Adams, the fake psychic. He was hanging out with her. Where does Greer fall on med bed? Oh, med beds are awesome. Because after you get your butt really ripped apart by like a big reptilian butt banger, you can just get in the med bed and it just heals your butthole. And then you can get butt banged again, right? It accelerates the butt banging process, so I'm all for it. If I can butt bang more, then I'm good. I'm good for it. It's been so long since I've had some. I don't know what that means. Dr. Greed, will there be a new emergency you need to raise $1 million for? Yeah, shut up. Don't mess with that scam either. I once raised like $1 million saying that the government was going to do a fake alien invasion and I need to make a documentary about it to warn people. And then I took the $1 million and I made like a $10,000 documentary. It was so shitty that a college student could have made it for 10 grand. And I kept the other $490,000 or whatever. You know, I collected a lot of money for that scam. Don't ruin. Look, you got to trust the scam, okay? These morons on the internet are stupid. You know how many people give me money to see the fake aliens and I show the moths, pictures of a cactus, and shit like that. And they just believe that I'm summoning aliens because they're fucking retarded. All right. I think we've done our due diligence here, friend. Remember, I don't care what Steve Cambion says. I did brief all those presidents and that CIA director and that guy from Australia. In the land of make-believe, that's good enough. It doesn't have to be real. And no, I don't need proof. I can just quote, say dead people told me shit. That's what I do. And I get morons. I'm about to start a new fundraiser for another film after I just finished a fundraiser for another shitty film. And my films just keep getting shittier and shittier, but I make more and more money each time. So I'm going to keep the scam going, right? All right. Well, we've done our due diligence. And Stephen Cambion has once again humiliated me and proved to everyone that I am an evidence-free bullshit huckster storyteller who bluffs all of this stuff, and I actually have no evidence. I can't show you free energy. He says I'm a scammer. I say I'm a businessman. It's a business, bullshit business. That's what I'm in. Yeah, it's a great business. A great, great business. All right, we're going to bounce on out of here. But Steve Cambion will be back tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I hope you'll be here with him. Got a great show for you. A banger of a show. I love a good banger. All right. Well, that's all we got for you, friends. My name is Dr. Stephen Greed. Good night, and God bless all of you.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month, you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Cambion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Cambion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat group during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.